In the realm of singlehood, burdened by weight gain, devoid of both car and home, 20-something Tang Song finds himself engulfed in a haze of despair. Following a harrowing experience of workplace bullying, he unexpectedly encounters the world of a male deity cultivation game he had played for 3 years, along with the vast assets and elite talents he had amassed within it. This is a tale of male deity cultivation. Chapter 1. Game Completion Yinching. Tianji Barbecue Restaurant. Tang Song patted his flushed cheeks and exhaled a breath laced with the scent of alcohol. Turning on the tap, he splashed his face with the refreshing cold water. He retrieved his phone to check the time. 22:02. The department team-building event that had lasted throughout the day was finally drawing to a close. Returning to the private room, he feigned a swift integration into the conversations of his colleagues. With an innocuous smile adorning his face, Tang's song chimed in occasionally. The atmosphere was vibrant and harmonious. Director Chun Yunting raised his glass, his face flushed, and uttered a few platitudes, casually sketching a grand vision that perfectly concluded the day's gathering. Upon exiting the barbecue restaurant, a gentle evening breeze greeted them as colleagues exchanged farewells. See you Monday, goodbye. Remember to inform the group when you get home. Drive safely, Director Chun, goodbye. Come along, Tang Song. We're headed in the same direction. In the black Nissan Tina, 2 female colleagues in the back seat were engrossed in lively conversation. Tang Song leaned against the passenger's seat, his eyes half closed, his expression impassive. Having been employed at Jinxiu Commercial for over 4 months, all his energy had been devoted to the development of the company's new SCM supply chain management system. He juggled multiple roles, independently handling everything from demand analysis and system architecture to functional development and code deployment. Once the system went live, it significantly enhanced work efficiency and effectively reduced procurement costs, earning him high praise from the company's upper management. This accomplishment filled Tang Song, a new employee, with a sense of achievement as he daydreamed about the promised promotion and salary increase. Yet, reality dealt him a harsh blow. The success of the SCM system ultimately became the credit of Director Chun, who received accolades, promotions, and, allegedly, stock options. The project maintenance responsibilities were handed over to Du Xiaokai, a colleague with connections. Tang Song found himself assigned to the development of a new project, continuing to contribute to the company. A series of inequitable treatments gnawed at his heart, leading him to contemplate resignation. Perhaps sensing his thoughts during the team-building event, Director Chen privately mentioned that he would apply for a 10 salary increase next month. He urged Tang Song to focus on his work, assuring him he would not be overlooked in the future. After much internal conflict, Tang Song ultimately accepted. Having just completed his probationary period a little over a month ago, he had rented an apartment near the office, purchased an electric bike, and forged friendships with his colleagues. Resigning now would incur too high a sunk cost. Moreover, given the unfavorable economic climate, Jinxiu Commercial was his most desirable option. While lost in thought, Zhao Yu in the back seat suddenly tapped his shoulder. Song-ge, you seem a bit out of sorts today. You haven't faced a heartbreak, have you? Tang Song reined in his emotions and self-deprecatingly replied, First, I need to have a partner. Zhao Yu covered her mouth and chuckled. Song-ge, you're actually quite exceptional talented, handsome, tall, though perhaps a tad overweight. Hurry and lose weight. Gain muscle, the young ladies in our company will surely flock to you. Tang Song rubbed his belly, thick with fat, and sighed, I'll do my best. Go for it. Zhao Yu made a cute fist gesture. Beside them, Hu Mingli blinked and teased. Xiao Yu, with Tang Song being such a promising prospect, why don't you seize the opportunity? Minli Jia, I suspect you're testing me. You wouldn't happen to have feelings for Song-ge, would you? Haha. How about we compete fairly? In that case, I'd have to concede, considering you're Xiongda. The 2 slightly tipsy female colleagues playfully nudged each other, but no one took it seriously. Tang Song was genuinely a good person, enthusiastic, sincere, and ambitious, with commendable work capabilities. He had once worked at a large internet company in the capital, recognized as the best back-end developer in their department. However, his family background was somewhat lacking a common rural youth. Owning a home in Yincheng seemed a distant dream. In terms of appearance, there were no standout features. His attire was casual, his hairstyle unkempt, and he carried excess weight. In terms of camaraderie and friendship, he posed no issues. As for deeper relationships, that was another matter altogether. In Qingxin Jiyuan community, Tang Song tossed his backpack aside and collapsed onto the bed. The effects of the alcohol gradually surged, engulfing him in fatigue, disappointment, and helplessness. After a while, he turned on his side, opened WeChat, and messaged the department group, I'm home. Then he clicked on the lucky red envelope sent by Director Chun, claiming 3 yuan and 20 cents, and sent a thank you, boss emoji. He opened his moments, aimlessly scrolling through the screen. He felt like an outsider, silently observing the posts of both familiar and unfamiliar friends. Some showcased their daily lives, others their partners some basked in tranquility, while others were striving for greatness. It seemed that, apart from him, everyone else was leading a joyful existence. Unconsciously, a familiar photo caught his eye. Deng Yaji. Accidentally stumbled upon our high school graduation photo. How are you all? Old classmates? His scrolling finger instinctively paused. Tang Song quickly spotted himself within the image, his gaze momentarily lost. Back then, he was on the verge of entering university, youthful, optimistic, and surrounded by his idealized love, feeling that life was filled with hope. But at 25, single, overweight, without a car or home, his work and life in disarray. He casually liked the post and set his phone down, moving to his computer desk, donning his headphones, preparing to unwind with some gaming. In the years since graduation, he had come to terms with reality, and life had dulled his edges. To put it more eloquently, he had matured that he still cherished the things he loved, but no longer felt compelled to pursue them, leading him to leave the capital and bid farewell to his idealized love. He still detested the things he disliked, but could tolerate them, allowing him to integrate into the group and accept injustice. The game Male Deity Growth Plan had unexpectedly appeared on Tang Song's computer during his senior year. Perhaps it had been inadvertently downloaded while browsing study materials. With its large white icon, Tang Song, harboring a critical mindset, clicked on it, eager to investigate. Little did he know, he would become engrossed for 3 years, a significant factor contributing to his weight gain. This game centers around simulation and management, focusing on the cultivation of a male deity. With exquisite graphics, top-notch sound effects, and well-crafted settings, its gameplay is uniquely captivating, and it requires no monetary investment. The game's narrative is set against the backdrop of the real world. Maps, events, financial markets, companies, policies, and environments all align with reality. Moreover, the timeline within the game commences in 2016. As Tang Song navigates through 2020, armed with a search engine, he possesses prophetic insights within the game. He is aware of stock and futures trends, the upcoming industrial booms, which companies will become unicorns, and which films, songs, and artists will achieve great success in the future. Every character within the game has their own storyline, allowing players to witness their growth, lives, and joys and sorrows. The immersion is unparalleled. In the game, Tang Song realized his dream of becoming a male deity, fully experiencing the pleasures of being a billionaire, surrounded by beautiful women and wielding immense power. Yet, a game remains a mere game. In reality, he is but a weary worker, lacking a home, a car, or a girlfriend, his life a tangled mess, forced to endure indignities at work. Tang Song shook his head, dispelling his wandering thoughts. He entered the game, checked unread notifications, claimed task rewards, and purchased new items. His mouse hovered momentarily, his gaze drifting toward the in-game timeline. April 1st, 2023, and now. The current online time reads April 1st, 2023 at 23:50. Due to the differing flow of time, the timelines of the game and reality are on the verge of convergence. A game set against the backdrop of the real world. TNG is most curious about how the plot will unfold next. He licked his dry lips, casually picked up a bottle of soda, and summoned his beloved assistant, Jin MSH, to report on work. While sipping the soda with a satisfying ton, he admired the alluring images of silk-clad legs, slender waists, and curvaceous figures on the screen. All his troubles evaporated, and his mood instantly brightened. Although everything in the game was fictitious, the joy it brought him was undeniably real. The date within the game shifted to April 2nd, 2023. Subsequently, the screen began to play an exquisite game animation automatically, reviewing the entire journey of the game. The visuals gradually became serene, with only the sound of footsteps growing nearer. The player, TNG, walked into view from outside the frame. Dressed impeccably in a suit, he exuded elegance and confidence as he approached the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor of the building, gazing down at the dazzling city. Lights below, emanating an indescribable charisma. The camera panned from above, ultimately focusing on his silhouette. A striking line of text appeared in the center of the screen. It seems the story has come to an end. You awaken from a lengthy dream and embrace the real world once more. Congratulations, player! What the hell? Could it be that I've finished the game? Is this really how it ends? TNG SNG gasped in shock, leaning forward to frantically click the mouse and pound the keyboard. The game screen remained unchanged. A chill ran through his heart. He had invested deep emotions into this game. The authentic setting and unique sense of immersion made him feel as if he were genuinely nurturing elites, developing a business, amassing wealth, and enhancing himself. Yet, from this moment forth, the tumultuous narrative within the game abruptly halted, severing his connection to the vivid characters he had come to know. A profound sense of loss and disconnection surged within him, making his breath grow heavy. Suddenly, a crisp notification sound rang out. The game on the computer screen vanished, replaced by the Windows desktop. For a moment, TNG SNG's vision blurred. A vibrant sci-fi light curtain unfolded before him. Player confirmed. System resources loading. 150. 100. Completed. Chapter 2. The Halo of the God of Men, LV1. Immediately, the familiar game interface appeared on the light curtain. In the center of the screen was a remarkably lifelike 3D model of TNG SNG, clad only in a pair of shorts. Above his head floated a striking line of golden data. Charm, 24. TNG SNG rubbed his eyes vigorously, suspecting that the sorrow from the evening had conjured a hallucination, perhaps exacerbated by having drunk inferior liquor. Yet the light curtain remained suspended before him, visible even with his eyes shut. Though NNSHN Ching, ZHNGJ, who centers on simulation management. At its core, it is a game for cultivating a god of men. The primary quest is to enhance the character's charm and evolve into a true paragon of attractiveness. The game's evaluation of charm is remarkably comprehensive, encompassing appearance, aesthetics, demeanor, cultivation, abilities, assets, and social standing, among other factors. A charm value of 24 can only be deemed quite ordinary. Raising his hand, he attempted to touch his character model. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a click effect appeared on the model, and the game interface transitioned directly to the personal center. Player, TNG SNG 24-foot character. JN Shi SCNG MO development engineer height. 180 centimeters, weight, 90 kg physique. 56, stamina. 55, agility. 48, insight. 76, asset. Status, balance. 45,220.31 yuan enterprise. None real estate. None vehicle. Yachty electric scooter. After a brief perusal of his personal information, a clear notification sounded. Ding. The main storyline has commenced. A dazzling progress bar appeared just above the personal center. 24-foot starting charm. 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Note 2. Charm rating must reach 30 to officially unlock growth plan tasks. What is this? TNG SNG gazed ahead in a daze. Having played Chen Ching, ZHNGJ, who for such an extended period, he had certainly experienced similar daydreams, and not just once. Yet he had never encountered such clarity and realism. If given the chance, who would not wish for a magnificent transformation? The looks of a god of men, a vibrant and healthy physique, boundless wealth, and a life devoid of regrets. He yearned for it, he dreamed of it. Tentatively, he reached out with his mind to lightly touch the treasure chest above charm 30. In that instant, a system prompt immediately popped up. At that moment, the notification chime sounded again. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have obtained Beginner's Gift Pack 1. With a swish, a resplendent gift pack emerged, radiant with golden light. TNG SNG swallowed hard and touched it with his mind. The pack swayed for a moment before opening instantly. Ding. You have acquired the passive skill Halo of the God of Men LV1. Halo of the God of Men LV1 optimizes sleep quality, assisting the player in entering deep sleep more rapidly, leading to an enhanced sleep experience. Halo effect. Your first smile each day can earn you a cash reward of 200 yuan with a 0.1 chance of receiving an additional critical reward. Note, this skill can be upgraded. A passive skill? Cash rewards? TNG SNG suppressed his exhilaration, taking a deep breath to muster a smile. Ding dong, the sound of a text message notification chimed. China Merchants Bank your account, ending in 6800 received a deposit of 200. 00 yuan on April 2nd at 00:09. That upon seeing the bank deposit information, TNG SNG inhaled sharply. Holy cow, this is for real? He bit down hard on his lower lip. The pain was more intense than ever before. While everything prior could be considered a hallucination, the tangible cash reward laid before him served as a compelling validation of the system's existence. His blood surged, and the sound of his heart pounding echoed in his ears like a war drum. Setting aside the vast assets he had acquired through exploits in the game, even the passive skill halo of the God of Men would cause his happiness index to soar. Earning 200 yuan daily without working amounts to 6,000 yuan monthly, combined with his 8,000 yuan monthly salary, totaling 14,000 yuan per month. In Waianqing, a second-tier city that places him squarely among high-income earners, making car and home ownership a tangible dream. After a quick shower and securing the door, a composed NGSNG began to explore the system panel before him. The overall style remained consistent with NNSHN Xing ZHNGJ, who, though it lacked many modules, such as the crucial character management, asset blueprint, and financial market, the task hall, store, and warehouse appeared completely empty. Returning to the main interface, TNG-SNG gazed at the glaring charm, 24 above his character. He shook his head in self-deprecation to INNSHN Xing ZHNGJ, who, players start with a base charm value of 30. Yet, he had not even reached that fundamental threshold. Closing the system interface, TNG-SNG stood before the full-length mirror, scrutinizing his current self. His physique was slack, with a layer of excess fat around his abdomen. Dark circles under his eyes, puffy eye bags, dull, yellowing skin, and dry, brittle hair marred his appearance. The nasolabial folds, jowls, and double chin rendered his jawline indistinct. There was indeed ample room for improvement in terms of appearance. In light of his current circumstances as an ordinary company employee devoid of a home, a car, or a partner, and ensnared in a chaotic existence, it is no wonder his charm quotient is rather dismal. Ding! You have triggered the challenge task Restraint and Persistence. Please proceed to the task center for further details. Tang Song was taken aback, surprised that he had activated a task so effortlessly. He perused the task information. Task content. Obesity significantly increases the burden on the body and elevates the risk of various diseases. The challenge is to lose 9 kilograms within 20 days, restoring oneself to a normal weight range. Task reward. Pulmonary Enhancement Elixir 1. Task progress. 0. He examined the details of the item. Pulmonary Enhancement Elixir. Upon use, this elixir effectively improves lung condition, increases lung capacity, provides ample oxygen to the body, boosts immunity, and enhances metabolism, bestowing 2 to physique and 1 to endurance. Note, what is the secret to longevity? Maintain your breath and do not cease to breathe. An item in the game that augments fundamental attributes. A fervent light flickered in Tang Song's eyes, stirring with anticipation. Weight loss. It is imperative to shed weight. To lose 18 pounds in 20 days equates to approximately a pound per day. Fortunately, his initial weight was considerable, making the task relatively manageable. In the past, he had often resolved to embark on a fitness journey, adhering to a disciplined regimen. Yet, he invariably faltered after a few days, gradually succumbing to complacency and ultimately relinquishing his efforts. At the core, it was a lack of sufficient motivation and tenacity that led to his demise. Now, with the assets of the game manifesting in reality, a clear and defined pathway to success had been established for his life. What reason did he have not to strive diligently? In addition to weight loss, he must also seek to enhance himself in other aspects. He aimed to elevate his charm rating to 30 in the swiftest manner possible. Chapter 3. Listening to advice and transformation. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the curtains were abruptly drawn open. Tang Song stretched with a grand yawn, feeling an invigorating rush of clarity. His sleep had been remarkably restful, and the effects of the passive skill, Male God Halo, surpassed his expectations. This gave him great confidence in his forthcoming weight loss plan. It is well known that among the 3 crucial dimensions of maintaining a healthy body, sleep, exercise, and diet, sleep is of utmost importance. With a snap of his left hand, Tang Song summoned the game system. In an instant, a dazzling holographic interface unfolded, exuding an intoxicating sense of science fiction. Taking a deep breath, he dramatically spread his arms, a smile gracing his lips that even Anha Qiao could not suppress. After a quick wash, he donned a spring-autumn sports outfit and commenced a light jog around the neighborhood. The bright sunshine filtered through the branches of the locust trees, casting a warm glow upon him. As he gazed around, it felt as if a heavy layer of dust had been swept away from his world. The sky appeared bluer, the trees greener, and the air fresher. Tang Song inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of energy coursing through his body. He even had the leisure to greet the elderly men and women rummaging for scrap. However, as he continued to exercise, his legs began to tremble, his body gradually bent, and his pace slowed. After enduring for a while longer, Tang Song plopped down on a stone platform at the roadside, his face flushed and hot, panting heavily. He pulled out his phone to check his workout trajectory. A total distance of 35 kilometers, with an average pace of 7 feet 26 inches, which could only be described as exceedingly poor. Given his long period of inactivity and excessive weight, such results were not surprising. After resting for a while, Tang Song dragged his weary body to a nearby breakfast shop. He ordered a cup of unsweetened soy milk and 2 boiled eggs. It was time for him to formulate his weight loss plan. Having experienced multiple failures in the past, he had gained some insights in this area. In simple terms, it was about controlling his diet and exercising, striving to create a caloric deficit to burn off excess fat. However, this time it was different. It involved a challenge task and a time constraint, necessitating his utmost effort. He first downloaded a weight loss plan template from the internet. Then he opened Xiaohongshu, searching for quality weight loss experience posts, and began organizing content that suited him. As time ticked away, the entries in his table grew increasingly rich and detailed. During his research, several trending notes caught Tang Song's attention. They were part of the recently viral listening to advice transformation trend. The titles typically contained keywords such as listening to advice and transformation. The content documented the journeys of ordinary bloggers who, under the guidance of enthusiastic netizens, achieved remarkable transformations through their strong execution. The high level of engagement made it feel as though netizens were playing an intriguing, nurturing game, passionately becoming cyberworld stakeholders, continuously offering professional and effective suggestions from various perspectives. The posts encompassed weight loss, fashion, skincare, hairstyles, makeup, and posture, providing comprehensive assistance to enhance the blogger's appearance. Many ordinary individuals not only succeeded in their transformations, but also became somewhat famous online. Tang Song became increasingly intrigued. Given his current situation, the simplest and quickest way to enhance his allure would be to focus on his appearance. Moreover, according to the game's design, popularity and influence were also significant components of charm. With this thought in mind, Tang Song resolved to take action. He took a thorough shower, changed into casual streetwear, tidied his hair, and adjusted his shooting angle. Click! A raw, unedited photo appeared in his album. A glance at it instantly overwhelmed him with shame, prompting him to delete the picture. He changed angles and locations, but the results still led to delete after delete. It was simply unbearable. It must be said that posting one's true self openly on the internet, subject to the scrutiny and ridicule of countless netizens, indeed requires tremendous courage. After hesitating for a while, Tang Song retrieved a black shaping mask from his drawer. He donned it and examined himself in the mirror. Aside from his mouth and nose being covered, his facial contours remained clear, which should not hinder the transformation effect, and he would not be easily recognized. Having overcome his mental barrier, Tang Song no longer hesitated. He took another full body shot and uploaded it to Xiaohongshu, creating a note with the title, "Disappointed in my 25-year-old self, seeking transformation, listening to advice." The body of the text read, "I have resolved to improve myself, but I am unsure where to begin. I hope to receive everyone's suggestions." The topics included ordinary transformation, listening to advice, transformation, counterattack, and boys. After clicking publish, Tang Song anxiously sat on his chair, refreshing the post from time to time. However, his account was quite new, with very few followers, mainly used to admire beautiful ladies. In a short span, the views were in single digits, and naturally, there were no comments. He could only wait patiently for the flowers to bloom. In the bustling department store, Tang Song pushed a shopping cart, occasionally glancing at the list of ingredients for his low-fat meals on his phone. Lettuce, cucumber, sweet potato, strawberries, oranges, beef shank, fresh shrimp, chicken breast. He chose the freshest items without much regard for the prices. For daily necessities, he opted for Pinotto. When eating out, he relied on discount coupons, and he hardly bought fruits or snacks. Now, with an additional income of 200 yuan per day, he felt a sense of liberation. No longer did he have to scrutinize every expense, feel guilty about spending, or worry about unemployment and financial instability. For him, this represented a small taste of financial freedom. Soon, his previously empty refrigerator was filled to the brim. Tang Song currently rented a well-furnished one-bedroom apartment. The location was convenient, the setting ideal, and it was equipped with all necessary furniture and appliances at a monthly rent of 900 yuan. The reason for such a low price was that the landlord was his college classmate, Liu Ziming. Unlike Tang Song, who hailed from a small town, Liu Ziming came from a well-off family. His mother worked in the system, his father was an executive, and the family was affluent with connections, owning several properties. Currently in his third year of graduate studies, he had been arranged to intern at a large financial firm, with a promising future ahead. At 12:30 in the afternoon, the meticulously prepared low-fat meal was served at the table. Pan-seared chicken breast, brown rice, and a vegetable salad, primarily featuring lettuce, tomatoes, and cucumbers, paired with low-fat dressing. Tang Song eagerly arranged the plate and adjusted the angle for a photo before indulging heartily. The taste was quite good, though the chicken breast was a bit dry, likely due to being cooked for too long. After finishing lunch, Tang Song reopened Xiaohongshu. A few hours had passed, and his note had garnered over 100 views, along with 3 likes and 5 comments. Curiosity got the better of him, and he clicked on the comments, which were mostly urging him to lose weight. "You look like a standard couch potato. I bet you drink plenty of sugary drinks. The mask can't hide your double chin. You won't succeed in any transformation if you don't lose weight first. Start with that." Surveying his surroundings, Tang Song noticed the chaotic state of his living space. With various items strewn about, clutter on the balcony, dust accumulating on furniture and appliances, a dirty floor, and a toilet and sink that were yellowing and emitting an unpleasant odor. It was high time for a thorough cleaning. Taking a deep breath, he set to work. A clean and tidy living environment, along with good habits, reflects one's inherent charm and is fundamental to becoming a male god. Change must begin now, from the smallest details of daily life. Chapter 4. Restraint and Perseverance. April 7th, 2023, Friday, sunny, 6:16. At 6 in the morning, the dawn barely broke on the horizon. The alarm clock chimed. Tang Song rose swiftly, tidied his bed, drank a glass of warm water, and emptied his body of waste in the restroom, swiftly awakening his physical vitality. Standing before the mirror, he wore a sincere smile. Ding! The bank notification text arrived as expected. A delightful day begins. There's a saying that resonates profoundly. True wealth is reflected in the smile upon one's face. Tang Song wholeheartedly agrees with this sentiment. He opens the system interface to view his personal information. Player, Tang Song, 25 foot. Character, J. Nexi SH NGMO Development Engineer. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 86. 5 kilograms. Constitution, 56. Endurance, 55. Agility, 49. Insight, 76. Asset status. Balance, 4602,080 yuan. Company, none. Property, none. Vehicle, Yachty electric scooter. Today marks the 6th day of his weight loss regimen, yielding notable results. His weight has decreased to 86. 5 kilograms, agility has increased by 1 point, and his charm rating has reached 25. As he gently touches his abdomen, he can distinctly feel a reduction in size, and his body feels considerably lighter. Tang Song joyfully snaps his fingers. No one can resist the allure of self-improvement. Witnessing himself gradually approaching his goals ignites a swell of excitement within him. After donning his athletic attire and completing a 10-minute full-body stretch, he steps into the soft morning light, breathing in the crisp air, and embarks on a 40-minute fasted cardio session. Following a prolonged overnight fast, his glycogen stores are minimal, making it easier for his body to utilize fat as an energy source during aerobic exercise, resulting in excellent fat loss effects. Sweat beads rolled down profusely, soaking his clothes, and his legs tremble. The sounds of footsteps, breathing, and heartbeat intertwine into a fervent symphony in his ears. Thoughts of laziness, avoidance, and indulgence emerge one after another. In truth, today feels much easier. The initial days of exercise were marked by muscle soreness from lactic acid accumulation, making even the simplest tasks a struggle. Yet he persevered through sheer willpower. Upon returning home, he takes a quick shower and begins preparing his meals for the day. Breakfast is simple: low-fat milk, 250 milliliters, purple sweet potato, 150 g, 1 boiled egg, and 1 apple. Lunch, however, requires more effort: steamed corn, pumpkin, winter melon with shrimp, and black pepper mushrooms. After finishing breakfast and tidying the kitchen, Tang Song carries his lunchbox and walks to work. The reason he is not resigned is primarily to swiftly achieve the reward corresponding to Charm 30. According to the system's charm evaluation criteria, A stable job and interpersonal relationships are crucial before establishing his own career. Should his character become unemployed, his charm rating would undoubtedly diminish significantly. At 8:50 a.m., in LNJN building, 20th floor, J Nexi SHNGM. Oh, good morning. Good morning. Zhang Ji. Good morning. Shi Osing. You've lost quite a bit of weight recently. You look rejuvenated. Ting Sing greets his colleagues with a warm smile as he encounters them. He places his lunchbox in the refrigerator, fills a large cup with hot water, sits at his workstation, and opens his laptop to begin studying. A restorative night's sleep has left him feeling vibrant, and with the drop in weight, he has undergone a noticeable transformation. Several female colleagues have even asked him for his fat loss meal plan. His mindset is positive. He arrives at work at 9 a.m. and leaves promptly at 6 p.m. He maintains a balanced approach to work, firmly avoiding overtime, and dedicates most of his energy to self-improvement. Occasionally, he takes a few laps in the hallway to avoid prolonged sitting. During lunch, Zhao Yu suddenly approaches him. Glancing at Ting Sing's lunchbox, she exclaims, "Song Ji, your fat loss meal looks increasingly appealing. It's all just a haphazard attempt according to tutorials. The taste is quite average." "I don't believe that." Zhao Yu chuckles, directly picking up a piece of shrimp with her chopsticks and tasting it. "It's not as bad as you say. It's quite delicious." Afterward, she places a cup of yogurt on Ting Sing's desk and pats his shoulder, encouraging him, "Keep it up, Song Ji. Let us elevate the average attractiveness of our department's men." "No problem," Ting Sing replies with a smile and a gesture of agreement. As he watches her retreating figure, he can't help but shake his head. When he first joined the company, he thought this female colleague had a fondness for him, given her friendly demeanor and lack of distance. However, subsequent events have gradually enlightened him. Zhao Yu merely seeks to cultivate a beneficial connection, likely valuing his technical skills that could assist her in work. In terms of appearance, Zhao Yu is not particularly striking, perhaps scoring a modest 6 after makeup. In her early 20s, she possesses an outgoing personality, a figure that is neither overweight nor underweight, and earns a monthly salary of 6,000 yuan. Nevertheless, this seemingly unremarkable girl attracts numerous admirers and sycophants, which has fostered an inexplicable sense of superiority in her. In her view, Ting Sing likely falls into the category of a sycophant. From time to time, she tosses a bone his way to maintain a semblance of closeness. By mid-afternoon, Ting Sing finds himself once again in a fasted state. He engages in a half-hour workout on the elliptical machine, perspiring profusely. Upon returning to his workstation, a wave of intense hunger washes over him. His gaze inadvertently drifts toward the snacks of his nearby colleagues, and he swallows hard. Chips, ham, spicy chicken feet, crispy noodles, chocolate, all of which are his favorites. Ting Sing licks his lips, striving to redirect his focus. This period of hunger is the most challenging, yet if he can endure, his body will commence burning fat, stabilizing blood sugar levels, and alleviating the sensation of hunger significantly. After holding out for half an hour, his colleagues suddenly begin discussing afternoon tea. Ting Sing glances at the workgroup chat, and indeed sees the recent announcement from Human Resources. It's that delightful time for afternoon tea again. Thank you all for your diligent efforts in daily work. The activity area has prepared cake and milk tea. Come and enjoy. Accompanying the message are several enticing images. Delectable cream cakes, golden and crispy croissants, large cups of pearl milk tea, and chocolate-covered waffles. The employee benefits at J Nexi SHNGMO are commendable. Every Friday, they provide free afternoon tea as a form of cultural care. A nearby colleague, WNCH Oying, waves him over. "Come on, Ting Sing. If you're late, you might miss out on the good stuff." Ting Sing stares at the pictures, swallowing hard. Cream that is sweet and smooth, soft and delectable cake, buttery croissants. Surely, eating just 1 or 2 pieces wouldn't be a problem. Ting Sing rises slightly, then firmly bites down on his lower lip and sits back down. With great difficulty, he manages to say, "No, I'm currently on a diet. Enjoy your feast." Ultimately, the desire to complete his tasks triumphs over the temptation of food. At 6 p.m., Ting Sing closes his laptop and leaves work punctually. Having endured that distressing pang of hunger, he now feels considerably lighter. Stepping outside the office building, the April breeze greets him. He takes a deep breath and jogs toward the orange-hued sunset. Upon returning to QNGX NGUN, he begins preparing the eagerly anticipated dinner: boiled spinach, 200g, steamed fish, 150g, and a bowl of brown rice. As the sun gradually sinks below the horizon, night envelopes the city. The lights in the living room illuminate. Tang sits at the dining table, silently savoring the satisfaction brought by his meal, lost in thoughts of the future. Chapter 5. The beautiful sister who invites you to dinner. The workout consists of large circles, lateral stretches, alternating squats to touch the knees, mountain climbers, and jumping jacks. Sweat saturates his quick-dry attire, and his heart rate spikes to 130 beats per minute. Tang feels his entire body radiating heat, and his muscles quiver uncontrollably. This routine, dubbed 30-minute fat-burning sweat session, has been his commitment for 5 days. Its moderate intensity suits him perfectly at this moment. As the countdown concludes, he relaxes, lying back on the yoga mat, reluctant to open his eyes. The sound of his own vigorous heartbeat fills his ears. After a considerable respite, Tang propped himself up and picked up his phone to turn off the timer. He then noticed 2 unread messages. SHY. WeChat transfer of 500,000. Please receive the payment. SHY. This is the final payment for the project. The mini-program has been executed splendidly. As a proficient programmer, he occasionally undertook freelance work to earn some extra cash. SHY was a high-quality client introduced to him by LZM, who operated a local chain of coffee shops. Most of her cafes were situated in business districts, with a substantial portion of their sales stemming from corporate bulk orders. Previously, orders were placed through WeChat groups, and staff would handle deliveries. However, as the business expanded, errors became frequent, and statistical analysis turned cumbersome. To enhance user experience, SHY aspired to develop a mini-program that would streamline the entire ordering process and occasionally incorporate marketing activities such as lotteries and vouchers. This task was not particularly challenging for Tang, as he had a ready-made front-end template at hand, ultimately quoting 10,000 with a 50 upfront payment. Everything proceeded smoothly, and the program officially launched in March, having been in use for half a month. The WeChat notification chimed. SHY. YNBNLU. SHY. I'll send you the location. See you tomorrow, and remember to collect the payment. Tang replied, Sure. See you tomorrow. After completing the exchange, as he received the 5,000 yuan transfer, his heart raced uncontrollably. SHY was undoubtedly the most remarkable woman he knew, surpassing even the one who gained admission to the prestigious DD University. At 32 years old, she had built a fortune worth millions from scratch, residing in a lavish mansion and driving a BMW. Notably, her appearance was equally striking. She possessed a tall, alluring figure, smooth, fair skin, and dignified, graceful features. She was the center of attention wherever she went. It was hard to imagine anyone disliking such a sophisticated woman with beauty, wealth, and grace, and Tang was no exception. Occasionally, he received her favor, which felt like a shortcut that could save him a decade of struggles. Of course, in the past, he was self-aware enough to only dare to dream about it in silence. Tang vividly recalled their first encounter while signing the contract, remembering her fashionable and elegant silhouette, as well as his own embarrassment and inferiority. Standing before SHY at that moment, he felt like a genuine toad, dressed casually, with a bulky physique, stuttering his words, and keeping his head down, only daring to steal furtive glances. This memory was a mental hurdle for him, one that made him flush with shame whenever it resurfaced. Now, with the assets from gaming materializing into reality, his life had taken a complete 180-degree turn. Tang hoped to improve SHY's impression of him and to overcome that mental barrier. Boosting his self-confidence was also a means of enhancing his appeal. With this thought in mind, Tang opened SH, intending to seek advice from online friends. He first reviewed a previous post he had shared. It received 52 likes, 3 saves, and 74 comments. The data felt quite authentic. While it hadn't gone viral, it had garnered a certain level of attention. He had to admit that the traction from lifestyle content was generally stable. Even someone like him, a complete novice, managed to achieve satisfactory visibility. After some contemplation, Tang created a new post. The main image showcased a before and after comparison of his weight loss journey, accompanied by daily details of his meals and exercise regimen. He crafted an eye-catching title, Day 6 of Transformation, The goddess suddenly invites me to dinner. The text read, "Thank you all for your previous suggestions. I have lost 7 pounds so far and am continuing to strive. However, I will be dining alone with the goddess tomorrow, and I hope to make some swift changes to leave a good impression. What do you think I should focus on?" Tags included transformation, advice, makeover, success, mail. After publishing, Tang Song exhaled in relief. He quickly took a refreshing shower and changed into clean clothes. Slumping onto the sofa, he watched fitness videos from online influencers on Sh while waiting for suggestions from his followers. After more than half an hour, Tang Song reopened his newly published post. Perhaps the title was effective, as the views had surpassed 200 in less than an hour, with 9 comments. Some praised his execution and determination, while others offered various suggestions. One comment, freshly posted, captured his attention. "YOYOLing, I came over from your last post. Sending a like. It's evident you are a sincere person with strong execution. You have several areas to improve. If you want immediate results, consider starting with your hairstyle and outfit. Just out of curiosity, what are your height and weight? I can recommend some options." Upon clicking on YOYOLing's profile, Tang Song was pleasantly surprised. With over 1,000 followers and numerous posts dedicated to makeup and fashion, she appeared quite professional. Photo boys. I typically assume a height of less than 180 centimeters unless stated otherwise. Considering your weight, yes, you are indeed on the heavier side. For attire, try a windbreaker sweatpants and canvas shoes to conceal your body shape's shortcomings. Hair significantly impacts one's image. Visit a reputable salon for a suitable haircut. Your hair length is good. Consider a textured layered cut. Don't forget to groom your eyebrows. Good luck. Outfit example: a black windbreaker, white base layer, black tapered pants, and light-colored canvas shoes. This combination appeared well-layered and refreshing, effectively concealing excess weight. He had certainly heard of the trendy textured layered cut, as many peers in college had adopted this style. Tang Song ran his fingers through his hair, realizing it was indeed time for some proper grooming. Checking the time, he noticed it was nearly 10 p.m. Tang Song quickly rose to turn off the lights and prepare for bed. The night was cool and tranquil, and his breathing gradually steadied. Tang Song drifted into a lengthy dream, envisioning himself transformed. Dressed in a dark tailored suit, he appeared tall and fit, devoid of any excess flesh. His features were handsome, and his skin was clean and fair. He stepped out of Rolls-Royce and stood before Shy. His dark tousled hair gently tousled by the breeze. Their eyes met as he reached out to embrace her slender waist, leaning in for a passionate kiss. In the darkness, Tang Song turned over, a joyful smile gracing his face. The phone on the bedside table vibrated. China Merchants Bank. Your account ending in 6800 received a deposit of 20,000 yuan on April 8th at 3:11. Chapter 6. Textured Layered Cut. After finishing breakfast, Tang Song opened his wardrobe and began rummaging through his clothes. He did not have many items, and he quickly found the few necessary pieces: a white loose-fitting base shirt, black and tee sweatpants, and a gray-black TNLZH windbreaker. He sniffed them. They were clean and odorless. Lacking canvas shoes, Tang Song opted for a pair of light-colored suede sports shoes as a substitute to assess the overall effect. After changing, he stood before the mirror to inspect his appearance. The ensemble exuded a relaxed vibe, effectively concealing his excess weight, making him appear significantly slimmer. Quite impressive. With a mask on, he snapped a few photos, growing increasingly satisfied with his reflection. Particularly, the windbreaker fit him even better than the outfit shared by the online influencer. Running his hands over the impeccably crafted windbreaker, Tang Song couldn't help but sigh. This very 3-in-1 windbreaker was a gift from her last year on his birthday, and he had hesitated to wear it since. Time indeed flies. He wondered how she was adapting in SHNCHing and whether her entrepreneurial journey was progressing smoothly. Whenever he recalled this radiant figure from his school days, Tang Song often felt a wave of melancholy. She was truly a genius, consistently shining brightly throughout her life. In high school, she ranked among the top 3 in her class and effortlessly gained admission to Hu 11 Tuesday University. During her university years, she participated in an internet entrepreneurship competition and won a gold medal. After graduation, instead of joining a large corporation, she formed a team with classmates to pursue this project, successfully securing investment. She possesses a clear and well-defined life plan, displaying maturity, rationality, and an insatiable thirst for knowledge and exploration. In comparison, Tang Song appears rather ordinary. His academic performance can only be described as adequate. After graduating from high school, he enrolled in Yincheng University of Science and Technology, a non-double first-class institution. Despite his diligent efforts during college, where he excelled in his major and received several scholarships, upon arriving in the capital, he realized the widening chasm between them, one that no amount of effort on his part could bridge. Shaking his head vigorously, Tang Song resolved to cease his futile musings. At present, his primary objective is self-improvement. Only through genuine growth can he hope to remedy his regrets. Qingxinjiyuan is strategically situated in the heart of Huaxin District, surrounded by comprehensive amenities, including hospitals, shopping centers, and parks. Approximately 1 kilometer away lies a large commercial complex, Yinsheng Plaza, replete with various upscale beauty and hair salons. After searching online for recommendations, Tang Song selected the highest-rated establishment. As he approached the entrance, he was greeted by a bustling crowd, likely due to the weekend and the salon's excellent reputation, with a long queue forming even at 9:30 a.m. His appointment with Xie Shiyu was at noon, leaving him with just over 2 hours. In addition to styling his hair, he needed to purchase a pair of canvas shoes, which left him pressed for time. After some consideration, he opted for a nearby salon with a lower foot traffic, reasoning that any establishment operating in such a location must possess a certain level of skill. Upon entering, a lovely young lady promptly welcomed him with warmth, exclaiming, "Welcome! Hello! Handsome! Are you here for a haircut or skincare?" A glance around revealed only a handful of customers, ensuring he would not have to wait. "I would like a hairstyle and also to have my eyebrows done," he replied. The young lady pointed to a price list on the wall and explained, "Eyebrow shaping is a flat fee of 79 yuan. We have 3 tiers of stylists, a standard stylist at 88 yuan, a senior designer at 188 yuan, and a technical director at 288 yuan. Which would you prefer? I'll arrange it immediately." Without hesitation, Tang Song decisively chose to test the skills of their technical director. The quality of his hairstyle would significantly impact his allure. Thus, it was imperative to select the best option, with no need to scrimp on expenses. As he was not currently saving for a home and had substantial assets awaiting liberation, he felt justified in this choice. "Great. Please place your coat in the locker, and I will take you to the wash station." After entering the shampoo area, he reclined on the soft, comfortable wash bed. The young lady thoughtfully wrapped a towel around him and adjusted the water temperature to a soothing warmth. His hair was swiftly dampened, and a subtle fragrance enveloped him as her delicate fingers applied the shampoo, gently massaging his scalp and occasionally tending to his neck. A wave of relaxation washed over him, and he had to admit that the service was exceptional. Once his hair was washed, Tang Song was ushered into an opulently decorated private room. The technical director followed closely behind, a handsome gentleman in his 40s, adorned with tattoos and piercings, dressed in a trendy fashion. He approached Tang Song, placing a friendly hand on his shoulder, and cheerfully remarked, "Good morning, handsome. I am Li Wen, the technical director here. Please share your hairstyle aspirations with me." Feeling a bit apprehensive, Tang Song gazed at his reflection in the mirror and asked, "As a professional, what hairstyle do you think would suit me?" "Someone recommended the micro-layered style. What do you think?" Li Wen firmly grasped his head, scrutinizing him from every angle before responding earnestly, "No problem at all. Your face shape is ideal for the micro-layered style. Although your hair is somewhat dry and frizzy, we can rectify that with a nourishing hair mask. I will also redesign it based on your features to enhance texture, undoubtedly elevating your attractiveness." Impressed by his professionalism, Tang Song gave a thumbs up and felt a sense of relief. Everything was proceeding according to plan, smoothly and efficiently. With confidence, Li Wen lifted an apron and tied it around Tang Song. One hand grasped the scissors while the other gathered his hair, beginning the process with fluid, graceful movements that indicated a high level of expertise. Tang Song inhaled deeply and closed his eyes, eagerly awaiting his transformation. As a fellow netizen had expressed, hair significantly influences one's image, holding importance on par with facial features. A hairstyle that complements one's persona can undoubtedly enhance one's allure. As the scissors snipped rhythmically, strands of hair fell away. After more than half an hour, Li Wen halted his work, brushing away the loose hair from Tang Song's face. and inquired, "All done, handsome? Take a look and see if any adjustments are needed." Tang Song bit his lip and slowly opened his eyes. Radiant light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, flooding the room, and he beheld a rather foolish-looking reflection in the mirror. Hurriedly, he raised a hand to tousle his hair, seemingly seeking confirmation. Perhaps due to the quality of his hair, the strands fell naturally, lacking the voluminous appeal depicted in the photos. The surrounding hair had been thinned and trimmed, with bangs barely grazing his eyebrows, resulting in an overall appearance reminiscent of a pot lid. Tang Song's brow furrowed in distress as he quickly accessed the system interface. "Charm, 24, what the heck?" Tang Song exclaimed, his eyes reddening. The hard-earned point had vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. Chapter 7, Betting Agreement. Director Lee, do you think this hairstyle suits me? Tang Song's expression was grim. Li Wen quickly reassured him. Don't be alarmed. Your hair texture is relatively soft, requiring the aid of hair mud or wax to showcase its potential. Please wash your hair first, and I will assist with styling. Hearing this, Tang Song felt a measure of relief. All right. After drying his hair, Li Wen applied some hair mud at the crown, deftly working it through to create texture and volume, finishing with a setting spray. The final result resembled a perm, and paired with his facial features, it appeared considerably more appealing. At least he no longer looked unattractive. Checking the system interface once more, he saw his charm had been restored to 25. Noticing Tang Song's mood stabilizing, Li Wen enthusiastically remarked, "Your hair volume and texture do leave something to be desired. To achieve the desired effect, you must maintain this style daily, which can be quite time-consuming. I recommend a cushion perm. It will maintain volume for an extended period, making it both convenient and aesthetically pleasing. We currently have a promotion. I can offer you a 20% discount, and if you combine it with a dye, additional benefits apply." Before he could finish, Tang Song interjected, "I have urgent matters to attend to at noon, and no time for this." Li Wen smiled awkwardly. "Then perhaps you can come back when you have the time. Please wait a moment. I will fetch the eyebrow stylist." Tang Song nodded, choosing not to comment further. He had reason to suspect that Li Wen had known from the outset that his hair type was inadequate for the hairstyle, aiming solely to upsell him on perming and dyeing services for profit. Zhao Yeqian is a relatively new beautician. Due to her lack of experience and average communication skills, she had only recently secured employment. With her base salary, commission, and performance bonuses, she earned around 4,000 yuan per month. Although modest, her profession afforded her some savings on skincare and cosmetics, which constituted a significant portion of her monthly expenses. Unfortunately, after less than 6 months of stability, her workplace faced operational difficulties, financial insolvency, and impending closure. The owner had also withheld 2 months' wages. The senior beautician who mentored her had already left for a better opportunity, leaving Zhao Yeqian as the sole remaining staff member responsible for the beauty division of Yitzi Meiying. Reflecting on her upcoming credit card bills and impending rent, she sighed, hoping the owner would honor their promise and expedite her overdue wages, granting her a chance to regroup. The mobile screen brightened with a chime. "Li Zong, Yiqian, how have you been considering it?" The promised remuneration remains unchanged, with a monthly salary of 15,000 yuan, including meals and accommodation. Upon reading the message, "Za Yayin instingivel, furuit herburais." This Li Zong was a regular patron of their establishment, a man in his 30s, quite respectable in demeanor. He spoke gently and held a leadership position in a prominent company. After learning of her job search, he subtly indicated that he was in need of an assistant, hoping she would give it a try. Initially, Zhao Yiqian did not grasp the implications, believing she had encountered a benefactor, and she boasted to her close friend, eagerly anticipating a position in a large corporation. However, after her friend's reminder, she inquired about the job requirements and benefits, only to realize that he was merely interested in her youth and beauty, particularly her long legs. Just as she sent the message, she heard Sister Lin's voice from downstairs. "Qian, there's a customer in room 2 who needs eyebrow grooming." Zhao Yiqian quickly stood up, adjusted her blazer, grabbed her toolkit, and hurried downstairs. Upon entering the room, she displayed her customary professional smile. "Hello, I am Qian, the beautician here. I will be taking care of your eyebrows." The client seated opposite her was a young man, around 25 or 26 years old. Habitually, she first assessed his skin condition, which was rather poor, a typical case of an oily skin male lacking any skincare knowledge or routine. His complexion was dull, with enlarged pores, blackheads, and numerous pimples. He was, however, a potential high-value client. All right, Tang Song nodded, unable to resist stealing a few more glances at the beautician. She was possibly the tallest woman he had encountered, appearing to be around his height. Her features were strikingly beautiful yet non-threatening, creating a very pleasant impression. Her body proportions were excellent, with her black trousers accentuating her exceptionally long legs. Zhao Yiqian seemed quite accustomed to such gazes, her expression remaining unchanged. As she approached Tang Song, she meticulously examined his eyebrows. "Sir, your eyebrows are quite thick, which means there is an abundance of stray hairs. I will first shape them and then trim each hair individually to ensure your satisfaction. Thank you for your hard work. You are too kind. It is my duty," Zhao Yiqian replied, retrieving small scissors, a comb, and a blade from her toolkit, bowing her head to commence her work. A delicate fragrance mingled with her natural scent filled the air, causing Tang Song's heartbeat to quicken, his gaze inadvertently drifting to her legs. Her thighs were full and shapely, while her calves were slender and straight, resembling the ideal of a wine-glass figure. It was a sight that stirred his blood. Such beautiful legs were something he had only seen online, and this authentic experience was unprecedented for him. The pain from his prior heartbreak began to heal. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, player. Your Xiao Hongshu account has surpassed 100 followers, unlocking the achievement, a modicum of prestige, and earning a special item betting agreement. Tang Song's heart raced. This was his first achievement, and the item reward was undeniably significant. "Sir, please do not move," Zhao Yiqian exclaimed, hurriedly retracting the blade. "I'm so sorry. My apologies." Tang Song quickly apologized, realizing his excitement had momentarily gotten the better of him. "Fortunately, I didn't hurt you." Zhao Yiqian patted her chest. "Now, let us continue. Please be careful not to move, and if you feel uncomfortable, do let me know." "All right," Tang Song responded, closing his eyes and activating the light curtain to access the system repository. He soon noticed a new item glowing with white light. View details. Betting agreement. Upon use, it will generate a betting event based on the player's current environment and mindset. A betting event? What does that mean? After some contemplation, driven by intense curiosity, Tang Song could not resist. He selected betting agreement and used it immediately. Betting event generating participants. Tang Song. Zhao Yiqian. Betting content. The progress of the relationship between player Tang Song and beautician Zhao Yiqian. Conditions. 1. Within 1 hour, the player successfully adds Zhao Yiqian on WeChat. The betting amount is 15,000. Failure results in the loss of the betting amount. 2. Within 1 week, the player and Zhao Yiqian become friends. The betting amount is 3,000. Failure results in the loss of the betting amount. 3. Within 1 month, the player earns Zhao Yiqian's affection. The betting amount is 6,000. Failure results in the loss of the betting amount. Please enter the betting amount. Supplementary Clause 1. No deceptive, misleading, or threatening behavior is allowed to expedite relationship progress. Supplementary Clause 2. Upon fulfilling any stipulated condition, the player may terminate the betting agreement and withdraw the betting amount. Chapter 8. I made up my mind about this, friend. After reviewing the betting content, Tang Song pondered for a moment and grasped the rules of the game. Zhao Yiqian must refer to the beautician currently shaping his eyebrows. If he viewed the progress of his relationship with Zhao Yiqian as a project, the betting amount would be the investment. When they become WeChat friends, this investment would multiply by 15. Upon becoming true friends, it would triple, and if he garnered Zhao Yiqian's affection, it would increase 6-fold. The inflated investment could be withdrawn for cash. This was quite similar to investments in the real-world financial market, though the withdrawal process was much simpler. He entered Personal Center to check his asset information. Balance, 102,080 yuan. If he invested 50,000 yuan and managed to earn her affection within a month, he could cash out 300,000 yuan. To him at that moment, it would be a substantial sum, and his charm value would undoubtedly increase, making it difficult to resist. With these thoughts in mind, Tang Song slightly opened his eyes. Just inches away was a pair of long, elegant hands with neatly trimmed, round nails, free of calluses and dead skin, quite appealing. Through the clean makeup mirror, he could see Zhao Yiqian diligently at work. In her 20s, she radiated vitality, dressed neatly and elegantly, with a tall and graceful figure, her hair neatly secured with a black net at the back of her head. Externally, She was an exceptionally outstanding woman. Had it been a week ago, Tang Song would have lacked the courage to approach her. He would have been content to awkwardly add her on WeChat and gradually attempt to forge a friendship through sincerity and warmth. As for any ambiguous relationship, that would have been utterly impossible. But now, he was evolving into a more admirable version of himself, on the brink of a life transformation, filled with ambition. Without much hesitation, he directly inputted 5,000,000 yuan into the please enter the betting amount field. Ding! The betting agreement has been signed. The event is underway. Shortly thereafter, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Checking his asset information again, he saw balance 102,080 yuan. In an instant, a sense of emptiness washed over Tang Song, accompanied by a tinge of panic. He had worked in the capital for more than 2 years, and the initial earnings had gone towards repaying family debts. This modest sum of over 40,000 yuan was painstakingly saved. He feared the system might abscond with his funds. Sir, I've roughly finished here. Do you have any specific requests regarding your eyebrow shape? Zhao Yiqian paused her work. Tang Song looked at his now neatly shaped eyebrows, feeling very satisfied, and smiled. I'm not too familiar with this. Why don't you decide? As long as it looks good. All right, I will shape it based on your facial structure for a standard male eyebrow. As Zhao Yiqian picked up the small scissors to begin her work, a hint of hesitation appeared on her face. If her superior, Li Jia, were present, she would have engaged the client in conversation, discussing work and life to build rapport, gradually guiding him towards signing up for a membership and making a deposit. However, Zhao Yiqian struggled with such dialogues, which had been a persistent obstacle during her job interviews. As she fervently engaged in self-encouragement, suddenly inquired, Miss, I wish to enhance my skin. Where do you think I should begin? Hearing the other party actively engage in a conversation about skincare, Zhao Yiqian felt a surge of excitement, almost exclaiming, her expression instantly becoming animated. She earnestly replied, Firstly, of course, cleansing is essential. You have a typical oily complexion, with abundant sebaceous glands and a thick stratum corneum, which can easily lead to dull skin tone and clogged pores. Do you have any recommendations? You might try an amino acid-based facial cleanser. You can find one online for just a few dozen yuan, and it lasts quite a while. Great, I'll remember that. Beside cleansing, what else should I pay attention to? Feeling the gentle touch on her cheek, Tang Song's eyelashes fluttered. They engaged in casual conversation for a while. Suddenly, Zhao Yiqian realized that she should be promoting the store's services rather than flaunting her knowledge and sharing experiences. Biting her lip, she awkwardly redirected the conversation, saying, Well, we offer professional skincare services here. You can see results after just one treatment. If you're interested, you can learn more. There is a special promotion for car purchases right now. Shall we add each other on WeChat? You can send me the details of the promotion. Upon hearing this, Tang Song seized the opportunity to present his primary objective. Sure, I'll scan you in a bit. Zhao Yiqian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Using a moist cotton cloth to wipe his brow, smilingly stating, Done. Let us see how it turns out. When Tang Song opened his eyes, his previously unruly eyebrows had transformed, now appearing more spirited. I'm very satisfied. Tang Song genuinely praised, successfully adding Zhao Yiqian on WeChat. Ding. Gambling agreement. Condition 1 has been met. The current gambling capital has surged to 7,500,000 yuan. The system notification chimed in, and Tang Song felt himself swell with excitement. In less than half an hour, he had netted 25,000. The game mechanics were indeed formidable. His gaze towards Zhao Yiqian grew fervent. She was a veritable treasure trove of potential rewards. After settling a payment of 367 yuan at the cash register, he exchanged a few more words with Zhao Yiqian. Tang Song then left the salon, heading straight to the shoe section of the mall. Swiftly, he spent 399 yuan on a pair of light-colored Converse canvas shoes. His balance immediately dwindled to 548 yuan. Tang Song promptly opened Alipay to check his borrowing limit, 20,000 yuan. Without hesitation, he withdrew the amount. In critical times, relying on old friends was essential. He reopened the personal information interface. Balance, 2025, 480 yuan. Loan, 20,000 yuan. The words loan were prominently highlighted in red, clearly indicating that the funds acquired through this method would not contribute to his charm score. Returning to his rented apartment in Qingxin, Jieyuan, Tang Song stood before a full-length mirror, scrutinizing himself. Weighing in at 84 kilograms, he felt energized, dressed adequately, with a voluminous hairstyle. Compared to a week ago, he had improved significantly. The only regret was that his complexion remained unsightly. Besides being overweight, the greatest issue was his skin. In truth, skin quality had the most significant impact on a person's appearance. Possessing clean, delicate skin was akin to having a beauty filter in reality, effectively concealing many flaws. Perhaps this was a crucial reason why the gambling agreement selected the beautician Zhao Yaqian. Self-learning was insufficient for a swift transformation. It required substantial experiential accumulation. With such a beautician friend, his subsequent journey of transformation would undoubtedly be much smoother. The WeChat notification chimed. Zhao Yaqian. Promotional poster. Zhao Yaqian. I've sent you the details of the promotion. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions. Smiley face. He opened the promotional poster to take a look. Recharge 998 yuan for a card. Enjoy a 20% discount for all in-store purchases. Receive 3 basic facial treatments and 1 designated product worth 998 yuan of your choice. Without hesitation, Tang Song transferred to 000 yuan. He left a message. Please help me get a card. I'll come by the store to pick it up when I have time. I'm committed to this friendship. Chapter 9. CSU 11:40 a.m. Tang Song exited the taxi and first sent a message to CSU before raising his gaze towards the Yanbin building. The 3-story, standalone structure, adorned with a deep gray facade, is accented with minimalist lines and geometric patterns, exuding a refined atmosphere. Expansive floor-to-ceiling windows reveal a modern, stylish interior, clean and orderly. No wonder it has become a popular hotspot for social media enthusiasts. As he passed through the dark glass doors, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure. Dressed in a blue long dress, Zhao Yu was with a tall, slender young man. Upon approaching, Tang Song recognized the young man as Wang Yuba from the sales department, an earnest and spirited fellow. The two seemed to be waiting in line, chatting and laughing closely, their demeanor suggesting a flirtatious rapport. Noticing Tang Song's entrance, the welcoming attendant promptly approached, cheerily asking, "Good day, sir. How many of you?" "2. We have a reservation for table 10 on the 2nd floor." "Certainly. I'll lead you there." Hearing the familiar voice, Zhao Yu's ears perked up, and she turned to glance in that direction. Any hint of awkwardness on her face vanished in an instant, and she instinctively released Wang Yuba's arm. Tang Song smiled and greeted them. "Good afternoon, Zhao Yuba." Zhao Yu adjusted her bangs, pretending to be nonchalant, replied, "Hello, Songgu. You're here for meal too? Wow, you look quite stylish today. Your hairstyle is also quite nice." Tang Song typically adhered to the standard homebody style at work, with hairstyles varying only in length and a rotation of 2 or 3 outfits. Today, a slightly trendy attire was a refreshing sight. Tang Song smiled and casually remarked, "Your dress is beautiful today as well." After a few pleasantries, Tang Song waved his hand, saying, "I'll head up first, goodbye." He followed the attendant upstairs. As they watched his figure disappear around the stairwell, Zhao Yu tightened her grip on her bag strap, a flicker of annoyance crossing her eyes. She had just worried that Tang Song might feel jealous upon seeing her, causing a scene, but now that he exhibited no reaction, she felt a tinge of discomfort, akin to a fish escaping from her pond. At that moment, the attendant hastily approached, saying, "Ladies, we have a table available upstairs. I'll take you there." Once on the 2nd floor, they settled into a corner table. Wang Yuba opened the QR code for their duo meal, allowing the attendant to verify the voucher. Zhao Yu discreetly scanned the restaurant, quickly locating Tang Song. He occupied the best spot in the restaurant, on the east side by the window, spacious and quiet. Yanbin Building is an extremely popular local eatery, and securing that spot on weekends is challenging, requiring advance reservations. Considering Tang Song's attire and demeanor today, Zhao Yu's eyes sparkled as a suspicion arose within her. He must be meeting some girl. Hu Mingli? Li Yan? A few names of female colleagues with whom Tang Song had a good rapport sprang to mind. Noticing Zhao Yu's unusual behavior, Wang Yuba followed her gaze, chuckling, "I didn't expect this tech geek Tang Song to have a romantic side. He must have a girlfriend, right?" "I'm not too sure, but perhaps," she replied. "The wine-braised meat and steamed dishes here are fantastic, and the presentation is exquisite. I'll help you take some pictures later." "Sure, I trust your photography skills." As Zhao Yu chatted with Wang Yuba, she secretly observed Tang Song. She noticed him fixated on the stairway, seemingly waiting for someone. Unable to resist, she took out her phone and sent several messages to Tang Song. Song-gu, Yuba just got promoted and said he wanted to treat me to a meal to celebrate. We're good buddies and have always had a great relationship. Haha. By the way, I almost forgot to ask, Brother Song, are you on a date today? Such a meticulous outfit. It wouldn't happen to be one of the stunning beauties from our company, would it? After a while, the phone vibrated with a buzzing sound. Tang Song, indeed. She is a great beauty, but not from our company. Smiling, Zhao Yu took a deep breath, feeling increasingly distressed. Although Tang Song's appearance and circumstances were not particularly remarkable, his technical prowess was exceptional, making him the most skilled programmer in the entire department. Beyond back-end development, his front-end skills were also commendable, providing her with significant assistance in the company. As he read Zhao Yu's message, Tang Song couldn't help but chuckle, bemused by her naivety. Zhao Yu could at best be considered moderately attractive. Her features had a few minor advantages, and with makeup, she could barely be classified as a 6-point beauty. Perhaps she mistook the heavily edited photo from her social media as her true self. Even though the second floor was bustling, one would still notice her immediately when looking in her direction. Upon her arrival, she became the focal point of the crowd, a clear manifestation of one's charisma. Beyond mere looks and figure, there was also an outstanding aura and presence, which Tang Song aspired to cultivate. Taking a deep breath, he rose from his seat, his face blossoming into a radiant smile. A sudden impulse prompted him to follow his gaze. His expression froze. Approaching was a woman with a model-like physique, tall and slender. Her features were striking, her skin fair, and her hair thick and lustrous. Clad in a casual brown shirt, a plaid skirt, nude stockings, and brown high heels, she draped a luxurious camel coat over her arm. She exuded grace, elegance, and fashion with a unique allure. Though she appeared slender, her vitality was remarkable. Her posture was upright, and her eyes sparkled with life, leaving a clean, decisive, and dynamic impression, like a beautiful female so straight out of drama. Moreover, her attire and accessories were evidently expensive. While Zhao Yu might not recognize the brand, she identified the bag slung over the woman's shoulder, a Lu Jin Sahala, valued at over 200,000, renowned as the pinnacle of crocodile leather, a luxury item she could only dream of possessing. Watching as the woman approached Tang Song, Zhao Yu murmured in disbelief, "This can't be true." Chapter 10. When shall we sign the contract? The sound of high heels clicking against the stone floor echoed as Xie Shiyu gracefully walked in, capturing the attention of everyone around. Men admired her sensual beauty, while women scrutinized her clothing and accessories. Thump, thump. Tang Song could distinctly hear his own heartbeat, his hands instinctively clenched. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the reality of facing her was still nerve-wracking, filled with both shame from his previous awkwardness and a longing for beauty. Ultimately, he was still an ordinary young man, and although he had the backing of a system, his mindset and perspective lagged behind. Sister Shiyu, Tang Song initiated the greeting, sensing the myriad complex gazes converging upon him. The pressure was immense. Their last meeting had taken place in Xie Shiyu's CF, lacking the direct impact of this encounter. "I'm sorry, Xiao Song. I'm late," Xie Shiyu said, glancing at her watch with an apologetic expression. "There was an issue at one of the stores that I needed to address." She was known for her punctuality, typically arriving 10 minutes early for appointments. "It's all right, I just got here," Tang Song replied with a shy smile. As they sat down, Xie Shiyu placed her coat and bag aside and handed him the menu, encouraging him to order without reservation. "I'm on a diet, so why don't you order first, and I'll just have a vegetable salad," Tang Song suggested, waving his hand. Xie Shiyu observed him for a moment before nodding gently. "No wonder you seem a bit thinner. Keep it up. My appetite is quite small, and I generally control my diet, so it seems our meal today will be quite economical. Beef tendon flour, seafood tofu soup, exquisite garden, premium cabbage, boiled prawns. Yes. Let us go with these," she concluded, closing the menu and flashing Tang Song a charming smile. "The calories are all low, so you can consider it a fat-burning meal." Her fluffy long hair cascaded down her shoulders to her chest, complementing her graceful waistline, creating a visually pleasing effect. "Thank you, Sister Shiyu." Tang Song endeavored to keep his gaze clear and innocent. He felt that overt admiration toward a woman of her caliber would be disrespectful. "It's merely what I ought to do." "What do you mean, impossible?" Hearing Zhao Yu's murmur, Wang Yuba inquired in surprise. "Wow, Why is Tang Song dressed so flamboyantly? Wang Yuba swallowed hard, feeling as if a volcano were erupting within him. Surely, she couldn't be his girlfriend, right? What a joke. These two together were simply mismatched. Although the girl appeared youthful, her style and aura clearly designated her as a top-tier woman. Standing at around 175 centimeters and with the added height of her heels, she was over 180 centimeters, nearly matching Tang Song's height. Compared to her, Zhao Yu, the beautiful colleague sitting in front of him, seemed utterly inconspicuous. Such a woman would stand out magnificently no matter where she was. The disparity between her and Tang Song, the unremarkable geek, was staggering. Zhao Yu bit her lower lip, her expression highly unnatural. I think it's unlikely. It's probably some relative or friend. Wang Yuba added with a tinge of envy. Having such a friend is indeed a stroke of luck. She appears to be quite wealthy, undoubtedly a valuable connection. As a salesman, he had encountered numerous bosses, so he had a discerning eye. Zhao Yu quickly regained her composure. Upon reflection, how could Tang Song possibly have such a girlfriend? A 220,000 Lu Jin Sahala, outfitted in luxury garments. There was a clear divide in their social strata. It was improbable that Tang Song even had suitors. He simply didn't measure up. After comforting herself for a while, Zhao Yu felt considerably better. Once her emotions settled, she turned to ask Yuba, is it true that our company is transitioning to e-commerce? This was the topic she was most concerned about. Currently, Jinxiu Commerce primarily engaged in offline clothing agency sales, with their technical department serving as a marginal support unit, not receiving much attention. A full transition to e-commerce would present them with a significant opportunity. Business would increase, and salaries would likely rise accordingly, as Jinxiu Commerce was quite reliable in this aspect. Wang Yuba shifted his gaze from Xieshuyu, taking a sip of water. In a hushed tone, he replied, it's not a transition. Rather, the main focus will be on online expansion, venturing into e-commerce. This is absolutely true and will greatly impact our sales department. Financing intentions have already been established, but please refrain from discussing this at the company. It likely won't be announced until next month. Isn't that a good thing? Why the secrecy? Zhao Yu queried, puzzled. I'm not certain. It's said to be a directive from the boss himself, and discussions around it are prohibited within the company. I see, Zhao Yu frowned, suddenly connecting the dots in her mind. No wonder Director Chun had been so excited lately, enthusiastically painting grand visions for everyone while monopolizing the system's achievements. No wonder Du Shaokai had suddenly started working overtime, actively taking on tasks, and even snatched Tang Song's project maintenance work. If the company transitioned online, the supply chain management system would become the core of the entire company, intertwining with all business operations. The technical support department would likely stand alone as a business unit. Expanding in scale, Director Chun would also have the opportunity for promotion, officially becoming a senior executive. At that point, many mid-level management positions would open up. With these thoughts, Zhao Yu felt a surge of excitement. This was a remarkable opportunity. Dishes arrived one after another at the table, each one a feast for the senses. Xieshiyu's delicate fingers, pale as spring onions, gracefully grasped her chopsticks as she savored the delectable dishes before her. Occasionally engaging in a discussion with Tang Song about innovative ideas for mini-programs and the marketing of cafes. The moment work was mentioned, her entire demeanor radiated with vitality. Tang Song discerned the reason behind her willingness to share this meal with him and tentatively inquired, Sister Shuyu, do you mean that the mini-program for Weiguang Coffee will continue to evolve? A rare playful expression flickered across Xieshiyu's face as she replied. Let us now discuss the more pressing matters. With a more serious posture, she straightened her back, her expression transformed into that of a sophisticated urban leader. I would like to formally invite you to join my company on a part-time basis, overseeing the maintenance of our website and mini-program, with a monthly compensation of 3,000 yuan, alongside complimentary coffee and juice. What do you think? Would you consider it? Tang Song's face registered a look of astonishment. He had initially assumed this would be a one-time transaction, never expecting this sister would seek to recruit him. However, upon reflection, he understood that this arrangement was indeed the most cost-effective choice for Xieshuyu, as it would save her time, money, and ensure safety and sustainability. For him, it was also a boon, providing an additional 3,000 yuan each month, which was quite significant in Yen City, a second-tier city where many earned less than that. Had it been his former self, he would have unhesitatingly accepted the offer. After careful consideration, Tang Song articulated, "When shall we sign the contract?" Chapter 11. Weixiao Holdings. The workload on her end was manageable, and the compensation was reasonable. Thus, there was no reason to decline. "I will send you the company address via WeChat shortly. Just bring your ID and bank card. I have been busy expanding our baking business recently, so I may not be there, but you can reach out to the office manager. Thank you for your trust, Sister Shuyu." After a brief pause, Tang Song jested, "I should be thanking President Xie for her trust." Xie Shuyu chuckled lightly. "You are merely a part-timer. No need to elevate it so. Then let us wish Weiguang Coffee great success and brilliance together." They raised their teacups and gently clinked them together. Xie Shuyu's gaze turned toward Tang Song, a hint of curiosity glimmering in her eyes. Based on her experience and capabilities, she had a keen eye for people. In her mind, Tang Song was the epitome of an introvert, silent, evasive, preferring independent thought, and lacking in social skills. Yet today, he appeared notably more confident and vibrant, a pleasant surprise. She found it far easier to communicate with individuals of such disposition, which would undoubtedly enhance their work efficiency. "President Xie, is that really you? What a coincidence." A resonant male voice suddenly interjected. Tang Song looked up in surprise to find a man in his early 30s, wearing a black administrative jacket, a wool sweater, and dress pants, approaching Xie Shuyu with a delighted expression. His neatly parted hair and leather briefcase exuded an air of sophistication. Xie Shuyu politely stood up and greeted. "Manager Wang, good afternoon." Manager Wang glanced at Tang Song and casually asked, "And who might this be?" "Tang Song, my business partner," Xie Shuyu introduced with a smile. "This is Wang Yunping, senior manager of Yunjing Consulting." Wang Yunping extended his hand toward Tang Song. "Hello, Mr. Tang." "Hello," Tang Song quickly responded, shaking his hand. "Thank you for the compliment," Xie Shuyu replied modestly. Tang Song was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Xie Shuyu's name indeed bore a captivating beauty. As he awoke from his reverie, the sky remained overcast, with thick clouds lingering, and the morning's feeble light mingled with a light drizzle. Perhaps this was the origin of the name Weiguang Coffee? The two exchanged pleasantries, reminiscing briefly. Wang Yunping then adjusted his briefcase and remarked, "Our organization recently conducted a survey on the state of the coffee industry in Yin Province and potential investment opportunities. Would you like to learn more, President Xie? It may benefit your company's financing." Upon hearing this, Xie Shuyu's eyes sparkled with interest, though a hint of hesitation crossed her face as she glanced at Tang Song. After all, today was intended to be a meal for him, which felt somewhat inappropriate. Tang Song, perceiving Xie Shuyu's reluctance, spoke up, "Sister Shuyu, your work is important. Please do not worry about me." Xie Shuyu hesitated before gesturing. "Manager Wang, please have a seat." Wang Yunping nodded and sat down beside Tang Song, his gaze lingering on Xie Shuyu with a hint of intensity. The discussion shifted to topics such as market scale changes, supply chains, product innovation, and investment institutions. Tang Song remained quietly attentive, feeling unable to interject. After approximately 20 minutes, their conversation shifted away from investments to other subjects. It was evident that Manager Wang was well informed, possessing knowledge about coffee beans, luxury goods, and art. As Tang Song observed the poised and articulate Wang Yunping, he couldn't help but feel a sense of inadequacy. In comparison to such true elites, he felt his own qualifications fell woefully short. A sense of disappointment washed over him as he had hoped to impress Xie Shuyu today, only to be overshadowed by another. When their conversation had reached a natural pause, Wang Yunping finally turned his attention to Tang Song, seemingly remembering his presence. He casually pulled out a business card and placed it beside Tang Song, cheerfully inquiring, "What industry are you in, Mr. Tang? Which company do you work for? Perhaps we could collaborate." Yunjing is a professional research and consulting organization focused on the investment sector, providing comprehensive and specialized services encompassing investment research, due diligence, and post-investment management. While his words suggested a formal introduction, his discerning eye had already perceived some of Tang Song's background, rendering this introduction more akin to playful banter. Tang Song paused momentarily before responding candidly. "I'm currently engaged in program development at Jinshu Commerce." "Oh." Wang Yunping raised an eyebrow, crossing his legs, and remarked, "A programmer? That's quite commendable. The investment market is ablaze with opportunities, with unicorns emerging in the blink of an eye and exceptional talents commanding annual salaries of 5 million. Mr. Tang, your future holds great promise. Tang Song pressed his lips together. I appreciate your kind words. Wang Yunping then clapped his hands, as if recalling something, and asked Jinxiu Commerce, "Is it the one in Lin Jin Building, Yin City Jinxiu Commerce Company, Limited?" Yes, Tang Song nodded slightly. CSU interjected with curiosity. Manager Wang, do you have a partnership with Jinxiu? Wang Yunping uncrossed his legs, smiling at CSU, and explained, not exactly. You may not be aware, but Jinxiu Commerce is currently quite the sensation in Yin Province's investment circle, attracting countless eager investors. CSU sat up straight, intrigued. What do you mean? Her Weiguang Coffee had been actively seeking financing, having engaged with numerous investors and firms, and she was keen to understand what made Jinxiu Commerce so appealing. Wang Yunping interlocked his fingers, resting his elbows on the table, and grinned. It's simple. It has caught the attention of Weixiao Capital. Weixiao Capital? Tang Song blurted out, rising from his seat in shock. Wang Yunping frowned, clearly displeased by Tang Song's astonished demeanor. Even if one knew a company was on the brink of success, such a reaction seemed excessive. CSU's eyes sparkled with envy and astonishment, realizing that Yin City was poised to welcome another publicly listed enterprise. Wang Yunping cast a glance at Tang Song, calmly stating, not necessarily. While Jinxiu Commerce is a leader in its field within Yin City, it pales in comparison on a national scale. The investment community is still analyzing the logic behind Weixiao Capital's investment. Tang Song exhaled deeply and turned to Wang Yunping, his voice trembling slightly. What is the relationship between Weixiao Capital and Weixiao Holdings? However, considering CSU's presence, he refrained from elaborating further. Weixiao Capital is merely the venture capital arm under Weixiao Holdings. As for Weixiao Holdings, I need not elaborate, for few in our country are unfamiliar with that name. Felt a sudden buzz in his mind, as if the world was spinning around him. In the game Nanshan Changjiang Jihua, the first enterprise he established was Weixiao Holdings. This name was inspired by the first extremely rare character card he drew, Jin Yexiao, whose original name was Jin Meixiao. Chapter 12, Cognitive Awakening. I told you, they cannot possibly be in a romantic relationship or on a date. Zhao Yu chuckled, observing the gentleman in the administrative jacket, who was far more distinguished than Tang Song. Wang Yuba nodded in agreement, remarking that he appeared to be a person of considerable social standing, a societal elite, and it was indeed impressive that Tang Song could be acquainted with them. Zhao Yu's eyes darted as she scrutinized Tang Song. He had lost some weight compared to before, seemed much more spirited, and had begun to pay attention to his attire and hairstyle, not to mention his burgeoning network. More importantly, Jinxiu Commerce was about to complete its financing and transition online. As the technical guru of the department and a genuine developer within the system, Tang Song was bound to become the primary asset under President Chun's leadership. It was evident that a future in a middle management position was within reach, with a salary surely exceeding 10,000. Upon reflection, it seemed that Song Ge was not as dismal as she had initially thought. If he could shed a bit more weight, he could indeed be considered a very suitable candidate. Looking again at Wang Yuba, though tall and slender with good taste in clothing, his appearance was merely average. Moreover, he was in sales where income was unstable, and it remained uncertain how performance would fare after the company restructured its business. After much contemplation, Zhao Yu sent another message to Tang Song. I have discovered a new virtue of Song Ge. He can engage in light-hearted banter with successful individuals older than himself. How impressive! Learning from Song Ge. Xiao Song, are you all right? CSU gently knocked on the table, observing Tang Song, who seemed lost in a stupor. Wang Yunping chuckled and said, Mr. Tang, seeing you so agitated, could it be that you possess shares or options in your esteemed company? Tang Song exhaled deeply and sat back down, nervously inquiring, Manager Wang, do you know Jin Meixiao? Wang Yunping seemed to have heard an absurd joke, chuckling dismissively, Mr. Tang. Is it truly necessary to jest with me? CSU furrowed her brow. Manager Wang, Tang Song is a quintessential tech enthusiast. He may not be well informed about such matters, so please do not think too much of it. Tang Song realized that he had perhaps asked a rather foolish question. Wang Yunping glanced at his watch, stood up, and said, President Xie, I must visit a client this afternoon. Let us discuss the future direction of the coffee industry on another occasion. I have many insights I wish to share. Having accomplished his objective for the day and the process having gone smoothly, Wang Yunping did not intend to overstay his welcome. Pursuing a woman like Xie Shuyu required moderation, a gradual approach, and an aura of charm. Excessive intrusion would only provoke her aversion. Xie Shuyu rose politely and bid farewell. Goodbye. Goodbye. Wang Yunping replied, picking up his handbag and casting a glance at Tang Song. He could not resist adding, Mr. Tang, you should engage more with the outside world and read more books to broaden your horizons and knowledge. Watching him depart, Xie Shuyu explained to Tang Song, Wang Yunping is a senior manager at Yunjing Consulting, primarily responsible for the investment sector. Anyone working in this field cannot be unaware of the executive director of Weixiao Holdings. Seemingly reflective, she softly remarked, even an ordinary person has likely heard this name to some extent. The founder of Weixiao Holdings, the 2018 Entrepreneur of the Year, a Fortune 40 under 40 honoree, and one of the 100 most influential people of 2022 as per Time, and a cover figure for Forbes. Her aura was so brilliant that it rendered everyone hesitant to gaze directly upon it. As a career-driven workaholic, Jean Meixiao was equally focused on her aspirations and objectives. As he exited the banquet hall, watching Xie Shuyu drive her BMW away around the corner, Tang Song lowered his head, repeatedly whispering to himself, Weixiao Holdings, Jean Meixiao, Jean Meixiao. These words, initially confined to the realm of gaming, had astonishingly manifested in the real world. Opening the system interface to review the main storyline description, he understood it was all interconnected. The stock market, futures, entrepreneurship, investment. His endeavors within the game were not ephemeral. Everything was traceable, solid, and substantial. As long as he could continue to grow and unlock rewards, he could transform all that existed within the game into reality. Not merely assets, but also the characters he had nurtured. In the game's narrative, spanning 2016 to 2023, the characters like Jean Meixiao represented more than mere data. They encapsulated emotions, history, and experiences. In that moment, Tang Song was overwhelmed with a multitude of feelings. The scenes from the game flickered through his mind, filled with aspirations for the future and a sense of melancholy for the present. Returning to Qingxin Jiyuan, Tang Song's restless heart remained unsettled. He decided to change into sportswear and began jogging along the road outside the community, alternating between running and walking until exhaustion overcame him, leading him to collapse onto his bed and fall into a deep sleep. Upon awakening, he found himself dazed for a while until his mindset gradually stabilized. At his core, he was still the ordinary employee Tang Song, unremarkable in appearance and average at heart. Although Wang Yunping was somewhat arrogant, his words bore truth. He should indeed connect with more people, read more books, and enhance his perspective and knowledge. Only through genuine growth, drawing closer to the game's Nanshan Tang Song, could he hope to meet Jean Meixiao and manage the substantial assets he had acquired. Having come to this realization, Tang Song felt a lightness envelop him, with clearer objectives for the future. At that moment, the crisp sound of the system notification chimed once more. Ding! You have triggered the side quest, Cognitive Awakening. Please proceed to Task Center to review. Reviewing the task information. Task content. Within a person's cognition lies the essence of the books they have read and the paths they have walked. Please select 10 classic works that have aided your growth for effective reading. Task Reward. Insight 1. Ginkgo, Bookmark 1. Task Progress. 0. Viewing the item details. Ginkgo Bookmark. Crafted from fallen ginkgo leaves of autumn, it can be placed within the books, materials, or text you are reading, effectively enhancing your memory by 30 during reading. Note: avid reader, you are akin to these autumn leaves. Despite being weathered by time, your form shows no signs of decay. After reading the task introduction and rewards, Tang Song's eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly, this side quest offered substantial rewards. Insight, as one of the 4 fundamental attributes, was indeed the most significant. While physique, agility, and endurance could be acquired through diligent effort, insight was exceedingly elusive, primarily reflecting one's capacity for understanding and analysis, limited by innate talent. Even within Nanshin Chengjiang Jihua, tasks that could enhance insight were scarce. As for the Ginkgo Bookmark, it was an item that promised to boost memory. Chapter 13. Laughter is no longer possible. Evening at 6 p.m. The eggs were fried and cut into large pieces. The oil heated as ginger and scallions were sautéed until fragrant, followed by the addition of white jade mushrooms until they released their juices. Boiling water was poured in, followed by the fried eggs and green vegetables, covered and simmered for 5 minutes before serving. Soon, a bowl of mushroom and egg soup with greens was placed on the dining table. A sip of the delicious broth brought immense comfort. After dinner, Tang Song leisurely reclined on the sofa and opened Xiaohongshu. His follower count had reached 102. Reviewing the notes he published yesterday, he noted that due to a catchy title, the views had surpassed 3,000, with 210 likes and 78 comments. For a new account, this was quite a remarkable achievement. Checking the comments section, most were offering him suggestions. Upon glimpsing the upper half of your visage, I must say that your complexion leaves much to be desired. Perhaps a touch of makeup would enhance your appearance. Zhu Yuan, pay attention to your attire. Leaving some wisps of hair would greatly improve your look. Shoshoda, consider experimenting with a workwear style. I believe it would suit you splendidly. A multitude of onlookers were also inquiring about his encounter with the goddess today, even sending private messages urging for updates. Reflecting on his achievement of surpassing 100 followers, along with the rewards that accompany it, Tang Song resolved to manage his account diligently. Presently, he only boasts 100 followers, yet he wonders if, upon reaching 1,000 or even 10,000, there might be grander rewards awaiting him. Furthermore, with heightened attention, he could attract more individuals to assist him in his transformation and resurgence. A veritable twofold gain indeed. Inspired by this thought, Tang Song first indulged in a refreshing shower, donned the ensemble recommended by Yao Ling, and masked his face, capturing a full-body photograph of himself. The outfit suited his physique remarkably well. However, devoid of hair clay and styling spray, his hair resembled a rather unfortunate mop top, an aesthetic that was distinctively unattractive. The sight of the words waif and sway guy instantly brought him a headache. A rescue was imperative. He created a new note and uploaded his photograph. In addition to the before and after comparison of his transformation, he also included a screenshot of Yao Ling's comment. Title: Following advice for Transformation Day 7. Wardrobe altered, Wei Fun Sui Guy trimmed. Body: I'm grateful for everyone's suggestions. I have dined with the goddess. Though it seems my hairstyle has encountered a setback, crying emoji. What do you all think could save it? Topics: Ordinary person transformation, heating advice, transformation, resurgence, setback. He clicked publish. Tang Song set his phone aside and settled at his computer, embarking on a quest to find classic literature that resonated with him. Engaging in reading is undoubtedly a meaningful pursuit, capable of influencing one's mindset, thoughts, and worldview, serving as an indispensable facet of self-improvement. Thus, he did not intend to treat this endeavor as a mere task to be completed, but rather sought to discover books that genuinely piqued his interest. Cultivating a lifelong passion for reading. Xing Chun Hua Yuan Community, Building 8. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Yao Ling rolled about on the sofa, clutching her phone, her face adorned with laughter. Zhang Jiahong, engrossed in a study of Gongji, rapped on the table. Ling, could we refrain from such dramatic reactions? If I fail the public examination, will you support me? I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing too hard, dear friends. The ever-curious Li Shu Min darted over, exclaiming, What is so amusing? Ling, spill it. Cough, cough, cough. Yao Ling composed herself. Have you not heard how popular the transformation advice has become lately? There's this influencer I follow on Xiaohongshu who offered tips on his attire and hairstyle. I followed them to the letter, and today, I even went on a date with the goddess. Is that all? Li Shu Min scoffed, tapping her head. What a waste of expression. Yao Ling eagerly handed over her phone, exclaiming, Let me show you the results of the transformation. Li Shu Min glanced at the screen and burst into laughter. This cool mop top is something else. Zhang Jiahong, who had been studiously reading, could not resist joining in. After a while, Li Shu Min playfully patted her rear. Grinning, Ling, you're quite the troublemaker. The waif and sway guy is a gamble, even with the same Tony. Success one time does not guarantee it will work again. Zhang Jiahong added mischievously, If he is scorned by the goddess because of this, you shall bear the responsibility. Yao Ling stuck out her tongue. I meant well. I've heard this hairstyle is quite dashing, so I recommended it. But I must admit, I failed to consider his hair quality. It seems I, Yao Ling, must step in and assist him in defying fate. Shu Min, your family owns a barbershop, right? Go on the post and offer him some hairstyle advice. Jiang, You've taken a body language class, right? Share some useful suggestions. This young man is quite receptive to advice and exhibits high execution ability. It's like playing a nurturing game. Lishu minuts, smirka, goodness. You got me all fired up. I have no time. I must prepare for the public exam. Yao Ling Ling unleashed her secret weapon. Tomorrow, I shall treat you all to luosafen with fried eggs and grilled sausages. Deal. It's a promise. At 9 p.m., Tang Song stretched and rotated his neck. After careful selection, he had finalized the top 5 books he intended to read: The Crowd, To Live, Cognitive Nature, The Moon and Sixpence, and Influence. Each text ranged from 1 to 2 million words, and, at a brisk pace, he could finish one in a day or two. Moreover, they all contained topics of interest to him. Rising to stretch, he opened Xiao Hong Shu and was immediately inundated with notifications of new followers, likes, and comments. Upon reviewing his recently published note, he discovered that within merely 2 hours, it had garnered 220 likes and 101 comments. Am I trending? Tang Song marveled at his metrics. Scrolling through the comment section, he quickly grasped the source of the substantial engagement. Xiaomo, Wei Fen Sui Gai, Classic Mop Top. Li Mai Ming, Tony, I admit there was an element of chance, but alas, the loser is you. I simply enjoy these transformation mishaps. Hilarious. The main image showcasing the transformed mop top attracted a plethora of amusement-seeking netizens. Numerous comments featuring clever quips amassed more likes than his original post. Of course, there were also genuine suggestions. Min Min, this mop top is truly unsuitable for you. Trust me, go for an American-style front spike. A slight modification based on your current look will suffice. It's refreshing, easy to manage, with a gradient on the sides. Naturally air dry. Then just tousle with some hair clay. Tang Song clicked on a reference image and noted that this hairstyle indeed appeared much fresher and would suit him well during this phase of weight loss. He set his phone aside, washed up, turned off the lights, and lay down, lost in thought. Through a search engine, he finally encountered a real-life version of Jin Mi Shu. She did not disappoint. In fact, she exceeded his expectations, resembling the character from the game remarkably well. Possessing a figure with the golden ratio, ample bosom, slender waist, shapely rear, and long legs. As he envisioned her likeness, his breathing gradually became steady and even, and he unknowingly drifted into slumber. Chapter 14. My Esthetician Friend Combined. April 9th, 2023, Sunday, sunny, 16:26. Tang Song halted, panting heavily, and paused for a moment to retrieve his phone from his arm bag. He reviewed his exercise trajectory. The total distance was 5 kilometers, with an average pace of 6 feet 34 inches. A week had elapsed since he commenced his fitness regimen, and after enduring the body's adjustment period, he noted a significant enhancement in his physical capabilities. Opening the personal information panel, he observed: Player, Tang Song, 25. Character, Jin Xiu, Commercial Development Engineer. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 8'5", 5 kilograms. Constitution, 57. Endurance, 55. Agility, 49. Insight, 76. Asset status, balance, 1, 829, 400 yuan. Liabilities, 2,000,000 yuan. In a fasted state, his weight had decreased by 1 kilogram, and his constitution had increased by 1 point. Everything was steadily improving. Suddenly, Tang Song's eyes sparkled with realization. His charm value had inexplicably increased by 1 point. It is noteworthy that, without any styling, he was sporting a striking mop top, naturally carrying Charm 1. This implies that should he opt for a more suitable hairstyle, his charm value could potentially soar to 27 points. It was likely the recent series of events, particularly overcoming the hurdle with Xie Shu Yu and reflecting on the news of Jin Mi Shu, that had elevated his mindset and outlook. Consequently, his charm had naturally increased by 1 point. While enjoying breakfast, he opened Xiao Hong Shu to assess his achievements. In just one night, he had accumulated over 600 unread messages. The note he published last night had attracted considerable attention, boasting 412 likes and 196 comments. The number of followers surged directly to 276. Tang Song expressed gratitude for the suggestion, acknowledging the poor condition of his skin. He has begun to earnestly study and take steps towards improvement. He surmised that his frequent habit of looking down at his phone and computer had subconsciously caused his neck to lean forward. He appreciated the guidance and resolved to explore the recommended training regimen. Tang Song contemplated changing his hairstyle to an American-style quiff and planned to update his notes later that evening to assess the results. Time slipped by, and it was just past 9 in the morning when his phone vibrated with a WeChat notification. Zhao Yaqian greeted him with a message, wishing him a good morning and informing him that his membership card had been processed the previous afternoon. She encouraged him to come by and collect it at his convenience. Reminded of the 180-centimeter-tall wine glass legs and the ongoing bet agreement, Tang Song felt a rush of excitement. Zhao Yaqian added that his card came with 3 complimentary facial treatments and 1 skincare session, inviting him to simply ask for her upon arrival. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Tang Song exited the chat interface and, glancing at the time, opened a review app to search for a reputable hair salon. After some deliberation, he ultimately selected a high-end chain salon located 5 kilometers away. Perhaps due to its steep prices, the establishment was not overly crowded. The young stylist assigned to him was under 30, reticent yet possessing an air of coolness, and strikingly handsome. Tang Song, having learned from past experiences, presented the hairstyle picture sent by an online acquaintance, Min, and confirmed the feasibility of recreating the look. The stylist gave it a cursory glance, inspected his hair, and gestured confidently in the mirror, assuring him that it would be no problem. Feeling reassured by the stylist's confidence, Tang Song took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The clippers buzzed, sculpting the sides into an American fade, while the scissors danced through the top, creating layers. After 20 minutes, the stylist dried his hair once more and began instructing him on styling techniques. Tang Song, observing intently through the mirror, committed the steps to memory. He learned to insert his fingers at the roots of his hair to achieve a natural volume, lifting the tips to create the texture of the quiff. The front bangs were elevated to enhance the 3-dimensional contours of his face, and the back of his head was gently tousled for added fullness. The stylist concluded with a final piece of advice, noting that due to the subpar quality of his hair, a matte texturizing clay would yield the best results. As Tang Song gazed at his reflection, he once again grasped the significance of a well-executed hairstyle. Having lost 9 pounds, although his face retained some fullness, the airy and voluminous new style imparted a fresh and stylish appearance, elevating his attractiveness to a new level. Upon accessing the system interface, he noted an increase in his charm rating to 27. Tang Song could hardly contain his excitement, profusely thanking the stylist and praising his exceptional skills, which caused the cool demeanor of the stylist to soften, leaving him slightly flushed as he reflected on his earlier reserve. At 1:50 p.m., as Tang Song approached Yeetzy Beauty and Hair Salon, he soon spotted Zhao Yaqian standing at the entrance, clad in a black blazer, white shirt, and flats. Still in her polished uniform, her tall stature made her particularly eye-catching. With a charming smile gracing her lovely face, her graceful figure drew the attention of passers-by. Upon noticing Tang Song approaching, Zhao Yaqian quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Good afternoon. Welcome to Yeetzy Beauty and Hair Salon." "Good afternoon, Qian," Tang Song replied, returning her smile. "Here is your membership card, which has a balance of 2,000 yuan, she said, presenting a golden card from her pocket. "Additionally, you have a complimentary product valued at 998 yuan. Shall I take you to the product area for selection?" "Sure," he agreed. Zhao Yaqian turned and led the way with her long strides, the refreshing scent of her perfume wafting through the air, her shapely legs and the gentle sway of her hips captivating Tang Song's gaze. In that moment, Zhao Yaqian exuded an indescribable allure and sensuality. "Here is a selection of products for you to choose from, with price tags displayed. As long as the total does not exceed 998 yuan, you are free to select," she explained, stopping in front of a display. "Would you like me to make some recommendations?" Tang Song subtly diverted his gaze and replied, "You can choose for me. I trust your judgment." Zhao Yaqian paused, a delighted smile illuminating her face. "In that case, I will get you a box of hair clay, a set of hair care products, and a facial cleansing device. Everything you will find useful." "Thank you," he responded. After selecting the complimentary items, Zhao Yaqian guided him to the beauty section on the west side. Although the space was modest, it was well equipped and maintained immaculate cleanliness. The area featured a beauty bed, a small cart, wall-mounted mirrors, a supply rack, tool kits, lighting equipment, and a sterilization cabinet. Along the wall near the entrance, there were numerous certifications displayed, making it a mini beauty salon. Noticing Tang Song's attentive gaze, Zhao Yaqian explained somewhat awkwardly, "We originally had 3 beauticians, but they left for various reasons. Currently, I am primarily responsible for the operations, so you won't have the option to choose a beautician. To think you're also the salon's beauty supervisor, that's impressive, Tang Song remarked, sensing her discomfort and attempting to lighten the mood with a joke. Zhao Yaqian laughed, the tension easing as she looked at him with a more relaxed expression. Tang Song's trust and understanding seemed to alleviate some of her stress. With soft cotton cloth, she gently cleansed his face, squeezing cleansing cream into her palm to work up a lather. Starting at the chin, she massaged in circular motions, moving to the corners of his mouth, cheeks, nostrils, and around the eyes, soothing the delicate area. She then rubbed his forehead, explaining that this step was for deep cleansing, aimed at removing impurities and oils from within the pores, emphasizing that such a thorough routine was not necessary for everyday washing. This was to eliminate dead skin and blackheads, ensuring smoother and brighter skin. Zhao Yaqian's movements were tender and practiced, her long fingers providing a delightful touch. Reclining on the soft beauty bed, covered with a pristine white blanket and towels draped over his head and shoulders, Tang Song found himself drifting into a comfortable haze, lulled by Zhao Yaqian's soothing voice. After an unknown span of time had elapsed, accompanied by gentle facial massage, Zhao Yaqian softly announced, "Brother, your facial treatment is complete." Tang Song slowly opened his eyes, greeted first by the sight of her large name tag, which featured an alluring curve. Glancing at the electronic clock on the wall, he realized that an entire hour had passed, akin to a brief afternoon nap. The most prominent sensation was the feeling of unclogged pores, as if his skin could finally breathe, now brimming with moisture. Sitting up, he inspected his reflection in the makeup mirror. His face appeared significantly cleaner, with noticeably fewer blackheads and blemishes. The surface of his skin felt as though it had been rejuvenated, soft and smooth to the touch. "Thank you, that was truly excellent." Tang Song expressed his sincere gratitude, sensing the meticulous care Zhao Yaqian had afforded him during the treatment, devoid of any insincerity. "As long as you are satisfied." Zhao Yaqian beamed, her smile broadening. "You can come once a week or every 2 weeks. Additionally, please remember to maintain your skincare routine at home. After 2 or 3 months, you will undoubtedly notice a visible improvement in the fineness, clarity, and radiance of your skin." "Absolutely," Tang Song nodded, clenching his fist in determination. He took the initiative to introduce himself, stating, "Since we are acquainted now, you need not use formal address. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tang Song." Zhao Yaqian regarded him for a moment before replying with a smile. "Very well. I shall follow your lead. My name is Zhao Yaqian." Tang Song exhaled, retrieving a deep blue box from his pocket. Presented directly before her, it was inevitable that she would frequently seek your advice regarding skin issues. "As I am somewhat thin-skinned, please accept this small gift, which will allow me to comfortably disturb you via WeChat in the future." Zhao Yaqian hastily declined, saying, "This is not appropriate. You are a member of our store, and maintaining client relationships is my professional duty. You are welcome to consult me at any time. I assure you that I will share everything I know." Tang Song gazed at her lovely visage and replied with a smile. "Skin problems have troubled me for quite some time, and I have long desired a beautician friend like you. This earring is not expensive. Consider it a gesture of goodwill between friends, so please do not refuse." Upon hearing the term friend, Zhao Yaqian paused momentarily, her cheeks slightly flushed. Having been in the workforce for over half a year and having encountered many individuals, she could discern a hint of something from Tang Song's previous glances and actions. Nevertheless, she did not find him overly disagreeable. He had not been overtly forward and appeared quite polite, showing her considerable respect. Particularly after a series of recent events that had left her spirits quite low, this unexpected small gift could be seen, in a sense, as a rare stroke of luck and surprise, a glimmer of light in her otherwise shadowy life, deserving of cherishment. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yaqian stuck out her delicate tongue and quietly said, "Thank you for the gift, Songgo. Feel free to consult me with any skin issues in the future." It was settled. Tang Song gestured towards the gift box, encouraging her to open it and see whether she liked it. During a stroll at noon, he had fortuitously spotted this earring, feeling it suited her perfectly. Zhao Yaqian pressed her lips together and gently opened the small box. The first thing that caught her eye was a familiar name, Swarovski. Inside were 2 exquisite earrings, adorned with a classic platinum and rose gold combination, embellished with a circle of sparkling crystals. They appeared exceptionally beautiful. Zhao Yaqian, filled with delight, picked them up and held them to her earlobe, admiring her reflection in the makeup mirror. With a beaming smile, she exclaimed, "Thank you, Song-gu. I absolutely love them." This pair of earrings was a trending item online, priced around 700, which was quite expensive for her. However, that was her nature. Once she accepted something, there was no need to feign modesty. Besides, Song-gu had stated they were friends. Gifts exchanged between friends should not invoke feelings of guilt, should they? Immediately, Tang Song felt a surge of energy. A crisp notification sound echoed in his ear. Ding! Betting agreement. Condition 2 has been fulfilled. The current betting amount has swollen to 15,000,000 yuan. 150,000. That is indeed a substantial sum. It could purchase a decent family sedan, a down payment for a house in his hometown, or cover over a year's salary. Tang Song inhaled deeply, his mind racing with possibilities. Next, he would leverage the topic of skincare to draw closer to Zhao Yaqian while also striving to lose weight and transform himself. From their interactions over the past couple of days, it was evident that Zhao Yaqian was not a complicated girl, as long as he exhibited enough excellence and gentleness. Winning her favor would not be difficult. Shortly after returning to Qingxinjin, a knock on the door signaled the arrival of 5 classic works he had ordered from Jingdong. The packaging was intact, the printing clear, and it bore a faint scent of ink. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the weather was pleasant, with temperatures just above 20 degrees, creating an exceptionally comfortable atmosphere. Tang Song moved an ergonomic chair to the balcony, activated relaxation mode, and reclined against the backrest. The sound of the wind rustling through the locust tree leaves blended with the occasional chirping of birds. He used the towering buildings and blue sky as a backdrop to begin reading the crowd, a study of the popular mind. Chapter 15, Du Xiaokai's Subtle Thoughts. April 13th, 2023, Thursday, transitioning from cloudy to light rain. Jinxiushi Trading Company, Limited. Good morning, everyone. Guo Peng hummed a tune as he entered the office area, his face radiating uncontainable excitement. Good morning, Penggu. I heard you took 2 days off to buy a car. Did you drive it here today? What did you get? I haven't seen you post anything on social media. As soon as these words were uttered, they struck a chord with Guo Peng. He quickly pulled out his phone and shared a picture he had taken that morning, grinning. Hey everyone, take a look. A 2013 Honda Civic, total price 36,000. My cousin runs a repair shop, and he helped me find this car. The vehicle appeared to be in excellent condition, a high-end version, and the price was quite reasonable. It was a classic pearl white. Nice one, Falayu. The technical department staff, all young, regularly discussed cars, and many were quite knowledgeable, leading to a lively discussion. Guo Peng smiled proudly, his eyes sparkling with delight as he declared, automatic transmission, a beautiful lady's first car, in pristine condition, an 18-horsepower engine, 3 large screens, genuine leather seats, equipped with cruise control and a multifunctional steering wheel. It was apparent that Guo Peng cherished this second-hand vehicle immensely, having cleaned it thoroughly inside and out, complete with air fresheners and seat covers, even adorning the rearview mirror with a red cloth strip. Congratulations, Penggu, on your new ride. Tang Song sincerely complimented, feeling a tinge of envy. He had always been interested in cars and had obtained his driver's license during college. However, after graduation, he prioritized saving money for a house, feeling hesitant to consider even a second-hand car, content to merely gaze at them online. Approaching Tang Song, Guo Peng exclaimed in astonishment. It's only been a few days since we last met, and yet you seem so different. You've lost weight and changed your hairstyle. Goodness, I feel like you're a bit handsome. Today was Thursday. He had taken a 3-day annual leave, adding to the weekend, making it about 5 or 6 days since he last saw Tang Song. Yet he could clearly sense the transformation. The previous puffiness in his face had vanished. His double chin was barely noticeable, and his abdomen appeared much flatter. His overall physique had shrunk significantly, and combined with his clearer skin and new hairstyle, he indeed looked more attractive. How about I send you my workout plan? It's not too difficult. Tang Song winked at Guo Peng. No, I can't be as tough as you. 3 meals of low-fat food daily, climbing stairs, running, jumping rope, and fat-burning exercises. Guo Peng rapidly waved his hands in protest. Tang Song could not help but smile, choosing not to say more. The most perceptive individual regarding personal changes is always oneself. His daily routine, diet, exercise, and reading were all methodically aligned, strictly adhered to. He was immersed in a unique positive feedback loop, striving relentlessly towards his goals. As of now, his weight had dropped to 82.5 kilograms, a total loss of 7.5 kilograms, which is quite significant. What does 7.5 kilograms mean? It would take quite some time to consume that much pork. He was now just 1.5 kilograms away from his target. Opening the system interface, he noted, Charm, 28. With the enhancement of his physical condition and weight loss, his charm value had risen by another point. Entering the task center, he reviewed his task progress. Challenge task, restraint and persistence. Task content. Obesity significantly increases the burden on the body and raises the incidence of various diseases. The challenge is to lose 9 kilograms within 20 days, returning to a normal weight range. Task reward. Pulmonary strengthening potion of task progress. 83. 8 days remaining. Based on his current progress, he estimated he could complete the task the day after tomorrow and finally obtain the long-awaited pulmonary strengthening potion. At that point, his charm value would surely increase, bringing him within reach of 30 points. Tang Song inhaled deeply, striving to calm his exhilarated spirit. After lunch, Tang Song descended as usual, beginning his walk around Lin Jin building to aid digestion. His mind was still processing the skincare tutorial Zhao Yaqian had sent in the previous day. Following his successful weight loss, in addition to fitness and body shaping, this would be another key area of transformation for him. The online community had simply provided suggestions, but the implementation was quite complex and necessitated assistance. With this thought, Tang Song took out his phone and messaged Zhao Yaqian. Qian, are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner and seek your advice on acid exfoliation. Putting away his phone, he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder. Colleague Du Shaokai jovially draped his arm around his neck and enthusiastically remarked, Lao Song, I knew you would be downstairs. I need to discuss something with you. Shall we chat? Tang Song's brows slightly furrowed, his expression revealing little. When he first joined the company, he held a rather favorable impression of this colleague. Both graduates of Yincheng Keiji University, class of 2020, they were familiar faces despite being from different majors. Du Shaokai appeared refined and handsome, his speech particularly warm, occasionally treating Tang Song to meals. Consequently, Tang Song had assisted him numerous times during work. When Du sought his counsel on system architecture and data structures, Tang Song generously shared his knowledge. Little did he expect to be ruthlessly betrayed, losing the maintenance work of the project. Although Director Chun claimed it was for effective team division, Tang Song was far from convinced. Those in the professional realm understood that to secure one's footing in a company and avoid layoffs, one must engage in core and profitable business operations. The company's new system undoubtedly fell into this category. Du Shaokai shrugged, smiling amiably. The Human Resources Department needs to add a new module, and I've been swamped lately. I'll send you the requirements document shortly. Could you spare some time to handle it? Tang Song suddenly halted, amused as he looked at him. Do you think that's appropriate? Du Shaokai, unfazed, chuckled. With your capabilities, working overtime on the weekend seems quite fitting. Upon hearing this, Tang Song immediately discerned his ulterior motive. Du Shaokai had been working at Jinxiu Commerce since graduation, solely responsible for the maintenance of a few corporate websites, and his skills were rather lacking. If he were to undertake system redevelopment, a single module would take at least a month. Conversely, Tang Song could complete it in a week. In Du Shaokai's mind, recruiting him as a laborer was the most suitable option. What if I invite you to Yangxianju for a foot massage? Du Shaokai raised an eyebrow. I bet you've never been to such a place. It'll surely be delightful, and you can choose your technician. Chuckling, Tang Song turned his body slightly, taking a few steps forward, shaking off his arm. No time. Du Shaokai's expression momentarily faltered, his tone cooling slightly. Lao Song, you can set aside your other tasks for now. This project is the highest priority. By the way, Director Chun agrees with this. Chapter 16, April Drizzle. My first Karo. Tang Song pulled out his phone and waved it at him. Shall I inquire with Director Chun in the group now? Upon hearing this, Du Shaokai's expression fell completely. Currently, he was the one responsible for maintenance. If Tang Song really did that, it would be stirring up trouble. In Du Shaokai's memory, Tang Song had always been a laid-back, affable office mate. He never expected him to reveal such a sharp edge. Had he become foolish from losing weight? He gritted his teeth and whispered, Lao Song, we are alumni. We attended many lectures together during university. I know you're a tech-savvy person, a true worker. Our company is about to secure significant funding. Things will only get better if you stick with me diligently. I can help you reach a management position in a couple of years. You might not know, but our vice president in charge of channel business, Li Zhonghua, is my uncle. Upon hearing this, Tang Song suddenly understood why Chen Yunting had been so attentive to him. What do you think? I'm doing this for you. Du Xiaokai began, but quickly fell silent, his gaze fixated ahead. The previously gloomy expression on his face brightened instantly. Standing tall, he waved his hand, beaming, Xiao Jing Hui Wei. Good afternoon. Are you two ladies out for a stroll? Good afternoon. Tang Song turned his head to see two female colleagues approaching, Tian Jing and Lu Huihui from the Human Resources Department. His gaze involuntarily gravitated towards the sweet-looking Tian Jing, unable to resist marveling at her fair skin. It was the epitome of pale perfection, seemingly luminous. If he possessed such flawless skin, he could easily be called handsome. Of course, as the company's goddess, Tian Jing also boasted an exceptional figure. To describe it using trendy internet slang, she had a heavenly body. Her proportions were harmonious, curves elegant, with a slender waist and long, straight legs. The older men in the company would discuss her daily, yet very few dared to pursue her, especially since she drove an Audi 5. At this moment, Du Xiaokai paid no mind to Tang Song, hastening to stand beside the two women. He eagerly remarked, Xiao Jing, I wanted to compliment you at the office this morning. Your outfit today is fantastic. It suits you perfectly. Thank you for the compliment. It's well-deserved, Tian Jing replied, flashing a sweet and adorable peace sign. She had indeed prepared her ensemble with care. A shirt paired with a knitted vest, a pleated skirt, and an outer coat in a soft lotus color. Standing there, she resembled a character from an anime, captivatingly eye-catching. Feigning annoyance, Lu Huihui exclaimed, This is excessive. Only one of us is complimented. You're trying to stir discord among us. Be careful, or I'll alter your attendance record. Huihui, you're not too bad yourself. I'll hit you. If you have guts, don't run. The three of them laughed and joked until they realized Tang Song had already walked away. Lu Huihui remarked, Tang Song is quite impressive. He has silently lost so much weight. Just his determination is commendable. Du Xiaokai chuckled lightly. Perhaps he was rejected when confessing to a girl, then drank some motivational soup. And now he's just rambling. He deliberately emphasized the phrase rambling, even mimicking a wall painting gesture, inciting laughter from Lu Huihui and Tian Jing. Tian Jing blinked, instinctively glancing towards Tang Song's retreating figure. She didn't have a strong impression of this somewhat quiet colleague, only recalling that he was a bit chubby. She often saw him bustling about during the weekly Friday afternoon tea she organized. At 16:20, a ding-dong notification from WeChat sounded. Zhao Yaqian, sorry bro. I just wrapped up. Are you free tonight? I know a fantastic deep-fried skewer place. Would you like to join me? Salivating. Zhao Yaqian, great. I'll wait for you at the restaurant. See you soon. Exiting the chat interface, Tang Song rubbed his empty stomach, feeling a bit distressed. If he went to the skewer place, he might indeed lose control and indulge, jeopardizing his challenge task. After pondering for a moment, he dashed down to the Lawson convenience store, purchasing a box of low-fat milk, a baked sweet potato, and several skewers of Odin to satiate his hunger. At 6 p.m., he closed his laptop and clocked out punctually. As he stepped out of the office building, a brisk breeze greeted him, carrying the fresh scent of damp earth. Looking up, he noticed dark clouds gathering overhead, their hue deepening, signaling an impending spring rain. Fortunately, Yinxing Square was not far. It would take him less than 10 minutes to reach. Tang Song hoped he wouldn't be that unfortunate. Wrapping his coat tighter, he jogged along the sidewalk towards Yinxing Square. As dusk fell and the wind picked up, pedestrians hurried along the street. A chill touched his forehead, and soon, droplets of rain began to fall, increasing in intensity. The rain had commenced. How unfortunate! Tang Song gradually slowed his pace, unable to suppress a sigh. The sound of a car horn blared beside him. A white Honda Civic slowly lowered its window. And Guopeng leaned down, calling out, "Get in." Tang Song chuckled softly, opening the door and sliding inside. "Thanks for the rescue. Peng Ge. Don't mention it. Where to? I'll give you a ride. To the west entrance of Yinxing Square's pedestrian street." "All right, let's go," Guopeng shouted, releasing the brake as the vehicle gradually moved forward. The heavy rain pounded against the windshield, only to be whisked away by the wipers. The melodious music resonates within the car's sound system. In the embrace of a single morning, all springs are blended. All unceasing words transform into secrets behind closed doors. Oh, the inexplicable sentiments. May I inquire, who shall carry them away? This is indeed one of the advantages of having a car. It serves as a shield against the elements. And one need not fret about transportation when dining with a lady. Guopeng tapped the steering wheel, reflecting, I have finally saved enough for the down payment and plan to purchase a house next month, even if it is a second-hand one. An older neighborhood is acceptable, as long as it has 2 bedrooms. With both a car and a home in place, I can approach blind dates with greater confidence. How wonderful! Wishing Guogu all the best in swiftly finding a beautiful bride. Come on, Xiao Song, your day will come too, and it is not far off. Tang Song gazed out at the bustling traffic, nodding gently. At the age of 30, Guopeng has worked diligently to secure a home in Yancheng, enduring considerable pressure. And now his aspirations are finally within reach. Once, Tang Song believed that the current Guogu represented his own future. Their conversation in the car was brief, and soon they arrived at the pedestrian street outside Yinsheng Plaza, conveniently close to the Yitzi Beauty and Hair Salon. Tang Song bid farewell, opened the door, and stepped out. Shielding his hair from the drizzle, he took a few steps forward and spotted a tall figure standing at the entrance, seemingly aware of Tang Song's somewhat disheveled appearance. Zhao Yaqian promptly unfurled a beautiful rainbow umbrella and, wearing flat-soled leather shoes, hurried over. In the dim, rainy twilight, the lights along the pedestrian street flickered to life, while the evening breeze carried fine droplets of rain through the streets. Occasionally, raindrops would slip past the umbrella's canopy, splattering against Zhao Yaqian's petite blazer. As she approached, Tang Song heard the crisp notification sound of the system ding. You have triggered the branch quest, my first car. Please proceed to Quest Center for details. Chapter 17. Handcrafted skewers. The stone-paved pedestrian street gradually became enveloped in misty rain, resembling a delicate veil. The gentle drizzle danced under the warm glow of the lights. Pattering softly against the umbrella, Zhao Yaqian stood beside him, holding the umbrella, her large eyes sparkling as she said, I was just thinking of calling you to ask if you brought an umbrella, and here you are. Thank you, Tang Song replied, unable to suppress a smile as he regarded her. No need for thanks. Let's hurry along. The skewer shop wasn't far. Just walk to the end of this street. Take a left, and it's 300 meters ahead. The pedestrian street bustled with people, lively and noisy, interspersed with music. However, sheltered beneath the umbrella, Tang Song felt an unusual tranquility. The air was infused with a refreshing sweetness mingled with the scent of damp earth, invigorating him. A slight glance revealed Zhao Yaqian's finely sculpted profile. Her forehead was full, and her slightly tousled bangs framed her face. Her nose was straight and elegant, and her lips were plump and rosy. Raindrops caught in her long, thick eyelashes quivered gently, resembling butterfly wings in a delicate dance. For a fleeting moment, Tang Song seemed entranced and reached out, grasping the umbrella's handle. His pinky brushed against Zhao Yaqian's index finger, sending a jolt of electricity through him. She looked at him quizzically. This umbrella is quite heavy, and with the wind, let me hold it. Oh, all right. Tang Song sighed in relief. The old him would never have mustered such courage. The skewer shop bore a simple name, Handcrafted Skewers. The establishment was modest, occupying just over 40 square meters, with 6 or 7 tables. Against the wall stood a row of refrigerated display cases filled with an array of ingredients. Their juicy sweet potato skins are delectable. Let's order 2, 1 for each of us. We must have the starch sausage and the king of sausages, and the vegetable steak is also excellent, along with quail eggs and lamb skewers. Oh, and we can't forget the vegetables: cabbage, tofu skin, cilantro, and sweet potatoes. Upon entering the shop, Zhao Yaqian seemed to step into her domain, eagerly selecting skewers, displaying the lively spirit characteristic of her age. Soon, her glass bowl was brimming. It's been nearly half a month since my last visit. This time, I intend to indulge. Songge, don't hold back. Take whatever you fancy. After all, she had received a pair of earrings worth 700 yuan from him. Although Zhao Yaqian had limited funds, she yearned to splurge just once. That's enough. We certainly won't finish all this. Tang Song pointed at the filled bowl. With a playful lick of her lips, Zhao Yaqian replied, Then let's start with this. If it's insufficient, we can order more. She placed the skewers on the counter where a balding shopkeeper calculated the total. That'll be 32 skewers for 115 yuan. Amidst Zhao Yaqian's sweet compliments, the proprietor generously discounted it by 5 yuan. However, Tang Song noticed that his beauty therapist friend displayed a pained expression when paying. It was evident that 110 yuan was not a trivial sum for her. The two settled at a window-side table. Zhao Yaqian blinked her large eyes as she examined Tang Song, exclaiming, "Song-gu, are you on a diet? You seem to have slimmed down quite a bit since Sunday." She distinctly remembered his face looking noticeably leaner. "Yes, I've been trying to shed some weight lately. You should eat more. I need to control my diet." Zhao Yaqian shyly stuck out her tongue. "Had I known, I wouldn't have come here. Not to worry. I'll stick to the vegetarian options." The skewers arrived promptly, steaming and exuding an enticing aroma. Zhao Yaqian grabbed a piece of cabbage and passed it to him, saying, "Try this. The ingredients here are very fresh, and the flavors are fantastic, especially the sauce." "Thank you, Qian Qian." Outside, the rain varied in intensity, and customers occasionally rushed in. The youthful and vivacious Zhao Yaqian drew quite a few glances. The two sat there, enjoying their skewers while engaging in conversation. Beyond skincare, they also discussed their lives and work. In recent days, Tang Song had been chatting with her frequently on WeChat, so their interaction felt quite comfortable. "I live at Tianque Garden. It's a bit far from here, but the 26 bus goes directly." Perhaps liberated from the confines of work, Zhao Yaqian appeared more exuberant. She seemed less concerned about her image, eating with abandon, with sauces adorning her lips and chin. Upon exiting handcrafted skewers, the rain had considerably lessened. Zhao Yaqian shook the bag in her hand and, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "It seems I've eaten most of it. I'll have to pack the leftovers since you hardly had any." Tang Song held the umbrella and chuckled. "Even a little taste is worthwhile. I've been so tired of my meal prep of chicken breast, oatmeal, eggs, and boiled vegetables. It's unbearable to think about. Why get my paycheck? I'll treat you to a steak dinner." Zhao Yaqian patted his shoulder, comforting him while also reassuring herself. After two other beauticians had left, she had been managing all the work alone. If her boss kept his promise and paid her all the overdue wages next month, she could receive a lump sum of nearly 20,000 yuan. This amount would allow her to repay her debts, settle her rent, and still have 3,000 or 4,000 left over. As they chatted, they unknowingly reached the exterior of the beauty salon. Just then, a man exited the establishment and, spotting Zhao Yaqian, exclaimed, "Yaqian." Tang Song turned to see a gentleman in his mid-30s, with a mature demeanor, thick brows, and bright eyes, dressed in a beige casual jacket, straight-leg pants, and loafers. Zhao Yaqian's expression shifted slightly as she whispered, "President Li." "Good evening." Li Jingzhong nodded, his gaze sweeping over the young man beside her. "And who is this?" "This is my friend." President Li, are you here for a haircut?" Li Jingzhong glanced at the sign of Yitzi Beauty and Hair Salon and chuckled. "I think not. Your shop probably won't last much longer, so I won't continue to invest here." Zhao Yaqian's heart skipped a beat as she furtively cast a glance at Tang Song's face, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety and fear. She had long been aware of the impending bankruptcy of Yitzi Meiyuan. However, she had failed to inform him when he applied for a card and made a deposit, which she recognized as a form of deceit, betraying his trust. Over the past few days, she had genuinely regarded him as a friend and was terrified of inciting his disdain. Noticing the discomfort in Zhao Yaqian's expression, Tang Song inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" "No, I'm fine," Zhao Yaqian replied, unsure of how to articulate her explanation. Li Jingzhong observed their subtle interactions and raised an eyebrow, stating, "Yaqian, I truly admire you and hope you do not squander your potential in the beauty industry. Consider my advice seriously. Do not let your future self harbor regrets. All right, goodbye." Aware of her unease, Tang Song refrained from saying more. Zhao Yaqian muttered a soft farewell and hurriedly departed. Chapter 18. The vehicle package. As he watched Zhao Yaqian's figure fade from sight, Li Jingzhong shook his head in disappointment, scrutinizing Tang Song from head to toe before suddenly chuckling. "You're a friend of Zhao Yaqian, right? When you have the chance, encourage her. Suitable jobs are hard to come by, especially for a young girl like her who hasn't attended university." Tang Song frowned and coldly asked, "What kind of job are you referring to?" From their earlier conversation, it was evident that he was not speaking of an ordinary position. Zhao Yaqian was inherently simple-minded. If he genuinely wished to assist her, he would not have adopted such an attitude. Li Jingzhong met his gaze and casually replied, "Of course. The most suitable job for her. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with someone as young as you. Certain matters will become clear to you in due time." With that, he turned his head and walked past Tang Song, entering a dazzling blue Mercedes-Benz parked by the roadside. The shrill honking of the horn pierced the air as the black tires splashed through the rain, and the vehicle vanished into the curtain of droplets. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Song decided against pursuing the matter. Their acquaintance was still new, and probing such issues felt presumptuous. Upon returning to Qingxin Jiyuan, Tang Song opened his umbrella and carefully hung it on the balcony. He sent Zhao Yaqian a message. The fried skewers today were incredibly delicious. Thank you. Once I succeed in my weight loss journey, I will treat you to a grand feast. Setting his phone down, he settled onto the sofa. Gazing out at the rainy night, he opened the system interface to review the details of the task he had just triggered. Side quest. My first car. Task description. With your savings since starting work, purchase your first car according to your preferences and take a female friend to 3 scenic spots. Task reward. Vehicle package 1. Note 1. The price of this vehicle cannot exceed 522,031 yuan. Note 2. Owning a car has been your dream since graduation. It need not be luxurious, expensive, or beautiful, but it can shield you from the elements. Transport your date, expand your living radius, and allow for self-driving trips, granting you the joy of car ownership. Upon reviewing the task description and rewards, Tang Song stood up with renewed vigor. Wow, a direct reward of a car worth up to 500,000 yuan. As a young man with interests in technology, automobiles, sneakers, and music, he was quite knowledgeable. Owning a car had indeed been his dream, but he had previously suppressed his desires to save for a home. Now, not only could he purchase a small car according to his wishes, but the system would also bestow an additional vehicle upon him. Though the selection was random, even acquiring a car worth 2 or 300,000 would be satisfactory. Moreover, this task was not difficult. One could even deem it exceedingly simple. The stipulation that the price could not exceed 522,031 yuan likely correlated with his genuine savings prior to acquiring the system, money he had earned through hard work. Penny by penny, although this capital was currently invested in a betting agreement, it had not vanished. Taking a deep breath, Tang Song seated himself at the computer, opened an automotive news website, and began searching for a suitable vehicle. There were very few new cars available for under 45,000 yuan, mostly comprising microcars and small vans, which did not pique his interest. However, if he could find a familiar second-hand car, the options would greatly expand. Time passed without him noticing. A ding-dong from WeChat broke the silence. Tianqua Huayuan Community. Zhao Yaqian opened the door, immediately kicking off her flat shoes and casually hanging her bag. Barefoot, she strode into the living room with long strides. She unbuttoned her blazer and plopped down onto the sofa, grabbing the fruit platter on the coffee table. Her friend, He Lighting, who was applying a facial mask and watching a drama, glanced at her and casually remarked, "That fruit platter costs 20 yuan. Remember to transfer me 10 later." Zhao Yaqian pouted, tears welling in her eyes. Noticing this, He Lighting quickly consoled her. "All right, stop crying. I was just kidding. I know you're short on money." Feeling aggrieved, Zhao Yaqian squeezed her brows, finishing the fruit with a few swift bites. Relaxing her body, she leaned against He Lighting and lamented, "It's so tough, Tingzi. I'm having such a hard time. Can we not feel so defeated? What's the big deal? It's just that I haven't bought new clothes for a month. My credit card Huabei are overdue. I can't pay rent. My family is buried in debt. I never went to college. And my boss hasn't paid me for over 2 months. All right, I can't go on. You're truly having a rough time." He Lighting leaned in to look closely, curiosity piqued. "Is this the customer you mentioned before? The one who gifted you Swarovski earrings? Oh, did you go on a date today? Did you enjoy the handmade fried skewers? This relationship is promising. You've only taken me out to eat 3 times. Hearing this, tears streamed down Zhao Yaqian's face. But I feel like I let him down. I knew Yitzi Meiyuan was on the brink of collapse, yet I accepted his 2,000 yuan deposit. What are you upset about? You're just an ordinary employee doing your job. The store's failure isn't your fault. But we are friends. He might be angry with me, right?" He Lighting replied exasperatedly. "Zhao Yaqian, are you truly that naive? That guy clearly wants to pursue you. There's no way he'd be upset over this. He is probably eager to comfort you and help you find a job." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yaqian's face flushed, and she stammered, "Why, you're talking nonsense. Deep down, you know the truth." He Lighting sat up straight, intrigued. "Why don't you tell me more about this guy? If his conditions are suitable, why not just go for it?" Hey, don't tickle me." Enraged, Zhao Yaqian began wrestling with her friend on the sofa. After a considerable time, the two finally quieted down. He lighting tug at the mask on her face and urged, "Come on, just tell me. Even if there's nothing romantic. I'm simply curious about what kind of person he is." Zhao Yaqian reclined on her friend's lap and murmured, "He is quite kind, speaks gently, and is very pleasant to be around." "Stop. You've said all this before. I'm asking about his financial situation. I'm not sure of the specifics. I only know he is a programmer renting a place near Yinshang Plaza in Qingxinjin, doesn't own a car, and by his clothing and demeanor, he doesn't appear wealthy." "That sounds rather dull. Do you have a photo?" Zhao Yaqian picked up her phone and scrolled through, finding a picture taken today at the skewer's shop, where Tang Song had just happened to be in the frame. He lighting took a look and remarked, "He is not particularly outstanding, and considering his financial circumstances, you two aren't compatible. Can you stop saying that?" Zhao Yaqian retorted, lightly striking her. Chapter 19. The Second-Hand Car Ding Dong. Tang Song smiled at the message just received from Zhao Yaqian. From the very beginning, his intention behind obtaining a membership card and recharging was not for any beauty services, but rather a simple desire to befriend the beautician. This friend of his is genuinely charming, and he finds himself feeling a twinge of guilt. As he clicks to play, it's evident that this beautician is exceedingly delighted. "Ding dong," Zhao Yaqian exclaims, "That's wonderful. I was worried I wouldn't be able to move the equipment." Her expression of gratitude is palpable. Observing the emoticons she sends, Tang Song cannot help but chuckle. To his surprise, she shares a selfie, adorned in a sexy little outfit that makes her look both beautiful and adorably naive. They exchange playful emoticons for a while, revealing that Zhao Yaqian is quite the self-loving girl, as most of her emoticons are indeed her own selfies. After their chat, following a fat-burning workout and a quick wash, Tang Song leans against the headboard to watch To Live for half an hour. Amidst the reflections on Fu Gui's tragic fate and the familiar pangs of hunger, he drifts into a deep slumber. The following day at noon, "Wow, Xiao Song, are you really buying a car? Is that for real?" Guopeng exclaims, momentarily forgetting his grilled meat rice bowl. Du Xiaokai, who is resting with a pillow, chuckles. "Old Song, you haven't been triggered by something, have you? First weight loss, then skincare, and now a car?" At this remark, surrounding colleagues immediately perk up, gathering around. "What price range are you considering? Need me to recommend a few models? I've been checking reviews lately. I'm quite knowledgeable." Tang Song smiles and clarifies, "It's just that seeing Brother Gua buy cars made me a bit envious." Guopeng advises, "Don't act impulsively. Before you buy, think it through. Is it really necessary? A car depreciates the moment you purchase it. Perhaps consider a house first." Zhao Yu stands from her workstation, inquiring with curiosity, "What kind of car does Brother Song plan to buy?" Guopeng's cousin owns a modest repair shop in Xiaoxi district and often deals in second-hand cars. His own Civic was sourced from him. Guopeng pauses, then grins. "That sounds good. A car in this price range won't lose much value after 6 months. I'll call him right away." Upon realizing that Tang Song merely intends to buy an inexpensive second-hand vehicle, Zhao Yu's face visibly reflects disappointment. In her perspective, purchasing an older second-hand car is not as wise as financing a better one, more reliable, and offers a better impression. Nonetheless, she maintains an enthusiastic facade, her eyes sparkling. Brother Song is about to join the car-owning community. How far can a house be? Keep it up. As for the house, it should not be too distant. Tang Song remarks half-jokingly, half-sentimentally. Once, owning a home was an obsession that he and his family could not escape. Now, with the game system's arrival, as long as he diligently improves himself, everything will unfold naturally. Zhao Yque pourquoi ignoring du Xiaokai commence. Du Xiaokai, a local of Yin City, comes from a well-off family, possessing both a house and a car, and is quite handsome. Initially, she pursued him for quite a while after joining the company, frequently checking in via WeChat and occasionally bringing him coffee and snacks. Unfortunately, Du Xiaokai is not interested in her, focusing solely on pursuing Tianjing, who joined the company around the same time. She acknowledges that she may not measure up to Tianjing in certain aspects, yet she believes she is not far behind. This has led to some unpleasant exchanges between them, and their relationship has yet to mend. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Xiao Song, my cousin, sent over the car listings. I've forwarded them to you. Take a look and see if anything catches your eye. These are all quality vehicles, reasonably priced, and in good condition. All right, Brother Gua. I'll check it out, Tang Song replies, promptly opening the chat window. He trusts Guopeng's integrity as an elder in the department. This is a 2012 Fit. Features a sunroof, a 1. 5-liter Earth Dream engine, spacious interior. The back seats can fold flat, fuel-efficient and durable. I test drove it before. It's a delight to drive. The price is just over $30,000, and there's room for negotiation. This is in 2018 Arizo 5, newer model, excellent condition, only has run over 40,000 kilometers. And it's automatic. I think this one is great as well. This one is cheaper, a 2014 Suzuki Swift, manual transmission, 1.3-liter engine, with a quirky exterior, very suitable for family errands, sturdy and reliable. Tang Song gazes eagerly at the images and descriptions. There are a total of 5 vehicles, priced between $20,000 to $40,000, each appearing pristine with good conditions. The more he looks, the more excited he becomes. This will be his first car. So, have you found one you like? Guopeng leans in beside him, appearing even more thrilled. He is also an automobile enthusiast. It took him quite some time to find his second-hand Civic, and the excitement from that experience still lingers. Tang Song takes a large sip from his cup, exuberantly suggesting, "They all seem great. How about you accompany me tomorrow to check out the actual cars and take them for a test drive before making a decision?" "Absolutely." Guopeng claps his chest. "You can thoroughly research these cars today. Rest assured, the pricing is fair, much better than buying from dealer." "All right, thank you, Brother Gua." As they continue their conversation, Du Xiaokai suddenly approaches, enthusiastically patting Tang Song on the shoulder. "Old Song, President Chun is looking for you. Go on." Tang Song furrows his brow, an unsettling premonition stirring within him. Chapter 20, A Better Tomorrow. Knock, knock, knock. "Come in." A voice imbued with authority resonates. Tang Song opens the frosted glass door and greets President Chun. Chun Yunting lifts his gaze from the computer screen. "Take a seat, Xiao Song." Tang Song nods and sits in a chair by the desk. Chun Yunting, a former programmer, dresses quite casually in an autumn shirt, jacket, and jeans. In his mid-30s, he possesses an ordinary appearance with messy hair, yet he exudes a friendly and sincere demeanor. "Xiao Song, I've heard that your attendance has been rather lax lately." Chun Yunting shifts in his office chair, his expression serious. "President Chun, I have always adhered strictly to company regulations. I would never be late or leave early." Tang Song calmly meets his gaze, unflinching and unyielding. His decision to remain with the company is merely to hold the position of Jinxia Shamo development engineer. Until Du Xiaokai is fully capable of taking over the project, the likelihood of his dismissal is exceedingly low. He can comfortably take it easy. Tang Song suppresses a smile. Nodding, "Thank you for your consideration, President Chun." Had this been the version of him upon joining, he might have genuinely believed it. However, after enduring a series of workplace bullying incidents, he has entirely discerned Chen's true character, an archetypal schemer, a master of empty promises. Even if a team leader were truly to be chosen, it would undoubtedly be Du Xiaokai, leaving no opportunity for others. Chen Yunting pauses momentarily before continuing. "Regarding your salary increase, I've already discussed it with Human Resources, and we are currently awaiting a response from President Su. At this critical juncture, you must not falter. Work extra hours and put in more effort." Since April 1st, he had promised himself that a salary adjustment would occur in May. Yet, as half a month has elapsed, he has yet to hear from Tianjing, who oversees compensation and has received no evaluation emails, with everything resting solely on Chen's word. Knock, knock, knock. Chun Yunting lightly taps the desk. "Oh, and there's another matter. I've assigned a bit too much work to Xiaokai lately regarding the development of new features. Please assist him as much as you can. We are all colleagues in the same department, and we rise and fall together." "Understood." Tang Song nods nonchalantly as he exits the office. It is a requirements document sent over by Du Xiaokai. He smirks and promptly deletes the email, choosing to disregard it. A notification lights up on his phone. "China Merchants Bank. Your account, ending in 6800, has received a salary payment of 622,484 renminbi on April 14th at 1614. The March salary has been disbursed. Typically, salaries are paid on the 15th of the previous month, but since tomorrow is the weekend, it has arrived early on Friday." Upon accessing the corporate email, Tianjing, responsible for payroll, had already sent over the salary slips. Tang Song opened the document and examined it attentively. His salary amounted to 8,000 yuan, with a meal allowance of 225 yuan. Since the company fully covers the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, his personal contribution to these expenses is approximately 2,000 yuan. After calculations, his net income is just over 6,200 yuan, with minimal tax deductions. This marks his first receipt of a complete salary following his formal confirmation, a long-awaited moment that stirred his emotions. He harbored no ill feelings toward Jin Xiu Shangmao. In fact, he felt quite grateful. The company's management is humane, benefits are commendable, and salaries are dispersed punctually. This is a significant reason he endured workplace bullying without resigning. However, it is essential to recognize that enterprises are composed of individuals, often intertwined with personal interests and schemes. When the interests of certain managers conflict with those of the company, they are likely to prioritize their own gains. After all, the company does not belong to them. If it were to fail, they could easily escape to seek better opportunities elsewhere. An example of such a manager is Director Chun. At 9 in the evening, having concluded a 30-minute sweat-inducing, fat-burning routine, Tang Song sat on his yoga mat, panting. After a brief rest, his body gradually relaxed. He opened Xiaohong Shu, created a note titled Day 10 of Transformation, uploaded his current weight, today's fat loss meal, comparison images, and exercise volume, then clicked Publish. Most of his followers were attracted by an earlier post about the pot lid hairstyle. Subsequent entries lacked excitement, and thus his follower growth naturally slowed. His phone vibrated with a new message. Operations, Guopeng. Shaosong, send me your address. I will drive to pick you up tomorrow. Guopeng resided in Yuhua District, making the journey unnecessarily long. Operations, Guopeng. Mingjun Auto Repair Factory. They exchanged a few more messages and arranged a meeting time. Tang Song put away his phone, rinsed his mouth, and stood naked before the full-length mirror, scrutinizing his post-weight loss physique. In just 13 days, his body had undergone a remarkable transformation. The previously protruding abdomen had vanished. Although he did not possess defined abs, it was relatively flat. Fat had reduced around his thighs, chest, and back. The changes in his face were equally significant. Normally featuring a double chin and fullness at the corners of his mouth, these had disappeared, and the nasolabial folds had softened. The contours of his face appeared much clearer, and his neck looked considerably more appealing. Overall, he presented as a spirited young man, neither overweight nor underweight. The primary concern remained the condition of his skin, complexion, spots, acne, blackheads, and puffiness. These blemishes still marred his appearance and required gradual improvement under Zhao Yaqian's guidance. Tang Song was not unattractive. He had a prominent nose, thin lips, double eyelids, and a commendable height, making him quite popular in high school as a handsome male student exuding youthful charm. However, upon entering university, in pursuit of the elusive Bai Yue Wang, he became withdrawn and focused, neglecting his appearance. He excelled in his major courses, earning numerous scholarships and certificates, including those for motorcycle and teaching licenses. In his senior year, he successfully entered a major internet company in the capital, standing once again beside her. Taking a deep breath, he opened the system interface to check his personal information. Player, Tang Song, 28 foot. Role, development engineer at Jinxiu Shangmao. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 816. Physique, 57. Stamina, 55. Agility, 50. Insight, 76. Asset status. Balance, 2,520, 050 yuan. Liabilities, 2,000,000 yuan. Company, none property, none vehicle. Yachty electric bicycle. His agility increased by 1 point, and his weight dropped to 816. Only 0.6 remained to complete the task of restraint and persistence. This weight fluctuation was normal, easily manageable with a good night's sleep or a visit to the restroom. The lung-strengthening potion was now within reach. Moreover, he anticipated his first vehicle and the accompanying vehicle gift package. Tang Song could hardly contain his excitement for the following day. Chapter 21. Tears of Joy, April 15th, 2023. Saturday, transitioning from cloudy to sunny, UV index high. Remember to apply sunscreen. At 6 a.m., the sun slowly rose, illuminating the sky. Ding dong. China Merchants Bank. Your account ending in 6,800 received a deposit of 20,000 yuan on April 15th at 0602. Tang Song abruptly leapt from his bed, deftly folding his quilt. He opened the system interface to review his personal information. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 811. Overnight, his body naturally metabolized 0.5, the standard rate. He was just 0.1 away from his goal. This was his first task since acquiring the system, accompanied by a reward of body-strengthening potions. Containing his excitement, Tang Song hurried into the restroom. Soon, he heard the crisp sound of a system notification. Ding! Congratulations, player. The challenge task, Restraint and Persistence, has been completed. Immediately, a faint light curtain appeared, displaying lines of text. Reward settlement in progress. During the past 14 days, you steadfastly adhered to your weight loss goal, never wavering. Maintaining strict self-discipline, successfully losing 9 kilograms, restoring your body to a normal weight range. You have received a special item, Lung Strengthening Potion X1. Throughout the task, you neither blindly pursued rapid weight loss nor compromised your health, maintaining a reasonable diet and routine, embodying the self-cultivation of a male god, triggering a hidden reward. You have obtained Basic Body Shape Optimization Potion X1. He had unexpectedly triggered an additional reward. Tang Song took a deep breath, trying to suppress his exhilaration. Entering the system warehouse, he found 2 potion vials glowing with a red light, resting quietly. Checking the item details. Basic Body Shape Optimization Potion. Upon use, it can gradually optimize body proportions, making slight adjustments to bones, muscles, and fat for a more harmonious figure. Incredible! Tang Song was at a loss for words, only able to express his amazement at this marvel. A person's body proportions are a matter of pure genetic lottery, fixed at birth and nearly impossible to change later. A balanced and proportional physique promotes health, vitality, equilibrium, and aesthetic appeal, enhancing the way one dresses. While Tang Song's height was commendable, his proportions left much to be desired. With several flaws, such as insufficient arm span, narrow shoulders, and slightly short shins. Although this was merely a basic potion, the results were still promising. Finishing his restroom visit with haste, he thoroughly washed his hands and dashed out like a sprinter. Standing before the full-length mirror, he took several deep breaths. His body still trembled slightly with excitement. Calm down. Calm down. The moment of witnessing a miracle was at hand. Selecting the Basic Body Shape Optimization Potion, he used it immediately. A delightful liquid suddenly filled his mouth, refreshing and invigorating in flavor. Before he could savor it, he swallowed with a gulp. Gradually, a cool sensation enveloped his throat and stomach, reminiscent of consuming a concentrated mint candy. Next, Tang Song's gaze shifted to the next item, Lung Strengthening Potion. Upon use, it can effectively enhance lung conditions, increase lung capacity, provide ample oxygen for the body, bolster immunity, and promote metabolism, boosting physique by 2 and stamina by 1. After all his efforts and sacrifices, was this not the reward he sought? Without hesitation, he used it immediately. Once again, the liquid was abruptly thrust into his mouth. Though this time the flavor was much stronger, akin to cough syrup. The liquid slid down his throat into his esophagus. A faint warmth spread within his body. He felt lighter, and his heartbeat gradually slowed. His breathing became deeper and more robust, with a gentle heat radiating from his chest and lower abdomen. The comforting sensation compelled him to close his eyes involuntarily. After more than half an hour, he began to silently sense the changes within him. Having endured prolonged nights and an irregular schedule, he had often experienced mild chest tightness, shortness of breath, and occasional coughing, which had posed significant obstacles during his weight loss journey. To his astonishment, all these ailments had vanished. His breathing was now strong and effortless. With each deep inhalation, he could distinctly feel his lungs expanding more fully, allowing him to draw in more fresh air and exchange gases swiftly. Opening his personal information panel, he observed, Player, Tang Song, 29, Role, Gene Xiao, Commercial Development Engineer, Height, 180, 5 centimeters, Weight, 81 kilograms, Constitution, 59, Endurance, 56, Agility, 50, Insight, 76. A slight surprise washed over him as he instinctively rubbed his eyes. The Constitution at 2, Endurance at 1, and Charm reaching 29 were all expected outcomes. However, the fact that his height had increased by 0.5 centimeters was astonishing. A flash of insight raced through his mind, causing his heart to quicken once again. The elementary body optimization potion proved to be even more impressive than he had anticipated. The so-called adjustment of body proportions had directly resulted in his elongation. Perhaps it was not merely an illusion. Tang Song felt that his calves had indeed grown slightly longer, and his shoulders appeared broader as well. This was a delightful surprise. Among the women he was currently acquainted with, Zhao Yaqian stood at 180 centimeters, while Xie Shuyu was around 175 centimeters, both towering figures. Standing alongside them had always been daunting, but now it seemed he might indeed grow taller by the time he turned 25. Filled with excitement, he attempted a few vertical jumps, donned a quick-dry outfit, and embarked on his daily fasted cardio, eager to gauge the strength of his optimized lungs. He stepped into the refreshing April morning, where the air was mild and the sun radiant. The neighborhood was imbued with a subtle fragrance of locust blossoms. 3, 2, 1. The outdoor run commenced. His steps felt lighter and more vigorous, and his stamina had significantly improved. This was undoubtedly a pair of remarkably healthy lungs, efficient, powerful, and brimming with vitality. You have run 5 kilometers. As the voice prompt echoed, Tang Song gradually slowed his pace and came to a halt. Upon reflection, he noticed that his body did not experience the usual intense fatigue. In fact, he felt he could easily conquer another kilometer or two. Retrieving his phone from the sports armband, he checked his running statistics. The distance covered was 5 kilometers, with an average pace of 5 minutes and 58 seconds, taking approximately 30 minutes. This was the first time his pace had dipped below 6 minutes. Remarkably, this achievement was accomplished without him having fully adapted to his physical changes. With a heart full of exhilaration, Tang Song jogged into the breakfast shop at the southern entrance of the community. He ordered a steamer of juicy pork dumplings, a pancake with egg, a bowl of spicy soup, and a small dish of complimentary pickled vegetables. One entire dumpling, a bite of pickled vegetable, and a sip of spicy soup sent a delightful explosion of carbohydrates, fats, chili, and spices across his palate. It was utterly delicious. Tang Song felt tears welling up in his eyes. The shop owner, who was tidying up the tables, noticed the scene and thought to herself that this young man was truly handsome. Chapter 22. A beautiful woman and her wooling Hongguang, he dispensed the compound amino acid facial cleanser into a rich lather, applying it evenly to his forehead, chin, the sides of his nose, and cheeks, gently massaging his face throughout the process, ensuring the entire cleansing ritual was completed within 4 minutes. Next, he used a gentle toner, patting it into his skin to provide ample hydration and relieve any tightness. Following that, he applied lotion and cream to lock in moisture, ensuring his skin remained hydrated and nourished. Given the strong ultraviolet rays that day, he concluded his routine with a layer of sunscreen. Attaining fair and healthy skin is no easy feat after diligently following Zhao Yaqian's instructions. 20 minutes had elapsed. Subsequently, he employed the technique his teacher had demonstrated, skillfully creating a well-formed American-style quiff. He then changed into a spring outfit recommended by an online friend, an embroidered long-sleeve shirt paired with straight-leg trousers and sneakers. The ensemble had been ordered online, totaling around 500 to 600 yuan, but the quality was remarkably good. Standing before the mirror, he surveyed his reflection and beamed with delight. Compared to the first day of his transformation, he had undergone a stunning metamorphosis. He truly exuded a hint of the trendy young man he aspired to be. After some contemplation, he donned 3 masks and posed in the same location as his initial post, capturing a full-body selfie. Opening an editing app, he combined the 2 photos, documenting the fluctuations in his weight over the past 14 days, the daily meal plans, and his exercise regimen, incorporating smooth transition effects, ultimately selecting an inspirational soundtrack. After watching it several times, Tang Song felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, realizing he had accomplished so much unwittingly. After a moment of reflection, he shared the video on Xiao Hong Shu with the title, Listening to Advice, Transformation Phase 1 Summary. Just after posting, a series of WeChat notifications buzzed into life. In a small group chat with his colleagues, Guopeng shared images of his beloved car and his recent experiences. It was evident that Guogu truly cherished his little Civic. Although he was a seasoned homebody, he had taken his car to a suburban park early on a weekend morning, capturing numerous artistic photos. Soon after, other colleagues joined in, enthusiastically discussing automotive topics. Tang Song, on the verge of owning his first vehicle, couldn't resist chiming in. Guopeng, Tang Song, it's almost time. Get ready to head out. Let us meet at the auto repair shop. Checking the time, he noted it was 9:10 a.m. Wang Qiuyang, Tang Song, Guopeng. Remember to share your car choices in the group. We'll help you brainstorm. Li Jiqiao, buying a car is a significant matter. We should all contribute our thoughts. This small group consisted of only 5 members, all of whom had good relationships with one another, frequently ordering takeout together and playing games. They had shown considerable interest in his car purchase. Mingjun Auto Repair Shop was located on Taijing Road in the Qiaoxi district, surrounded by dilapidated two-story buildings. Various auto parts and small eateries, giving off a quaint, town-like vibe. After exiting the taxi, Tang Song passed through a shabby iron gate and entered a spacious courtyard. The first thing that caught his eye was a row of about 10 cars, some neatly arranged while others were being repaired and painted. A circle of red brick bungalows surrounded the courtyard, housing various equipment, including lifts, tire repair machines, polishing machines, and paint buckets. Overall, it was a rather unremarkable yet legitimate auto repair shop. A series of short honks interrupted his thoughts. Guopeng emerged from a small car, accompanied by a man in a blue mechanic's uniform. As he approached, Guopeng clapped him on the shoulder, exclaiming in admiration, "Wow, you look incredibly stylish today. I never realized how good-looking you are. You're not any less attractive than Du Xiaokai. Since I'm buying a car, I figure I should dress up a bit. It seems I'm quite determined. Let us go pick a car. I just happen to have a balloon in my car. Later, we can stop by the roadside to grab a bouquet, and we'll have a little car-picking ceremony, just like those dealerships." Guoge was a man of taste. This was certainly a splendid idea. After exchanging some light banter, Guopeng introduced, "This is my cousin, Li Mingjun, and this is Tang Song, the down-to-earth guy I told you about. He is a tech wizard at our company." Li Mingjun, in his late 20s, sported a buzz cut and thick lips, exuding a warm smile. The two exchanged greetings, marking their formal introduction. They then dove straight into the task at hand, inspecting cars and taking test drives. The courtyard housed 5 vehicles that met his requirements, all priced under 40,000 yuan, fuel-efficient, durable, and in excellent condition. Although he had previously viewed pictures and descriptions on WeChat, the tactile experience of seeing the vehicles in person was distinctly different. Under the enthusiastic introduction of Li Mingjun, Tang Song comprehensively understood the exterior, interior, and space of the cars, gaining a complete cognition of all the vehicles. After graduating from driving school, he rarely touched a car again, approaching the experience with utmost caution. Once he completed test driving all 5 vehicles, Guopeng approached and inquired, "What do you think? Have you made a decision? Brother Guo, which one do you think is the best?" Tang Song felt somewhat indecisive. Having never owned a car before, he found something to like in each vehicle. However, he had yet to experience that spark of instant attraction. His first car should be one that he finds most comfortable to drive and aesthetically pleasing, fulfilling a long-held wish. I think both the Iris 5 and the Fido are quite commendable. One is newer with an automatic transmission, while the other retains its value and offers driving pleasure. "You won't regret choosing either," Guopeng replied. Tang Song then opened the WeChat group chat, sharing several videos he had recorded during the test drives to gather opinions from his colleagues. "Li Jichao, the Yue is the most suitable. I find such compact cars to be the most enjoyable to drive." Wang Chaoyang, "You must choose the Fido. Its engine is impressive, and it's a space magician. The rear seats fold down to accommodate a refrigerator. It's the best choice for young people." Lu Mingfang, "If we're talking about space, it has to be the Wuling Hongwang." Tang Song, "I saw that white Wuling in your videos. It looks great with modified headlights, wheels, and stickers. The roof even has a luggage rack. Perfect for outings." At this, others in the group burst into laughter, joining in on the jokes. Li Jichao, "It has to be the Wuling. Mid-engine, rear-wheel drive, supercar layout, power unknown, but it gets stronger with adversity." Wang Chaoyang, "It may not accompany you in glory during your success, but it will stand by you when you first venture into the world." Tang Song paused, glancing at a white Wuling Hongwang in the corner. The body was adorned with black and gray patterns, the headlights rounded, and the wheels darkened, looking particularly vibrant under the sunlight. Noticing his gaze, Li Mingjun smiled and said, "This is a 2020 Wuling Hongwang, high-spec manual version. The owner is a longtime client of mine. The car has always been maintained and modified here, so its condition is impeccable. It's a 5-seat version, and the rear seats fold down to reveal astonishing space. Oh, and the owner is a stunning beauty who runs a clothing store. It's a one-owner vehicle with less than 50,000 kilometers. She primarily uses it to transport clothes and people, and the condition is very new." Chapter 23. It's the one. Tang Song had certainly heard of the Wuling Hongwang. In the domestic market, it boasts outstanding sales and reputation. As a young person, he was familiar with the humorous references surrounding Wuling and held no aversion to the brand. However, influenced by those around him, He had always considered small sedans as his first car, never truly contemplating a microvan. Yet, upon seeing the spirited Wuling Hongguang in the sunlight, he felt a twinge of excitement, as if he had discovered a large cabbage in a field of flowers. Though the scene was somewhat skewed, it was surprising and unique. Approaching the car, Tang Song asked, "Li Gu, how much is this Wuling?" Li Mingjun hesitated for a moment before explaining. "Let me clarify. I'm not trying to rip you off. The owner has made many modifications, and since the car has been well maintained, the price is a bit steep. The owner wants to sell it for 43,000. I estimate I can negotiate down by about 1,000. This car originally cost over 60,000 when new, and for a 3-year-old vehicle in this condition, the market price is below 40,000. That's why I haven't purchased it myself. I'm merely helping with the consignment. I previously posted about it on my social media, and many expressed interest, but once they heard the price, they lost interest. Often, when you spend thousands on modifications, you can't recoup that investment when selling. Sometimes, a stock vehicle sells better. The owner might also be eager for cash, just a few days prior. She parked the car here, hoping for clients to view it and reach an agreement quickly." Hearing Li Mingjun's words, Tang Song nodded. "Li Gu, I really like this car. Please tell me about its condition." The price was slightly high, but within his acceptable range, considering the system's requirement of 45,000. Upon hearing this, Li Mingjun patted the car's rear and began his introduction. It was registered in April 2020, so it's just 3 years old, with all original paint. It has a candy white color, equipped with fog lights and modified lens headlights that are very bright. It has a 3M film applied and comes with a roof rack. There's power steering, central air conditioning, 14-inch aluminum alloy wheels, and electric windows. The rear seats can fold completely down, extending the trunk space to over 2 meters in length and nearly 1.5 meters in width. Ideal for transporting goods. Next, Li Mingjun opened the door, revealing the interior. The overall design was covered in gray and white leather, with brown accents on the armrests, gear shifts, headrests, and center console. The combination of colors appeared quite fashionable. Additionally, the control areas were adorned with bright metallic accents. The overall appearance was simple, elegant, warm, and upscale. Tang Song's eyes lit up. It was evident that the previous owner had a deep affection for this Wuling, and the modifications resonated well with his taste. Much of it is about personal preference, and this contrast between the interior and exterior instantly captivated Tang Song. Li Mingjun squeezed the seat, smiling. The entire interior is soft touch, with a full surround black rubber mat, a high-definition large screen for navigation, a branded dash cam, and upgraded audio. To be honest, the modifications I did here cost nearly 10,000 in total. If you appreciate the original owner's design, spending an additional 3,000 to 4,000 to acquire it is certainly not a loss. Tang Song pondered for a moment before directly stating, "Li Gu, do you have the keys? I'd like to take it for a spin." "Just a moment. I'll get them for you." Li Mingjun quickly responded, heading toward a small room. Guopeng couldn't help but interject, "Xiao Song, the car is nice, but it is indeed a bit pricey. Moreover, there's a key issue. You're at an age where you should start looking for a partner. When buying a car, you must consider this aspect. Driving this car to pick up friends, everyone will be eager to take a turn. But if you drive it to pick up a girl for a date," Guopeng did not look down upon the Wuling Hongguang. In fact, since entering the workforce, he had not dismissed any vehicle. However, at 25 years old, Tang Song was approaching the stage of matchmaking and marriage. Owning a modest sedan could certainly be a plus in that regard. Acknowledging Guopeng's words, Tang Song nodded, "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Gua." If it were the old him, his first car would likely be one he drove for a long time, necessitating careful consideration of various factors. However, with the system now in place, completing this task would grant him a vehicle valued under 500,000, alleviating any concerns. As long as he liked it, he would seize the opportunity. Expressing his gratitude, Tang Song bent down to sit in the driver's seat, adjusting the seat position, which felt quite comfortable. Fastening his seatbelt, gripping the steering wheel, a subtle smile appeared on Tang Song's lips, a wave of joy and satisfaction washing over him. Confirming that the gear was in neutral, he pressed the clutch, inserted the key, and ignited the engine. Accompanied by the sound of the engine, the dashboard and infotainment system illuminated. Releasing the handbrake, he shifted into first gear, coordinating the throttle and clutch to begin moving. Having experienced the test drives of the previous vehicles, this one felt exceptionally smooth. The handling was stable, the steering wheel offered a pleasant feel, and the responsiveness was agile. Thanks to the lightweight body and commendable power output, the acceleration was impressive. After a full lap of the test drive, it felt effortless to drive. Observing the warm and stylish interior, the sleek and flowing lines of the body, the spacious cabin, and the expansive trunk of the Wuling, Tang Song took a deep breath, touching the rearview mirror, and exclaimed with excitement, "This is the one." Guopeng opened his mouth as if to say something, but chose to remain silent. Li Mingjun was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a swift decision. "All right, I'll contact the owner right now and try to negotiate the price down for you. Today, let's first sign the contract. The transfer will have to wait until next Monday. I can assist you with the formalities. In such consignment sales, the seller merely earns a commission and handling fee." "Very well. I appreciate your help, Li Ge." Tang Song smiled and gestured playfully. With matters proceeding this way, Guopeng relinquished his urging and joined Tang Song in the car to experience it for himself, capturing some photos to share in the group chat. He left a message, "Congratulations, Xiao Song, on acquiring the 2020 Wuling Hongguang." As soon as the message was sent, the other three erupted in excitement. "Li Ji Chao, the interior is truly stunning. You must let me take it for a spin at the office, please." He glanced at the vehicle. Feeling somewhat awkward, the owner can only concede a maximum of 500 yuan on the price, so it stands at 42,500 yuan. Can you accept that? However, the mandatory insurance and commercial insurance still have 6 months left and can be transferred to you, saving some costs. Not even 1,000 discount. Guopeng frowned, urging, "Junzi, please negotiate with her again." Li Mingjun pondered for a moment and suggested to Tang Song, "Perhaps we should wait a bit longer. The longer we delay, the more anxious the owner will become, and the price is likely to be reduced. No need, let us proceed as is." Tang Song was unwilling to prolong the matter further. Seeing the deal reached, Li Mingjun also sighed in relief. "Very well, the owner will arrive around 1 in the afternoon. I will prepare the contract for you." Tang Song nodded, his gaze returning to the Wuling Hongguang, unable to look away. Finally, his first car, which he had long desired, was about to become a reality, truly a cause for celebration. Chapter 24. Gao Mengting at noon. Tang Song generously treated the three of them to a meal at a small roadside restaurant. With 4 dishes and a soup, the prices were reasonable, and the portions were ample. Shortly after returning to the auto repair shop, Li Mingjun's phone rang. The enchanting female car owner he had praised so highly had finally arrived. The three waited in the yard for 2 or 3 minutes before a graceful figure walked in. Li Mingjun promptly stood up and warmly greeted, "Boss Gao, you have finally arrived. Li Ge, please cease your teasing. You are well aware of the situation in my shop." The girl's voice was melodious. Guopeng nudged him with his elbow, excitedly exclaiming, "She is indeed a stunning beauty. So lovely, I dare say, she rivals Tianjing. It seems her figure is even more appealing. She was indeed striking." Tang Song nodded in agreement, unable to resist focusing his gaze on the approaching girl. In her early 20s, her features were exquisite, and her skin was delicate. Her brown hair was voluminous and thick, and her face was adorned with tasteful makeup. She wore a pair of split-leg jeans, white sneakers, and a turtleneck sweater, exuding an aura of elegance. Li Mingjun cheerfully introduced, "Allow me to present Gao Mengting, the owner of this Wuling Hongguang. This is the buyer, Tang Song, whom I mentioned in our phone conversation." "Hello, Mr. Tang." Gao Mengting smiled and greeted him, adding, "You appear far younger than I had imagined." Her cheeks, plump and charming when she smiled, added to her allure. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Mingjun produced 2 copies of the contract. "Miss Gao, please review these terms. If everything is satisfactory, we can sign the contract now." Gao Mengting accepted the documents and sat down in the yard, meticulously examining each detail. Whenever she encountered something unclear, she promptly inquired, continuing only after receiving clarification. The 2-page contract took her a full 8 minutes to review. Such diligence left Tang Song feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had merely skimmed through it to confirm the model and price. "I have no objections, Li Ge. Do you have a pen?" "Indeed." Li Mingjun retrieved a carbon pen and a box of ink from his pocket and handed them over. Gao Mengting casually accepted them, swiftly signing her name and pressing her thumbprint. In the sunlight, her slender, fair fingers and her graceful handwriting were striking. "Here you go, Mr. Tang." She cheerfully handed the documents to him. Tang Song extended his hand, signing and imprinting his mark as well, finalizing the agreement. Gao Mingting retrieved the car keys and placed them on the table. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke. According to the contract, Mr. Tang is required to pay a deposit of 20,000 yuan within 24 hours, with the remainder due upon the transfer of ownership. If convenient, could you transfer it to me now? Certainly. How would you prefer to proceed? Tang Song inquired, pulling out his phone to look at her. When dealing with a beautiful woman, people tend to show considerable leniency, and he did not mind the details. Let us use WeChat. Let us add each other as friends. If any issues arise with the car, feel free to contact me. While speaking, Gao Mingting opened her WeChat QR code. After adding each other, Tang Song directly transferred 20,000 yuan, noting it as a deposit for the car purchase. Gao Mingting quickly accepted it, her face reflecting relief as she expressed her gratitude. To be honest, I have been quite short on funds lately. I have a payment due today. Thank you, Mr. Tang. No need for such formality. Li Gu, I appreciate your assistance throughout. I will transfer the agency and transfer fees to you shortly. I still need my ID, and I will ensure you receive it before the transfer on Monday. Certainly. No problem. Li Mingju nodded with a smile. Gao Mingting glanced at the time, picked up her bag, and stated, "There is nothing more for me to do here. So I'll take my leave. Goodbye. Farewell." Goodbye. Gao Mingting nodded with a smile and turned, striding toward the exit. The curves of her figure, accentuated by her jeans, were effortlessly captivating, and her wavy brown hair danced lightly on her back as she walked, her physique undeniably alluring. Tang Song couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Just as she was about to exit the door, she suddenly halted, spinning around abruptly. This startled Tang Song, who had been watching her, causing an awkward smile to spread across his face. Gao Mingting took a deep breath, trotting a few steps toward the Wuling Hongguang. Her previously cheerful face now bore a hint of sadness. She reached out, tracing the car's headlights and gliding her hand along the waistline, gently caressing the vehicle. Subsequently, she leaned against the car pillar, whispering a few words to herself. Biting her lower lip with intensity, she took a deep breath and tears began to fall. She lifted her delicate face, carefully retrieving a tissue from her tote bag to dab at her eyes. Turning back, she approached Tang Song again, bowing earnestly. In a soft voice, she murmured, "Mr. Tang, I hope you will treat her well. She is the high-end version, with a rear suspension of semi-coiled springs. She can carry up to 800 pounds without issue, but anything heavier may be too much for her. Avoid transporting seafood or similar items, as they can corrode the floor, although I have taken precautions. The vehicle requires maintenance every 5,000 kilometers." Despite having not looked at the car since entering, she spoke for 4 or 5 minutes about the precautions, occasionally glancing in that direction. Tang Song opened his mouth, feeling somewhat slow to respond, and quietly replied, "Very well. I shall take care of it. This is my first car, and I will cherish it." She smiled, swaying her beige tote as she departed, appearing quite carefree. He watched her graceful silhouette disappear from view. Upon returning to Qingxinjin, Tang Song carefully stored the contract and sat on the sofa, lost in thought. He had finally secured the car he adored. Once Monday's transfer was complete, it would wholly belong to him. This should have been a moment of joy. But reflecting on Gao Mingting's eyes as she left him inexplicably melancholic. Tang Song chuckled at himself, realizing it was primarily because she was a stunning beauty, her tears reminiscent of rain-soaked pear blossoms. Had she been less attractive, he mused, he would likely have moved on without a second thought. Lost in thought, he inadvertently opened Gao Mingting's moments on WeChat. Most of her posts consisted of clothing and shoe promotions, interspersed with a few selfies. The topmost post was from 3 minutes ago. Gao Mingting. There exists a sorrow in this world that cannot be expressed in tears. This sorrow is beyond explanation. And even if explained, no one would comprehend. It remains eternally unchanged, like snowflakes quietly accumulating in one's heart on a windless night. In Murakami Haruki's The End of the World and the Cold Wonderland, Chapter 25, titled Charm Level 30, Unlock Rewards, dated April 17, 2023, a cloudy Monday. 3 significant events transpired at Jinxiu Trading Company. The first event involved a restructuring within the Human Resources Department, which added several new branches, including the Human Resources Planning and Development Department, the Training Department, the Employee Relations Department, and the Compensation and Benefits Department. The second event was the formal promotion of Personnel Officer Tianjing to Compensation Supervisor, with all company members receiving the notification. The third event was Tang Song taking a leave of absence to purchase a vehicle, specifically a Wuling Hongguang. Of course, the third event was particularly noteworthy only within the small circle of the technical support department. Old Song truly stood out, making such a unique choice in his vehicle. This lad must have been inspired by someone, eliciting laughter from Du Shaokai. A Wuling Hongguang? ISNT, that a minivan? What was Tang Song thinking? Brother Song wouldn't he be considering a side job? Would he? Huala? You girls wouldn't he understand? Driving this car would surely make the brothers look fabulous. I think it's quite practical. It can carry people and goods. But if it flips over, we'd all be done for. Given that it was still working hours, the discussion remained somewhat restrained. However, the WeChat group was already buzzing with various memes and humorous remarks. Gradually, someone initiated a conversation about the restructuring of the Human Resources Department. Insider information suggested that the company was soon to secure financing, implying that this restructuring might merely be the beginning. Subsequently, the finance department, sales department, channel department, and even their technical support department would undergo adjustments. Upon hearing this news, everyone became excited. A restructuring typically means the creation of additional management positions. After all, ISNT working hard in the company all about promotions and raises? In the corner, Zhao Yu appeared rather sullen, her mind lingering on the news of Tian Jing's promotion. Upon receiving this news early in the morning, she lost her appetite for the coffee she had purchased. In her view, she and Tian Jing were rivals, having joined the company together and both being among its most favored beauties. Tian Jing, at just 22 years old and less than a year out of university, had now become the compensation supervisor, 2 ranks above Zhao Yu. Moving forward, her salary and benefits would be under Tian Jing's purview. Salary adjustments would require Tian Jing's approval. Birthday gifts would need her signature, and expense reimbursements would necessitate her review. To a certain extent, Tian Jing had already assumed a leadership role over her. This blow was difficult for Zhao Yu to accept, causing her chest to ache with frustration. Gritting her teeth, she directly posted in the small group of female colleagues. Little Jing from the HR department is amazing, having only been employed for less than a year. She has jumped 2 levels to become a supervisor. She is truly a role model and a goal for us girls. Although the technical department was relatively new, it housed several female employees who had worked there for around 3 years without any promotions. Hearing this, they felt a twinge of discomfort. Following this, Zhao Yu made some sarcastic comments in the group chat. Perhaps Tian Jing possessed some exceptional quality that they did not comprehend. After all, she was stunningly beautiful and adept at charming others. Naturally, promotions and raises would follow. After a few barbed remarks in the group chat, Zhao Yu felt somewhat relieved. She then recalled Tang Song's used car and couldn't help but sneer. She lived not far from Tang Song and had initially planned to hitch a ride with him to work every day, but now he had made such a definitive choice. Imagining herself arriving at the underground parking lot in Tang Song's Wuling minivan, she felt a shiver run through her. Who could understand that scene? The vehicle registration office was teeming with people on Monday, as the transfer requests accumulated over the weekend converged on this day. Tang Song and Li Mingjun arrived early. Queuing for vehicle inspection, license plate assignment, application form completion, and registration transfer. By the time they received the new license plates, it was nearly noon. Li Mingjun waved the license plate, chuckling, "This is the trend now. Pure numbers are too rare. Yours is decent, 1 letter and 4 numbers. Yes, I understand." Tang Song nodded. Li Mingjun then retrieved a toolbox from the car and began installing the license plates with remarkable skill, finishing in just a few minutes. After packing away the tools, he smiled. "Don't worry about the insurance transfer. I'll visit the insurance company this afternoon and call you afterward. Also, regarding the remaining payment, Gao Mingting has been messaging me this morning for updates. She must be quite anxious for the money. All right, I'll transfer it to her now." Tang Song promptly took out his phone, nearly forgetting about this matter. Since all his cash was tied up in a betting agreement, he borrowed this sum from WeChat Credit. He did have some well-connected friends to borrow from, but such matters could potentially strain relationships, so it was best not to ask lightly. After transferring the remaining 22,500 yuan to Gao Mingting, Li Mingjun called her to confirm the transaction, and with that, the deal was officially settled. "If there are any issues with the car, just contact me. I'm off now. Goodbye." Li Mingjun waved as he got into his colleague's car. From this moment on, the vehicle belonged solely to Tang Song. With its sleek, refreshing lines, hexagonal grille, simple rear lights, and sturdy roof rack, The car was undeniably appealing. Unable to resist, Tang Song took out his phone to snap a few pictures. At that moment, he deeply understood the feelings of Brother Hua. After putting away his phone, he opened the driver's door and slid into the driver's seat. As his hands grasped the steering wheel, the system interface suddenly unfolded before him, with lines of text jumping into view. On April 17th, 2023, you have acquired your first car, upgrading from Yadi Electric Vehicle Tooling Hongwang. You now possess your own mobile private space, allowing you to travel freely, unafraid of sun or rain. You will appear more refined in social situations, and you can comfortably invite the girl you like out to dinner. Following this, a dazzling progress bar appeared before him. Charm level, 24, starting charm, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. The small treasure chest corresponding to node 30 was pulsating with red light, indicating it was ready to be claimed. Tang Song tightened his grip on the steering wheel, instinctively leaning forward, his eyes bursting with boundless surprise. Having maintained his charm level at 29 for several days, he finally surpassed it to reach 30 with the upgrade of his vehicle. This was only reasonable, as residence, vehicle, partner, and career all constituted elements of personal charm. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, his excellent lung capacity helping him regain composure swiftly. He touched the treasure chest with his mind and promptly claimed the reward. For a brief moment, the scene before him blurred, only to return to clarity accompanied by a crisp system notification sound. Ding! You have received skill upgrade car 1. Ding! You have received 1 million yuan entrepreneurial fund. Ding! You have received corporate office space. Ding! You have unlocked a new function module, dressing center. Ding! You have received dressing for a cool night. Ding! The growth plan task has been activated. Please proceed to the task center to view. In Chapter 26, titled Dressing for a Cool Night, once the notification sounds concluded, Tang Song leaned back in a chair, his fingers trembling slightly, at a loss for words. Achieving charm level 30 was akin to an initial value in a game. He had not held high expectations, believing the rewards would merely be of the novice package variety. To his astonishment, the rewards were remarkably abundant. Containing his exhilaration, he entered the system warehouse to examine the details of the rewards in sequence. Skill upgrade card 1. Upon usage, one can select a level 1 skill for enhancement. 1 million yuan startup fund. Upon usage, one receives 1,000,000 yuan in cash, which may only be utilized for entrepreneurial ventures and related investments. Corporate office space 1. Upon usage, one acquires ownership of a prestigious office area. The horn of the Wuling Hongwang blared vigorously. Tang Song's complexion flushed, his gaze ablaze. 1 million yuan in startup funds. Ownership of an office space. He knew that today marked a monumental transformation in his life. He had always believed that his dreams would come true by enhancing his charm. He could inherit vast assets within the game. Yet, it was only at this moment that he truly felt as though he had traversed time. Leaning back in his chair, Tang Song gazed out at the rolling clouds, silently experiencing the tumult of his heartbeat. After a considerable pause, when he finally regained his composure, he selected 1 million yuan startup fund and activated it immediately. Ding! The screen of his phone illuminated. China Merchants Bank. Your account ending in 6800 received 1,000,000 yuan on April 17th at 11:49. Tang Song stared at the string of numbers for a while before selecting corporate office space 1 and activating it. Ding! You have acquired a 200 square meter office in Yunxi Building. Please proceed to Yunxi Property Management Company to collect it. Yunxi Building, 200 square meters. Tang Song's pupils trembled slightly. He was well aware that Yunxi Building is the pinnacle of office complexes in Yinqing, a Class A double first-rate structure located in the heart of Yinqing, within a 5-star business district, a flourishing commercial hub. The surrounding environment boasts mature administrative, financial, transportation, tourism, shopping, and leisure atmospheres, making it the core business stage and commercial territory of Yinqing. Many top-tier enterprises have their branches there. To possess a 200 square meter office space, there is akin to owning a hen that lays golden eggs. Even if he did nothing, merely renting out the office could yield over 40,000 yuan in monthly income. After 3 years of work, excluding the money sent home, he had saved only over 40,000 yuan, with his greatest dream being to settle down and purchase property in Yinqing. Now, inheriting game assets had brought him directly to his goal. In comparison to these two rewards, the skill upgrade card, 1, appeared somewhat inconspicuous. However, he happened to possess the Male God Halo passive skill, which could be directly upgraded to level 2. He wondered if it would trigger a new Halo effect. For someone in the early stages of development like him, this was also a significant boon. Taking a deep breath, he quickly roused himself with his substantial lung capacity. He selected Skill Upgrade Card 1 and activated it immediately, designating Male God Halo 1, confirming. Ding. The passive skill, Male God Halo, has been upgraded to level 2. Male God Halo 2 optimizes sleep quality, aiding players in entering deep sleep more rapidly, thus providing a superior sleep experience. Excellent sleep gradually repairs damaged skin, preventing and eliminating dark circles and bags under the eyes. Halo Effect. Your first smile each day grants a cash reward of 400 yuan, with a probability of 1 for an additional critical reward. Note, this skill is upgradable. Remarkable. Cash doubled. Critical hit probability increased tenfold. Naturally, the accompanying functions are also significantly more powerful and practical. Due to neglecting skincare for an extended period, compounded by his oily complexion, Tang Song bore some blemishes, such as acne scars and pimples. To rectify this, he would have to resort to acid exfoliation, which could damage the skin's stratum corneum. This restorative effect was truly a timely boon. Dark circles and bags under his eyes had long been a source of distress. Previously, he could only rely on prolonged treatment or makeup, but now, as long as he ensured adequate sleep, he could gradually eliminate them, saving him considerable time and energy. His fourth reward, Outfit, Night Breeze, was also present. A familiar, dazzling interface appeared before him, with a card depicting a set of clothing displayed in the upper left corner. Gently touching the card with his mind, the illustrated outfit flickered and gracefully floated before him. Concurrently, detailed information about the outfit was displayed. Outfit, Night Breeze, Constitution 2, Agility 1, with added cold resistance effect. Outfit components, apricot knitted cardigan, white shirt, gray-black casual pants, white sneakers. Special effect, Night Breeze. When wearing this outfit outdoors at night in windy conditions, a special aura will be activated, making one appear refreshed, tranquil, and melancholic. No wonder the display effect was so impressive. It was designed specifically for me. Tang Song couldn't help but mutter internally. In the game, selecting clothing and clicking to wear it would activate it effortlessly, without such cumbersome procedures, and he would have to find similar items himself. Fortunately, online shopping is quite convenient. With diligent searching, assembling the outfit should not be too challenging. After admiring his first ensemble for a while, Tang Song attempted to click, where, ding, outfit, Night Breeze has been worn. Immediately afterward, the interface transitioned to the main screen. In the center of the image, the previously shorts-clad 3D model was now adorned in clothing. Truly, the system selections were impeccable. The outfit's effects surpassed even the recommendations of online users, making him look exceptionally dashing. Simultaneously, a line of small text appeared beneath the character. Current outfit compatibility, 10, all effects activated. 10, Tang Song glanced down. Today, the color and style of his pants were only somewhat close to the outfit components, so a score of 10 seemed reasonable. He clicked on the 3D model to view personal information. Player, Tang Song, 31 foot. Character, Jin Xiu, commercial development engineer. Height, 181 centimeters. Weight, 81 kilograms. Constitution, 592, 5902. Endurance, 56. Agility, 501, 501. Insight, 76. Asset status, balance, 0, 51 million. Investment capital, 1 million. Debt, 40, 000. Company, none. Property, none. Vehicle, Wuling Hongguang, Yadi electric vehicle. Chapter 27. Planning tasks since consuming the beginner body optimization potion. His height had been gradually increasing at a rate of several tenths of a centimeter each day, and he finally surpassed 181 centimeters. This morning while dressing, Tang Song could distinctly feel his calves and arm span elongating slightly. The 200 square meters of office space acquired had yet to be claimed, so the property section remained empty. Subsequently, Tang Song's gaze focused on the balance section. With the 1 million yuan in investment capital, the unit of calculation had shifted to thousands. Although these funds could only be utilized for entrepreneurship and investment, merely gazing at them provided him with a sense of stability and security. The overall style of the interface remained unchanged. Yet a new section had emerged in the central area, shimmering with golden light, indicating its significance. Character advancement. Select a field of interest, establish a company of your own, with a shareholding ratio of no less than 67, completing the transition from employee to boss. Unfinished, company startup. Build the core business for the enterprise. Establish a reasonable organizational structure and compensation system, and recruit no fewer than 10 formal employees. Unfinished, getting on track. Develop the company's core business to achieve basic profitability. Task reward. Growth Package 1. Male God Growth Plan is a male God cultivation game centered on simulation management, with the majority of planned tasks relating to simulation management to facilitate player growth. If he could participate fully from start to finish, the benefits would be substantial. A flurry of thoughts coursed through Tang Song's mind, and glancing at the time, he realized that it had unknowingly passed noon. Concerned about potential weight rebound from rapid weight loss, he continued to monitor his daily caloric intake and expenditure, having eaten little in the morning. He was now quite hungry after a busy morning. Having acquired his very first car, the allure of life reached its zenith at the moment, unlocking system rewards, including $1 million in funds and an office in YNXDSH. At 25 years of age, Tang Song experienced a profound sense of joy. His appetite awakened, compelling him to indulge in a splendid meal to celebrate. He opened a review app and searched for culinary delights. Ultimately, he selected a high-end restaurant with an average cost of $500 per person, not too close. But with his newfound vehicle, he felt free to go wherever he pleased. After setting the navigation, he placed his phone in the storage compartment of the center console. The engine of the Wuling Hongguang roared to life, and the car smoothly merged into the flow of traffic along the pristine asphalt road, becoming a picturesque sight on the main thoroughfare of YNCHing. The sun dispersed the scattered clouds, enveloping everything in warmth and tranquility. Tang Song gently pressed down the car window, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel, savoring the breeze that slipped through the gap. After a somewhat clumsy reverse parking maneuver, ensuring he and T crossed the white lines, Tang Song turned off the engine and exited the vehicle. Raising his gaze, he spotted the main building of SHNGW IG restaurant. Its green exterior adorned with glass curtain walls glistening in the sunlight, refracting a spectrum of colors, exuding an air of grandeur. Upon entering the spacious and brightly lit lobby, a dashing young waiter promptly greeted him. Upon learning he was alone, there was no hint of surprise, and he warmly escorted Tang Song to a table. Receiving an exquisitely crafted menu, Tang Song perused it from front to back, selecting several dishes he yearned to savor: sesame crispy chicken, swan pastry, snowflake wagyu beef tower, braised abalone with pork, and dried tangerine peel stewed fish maw, allowing him to relish the culinary experience without worry. The freshly baked snowflake wagyu beef tower was a delightful blend of salty and sweet, disintegrating upon contact with his palate. The sesame crispy chicken was tender and crunchy, with the aromas of sesame and meat harmoniously intertwined. The slow-braised fish maw offered a rich layering of flavors, refreshing and delightful. Unbeknownst to him, 3 fashionable and alluring young ladies sat at a table to his left. They ordered only a few exquisite desserts and beverages, capturing moments on their phones before engaging in spirited conversation. Their discussion revolved around clothing, cosmetics, and handbags. Coincidentally, Tang Song had recently been learning about fashion and makeup, allowing him to grasp some of their dialogue. However, their topics were quite sophisticated, frequently mentioning Bulgari and occasionally referencing the decor and service of 5-star hotels. Coupled with their high-quality attire and conspicuous handbags, it was evident they embodied the archetype of affluent young women. Among them, one stood out remarkably. Whether due to cosmetic enhancements or not, her features were flawless. And with a refined makeup look, she resembled a beautiful supporting character from a Korean drama. Clad in a camisole dress and delicate high heels, she exuded confidence and grace. Embodying a goddess-like aura, Tang Song quietly admired her beauty, relishing the satisfaction and joy that came from his meal, basking in his own comfortable solitude. After settling a bill of 856 yuan, he contentedly stepped out of the restaurant. Turning to the left, he saw his spirited Wuling Hongguang waiting patiently in the warm sunlight. A gentle press of the remote key caused the car lights to blink, unlocking the doors. Tang Song smiled and slid into the vehicle. The feeling of having a car was delightful, providing a personal space to retreat to at any moment. Xiao Shui, aren't you coming with us to shop? The new Chanel skirt is particularly stunning, and I believe it would suit you perfectly. A familiar voice reached his ears, prompting Tang Song to glance in that direction. He spotted the three affluent young women approaching, stopping in front of a red Porsche 718. The most striking girl smiled and waved, saying, "I'm afraid I have 2 meetings this afternoon. I really can't accompany you." "All right. I understand that those in finance are always busy. Let us plan to meet another time." The young lady glanced at her rose gold watch and added, "My friend is about to pick me up. You should head out first." "Bye. Is it that friend of yours who drives a big Mercedes?" "Indeed." She lightly tossed her bangs and giggled. "We won't keep you any longer. Goodbye." The other two waved and entered the Porsche 718, which then roared to life. Accelerating away, Tang Song observed this scene quietly, unable to suppress a remark. Indeed, they are all affluent individuals. The Porsche 718 is a vehicle he recognized. Albeit an entry-level sports car, its price still reaching around 6 to 700,000. It was not something an average person could afford. The girl named Xiao Shui lingered for a couple of minutes before turning to walk toward the exit. She wore delicate golden high heels, moving with elegance and grace. Her dress swaying gently, reminiscent of a model on a runway, gradually disappearing from his view. Exiting the restaurant's courtyard and rounding a corner, a familiar silhouette caught his eye. Xiao Shui waved and climbed into a Corolla with its hazard lights flashing. Tang Song raised an eyebrow. Was she supposed to be picked up by someone driving an extravagant car? Chapter 28. Entrepreneurial direction at 3 p.m. After the insurance transfer of the vehicle was completed. Tang Song finally received his driving license, green book, and identification documents. After organizing his belongings, he engaged in a half-hour fat-burning workout. Reclining on the sofa, he opened the system interface and entered the dress-up center. While perusing the components of the night chill outfit, he searched for corresponding keywords online. Unfortunately, the system interface could not be screenshot or photographed. Otherwise, he could have simply searched for identical items. Alternatively, if he possessed exceptional drawing skills, he could sketch the attire and have it custom-made at a tailor, ensuring a perfect fit. After 2 hours of diligent effort, comparisons, and consultations, Tang Song finally assembled a complete outfit. The style and colors closely matched, though he remained uncertain about the actual fit. To be cautious, he ordered each piece in 2 different sizes. Eagerly anticipating his first ensemble, he regrettably noted that shipping and delivery would take at least 3 days. After a simple dinner, Tang Song began organizing his ongoing tasks. The cognitive awakening task was currently 35 complete. He was not in a hurry regarding this task, choosing instead to thoroughly enjoy the reading process, striving to cultivate a long-term passion for literature through understanding the messages conveyed in these classic works. The task, My First Car, was halfway finished. He merely needed to invite a female companion to visit 3 scenic spots together to earn the coveted vehicle gift package, allowing him to drive a car valued within 500,000. This was an urgent matter. He had several female acquaintances in YNCH to enjoy outings with, including university classmates, colleagues, and his beautician friend, ZHOY. Considering the existence of the betting agreement, ZHOY was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Strengthening his bond with a female companion was best achieved through travel. In unfamiliar places, being with familiar individuals would provide greater comfort and security. With a touch of romantic interaction, sparks of love might very well ignite. Reflecting on the beautician's alluring long legs and the 300,000 betting stake, Tang Song took a deep breath. He picked up his phone and messaged HOY. "The weather has been splendid recently, perfect for travel. If you're not busy, would you like to join me for a little adventure? Let us appreciate the magnificent landscapes of our homeland and savor some local delicacies." Setting his phone aside, he redirected his focus to the system interface. With $1 million in entrepreneurial funds and a dedicated office space, the growth tasks had become significantly more manageable for him. The primary challenge remained in selecting an appropriate direction and project to establish a profitable enterprise. As an ordinary person who had worked for 3 years, Tang Song felt somewhat at a loss on where to begin. Among the acquaintances I know, there are indeed quite a few who have ventured into entrepreneurship, yet only a select few have tasted success. Take for instance that distant by Yue Guang in Shuncheng. According to her, on this rugged path, apart from the hard skills possessed by oneself and the team, The most crucial factor is the supply chain. If one can procure items of comparable quality at a significantly lower cost, the likelihood of achieving success increases manifold. To illustrate simply, if you have a relative who owns a cold storage facility, the expenses of running a restaurant would be considerably less than those of others. Tang Song pondered deeply for a while, ultimately taking out a sheet of paper and diligently jotting down 2 words: internet and clothing. Due to his profession, he holds certain advantages in the realm of the internet, such as the ability to swiftly recruit a team for development through many programs. In this regard, he can be seen as possessing a natural advantage in managing the supply chain. Regrettably, the golden era of the internet has passed. The market has become a veritable red ocean, rife with fierce competition and homogenized business models. Outside of highly specialized industry software tools, the chances of success appear bleak. The other field is clothing. Jinxiu Shangmao primarily engages in offline clothing agency operations and is a leader in Yincheng, ranking among the top enterprises in the entire Yin province. When developing the supply chain management system, he integrated numerous high-quality domestic and international clothing suppliers, aggregating a vast amount of product information and creating intelligent price comparison features along with a supplier rating system and collaborative procurement functionalities. In other words, if he were to venture into the clothing business, he could undoubtedly secure lower prices among suppliers of similar quality goods, thus enhancing his prospects for success. The sound of a carbon pen scratching against draft paper occasionally interrupted Tang Song's thoughts as he diligently researched and recorded his ideas in a notebook. Recently, his daily habit of reading physical books and taking notes has led him to gradually develop a fondness for the tactile experience of handwriting. The notification sound from WeChat chimed in. Zhao Yaqian, I would love to go out and have some fun, but I'm the only beautician in the shop and only have a little time on weekdays, so we might not be able to coordinate. How unfortunate. After sending the message, Tang Song tucked away his notebook. Entrepreneurship cannot be rushed. It requires meticulous planning and analysis, as well as consideration of the broader environmental dividends and trends, rather than relying solely on personal preferences. In the Tian Kwa garden community, he lighting inquired with a hint of confusion. Didn't Tiu say he doesn't have a car? How can he go on a self-driving trip? She blinked and smiled. Go ahead, just remember to take an umbrella. What are you talking about? Zhao Yaqian's face immediately flushed, and she playfully slapped her friend on the rear. We are friends. There's nothing as sordid as you imagine. Of course, going out is fine. It's just that you've been having a rough time lately. So consider it a chance to unwind and turn your luck around. Besides, you won't have to spend any money on the way. Qian. He lighting suddenly called out her name. What is it, Tingzi? Zhao Yaqian asked, puzzled. You've just entered society not long ago, and there is so much you still don't understand. With your remarkable looks, you will encounter many suitors far superior to him in the future. Do not make hasty decisions that you may regret later. He lighting, both a close friend and a distant cousin, was 3 years her senior. After arriving in Yincheng, many matters have been guided by her counsel. Observing he lighting's earnest demeanor, Zhao Yaqian felt an unexpected turmoil within her. Chapter 29. Wang Yunping. A chill down the spine. Ding dong. China Merchants Bank. Your account ending in 6800 received a deposit of 40,000 RMB on April 18th at 6:01. The critical reward of 1 did not trigger, leaving Tang Song with a slight twinge of disappointment. However, upon seeing the freshly deposited 400 yuan, he quickly transformed into a beaming smile. His spirits lifted immensely. Starting today, even without work, he would enjoy a net monthly income of 120,000, a true bliss. In the morning, he engaged in various routines, visiting the restroom, fasting for aerobic exercise, stretching, skincare, preparing a weight loss meal, and reading. At 8:30, Tang Song took a refreshing shower and donned a relatively formal outfit, a gray shirt, casual jacket, dress pants, and leather shoes. He meticulously groomed himself in front of the mirror and snapped his fingers with flair. After tidying his hairstyle, he grabbed his car keys and descended the stairs. As he settled into his beloved Wuling Hongguang, humming a tune and basking in the warm morning sun, he gradually drove out of Qingxin Jiyuan community. The day was perfectly clear, with a southern wind at level 12 and a high temperature of 25 degrees. Ideal for property inspections. Yunxi Building is a steel-structured complex standing approximately 185 meters tall, with 40 floors above ground and 3 below. recognized as one of the notable skyscrapers within the province. When Tang Song drove onto Dong Street, he spotted the towering building glimmering in the sunlight from afar. He maneuvered into the above-ground paid parking lot, carefully selecting a shaded parking space and reversing into it with caution. Grabbing his document folder, he locked the car door and turned towards the building's main entrance. At this hour, the office crowd was in full swing. An endless stream of men and women approached, dressed elegantly and stylishly. With the weather having warmed considerably, many women donned lighter attire, showcasing their smooth, elongated legs adorned with various stockings and skirts, presenting a strikingly beautiful sight. Tang Song adjusted his jacket and stepped through the transparent glass doors. The lobby soared over 10 meters high, adorned with various grand ornaments and fashionable decorations, evoking a sense of majestic elegance. Upon reaching the reception desk, Tang Song politely inquired, "Excuse me, could you tell me which floor the property management department is on?" The reception lady, dressed in a black uniform, smiled and replied, "Hello, sir. The property office is on the 4th floor. Is there anything you need assistance with?" Tang Song carefully chose his words. "I purchased an office space here, and I entrusted your company with the relevant paperwork. I have come to conduct an inspection." Upon hearing this, the receptionist paused momentarily, then politely asked, "Could you please provide your name for verification with my supervisor?" As they were all employees of the property company, they were well acquainted with the building's details. Yunchi Building has been completed for over 6 years, with very few floors available for sale, and most buyers are well-known enterprises, making individual purchasers a rarity. Tang Song, "All right, please hold on." The receptionist picked up the landline and briefly reported the situation. Shortly thereafter, she said, "Okay, Manager Ma, understand." After hanging up, her face instantly lit up with enthusiasm. "Mr. Tang, please wait a moment. Our manager will come down to meet you shortly. There are chairs here if you need a rest." "No, thank you." Tang Song quickly waved his hand. "If you need anything, feel free to contact me." "All right, thank you," she replied. Afterward, Tang Song pretended to casually observe his surroundings, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the receptionist's sudden warmth. Outside the transparent glass, a black Buick business vehicle came to a stop at the drop-off zone. Soon after, a familiar figure descended from the vehicle. Tang Song paused momentarily. Wang Yinping? It was indeed the senior manager from Yunjing Consulting whom he had fortuitously encountered at Yanbin Lu. With a side-part hairstyle, dressed in a suit and carrying a briefcase, he exuded the demeanor of a successful individual. As he entered the lobby, Wang Yinping seemed to take note of Tang Song, standing by the reception. He momentarily halted his steps. Glancing over him, he remarked casually, "Mr. Tang, did President Xie invite you here? I don't recall seeing your name on today's guest list for the investment negotiation meeting." After the slight discord on that day, Xie Shuyu had personally explained the situation to him, and he was aware of the other party's circumstances. A quintessential tech-savvy individual, merely a part-time employee at Weiguan Coffee. Tang Song was taken aback and asked, "Sister Shuyu, is she coming here for the meeting?" "Haha, I'm afraid that's a commercial secret, and I cannot disclose that," Wang Yunping replied with a light laugh, shaking his head. Although he did not utter anything overly inappropriate, the playful glimmer in his eyes was unmistakably evident. Tang Song met his gaze, smiling as he said, "Manager Wang, you truly live up to your reputation in the consulting business, always speaking of trade secrets." Wang Yunping raised an eyebrow and glanced at his watch, saying, "My time is quite valuable. I shall not waste it here. Goodbye." Just as he was about to turn away, he noticed a group of 7 or 8 individuals approaching from the direction of the elevator. Leading them was a stern-looking, middle-aged man dressed in a property management uniform. Striding purposefully towards him, Wang Yinping took a deep breath, donned a polite and amiable smile, and greeted, "Manager Ma, it's been a while." He recognized the property manager of Yunchi Dasha, as many enterprises in the area were significant clients of theirs, necessitating occasional visits. Manager Ma smiled in return, but did not linger, walking past with his entourage. Upon reaching the reception, Manager Ma scrutinized Tang Song and extended his hand, saying, "Mr. Tang, good morning. I am Ma Zijian, the manager of Yunchi Property Management Company." Tang Song pressed his lips together and shook his hand firmly, responding, "Good morning, Manager Ma." Ma Zijian slightly bowed, enthusiastically stating, "Mr. Tang, I will now guide you through the acceptance process. These individuals are the heads of various departments in our property company. Lin Xingfei from maintenance, Wu Juanxiang from security, and Sun Jiajie from business development." Should you have any issues, feel free to contact us, and we will ensure they are addressed. Thank you, Tang Song replied somewhat awkwardly. This was the general manager of Yunxi Property, a figure not to be overlooked, yet he was being treated with such courtesy. Observing Tang Song being surrounded by a group as he entered the private elevator, Wang Yunping's expression shifted, and he felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of joke was this? Wasn't he just a programmer from Jinxiu Shangmao? Wasn't he merely a part-time contractor for Weiguang Coffee? To be treated so solemnly by Ma Zijian, personally welcomed by executives, suggested he was at least a high-ranking individual from a well-known enterprise. Who exactly was Tang Song? Could it be that he was attempting to woo Xie Shuyu, employing some insidious tactics of playing the fool to achieve his ends? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Wang Yunping felt a heavy cloud of uncertainty settle over him. He was merely a senior manager at Yunjing Consulting, ultimately just an employee with superiors above him, including the general manager, partners, and senior partners. If he were to offend a significant figure, he could find himself dismissed in an instant. Chapter 30, Simulated Copy Generation Card. Manager Wang? What a coincidence! Have you just arrived? A gentle and melodious voice suddenly called from behind. Wang Yunping trembled slightly, turning stiffly to face Xie Zong. Today, Xie Shuyu appeared exceptionally alluring, her face adorned with exquisite makeup, clad in a fitted skirt and a gray long shirt that accentuated her long legs, which were elegantly sheathed in black stockings. Yet, Wang Yunping felt no inclination to admire her, his gaze wavering. Xie Shuyu sincerely expressed, "I must thank Yunjing Consulting for facilitating this connection. If we can succeed, we can extend our contract for another 3 years. I wish you all the best, Xie Zong." Wang Yunping replied, his tone somewhat tense, suppressing his thoughts. Until he clarified Tang Song's identity and his feelings towards Xie Shuyu, it was best to maintain a distance. Everyone has an appreciation for beauty, but when compared to his career prospects, he would not hesitate for a moment. With time running short, Xie Shuyu took a deep breath, her face radiating a poised and graceful smile as she strode forward. Currently, Weiguang Coffee had encountered a developmental bottleneck. Above them were nationally recognized brands like Ruixing, Starbucks, and Kudi, while below were numerous small boutique beverage shops as competitors. With her personal abilities and connections, achieving further breakthroughs would be exceedingly challenging. She needed to seek upward resources and backing to ensure she did not become obsolete. Over the past 3 months, she had engaged with over a dozen investors of varying sizes, yet none had successfully signed a letter of intent, which had dealt a significant blow to her self-esteem. Finally, she had managed to connect with a well-known investment institution in the culinary sector and was determined to make the most of this opportunity. The elevator dinged as it smoothly arrived at the 30th floor. Manager Ma gestured, "Mr. Tang, this way please." Tang Song nodded lightly and stepped into the spacious and well-lit corridor. The floor was polished marble, each slab gleaming with a perfect sheen and texture, the unique patterns clearly visible. The walls were painted with high-quality, eco-friendly paint in soft, warm tones, both comfortable and pleasing to the eye. After all, this was his office. It was pleasing in every regard. Manager Ma closely followed him, introducing, "The office you purchased consists of 2 large work areas, room 3001 and room 3002, totaling 200 square meters. We have reconfigured and decorated it according to your specifications. Our partner Huiwang Decoration was responsible for this project, so if you have any dissatisfaction, please do not hesitate to mention it." "All right, thank you, Manager Ma," Tang Song replied, sensing the profound respect this manager held for him, his attitude exceedingly cordial. It seemed the rewards from the system were indeed extraordinary. Of course, Manager Ma smiled. "Here we are, this is the one." A senior executive promptly produced a key card, swiping it to open the light-colored glass door. Directly opposite was a front desk designed in a simple yet elegant style. The floor was laid with a soft, sound-absorbing carpet that felt delightful underfoot. The ceiling featured a minimalist and stylish design, complemented by a concealed lighting system. The entire office area was primarily white, accented with soft gray and deep brown tones, exuding elegance while maintaining warmth. The internal space was utilized exceptionally well, showcasing superb design skills. Within the 200 square meter rectangular space, in addition to open workstations, there were several commonly used functional zones: a conference room, server room, tea room, general manager's office, storage room, and finance office. Rows of brand new desks and chairs adorned the space, along with exquisite floral arrangements and shelving. In one corner, soft cloud-like sofas and a small coffee table added a cozy touch. It could be said that though small, it was complete in every aspect. The overall decor was high-end and minimalist, prioritizing both practicality and aesthetics, meeting employees' work needs while creating a comfortable working environment. Speaking solely of the office environment, Tang Song could confidently assert that working here was a pleasure, far superior to any company he had previously worked for. "Mr. Tang, is there anything you find unsatisfactory?" Manager Ma inquired softly. Tang Song took a deep breath, surveying the entire office area, and felt quite satisfied. "That's good," Manager Ma replied, receiving a thick envelope from an employee, saying, "The purchase contract, property ownership certificate, property service contract, and other documents are all here. You may check for any issues." "Thank you." Tang Song quickly accepted the documents, extracting each one. The seller was Yunshi Real Estate Development Company, Limited. The buyer was himself, and the agent was a local law firm. Subsequently, Tang Song glanced at the property service contract and quietly asked, "Manager Ma, do I need to pay the property fee now?" He almost forgot about this expense. According to the contract, the property fee was 9 yuan per day for 200 square meters, amounting to 160,000 yuan per quarter. He currently had only a few thousand in his bank account, having already liquidated his borrowing for a car. It would be impossible to produce that amount immediately. Manager Ma quickly waved his hand, saying, "Mr. Tang, your property fee has already been paid, and it was a one-time payment for 5 years. "All right, thank you." Relieved, Tang Song mentally calculated that it was approximately 320,000 yuan. The system's generosity was truly formidable. Understanding, Tang Song nodded affirmatively, taking the pen offered by a staff member and signing the acceptance documents. "We shall not disturb you any further. Should any questions arise, do not hesitate to call upon us." Watching Manager Ma depart with the executives of the property management company, Tang Song gently caressed the large red book in his hand, symbolizing property ownership. It felt both light and heavy. This is the core area of Yancheng, a center for governance, finance, and technology, a veritable land of commercial prosperity. To possess a property here is undeniably significant. He rose and stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze sweeping from the tops of towering buildings to the bustling streets below, and finally to the distant skyline. A sense of vastness enveloped him, as if all worries and constraints had vanished. Suddenly, the system interface unfolded before him, revealing a series of messages. On April 18th, 2023, you have acquired your own office. Your entrepreneurial journey is about to commence. You stand on the 30th floor, 120 meters above ground, with the cityscape laid out like a miniature model beneath your feet. Skyscrapers, roads, bridges, parks, and streams of pedestrians and vehicles all appear diminutive yet orderly. You perceive a perspective that transcends the ordinary. Your mindset has experienced significant growth. Charm 1. You have obtained a simulation copy generation card X1. Chapter 31. Esthetician friends, how should you respond? Entering the system warehouse to examine the details of the items. Simulation copy generation card. Upon use, this card unlocks a realistic narrative scenario where players enter the copy in a dreamlike state, randomly assigned roles to explore the storyline. Completion of the copy will result in a comprehensive evaluation based on performance, with higher scores yielding more substantial rewards. Tang Song was no stranger to the simulation copy generation card. In a male god growth plan, copies serve as a vital mechanism. Within the copies, players can experience different characters with varied backgrounds: pianists, violinists, painters, martial artists, immersing themselves in their lives and stories. Beyond enhancing gameplay, these scenarios offer opportunities to acquire valuable skills, items, and knowledge. Versatility is indeed an essential aspect of a male god's self-cultivation. However, mastering a new skill from scratch, even with sufficient talent, requires years of diligent effort. As a male god cultivation game, the existence of copies aims to bridge this gap. Regrettably, the current Tang Song was not yet able to utilize it. Based on his past experiences, upon unlocking a copy, the system store would simultaneously update with targeted items to assist players in swiftly completing challenges. Yet, with only a few thousand yuan to his name, purchasing anything was beyond his means. Exiting the system warehouse, he entered the personal center, viewing personal information. Player, Tang Song, 34 foot, Character: Jin Xiu, commercial development engineer. Height: 181 centimeters. Weight: 80 kilograms. Physique: 59. Stamina: 56. Agility: 50. Insight: 76. Asset status: balance: 0. 45 million yuan. Investment capital: 1 million. Debt: 40,000 yuan. Enterprise: none. Property: Yunxi Building, 200 square m. Office area. Vehicle: Wuling Hongguang. Acquiring the office's property rights, combined with the elevation of his mindset, instantly raised his charm value to 34 points. The scoring for charm becomes increasingly challenging as one progresses, making the acquisition of a quality property immensely advantageous for him at this stage. For instance, if his female colleagues were to discover this, Tang Song would undoubtedly become the object of their affection, a highly sought-after partner in the realm of romance. Zhao Yu, who often played the role of a supportive friend, would transform into a caring little sister, offering coffee and snacks with genuine concern. If he could also transform that 1 million yuan investment into a sustainable profit-generating venture, the elevation in his role and status would likely propel his charm beyond 40. Of course, should his entrepreneurial endeavor fail, a different narrative would unfold. Thus, thorough market research, clear entrepreneurial objectives, and meticulous planning were imperative. Even if he were to venture into the fashion industry, it was essential to thoroughly investigate market trends, competitive landscapes, and supply chains. This was also the primary reason he had yet to submit his resignation. After enjoying a low-fat meal at home and resting for a while, Tang Song drove to a nearby car detailing shop. He spent 98 yuan to have his beloved vehicle thoroughly cleaned, from the exterior to the interior, from the rims to the dashboard, and from the engine compartment to the trunk, taking nearly 60 minutes. The car gleamed like new, shining brilliantly in the sunlight. Following this, he made a substantial purchase at the mall supermarket. He selected fresh, premium fruits, red strawberries, large cherries, Wugan oranges, and plums, 1 box of each. For casual snacking, he filled a large bag with cheese popcorn, chips, cookies, shrimp chips, and seaweed meat floss rolls. He also stocked up on drinks favored by Zhao Yaqian, such as lime juice, coconut milk, sparkling water, and yogurt, taking 2 or 3 cans of each. Essential travel items: disinfectant cotton swabs, Band-Aids, a sun hat, sunscreen, picnic mats were all included. By the time Tang Song returned home, the clock had struck 4 p.m. After organizing everything, he collapsed onto the sofa, opened Zaya Hongshu, and checked the post he had made the previous day. Title: Day 15 of Transformation, planning a self-driving trip with a friend. Content: Currently, we are merely ordinary friends. I hope to make a good impression and strengthen our relationship during this trip. Is there anything I should prepare in advance? I seek your advice, beautiful people. Since Tang Song began posting about his transformation, 17 days had passed, and his follower count had finally surpassed 800, which was quite impressive. This post had garnered over 200 comments within a day. His car wash and shopping today were inspired by suggestions from netizens. Otherwise, as a 25-year-old single man, he would not have had such delicate considerations. He would have merely bought what he needed on the spot. Continuing to peruse new suggestions, he noted the need for a charger and power bank. He had one, but Zhao Yaqian's iPhone required an additional cable. He had heard that the iPhone 15 would be released in September this year. Whether this was true remained uncertain. Durex? That's excessive. Motion sickness medication. Now that was a good idea. He would stop by the pharmacy later to pick some up. Sanitary napkins? Wasn't that a bit ridiculous? How was he to know about her menstrual cycle? Such matters are not something one could inquire about casually. As Tang Song scrolled through the comments, he came across a familiar name. Yao Yaoling, good brother, I see you're finally getting close to a new girl. I am genuinely pleased. Since you're also in Yin province, you might try pairing light-colored denim with a white shirt. If that girl is taller, consider wearing shoes that provide a height boost, such as dad shoes or air cushion shoes, to enhance your boyfriend appeal. Regardless of the weather, throw on a jacket outside. When the wind blows, offer it to her. It was evident that Yao Yaoling felt quite guilty about the previous incident with the bowl-cut hairstyle. Hearing about his new dating prospect prompted her to write several hundred words of outfit advice and suggest ways to bridge the relationship gap. Tang Song took her words to heart and gave her a big thumbs up. Zhao Yaqian stood at 180 centimeters, and due to her proportions, she appeared even taller. At 181 centimeters, Tang Song indeed felt some pressure when standing beside her. Wearing shoes that provided a height boost was certainly a viable option. Putting away his phone, He changed into light blue jeans and a white casual jacket before heading to Yinxing Square. After browsing around, he ultimately selected a pair of gray and white Li Ning Chow U7 sneakers. Although casual, they had excellent height-enhancing effects, standing at 181 centimeters. With these shoes and a suitable outfit, he would easily appear to be a handsome 185 centimeters from a distance. Unconsciously, Tang Song found himself wandering down a pedestrian street. On this day, Zhao Yeqian was not standing at the door, likely preoccupied with work. Tang Song gazed intently in the direction of Yitzi Beauty Hair Salon, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. My esteemed beautician friend, when my hundreds of cyber strategists strike simultaneously, how shall you respond? Just wait until tomorrow when I shall elevate your favorability to unprecedented heights. Chapter 32. Programmer friend, I truly am not being dismissive. April 19th, 2023, Wednesday. Sunny to partly cloudy, 1827. The incessant ringing of the alarm clock broke the morning silence. Zhao Yeqian, still in a hazy slumber, reached out to fumble beside her pillow, finally grasping her phone. The dim morning light outside had just begun to filter in, leaving the room somewhat shrouded in darkness. The soft glow of her phone illuminated her delicate features. With a casual press of the stop button, Zhao Yeqian kept her eyes half closed, seemingly still lost in her dream. Soon, the gentle sound of snoring filled the air. As the morning sun gradually ascended, the room brightened. A series of knocks echoed through the door. After a brief pause with no response, He Lighting pushed the door open, discovering Zhao Yeqian deeply asleep. Half sprawled on her blanket, her long, dark hair cascaded around her, revealing a single, fair, and voluptuous leg. He Lighting raised an eyebrow in surprise, exclaiming, Qian, why are you still in bed? I thought you'd be ready. Aren't you supposed to go on a road trip with that programmer friend today? Oh, Zhao Yeqian turned over, lifting her head with sleepy eyes. What? A road trip? Have you forgotten? She blinked her large eyes, glancing at the time. Instantly wide awake, she jumped out of bed, her bare feet hitting the floor as she ran her hands through her disheveled hair. With only 26 minutes left, there was no way she could get ready in time. What to do? What to do? He Lighting replied with a hint of annoyance. You really have a carefree spirit. You agreed last night to meet him at 8:30 this morning, yet you slept through until now. I was just too tired, Zhao Yeqian replied weakly. She had a habit of oversleeping, accustomed to waking around 8 or 9 o'clock due to the late hours of her job at the salon. 10 hours of sleep isn't enough for you. I'm truly amazed. No, I must hurry and wash up and do my makeup. Tingzi, help me with my hair. He Lighting pouted and shook her head. I still have to go to work. If I'm late, I'll lose my attendance bonus. Zhao Yeqian lunged at her, wrapping her arms around her tightly, nuzzling her face against her head. Just 10 minutes. Please, Tingjia, I beg you. It's just a casual acquaintance. You don't want anything more, so just throw something together. Zhao Yeqian's eyebrows arched as she pleaded, when I get my paycheck, I'll give you a set of 9-color eyeshadow. He Lighting sighed in resignation. Hurry up and brush your teeth and wash your face. Zhao Yeqian quickly nodded, hurriedly slipping on her slippers and rushing to the bathroom. Fortunately, she had showered the previous night, so a quick wash would suffice. Sitting in front of her vanity, she arranged her cosmetics while He Lighting grabbed the flat iron and curling wand, and they synchronized their efforts. There was no time for a full makeup routine. They would have to settle for a simplified 5-step daily look. First, she sprayed her face with mist 3 times for basic hydration and applied a lip mask. After applying sunscreen, she used a primer instead of foundation to lighten the makeup feel and even out her skin tone, as her complexion was already quite good. A light layer of concealer was applied to cover blemishes, and a skin tone powder set the makeup for a natural finish. For her brows, she used a 3-color brow powder, filling in the deepest parts with the darkest shade, then tidying up before using a lighter shade for the nose contour. For her eyes, she opted for a single gray-toned eyeshadow, as there was no time for multiple colors. Blush in a mid-tone was swept from her cheekbones towards her nose for an instant glow. Lastly, she applied a matte lip glaze in a soft reddish brown, dabbing and blending to give her lips a plump appearance. In just 10 minutes, Zhao Yeqian had achieved a flawless no-makeup look, coupled with her naturally fair and dewy skin. She appeared exquisitely beautiful. He Lighting set down the curling wand and gave Zhao Yeqian a firm pat on the head. I need to catch the 8:26 bus. I'm off, and your room is a mess. Remember to clean it when you have time. With 10 minutes remaining, Zhao Yaqian opened her wardrobe and began tossing out her prepared outfits. Underwear, white ankle socks, a denim mini skirt, an apricot-colored top, and a pink sun jacket. Though inexpensive, these garments radiated a striking allure when worn by her, embodying a sweet yet edgy spring vibe. Finally, she slipped on a pair of light-colored platform shoes. Standing before the mirror in the living room, she twirled, tousled her sleek long hair, and blinked her large eyes, completely entranced by her own beauty. My programmer friend, Zhao Marin truly has not been dismissive of you. It was truly unavoidable. The melodic chime of her phone rang out. Zhao Yaqian jolted to attention and quickly answered, "Hello? Song Gu? Yes, I'm ready and just waiting for your call. I'll be down shortly." Bang! The door slammed shut. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Stepping outside, the clear morning sunlight at 8:30 illuminated the surroundings. A white Wuling Hongguang was parked outside, looking pristine and refreshing. Tang Song stood by the front of the car, smiling and waving at her. Following Yao Yaoling's advice, he sincerely complimented her. "Teacher Zhao, your eye makeup today has such depth, and the shade of your lipstick perfectly complements your outfit. Your curls look fantastic, clearly a result of careful preparation." Zhao Yaqian's expression stiffened momentarily. She averted her gaze, feeling a blush rise to her cheeks. "Thank you. I got up early to spend a long time on my makeup." Seeing her bashful demeanor, Tang Song mentally applauded Yao Yaoling, recognizing her as a true expert. "Let us go, Teacher Zhao, and commence today's road trip." Tang Song patted his beloved car. Zhao Yaqian approached the vehicle, curiously inspecting it. "Is this a Wuling Hongguang? It seems quite spacious." Tang Song chuckled. "Yes, I just bought it a couple of days ago. If you ever need to transport equipment from the beauty salon, feel free to ask. It can carry everything in one go." "You bought this car?" Zhao Yaqian asked in surprise. "Of course, I just registered it on Monday." Hearing this, Zhao Yaqian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she circled the car. "This sticker is so cute. The vehicle is quite nice, truly impressive. I saw the Hongguang on Douyin before and thought I'd buy one when I struck it rich." Tang Song opened the passenger door, winking. "Let us set off. Come inside and experience it." "All right." Zhao Yaqian beamed, bending down to enter. The contrast between her denim skirt and ankle socks accentuated her fair thighs. Her slender waist and ample bosom formed a perfect silhouette. As Tang Song's gaze swept over her outfit, he felt a tickle in his nose. This ensemble indeed suited her well. He was simply curious about what lay beneath. Once seated, Zhao Yaqian explored her surroundings with wide-eyed wonder, exclaiming, "The interior of this car is truly beautiful, and it's so comfortable to sit in." "Songge, have you modified it?" "It's a second-hand car. The previous owner was a woman who made the modifications." "What a bargain. It's like buying a beautifully renovated second-hand apartment." Zhao Yaqian, though not particularly knowledgeable about cars, found the Wuling S interior to be quite appealing. "We'll head to Hambiyuan first. It's about a 50-minute drive." Tang Song pointed to the glove compartment. "I prepared some snacks for you. And there are drinks in the storage compartment of the door on your right. It should be enough for the journey." Zhao Yaqian's eyes lit up as she eagerly opened the glove compartment. "Wow, popcorn, crispy potato chips, cookies, and my favorite lime juice. Songge, you are my idol." Chapter 33. If life had a switch, it's you. It's you behind me. My youth is all you, painting my mountains and rivers, bringing me the next torrential rain. The music danced in my ears as sunlight streamed through the car window, casting a dappled glow inside. Zhao Yaqian sat in the passenger seat, enjoying the crunch of potato chips, swaying gently to the rhythm of the music, occasionally humming along. The car's sound system, meticulously modified by Gao Mengting, provided an exceptional auditory experience. The front speakers featured a three-way rainbow system. The rear speakers were Audi style, complemented by a Jelly 103 subwoofer, along with soundproofing alterations to the door panels, rendering the listening experience utterly delightful. According to Li Mingjun, the frequency connections were balanced, authentically reproducing the original sound of the music. Sensing Tang Song's occasional glances, Zhao Yaqian instinctively brushed her bangs aside, took a sip of lime juice, and quietly remarked, "Songge, do I sing poorly? My best friend says I'm tone deaf and never invites me to karaoke." Tang Song smiled. "Your voice is lovely. No matter how you sing, it's bound to sound good, much better than mine." Zhao Yaqian shifted slightly, feeling shy. "Well, it's just okay." Since they met, Tang Song had been showering her with compliments, from her makeup to her outfit, from her eating habits to her vocal tone. This made Zhao Yaqian blush. She was indeed quite confident about her appearance and figure. Many had pursued her during school, and in her 6 months of work, there were still admirers. However, aside from her looks, she possessed no talents at all. Her artistic skills in painting, singing, dancing, and oratory were all abysmal. Even if she were to become an online celebrity, she could only flirt with the edges of success. Friends had advised her otherwise, but Zhao Yaqian, freshly graduated from high school, felt too embarrassed to consider it, still dreaming of learning a skill to earn a fortune. Her passion for skincare and cosmetics led her to become a beautician. Songgo, what is your job like? Are you very busy? Do you work 996? Zhao Yaqian crossed her legs and turned to look at him. Tang Song's gaze inadvertently drifted over her legs, and he cleared his throat, quickly redirecting his gaze forward. It's not that intense. There are slower days. However, when pushing for project launches, 997 is possible. When I first started to gain my boss's approval, I often worked through the night. No wonder your skin suffers. Such a schedule, combined with neglecting care, is tough on oily skin like yours. Yes, I'm working hard to adjust now. I need Zhao Laoshira's help. Honestly, my skills aren't that great, and I lack experience. When I first joined, Sisterly often called me a fool, and my boss would reduce my performance bonuses. They were just jealous of your beauty. Zhao Yaqian nodded, her face brightening. Indeed, I'm the prettiest at our shop, so the boss always has me work at the front desk to greet customers. Relax and slowly rise, making a dream in your cozy bed, while the outside noise is overwhelming. The song from the music player changed again. Bathed in golden sunlight, the Wuling Hongguang made a turn, heading west towards their destination in the suburbs. The car, devoid of fragrance, was filled with Zhao Yaqian's refreshing scent. Following the guidance of cyber strategists, Tang Song slowed the car, engaging in conversation about their work and past experiences, savoring the joy of their solitude together. The scenery outside the window flowed by as the city's clamor gradually faded behind them. Zhao Yaqian's smile grew wider. She occasionally pointed out uniquely shaped buildings, asking what they were. Having been in Yin City for over 6 months, this was her first outing for leisure. During her free time, she usually went shopping, watched movies, and dined with Lighting and others. This was her first experience of truly letting go and enjoying the pleasures of travel. Each turn and acceleration of the car seemed to uplift her spirits. The music intertwined with the scenery, making the cozy Wuling Hongguang feel like it was gliding through a painting. She turned to admire her programmer friend's profile, which resembled a mountain range, and cheerfully said, Songgu, today is the happiest day of my work life. Yes, Zhao Yaqian's eyes sparkled. After parking in the west side lot, they exited the car one after the other. Under the sun, Zhao Yaqian jumped in place, stretching her slender waist, which appeared particularly fair and alluring. Tang Song retrieved a small sunscreen spray from his travel backpack and handed it to her, saying, The UV index is quite high today. I'm not sure if you've applied any. Zhao Yaqian gratefully accepted it, delightedly exclaiming, Thank you so much. This is a huge help. I really didn't prepare. With that, she quickly sprayed it on her arms, long legs, and neck. In her rush that morning, she had only applied sunscreen to her face, worried about getting her legs tanned. Songgo, you are so thoughtful. No need to be so polite. Let us go. Tang Song waved to her with a smile. It was already past 9:30, and tourists began to arrive outside the park. They strolled along the clean asphalt road towards the south gate. Beneath the blue sky and white clouds, an architectural ensemble, steeped in ancient elegance, lay before them. White walls and green tiles framed by lush waters and mountains. Scanning their entry, they had no planned route, simply wandering wherever their moods took them, fully embracing the moment. The Huizhou Park, rich in Jiangnan charm, gradually unfolded before them. The sun continued to rise. Wow, this sun hat is beautiful. I love it. Thank you for the gift, Songge. You even brought strawberries. They are enormous. So sweet. They meandered through courtyards and exhibition halls. Tang Song held up his phone, capturing moments of Zhao Yaqian, also documenting the picturesque Jiangnan scenery. Her exceptional figure, lovely face, and bright smile, paired with the traditional architecture, made his phone gallery increasingly vibrant. Thank you for the treats, Songge. This is the most delicious meat floss roll I've ever had. I can't take it anymore. I've eaten too much. If I eat more, I'll gain weight. 0 sugar, 0 fat, and 0 calories, sparkling water? Songge, are you Doraemon? The remote magic of countless cyber strategists left Zhao Yaqian slightly awestruck. For the first time in her life, she felt such warmth in her heart. Unbeknownst to her, her gaze towards Tang Song grew brighter, and her smile widened. She opened WeChat, selected her favorite photos, some of the journey, some with Tang Song, some with herself, and some of the scenery, and shared them directly to her moments. Caption: If life had a switch, then the arrival of friends is the one-button happiness. Chapter 34. A step closer outside the parking lot of Taiping River Happy Island. A white Audi was queued to advance. The man in the driver's seat suddenly slammed the brakes. "What is wrong, dear?" The girlfriend in the passenger seat quickly inquired. The man pointed to a Wuling Hongguang ahead, speaking with a tone of nostalgia. "Seeing the same car I used to drive brings back memories. What is there to miss about that old clunker?" "I don't get it." The girlfriend pouted, a look of disdain crossing her face. "Don't underestimate it. It carried a heavy load. When I was just starting out, I relied on it to gradually carve my path." The man chuckled softly, shaking his head, tapping the steering wheel. "That's how I got this Audi and how I ended up with such a beautiful girlfriend." He came from humble beginnings, working hard to earn his first sum of money, then partnering with friends to start a small business, purchasing a Wuling Hongguang to transport people and goods, braving the elements. Last year, just before the Lunar New Year, I finally upgraded my vehicle, purchasing a new model that garnered much attention in the village. A few days ago, I even caught up with my long-admired high school classmate. My girlfriend glanced at him and remarked with a smile, "If you were still driving that Wuling, I would feel embarrassed to go out with you. You wouldn't even be able to face me." She casually brushed her long hair and, with a slight tilt of her legs, asserted, "Can the passenger seat of that Wuling compare to mine? With such a beautiful girlfriend, how could you let her sit in that kind of car? Isn't that a form of disrespect?" The man quickly sought to appease her, saying, "Of course, Xiaoru. With your long legs, you deserve at least a premium car that can accommodate you." "Humph, you know what's good," she replied, extending her legs with a proud demeanor. The man chuckled sheepishly, choosing not to say more. His girlfriend was akin to a cherished memory from his student days, though not conventionally beautiful. Her slender waist and long legs made her figure quite admirable. She had been one of his motivations throughout the years of hard work. After parking the car in a shaded area, the man hurriedly exited and retrieved the barbecue grill, ingredients, and picnic mat from the trunk, placing them carefully into the camping vehicle. Meanwhile, the woman, handbag in hand, busied herself applying lipstick, showing no inclination to assist. "Now it's up to your culinary skills. Just so you know, I'm quite picky. If it doesn't taste good, you'll have to drive to get me something ready-made," she teased. "All right, I'll do my best," he replied. Just as they exchanged a few words, a white Wuling slowly approached and parked beside them. It was evident that the driver was somewhat inexperienced in reversing, as the vehicle was not positioned correctly and was awkwardly adjusted. The girlfriend frowned and playfully nudged him, exclaiming, "I'm hungry." Oh, right away," he responded, quickly returning to his preparations. As he gathered charcoal, alcohol gel, tissues, and drinks, the door of the Wuling creaked open. The man instinctively glanced over, his expression freezing in place. A youthful and vibrant figure leaped from the passenger seat, sporting platform shoes, calf-high socks, and a denim skirt that accentuated her long legs. Her upper body was clad in a pink sun-protective jacket, topped with a lace sun hat. With a sensual silhouette, exquisite features, and flawless skin, she emanated an aura of innocent allure. The girl waved cheerfully at them, handing over a bottle of yogurt with a radiant smile. "Thank you for your kind assistance." As she stood before them, the man realized she was significantly taller than him, leaving his girlfriend looking rather diminutive in comparison. "It was just a small favor, no need." He quickly declined. Tang Song approached the rear of the car and accepted the yogurt from Zhao Yaqian, placing it directly into her camping vehicle. "Here you go, brother." "Thank you." Zhao Yaqian glanced around, her excitement palpable. "This place is beautiful. Let us hurry up and set up." As she said this, she moved closer to Tang Song, assisting in unloading the items from the trunk. "These fried skewers and pizza are still warm. How delightful. I can handle this bag of drinks." "You got enough in your hands, Songgu," she offered. "This car is fantastic. Look at the trunk space. It holds so much." Perhaps feeling liberated from recent tensions, Zhao Yaqian appeared particularly lively and chatty. Meanwhile, the girlfriend, recalling previous jibes, experienced a shift in her expression. With a huff, she kicked the man gently on the calf and strode towards the park. His movements involuntarily halted as he glanced between the Wuling, the alluring beauty, and its owner. His mind a flurry of confusion, delaying his pursuit of his girlfriend. At 1 p.m., they selected a pristine patch of grass, laid out the picnic mat, and arranged the prepared food. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Zhao Yaqian happily sat cross-legged on the grass, holding a starch sausage and chicken skewer in one hand and a cheese pizza in the other. As she indulged, she shared amusing anecdotes from her school days with Tang Song, their laughter echoing around them. After satisfying their appetites, Zhao Yaqian reclined on the picnic mat, resting her head on the pillow Tang Song had brought, her fair fingers playfully brushing the verdant grass. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying with it a refreshing fragrance that lulled her into a drowsy state. Tang Song's gaze inadvertently wandered to her denim skirt, and, unsurprisingly, he noticed her black leggings. His eyes then drifted to her curvaceous, delicate thighs, truly beautiful. Noticing the subtle glances from some nearby men, Tang Song decisively removed his jacket and draped it over her legs, casually remarking, "The river breeze can be a bit chilly." Zhao Yaqian paused, seemingly realizing something, her face warming slightly as she murmured, "Thank you, Songge." After leaving the joyful island, they drove to the Yinqing Botanical Garden. In April, the garden was vibrant with spring blossoms. They wandered along the wooded paths, participated in several interesting cultural exhibitions, and admired the cherry blossoms, crab apples, and peonies. Just before the shutter clicked, Zhao Yaqian tilted her head towards Tang Song, her cheek brushing against his shoulder. Standing before a sea of blooming tulips, they captured their first photograph together. "You truly photograph beautifully. Your skin is flawless. What is your secret?" The female university students assisting with the photos were enthusiastic, chatting with Zhao Yaqian for a while, exchanging skincare tips. By around 6 p.m., the car stereo played music randomly, and Zhao Yaqian, appearing fatigued, leaned back against her seat with her eyes half closed. As the Wuling glided out of the botanical garden, traversing the dusky streets under the magnificent evening sky, it merged into the city's traffic. "It seems the distance between us is gradually closing. Do you perhaps harbor special feelings for me?" Ding! Congratulations, player, the side quest, My First Car, has been completed. Chapter 35. Actually quite handsome. Yinqing Industrial University, Boys Dormitory. Zhang Wensheng gazed enviously at his goddess's travel updates on social media, leaping from his bed in a fit of jealousy. After much hesitation, he lacked the courage to message her. Clenching his teeth, he patted his quilt, opening the forum. In the automotive and dating sections, he posted, sincerely inquiring, "What car is this? Let me know so I can resign myself to defeat." The main text read, "The high school junior I've been secretly admiring declined my invitation to watch a movie but went on a road trip with someone else. I wish to understand where I went wrong." He then uploaded a photo featuring the car's interior, which showed a glove compartment brimming with snacks. "Need to compensate. What legs? Truly worthy of the title goddess. Ice cream. Judging by the length of her calves, this girl is quite tall, definitely no less than 175 centimeters. Perfect for basketball. Fitness enthusiast. With those legs, it would be a shame not to ride a tricycle." The comments were overwhelmingly focused on praising her legs. Although the photo only revealed her slender, straight calves, it still attracted a horde of admirers. After a while, a more reputable user finally chimed in. "Rocket Husky. The interior looks unfamiliar. It must have been modified. I must say, the owner's taste is commendable. It's quite beautiful. So close to believing, odd. The interior layout seems familiar, but I can't quite place it. High temperature. Look at the column, and then at the glove compartment. This ISNT my beloved Wuling Hongwang, is it?" Zhang Wensheng was taken aback, quickly enlarging the photo for comparison. Indeed, the overall layout closely resembled Zhao Yaqian's image, allowing him to nearly confirm the model. Wuling Hongwang? He opened Douyin and searched for details, discovering the model and pricing, which instantly eased his mind. Fortunately, he thought it was definitely not a romantic involvement. Zhao Yaqian, such an extraordinary girl, had many admirers during her school days, and her standards were undoubtedly high. This boy appeared rather average, not particularly handsome, and drove a Wuling Hongwang worth only 50,000 yuan. How could he possibly win her affection? With clarity restored, Zhang Wensheng excitedly opened WeChat and liked Zhao Yaqian's update, commenting, "Qianqian is still as beautiful as ever. Who are you out with? The Wuling Hongwang has ample space. Next time, take me along. I've recently enrolled in a photography course, and my skills are top-notch." After admiring Zhao Yaqian's stunning photos, Zhang Wensheng glanced at the notifications popping up and deleted the post from the forum. Those old lechers had clearly never seen the world. They became overly excited just from glimpsing a leg. In the Tianhua Huayuan community, the Wuling Hongguang came to a gentle stop outside Unit 2 of Building 6. After a long day of fun, Zhao Yeqian leaned quietly against her seat, a faint smile gracing her lips. In the darkness, her exposed skin appeared remarkably fair. Her silky long hair cascaded down her delicate face, resting softly on her gently rising chest, presenting a picture of sweet repose. Tang Song refrained from waking her immediately, adjusting the car's position to ensure it did not hinder others. He parked by the side, turned off the engine, and the interior fell into a dim, tranquil silence, allowing the faint sound of her breathing to be heard. Tang Song reclined his seat back slightly, inhaling the fragrant scent of his beautician friend, curiously surveying the surroundings. This was a typical old-style community, not particularly large, consisting of 6-story buildings without elevators. The buildings were somewhat dilapidated, and the greenery, facilities, and property management were subpar. Within the community, electric bikes, bicycles, and motor vehicles were parked haphazardly. However, it did possess certain advantages, being within the city limits. It offered convenient transportation and mature, surrounding amenities, also serving as a desirable school district. A 100-square-meter 2-bedroom unit could be acquired for approximately 1.5 million yuan. Tang Song's gaze became momentarily distant as he recalled his parents' greatest hope for him, to purchase a home in Yanqing, to settle down, marry, and start a family. Given his salary and family situation, if all went smoothly, he could buy a second-hand apartment in such an old community by around the age of 30. A down payment of 30 and utilizing a housing fund loan would suffice. If circumstances allowed, perhaps he could even afford a car, similar to Guoge. Of course, this was contingent on avoiding any unforeseen events, such as a major illness of himself or a family member, unemployment, dating, unpaid debts, or stock market losses. His family background dictated that he lacked the ability to withstand risks. Any setbacks would significantly delay his home-buying aspirations. For instance, during his senior year, his father lost his job, and his mother was suddenly hospitalized with pneumonia, leaving the family drowning in debt. He had no choice but to abandon his dream of pursuing a graduate degree at Daijing University, opting instead to submit resumes, in turn, work diligently, and shoulder the family's burdens. In the 3 years since graduation, he worked hard, took on side jobs, lived frugally, and helped his family repay their debts while saving over 40,000 yuan. His mother had fully regained her health, and his father's hardware store in the town was gradually stabilizing. However, the distance between him and his idealized love continued to widen. He found a decent job, close to his parents for convenience, where housing prices were relatively affordable, making it within reach with some effort. Just as he thought his life would proceed quietly and ordinarily, the game became reality, the system arrived, and his life underwent a complete transformation. To this day, he worries that this might all be an elusive dream. Hence, the first thing he does every morning is smile and check the system interface. Suddenly, the phone rang, breaking the stillness of the car. Zhao Yeqian slowly opened her eyes, momentarily dazed before quickly becoming alert. She rummaged through her bag for her phone, answering the call. "Hello, Tingzi. I'm downstairs. I'll be right up." After assuring her friend, she quickly glanced at Tang Song, saying goodbye before hanging up. Tang Song collected his thoughts and explained, "I noticed you were sleeping so soundly. I didn't want to disturb you." "Thank you, Song-gu," Zhao Yeqian replied, turning to look at Tang Song's face. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "My room is a bit messy, and I have another roommate." The car door was pushed open, and Zhao Yeqian waved cheerfully, saying goodbye. "Wait a moment." Tang Song followed her out of the car, calling out to her just before she could leave. He opened the trunk, gathering the unfinished fruits, snacks, and drinks into a large bag. Zhao Yeqian paused, quickly waving her hands. "You paid for everything today. I really feel bad taking more." "Take it. It was meant for you," Tang Song insisted, handing the bag to her. Their fingers brushed lightly, sending a tingle through them. Zhao Yeqian blushed, but did not refuse further, carefully accepting it and slightly bending to say, "Thank you, Song-gu. Goodbye." Tang Song waved to her as he climbed back into the driver's seat. He closed the door with a thud, rolling down the window to reveal his smiling face in the dim light. Under the soft glow, the 19-year-old beautician suddenly found her programmer friend quite handsome. With her assistance in managing her skin, he could easily transform into a striking gentleman. Goodbye. Take care on the road. Zhao Yaqian called out again as she turned and entered the building. A loud thud echoed as she stomped her foot, triggering the motion sensor light in the corridor. Chapter 36. BMW 330. Yao Yi. Tang Song rested his elbow on the car window's edge, watching as the lights illuminated one by one, eventually settling on the fourth floor. It must be said that today had indeed been exhausting, alternating between driving and sightseeing. Thankfully, he had a beautiful beautician friend accompanying him. The branch task titled My First Car had finally been successfully completed, a cause for celebration. As for the third condition of the bed agreement, it had yet to be fulfilled, which was expected. If Zhao Yaqian were truly so easy to win over, she would not still be single. Perhaps she had already changed boyfriends several times. Outwardly, she was an exceptionally outstanding girl, her figure and beauty surpassing many internet celebrities and models. Such a girl would never lack admirers in her work and life. For instance, there was that Mr. Lee driving a Mercedes. Along with some classmates and colleagues, Zhao Yaqian had mentioned. To expect her to develop feelings for him after just half a month of acquaintance and a single day out together was rather unrealistic. Tang Song took one last glance at the direction of the fourth floor, pressed the clutch, and started the engine. The car's roar echoed as it slowly pulled away under the glow of the headlights. Zhao Yaqian changed her shoes, joyfully swaying her body as she cheerfully remarked, "Thanks to Sister Tingzi for your concern. I'm perfectly fine. I was just a bit tired from today and dozed off in the car. Nothing happened between you two today, right?" He lighting asked suspiciously, pointing at Zhao Yaqian's backside. "Don't point like that. It's not like I can't have a good relationship with a male friend." Zhao Yaqian's cheeks flushed crimson as she muttered a few words. Placing the bag on the coffee table and declaring, "Feel free to eat. Consider it a repayment for the fruit I owed you." He lighting open the bag to rummage inside, exclaiming in surprise, "Wow, so generous? These must be the red beauty strawberries over 50 yuan a pound, and such large cherries. I saw them in the supermarket last time. They're now over 100 yuan a pound, and this is a plum." Before she could finish, Zhao Yaqian rushed over, holding the bag tightly to her chest, declaring loudly, "I can treat you, but I have a favor to ask." He lighting cast her a scornful glance, saying, "Look at your little ambitions. It is not yet a matter of poverty. Today is the 19th. And tomorrow marks the credit card repayment day." Zhao Yaqian seemed to recall something terrifying and shivered. "How much is lacking?" 2,500 a couple of days ago. I borrowed a little from Xiaoyan and Zhang Wensheng. All right, I will transfer it to you shortly. Thank you, Sister Ting. This month, I will wash your clothes." Zhao Yaqian gratefully leaned in and enthusiastically handed over a handful of cherries. "They are truly sweet." He lighting, while savoring the large cherries, curiously inquired, "Why don't you share what you all did today?" Zhao Yaqian removed her jacket, sat cross-legged on the sofa, opened her phone's photo album, and began recounting with great enthusiasm. The scenery along the road, the ink wash style of Huizhou Garden, the picnic at Happy Island, the tulips in the botanical garden, until Zhao Yaqian finally paused. He lighting furrowed her brow and asked, "Qianqian, do you genuinely wish to pursue further development with him? I have already mentioned that he is merely an ordinary friend." "Haha, he meticulously designed the travel itinerary, bought your favorite snacks and drinks, and provided so many exquisite fruits. What do you think he desires?" Zhao Yaqian was momentarily speechless, her gaze slightly evasive. He lighting asserted resolutely, "He desires you." After a prolonged silence, Zhao Yaqian sighed. "Tingzi, I genuinely believe that Songgu is a wonderful person. I enjoy being with him and have not contemplated it in that manner. Even if you harbor no such thoughts, he undoubtedly does." He lighting pinched her cheek playfully. "Qianqian, you are only 19 years old, fresh out into society. In the future, there will be increasingly more suitors, and those who treat you well will be far superior to him." Zhao Yaqian opened her mouth, but did not know how to refute. He drives a modest car worth several tens of thousands, cannot afford a home in Yinqing, and is merely an average young man. He lighting pointed to the fruits on the table. "If he takes you out, he might have to scrimp for quite a while." Zhao Yaqian could not help but interject. "Songgu is a programmer with a decent salary. He occasionally takes on side jobs, and it's not as terrible as you say." "All right, I'll one tea argue with you." The atmosphere fell into silence. It was unclear how long had passed when he lighting gently ruffled her hair. "I am only looking out for your well-being. I fear you may get hurt in the future. Your mother has been scammed out of so much money. these burdens will eventually fall upon you. If you truly end up with a boyfriend like Tang Song, it would only bring misfortune to both of you, as you would not last in the end. Then what should I do? Upon hearing about the enormous debts at home, Zhao Yaqian's eyes misted over, and it seemed she was on the verge of tears. He lighting quickly handed her a tissue, saying, "Since you believe he's a good person, continue to be friends, but be cautious to maintain some distance. Do not allow him to develop any ambiguous notions. If he invites you again, you may find an excuse to decline. After a couple of refusals, he will understand, just like Zhang Wensheng and the others." Zhao Yaqian wiped her tears and, with a dejected tone, replied, "I understand." A notification sound from WeChat chimed. "Tang Song, safely home. I feel like my driving skills have improved. Next time we can explore a more distant scenic area. Qingxin Jiyuan Community." Tang Song earnestly took a hot shower and sat upright on the sofa. He opened the system interface and entered the inventory. Inside, there was a shimmering vehicle gift pack. A car within a value of 500,000. Several of the most luxurious models flashed through Tang Song's mind. Mercedes-Benz, Audi A6, BMW 5 Series. Of course, as the model selection is entirely random, without the benefit of lucky items, his chances of drawing a grand prize were slim. With a deep breath, filled with anticipation and trepidation, he selected the vehicle gift pack and opened it immediately. Vehicle model selection in progress. Congratulations, player. You have received the BMW 330 Sport Night Package. BMW 330 Sport Night Package. 245 horsepower, 8-speed transmission, accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers h in 6.3 seconds. Equipped with Harman Kardon speakers and a head-up display integrated with the unique design of the Sport Package and Night Package, providing a more exhilarating driving experience. Note: order information has been generated. Please contact the Yinxing Bauta BMW 4S store for collection. You can specify the exterior and interior colors. Chapter 37. Meeting at the Peak. BMW 3 Series. Tang Song clenched his fist tightly, his face brimming with joy. Although he did not receive the top-tier award, it was still a genuine luxury brand and model. He opened his phone and searched for BMW 330 Sport Night Package. The core distinction of the 330 compared to the standard 3 Series lies in its longitudinal 4-cylinder engine. This power system can unleash a maximum of 245 horsepower and 400 newton-meters of peak torque. The official guide price is $381,900, while the dealer's quote in Yinxing for the Bear car is $345,000. Considering insurance, purchase tax, registration, and other fees, it would cost nearly $400,000. Undoubtedly a luxury car. Tang Song sprang up from the sofa, excitedly pacing in the living room. In his social circle, most individuals drive ordinary vehicles, some costing tens of thousands. Those with better family conditions might drive models like the Magotin or Accord. A BMW with a near $400,000 price tag is certainly a significant status symbol. Subsequently, Tang Song sat at his computer, browsing through different colors of the BMW 330. The most popular colors online are undoubtedly carbon black, mineral white, and sky gray. After enlarging the images to view, each color appeared stunning. After much deliberation and watching several car review videos, Tang Song ultimately decided on the classic color combination of carbon black, exterior, and volcano red, interior. Gazing at the dazzling black warrior on the display, Tang Song's heart raced with excitement. Being a young man, he found it impossible to resist such a striking toy. The window was suddenly flung open. Standing on the east-facing balcony, Tang Song let the April evening breeze caress his flushed cheeks. In less than 20 days since acquiring the system, his life had undergone a dramatic transformation. Successful weight loss, enhanced lung capacity, an increase in height by 1 centimeter, a 200-square-meter office in Yunxi building, and a BMW 330 worth $400,000. All these achievements filled him with ambition and anticipation for the future. As he gazed at the hazy moonlight on the horizon, he opened WeChat, took a photo of the view outside the window, and shared it with his distant white moonlight in Shenzhen, leaving a message, awaiting the approval of time, hoping for success in your entrepreneurial journey. And take care of your health in Shenzhen. Just as he put down his phone, Tang Song picked it up again to call his mother, who was 150 kilometers away. The phone rang only a couple of times before being answered. "Hello, you finally remembered to call me." His mother's familiar voice came through the receiver. Though not particularly gentle, it was especially melodious. Tang Song chuckled a couple of times, first inquiring about their health, then asking, "By the way, Mom, how is Dad's hardware store doing?" His mother suddenly lowered her voice. "Your father and I calculated, given the current situation, after deducting bad debts, losses, and rent, we can make a net income of over 6,000 each month." "So much?" Tang Song exclaimed in surprise. He had seen the store's condition firsthand. It was quite small, poorly located, with only 4 sets of shelves, and due to financial constraints, the stock was limited. Earning money was already difficult, so he had not expected it to be this significant. It mainly relies on the connections your father built from his previous renovation work. A few acquaintances often come to purchase in bulk. "By the way, son, how is work going for you lately? Are you still working late every day? Are you tired?" "Now it has calmed down. I'm quite relaxed every day. Plus, I've lost quite a bit of weight. I'll send you a photo shortly." "That's good. That's good. Health is the most important thing." His mother's voice immediately brightened, and she began to chatter about family matters. Tang Song listened quietly, occasionally chiming in. Once his mother finally paused, he cheerfully said, "Mom, everything is going well for me here. Now that work has become less demanding, I intend to seize this leisure time to embark on an entrepreneurial journey, having already identified a promising direction. Once I attain financial success, you and my father shall simply recline and joyfully relish life. My second uncle, known for his penchant to show off, will be met with my triumphant return. I envision myself, leaning against the window, gazing at the crescent moon hidden behind the clouds, sharing my beautiful aspirations for the future with my mother." On the other end of the line, my mother listens attentively, occasionally chuckling with delight. Once the call concludes, the excitement and joy that have been suppressed within me are finally unleashed, leaving me feeling utterly relaxed. The notification sound from WeChat chimes. Her words seem to have activated a switch within me, causing my gaze to drift. After a moment's contemplation, I proceed directly to the bedroom and retrieve a modest storage box from beneath the bed. After rummaging for a while, I extract an exquisite notebook and open its first page. It bears a few lines of confident and soaring words. "To my dearest friend, Tang Song, June 6, 2015, Saturday night. A full year remains until the college entrance examination. The person you are now is determined by the you of 10 years ago, and the you of 10 years hence is shaped by the you of today. When your talents do not yet support your ambitions, it is wise to pause, study, and exert effort. Starlight does not inquire of the traveler, and time does not forsake the diligent. All unexpected encounters are still en route, and the future shall unfold as you wish. Let us strive and meet at the summit." These words continuously support my relentless pursuit of effort, learning, and ambition. Now, 8 years have passed since 2015. I silently reiterate, meet at the summit. On April 20th, 2023, Thursday, at 8:30 a.m., I set down the book I was reading, The Nature of Cognition, and dialed the number for the Yin Bao, the BMW dealership. Perhaps due to the early hour, the phone rang for quite some time before being answered. "Hello, this is Bao to BMW dealership. How may I assist you?" A brisk female voice responded, speaking with remarkable speed. I carefully chose my words. "Hello, I have reserved a BMW 330, and I would like to inquire about the specific details of the vehicle." "Certainly. Sir, could you please provide her name, phone number, and ID number?" I clearly relayed the information. "Please hold on while I check." The voice of the female customer service representative grew somewhat sluggish towards the end. This price, indeed, is unprecedented, considering the optional packages. It seems they are practically giving the car away. Upon receiving the definitive information, I let out a sigh of relief. "Hello, I would like to confirm the car's interior and exterior colors. Please specify, and I will note it down." The representative's tone became exceptionally enthusiastic. "The exterior is carbon black, and the interior is volcano red." "Excellent choice, Mr. Tang. This color combination is strikingly attractive for both men and women," she exclaimed. "When can I expect to pick up the car?" I inquired, eager to know. Based on my research, the typical waiting period from reservation to pickup for a BMW 330 is usually over 2 months. "Thank you." Chapter 38. This is the one. After hanging up, I sat on the sofa and waited for approximately 4 or 5 minutes before my phone rang again. I answered the call. "Hello, I apologize for keeping you waiting, Mr. Tang. Typically, based on the production schedule and your selected options, it takes about 60 days. However, our manager, Zhao, has requested from headquarters to expedite the process and arrange for a vehicle from another location, matching your order's color and options. You can pick up the car and register it next Monday. She emphasized Manager Zhao, as if to convey something significant. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Is your WeChat linked to this phone number? I will add you and send you the details regarding the pickup. Feel free to contact me with any questions. Yes. Great. I won't keep you any longer. Goodbye. After the call, I couldn't help but snap my fingers. Today is Thursday, which means I can collect the car in just 3 days. This speed far exceeds my expectations. I glanced at the time, tidied up my belongings, and hurried downstairs. My 3-day vacation had already been used up, and I had to return to the office today to refine my entrepreneurial plan. As I navigated through the traffic, I found myself comparing the passing vehicles to the soon-to-be-acquired BMW 330. None seemed to possess the charm of my soon-to-be pride. I looked at the steering wheel of my Wuling Hongguang and suddenly felt a pang of guilt, realizing my thoughts were dangerously fickle, akin to that of a disloyal lover. Just days ago, I had relished my first car with utmost affection. Now, with a BMW worth 400,000, I found myself quickly enamored with something new, shifting my affections. Arriving at the Linjin building, I parked in the underground garage. Just as I exited my vehicle, a pink Audi 5 glided in, coming to a stop at a designated spot near the elevator. The employees of Jinxiu Trading were well acquainted with this car, belonging to the company goddess Tianjing from the Human Resources Department. The iceberry pink Audi 5, a 2-door 4-seater coupe, is undeniably eye-catching, valued just over 400,000 upon purchase. The car door gently swung open, revealing Tianjing, her hair styled in a bun, carrying a bag. Her fair complexion stood out strikingly in the dimly lit garage. Dressed in a knitted short-sleeve shirt adorned with a bear print and a pleated striped skirt, complemented by casual shoes, she exuded the aura of a vibrant young woman. Spotting a colleague approaching, she paused briefly, her right hand clutching her bag, while she waved with her left, sweetly greeting. "Good morning." "Good morning," I replied with a smile. Following her into the elevator, where we maintained a comfortable silence. We were not particularly familiar, having exchanged only a few words during our Friday afternoon tea gatherings. My primary impression of her was her fair skin and sweet appearance. As the elevator doors opened, we followed the sparse flow of people inside. Due to the peak office hours, the elevator became packed after stopping at the first floor. At some point, a delicate bun appeared before me. Looking down, I noticed exquisite earlobes and a slender, fair neck. A subtle fragrance enveloped me, a sophisticated scent infused with fresh botanical notes. I involuntarily inhaled deeply, feeling a bit lightheaded. The elevator moved in fits and starts, eventually halting on the 20th floor. We hurriedly exited and made our way to the office area. "Good morning, Supervisor Tian. You look lovely today." "Oh, please, just call me Xiao Jing," she replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Good morning, Supervisor Tian." "Good morning." Every colleague we encountered greeted Tian Jing warmly and enthusiastically. It was only upon hearing her title that I recalled receiving a notification in my corporate email and Ding Talk. The Human Resources Department had undergone structural adjustments, and Tian Jing had officially been promoted to Compensation Supervisor. She would now oversee employee compensation disbursement, performance evaluations, and maintenance of the compensation system. Achieving a mid-level management position at such a young age in Jinxiu Trading clearly indicated her competence. Once seated at my workstation, I engaged in a conversation with colleagues about the driving experience of the Wuling Hongguang. Opening my computer, I earnestly began organizing my thoughts regarding my entrepreneurial aspirations. Specifically, my plan involves collaborating with our company and brand partners, obtaining authorization, and acting as an agent for their products. After over a decade of accumulation, we have deeply entrenched ourselves in the offline market, boasting over 500 distributors across the North China region. Brother Zhang jovially patted my shoulder, saying, "Feel free to approach me with any questions." "Thank you," I replied, staring at the documents I had organized before me, feeling somewhat overwhelmed and uncertain about how to proceed. Today, under the guise of conducting a demand analysis for the business system, he engaged in profound discussions with several colleagues from the marketing, sales, and channel departments. The primary focus was to comprehend the current market conditions, developmental trends, competitive landscape, and operational models within the apparel industry. The outcome was rather disheartening. He had underestimated the complexity of the situation. The fashion industry is currently fraught with challenges, characterized by fierce competition both online and offline, resembling a vast crimson sea, with countless businesses collapsing each year. Jinxiu Shangmao is involved in the agency and distribution of branded apparel, operating within a framework reliant on the company's networks and social resources, which he cannot emulate. To embark on e-commerce or physical store sales in the clothing sector would necessitate starting from scratch, accumulating experience gradually. For someone with scheduled tasks, this was an extravagant waste of time. Moreover, there exists a more advantageous option, partnering with industry insiders to start a business. This indeed presents a time-efficient solution. He possesses 1 million yuan in capital, a ready-to-use office space, and high-quality supply chain channels. If paired with a seasoned professional, the likelihood of success would be significantly heightened. However, the paramount concern remains the selection of partner. Regrettably, he lacks acquaintances in the apparel sales industry, and collaborating with unfamiliar individuals carries substantial risks. While capabilities and experience can be validated through various means, Tang Song's greatest apprehension revolves around whether the partner's values align with his entrepreneurial philosophy. Otherwise, a multitude of troubles would undoubtedly await him in the future. Such scenarios are frequently highlighted in news reports. After a period of contemplation, a name suddenly flashed through Tang Song's mind. Gao Mingting. Although they had met only once, her impression on him was profound. She was meticulous, composed, polite, emotionally intelligent, and exceptionally beautiful, truly an outstanding talent. Furthermore, she had over 3 years of experience in the apparel sales industry, fully qualifying her as a potential partner. Recalling her tears on the day she sold her car, her words, and the messages on her social media, Tang Song took a deep breath and thought, perfect. It's you. He pulled out his phone and opened Gao Mingting's WeChat, leaving a message. Boss Gao, could you kindly send me your store address? I'd like to purchase a few garments this weekend. As April draws to a close in Yincheng, the days grow longer. At 6 in the evening, the sun slowly descends towards the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and gold. Tang Song closed his notebook, tidied his desk, and left work punctually. Just as he finished clocking out at the front desk, someone vigorously patted his shoulder. Du Xiaokai approached with a playful grin, promptly clocking out himself. Winking at the company's attractive receptionist, he said, Yuing, remember to notify me next time your administrative department has a dinner gathering. I know a place that serves fantastic barbecue. Du Yuing chuckled softly, sure, do go. But the few of us without cars will be counting on you for a ride. Du Xiaokai waved his Cadillac keys, no problem. I'll head out with Lao Song now. Bye. Tang Song glanced at him, nodded, and replied, all right. During his 3 days off, Du Xiaokai had repeatedly inquired about the project's progress, insisting he complete it this week. It seemed he believed that, under Director Chen's pressure, Tang Song would unquestionably comply. As he pushed open the locked security door and walked into the quiet corridor, Du Xiaokai relaxed. Pulling out a pack of cigarettes, he lit one for himself, took a deep drag, and then offered one to Tang Song. Want one? I don't smoke. All right then. Leaning against the wall, Du Xiaokai exhaled smoke rings. Smiling as he said, the HR department's request should be sorted by next Monday, right? Remember to submit it to the warehouse branch first. I'll handle the merging. ISNT that your task? Tang Song shrugged. Mimicking his demeanor, I haven't received a work order from the HR department. It's not my concern. Du Xiaokai paused, looking serious. Lao Song, let me be frank. This module is one that Tianjing wants added. You should know I have feelings for her. And she carries considerable weight. She's not someone we can provoke. What's done is done. Let us put the past behind us. Just commit to working diligently with me in the future, and I can assure you a comfortable position in the company. Tang Song patted his arm, chuckling. I see the development period in the business system is only half a month. Good luck. Xiao Du, your time is running out. No wonder he was so invested. It turned out to be because of Tianjing, the 22-year-old compensation supervisor. When it comes to connections, she far surpasses Du Xiaokai's uncle, who is a vice president. Du Xiaokai's eyes simmered with anger. His voice raised, you might not know, but by next month at the latest, I'll be promoted to the back-end group supervisor. Meaning I'll be your direct superior. Before you speak or act, you should consider the consequences. This society is brimming with capable individuals. If you don't perform, there are plenty who can take your place. Tang Song met his gaze calmly, devoid of fear or hesitation. Then I'll congratulate you in advance, Supervisor Du. I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. With that, he opened the fire exit door and stepped through. With a thud, Du Xiaokai flicked a cigarette but against the fire door, his tone chilling. I will discuss this matter with Director Chun. The team doesn't need someone like you. And Jinxiu Shangmao cannot accommodate someone of your stature. Without waiting for Du Xiaokai's response, he exited. At this moment, he felt no pressure whatsoever, unafraid of salary cuts or layoffs. In the Qingxin Jiyuan community, Tang Song scrolled through short videos while savoring a low-fat meal. Although the food was quite bland, the attractive young ladies in the videos made it enjoyable. Suddenly, a WeChat notification chimed. Gao Mengting, Mating Apparel Store, Gao Mengting. We have a new batch of men's clothing with great designs. Mr. Tang, feel free to come and choose. I'll sell them to you at cost price. Exiting the chat interface, he opened Zhao Yaqian's chat box. He couldn't shake the feeling that since their road trip, Zhao Yaqian had been somewhat distant. Her enthusiasm for chatting noticeably diminished. After a moment's hesitation, he decided against sending another message. Just then, the system interface unfolded before him. April 20th, 2023. You have achieved the goal of surpassing 1,000 followers on the Zaihongshu platform. Though modest, you have indeed become a qualified internet celebrity. Your voice has garnered some influence within a niche, and your transformation journey has attracted considerable attention. You have unlocked the ability to access the Dandelion platform, enabling you to monetize through advertisements. You have been awarded the title, Popular Me. Would you like to equip it immediately? Yes. No. Tang Song felt a rush of excitement. He had finally surpassed 1,000 followers. His daily updates and active interactions had not been in vain. However, he was surprised that the reward was merely a title. Titles serve as honorary marks within games, not only for display but also accompanied by unique effects, such as attribute bonuses, charisma, skills, and more. He clicked to equip it. A brilliant golden light flashed before him. The system automatically redirected to the main interface, and a golden title appeared above the heads of the three characters. Clicking to view details, he read, Popular Me. By equipping this title, for every new follower you gain on your frequently used social media platforms, you will receive a cash reward equivalent to 100 times the value. Note 2. Your frequently used platforms include Douyin, Zaihongshu, current cash reward, 102,000 yuan, total 102,000 yuan. I'm about to strike it rich. Upon reading the title's details, Tang Song gasped in astonishment. In the game NSH, NCH, NGZH, Ingjehu, he has acquired numerous titles accompanied by cash rewards. For instance, the title, HXda L Liing, grants him a reward of 5 yuan for each breath taken by his character. To someone like him, who possesses the Midas touch and rapidly constructs a commercial empire, such titles are utterly trivial, and he has rarely adorned himself with them. However, in the real world, for his current self, this represents an unequivocal weapon of mass influence. With one fan bringing in 100 yuan, accumulating 10,000 fans translates to a staggering 1,000,000 yuan. Ting Sing now laments his infrequent engagement with platforms like Weibo and Kuaishou. Otherwise, his repertoire would not be limited to just these two. Fortunately, acquiring followers on Douyin is considerably easier than on Zaihongshu, even without any promotional efforts, as long as he consistently posts videos. His follower growth will undoubtedly surpass that of Zaihongshu. Moreover, the system is quite generous, automatically factoring in his existing followers. Ting raises his phone to check his follower count. Currently, he boasts 1,001 followers on Zaihongshu and a mere 19 on Douyin due to only a few casual posts. This totals 1,020 followers, allowing him to withdraw an impressive sum of 102,000 yuan. Chapter 40. Fill your wooling with gas gazing at the dazzling 100,000 yuan withdrawal limit. Ting clenches his fist and initiates the withdrawal. The notification sound pings. ZH ing YNH. Your account ending in 6,800 received 10,200,000 yuan on April 20th at 1839. Incredible. Ting exclaims, his eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. He opens his personal information interface. Player Ting 34 foot. Character J Nexi SHNGM OK if G NGCH is height 181, 5 centimeters, weight 79, 5 kilograms, constitution 59, stamina 56, agility 50, insight 76, asset status, balance 10, 41 million yuan, investment 1 million, debt, 40,000, enterprise, none property, YNXDSH, 200 square meters office space vehicle. Wuling Hongguang for the first time in his life, his bank card balance has surpassed 100,000 yuan. Observing the red debt information, Tang Song does not hesitate and promptly repays the 40,000 yuan owed to Jiebei and Weili Deis. The total interest is exactly 100. Though his balance dwindles to 630,000 yuan, he feels liberated without debt. With the title SHW in hand, managing his accounts on both platforms promises to yield substantial earnings effortlessly. With this thought in mind, Tang Song finds himself restless. He opens his photo album to review the video he previously crafted titled T-Ing Chu-Ng is O-D-Y-Q-Z-Ng. Despite being labeled a video, it is fundamentally a collage of images. As he had not invested much effort into it, its appeal is rather mediocre. This is why, despite the impressive transformation results, the video failed to gain traction. Contemplating this, Tang Song swiftly approaches his computer, launching the editing software. He imports all the material from his phone and meticulously organizes it in order. He selects the most impactful photos to create a series of progressive transformation comparison images. Next, he references several popular videos for transition effects and scripts, adapting them to fit his style. Busy until 9 p.m. A meticulously crafted video showcasing the transformation of an ordinary blogger is finally ready. Tang Song watches it repeatedly, unable to resist giving it a thumbs up. The transitions, the effects, truly inspiring. In comparison, he realizes he had previously put forth insufficient effort. Indeed, motivation breeds inspiration. He opens Douyin, imports the completed video material, and proceeds to the next step. Description: life requires the courage to transform oneself into the protagonist. Topic: fashion, TNG que NG ISO, ordinary bloguer transformation. Comeback, inspiration. After checking thoroughly to ensure everything is in order, he clicks publish. Tang Song exhales deeply, now pondering how to enhance the video further, hoping to carve out time to delve into video editing techniques. If he could replicate the success of his previous hairstyle transformation that flopped, the influx of followers would be quite substantial. After daydreaming for a while, he pats his flushed cheeks, washes his face in the restroom, and gradually regains his composure. Indeed, he realizes he is still not calm enough. A mere title reward has clouded his judgment. Upon reflection, the reward is not overly extravagant, relying solely on organic traffic. A talentless, ordinary blogger struggles to amass followers on any platform. It took him a full 20 days to acquire 1,000 followers on Xiaohongshu, and that was only due to his astute selection of niche along with a viral post featuring a bowl-cut hairstyle. After suppressing his excitement, Tang Song changes into comfortable pajamas and leans against his bed to read our NZHT NXing, soon drifting into a deep slumber. April 21st, 2023, Friday. Zen, Shao Muimut. Today, temperatures in YNCH plummeted, with dark clouds looming ominously and persistent rain. After waking up, Tang Song ascended the stairs for 40 minutes to complete his morning cardio on an empty stomach. After a refreshing shower and donning dry, warm clothes, he begins to prepare breakfast: boiled eggs, low-fat milk, corn, and a cucumber. He has now integrated self-discipline into his lifestyle, relishing this healthy way of living. His weight is currently at a normal level, and his appearance, dressed appropriately, reflects a fit young man. However, his muscles are not pronounced, lacking definition, and his body fat percentage is approximately 20, indicating that there is significant room for improvement in his physique. Following the advice of online acquaintances, his next goal is to reduce his body fat percentage to 15, achieving a state with slight abdominal muscles, which would render his overall appearance more balanced and harmonious. After finishing breakfast, Tang Song opens the system interface to check the details of the title SHW. Current cash reward, 100 yuan, total 100 yuan. Over the course of the night, he has gained only 41 followers. Checking his phone, he sees that Douyin has added 27 followers while Xiaohongshu has gained 14. This falls within the realm of normal data, aligning with his expectations. He sits at his computer, organizes today as transformation material into a video, and uploads it to both platforms. Tang Song gathers his belongings, takes his car keys and umbrella, and heads downstairs. The Wuling Hongguang hums to life, gradually disappearing into the hazy curtain of rain. Given the ongoing rain, vehicles are moving particularly slowly on the road. As Ing sits in the car, he reflects once more on the advantages of owning a vehicle. Watching pedestrians navigate the rain with umbrellas outside, he cannot help but think of Zhoyqian. His friend, a beautician, is not financially well off and usually commutes on bus route 26 for work. But in such weather, traveling becomes a cumbersome task. Arriving at the office, he observes the intensifying rain outside. Tang Song reopens the chat with Zhoyqian. The message remains the same as the one he sent yesterday afternoon. Shall we go shopping together this weekend? I won't take up too much of your time. Just at YNSH Ingu NGCHing. I do like to hear your fashion advice and help me pick out some clothes. After some contemplation, Tang Song responds, "It's very windy and rainy today. Please be careful on the road." Not long after sending the message, his phone vibrates. Zhoyqian. Rainbow umbrella. Zhoyqian. Don't worry, I have a large umbrella to keep me dry. After a moment's hesitation, he sends her a small red envelope of 20 yuan. Zhoyqian. No, I can't accept this. Tang Song. It's for the rainbow umbrella. The wind is too strong today, and I can't bear to see it suffer. Zhoyqian remains silent for a while, before finally accepting the red envelope. After a short interval, she shares a Didi ride itinerary from Tinku Huyuan community to the entrance of the pedestrian street. Zhoyqian. I have already escorted it to the car. Thank you. When I receive my salary, I will fill your Wuling with gas. Upon reading this message, Tang Song chuckled softly. This phrase seemed to have become her catchphrase. Since they met, he must have heard her say, "When I receive my salary, I will," at least 7 or 8 times. Chapter 41. Determining the direction after chatting with Zhoyqian for a while, Tang Song's worries began to dissipate. As it stood, there seemed to be no issues in his relationship with this beautician friend. He had never excelled in this area, much like when facing by Yue Guang. He could never decipher her thoughts. Shaking his head, he pushed aside the tangled thoughts. Tang Song reopened the system interface, his gaze fixated on the balance section. Balance, 630. 000 yuan. Investment, 1,000,000 yuan. With no debts, his net assets totaled 10.63 million yuan, and under the influence of the title Popular Me, he could continuously generate new income. He had truly achieved a degree of financial freedom. This sensation was simply delightful. While money may not be omnipotent, it could resolve 99 of an ordinary person's troubles. After gazing at the asset information for a while, Tang Song suddenly slapped his forehead. Right? It was time to replace his parents' phones. They were still using a low-end Honor model from several years ago, and the Kirin 710 processor was struggling. His father often complained about the insufficient memory. Tang Song immediately opened his computer and browsed on Jingdong for a while. In the end, he ordered 2 Honor 80 models. The devices were lightweight, the system familiar, quick to operate, and the screens were eye-friendly. He chose black for his father and pink for his mother. Both the top configuration of 12 GB RAM and 512 GB storage, totaling 600 yuan. After purchasing the phones, Tang Song glanced at his balance again, still feeling a sense of impatience. The family's refrigerator had been in use for over 10 years, purchased when he was in middle school. With a capacity of 185 liters, it could hardly satisfy his mother's cooking desires, and it was quite noisy. His parents had grown accustomed to eating leftovers, and a microwave was a necessity. Furthermore, the family television had a small screen and low resolution, which was not suitable for his parents' eyesight. Tang Song had graduated just as the family faced difficulties, making life quite tight. After clearing his debts, he needed to save for a house and a wife. The household appliances and furniture had been used out of necessity and were long overdue for an upgrade. Now that money was no longer an issue. It was only natural to fulfill this long-held wish. After tallying up the costs, he realized he had spent nearly 20,000 yuan. Looking at the long list of orders, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. He picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to his mother. "Mom, I recently took on some freelance work and earned some money. I bought a few things for the family, and they should arrive in a couple of days. Please remember to collect them." After completing these tasks, Tang Song stretched lazily, leaned back in his chair, and opened Zaihongshu. He intended to gather suggestions from netizens and formulate a simple plan for his upcoming video production. as this matter was closely tied to his primary source of income and required serious attention. He opened the notes published earlier that morning. The views were only over 500, with likes and comments in single digits. It seemed that the data had been declining increasingly in recent days, and netizens' engagement was also low. Tang Song clicked on the most recently published notes, analyzed them for a while, and gradually began to understand the underlying issues. In an effort to attract followers and gain attention, he primarily posted daily updates. Besides the occasional styling, encounters with goddesses, and outings, he mostly documented his meals, exercise, and weight. After the initial novelty wore off, netizens' curiosity about this content had significantly diminished. In the realm of personal transformation, only truly captivating, conflict-driven, and comparative content held market value. With this realization, Tang Song's thoughts aligned. If he wished to accumulate followers through organic traffic, he needed to pursue a quality-driven approach. By targeting a specific flaw, he could undertake a focused transformation, creating content with stark contrasts while interspersing transformation experiences. This would not only satisfy netizens' desires for engagement, but also possess an educational aspect, forming a sustainable long-term strategy. Next, Tang Song began to meticulously sift through the comments on his previous notes. Some advised him on skincare, others suggested hair care, while many encouraged him to try makeup. And there were numerous outfit recommendations. Upon reaching one particular post, a lengthy comment caught his attention. Maintaining good posture is extremely important as it can enhance your poise and stature. Your forward-leaning neck is a bit severe. At the request of Yao Ling, I have compiled a correction tutorial. Stand up straight, cross your arms behind your back, and let your shoulders drop. Below, the commenter elaborated extensively, providing several insightful images, showcasing great effort. The comment was posted a few days prior, during which he was preoccupied with purchasing a car, moving into a new house, and going on a self-driving trip. Thus, he had overlooked it. Correcting his posture was indeed a commendable direction. His previous selfies and videos captured his most authentic state: slouched shoulders, hunchback, raised shoulders, and a forward-leaning neck. These minor postural issues were genuine and had affected his appearance. If he could rectify them and produce a comparison video showcasing his before and after states, the results would likely be impressive. Tang Song copied Xiao Hongmao's comment into his notes and replied, "Received, thank you for your guidance. I shall begin practicing today." After sending the message, Tang Song was astonished to discover another familiar name beneath the lengthy comment. Yao Ling. This is the expert I hired at great expense for you. Someone who has been practicing dance since childhood. You can trust her advice. Now, this was a truly exceptional fan. Not only did she offer suggestions, but she also mobilized her connections. In the afternoon, Tang Song submitted a leave request for Monday through the system. He then took the opportunity to engage in meaningful discussions with several colleagues from the sales department under the pretext of conducting a needs analysis. The focus was primarily on understanding the operational models of online distributors and e-commerce companies, as these frontline sales personnel had the most direct contact with those channel clients and were the most knowledgeable. Upon returning to his workstation, after organizing the insights he had garnered over the past 2 days, Tang Song became increasingly certain of his entrepreneurial direction: live streaming e-commerce in the fashion sector. This was currently one of the most sustainable and successful industry models. Through big data analysis, he could more accurately identify potential consumer groups, optimize inventory management, and mitigate the risks of stockpiling. Given his current circumstances, the feasibility of this venture would be significantly enhanced with the assistance of Gao Mengting, an industry insider. Chapter 42. Filling up at 95 at 6 p.m., the rain outside continued to patter softly. This day-long rain had rendered the entire city damp and sluggish. Just as Tang Song was about to close his computer and leave work, a notification suddenly popped up in his corporate email. Reminder: your leave request submitted on April 24th, 2023 has been denied. Please revise and resubmit for approval. Tang Song raised an eyebrow, having never encountered this before. He opened the website, accessed the leave module, and checked the review information. Reviewer: Chun Yunting. Review result: denied. Review opinion: leave reason unclear. His leave reason was a common template used in the company. Family matters. Requesting 1 day of annual leave. Jinsho Commerce had a relatively lenient policy regarding leave, rarely denying employees for this reason. It was evident that Director Chun was targeting him, and the reason was undoubtedly connected to Du Xiaokai's incident. Tang Song could not be bothered to seek a private conversation with Chen Yunting. After all, he would not be around for much longer. He resubmitted and clocked out. The Wuling Hongguang slowly rolled out of the underground parking lot, merging into the city's sluggish traffic. He parked the car in the lot at Yinxing Square, holding an umbrella as he stepped out. The streets were sparsely populated, and the sky occasionally rumbled with thunder as raindrops pattered against the umbrella, creating a soothing sound. He walked briskly to the familiar handmade fried skewer shop. Tang Song picked up a glass basin and tongs, beginning to select his choices. 5 skewers of succulent sweet potato skin, 4 of the renowned Wang Zhongwang ham, and he decided against the starch sausages, unsure of their brand. 3 skewers of vegetable beef, quail eggs, lamb, and an abundance of pork belly and vegetables. At the checkout, the bald shop owner greeted him with a broad smile, generously offering a discount, bringing the total to 180 yuan. Tang Song thanked the owner, picked up his insulated bags, and stepped outside, purchasing 2 steaming cups of pearl milk tea from the neighboring shop. Shortly after turning the corner, the sign for Easy Beauty and Hair Salon came into view. Upon entering, he saw Zhao Yaqian, dressed in a tailored suit, standing at the cash register. "Songge, you're here. Welcome," she exclaimed, quickly stepping out with a look of delight. Tang Song set his umbrella aside and inquired, "I Haven Tea had my facial treatment this week. You should have time tonight, right?" "Absolutely. With such heavy rain today, there are hardly any customers," Zhao Yaqian confided, lowering her voice. "The cashier, Zhang Jia, didn't even come in, and the boss is furious in the WeChat group." "Perfect," Tang Song said, raising the 2 insulated bags. "I bought your favorite handmade skewers. Let us eat before the treatment." Upon hearing handmade skewers, Zhao Yaqian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded vigorously. "I've been pondering what to eat." "Thank you, Songge." Entering the staff lounge in the beauty area, Zhao Yaqian unfolded a folding table and brought over 2 small stools. Once seated, she eagerly tore open the packaging, leaning forward with her face close. The secret sauce, combined with the aromas of spices and the ingredients themselves, overwhelmed her senses, causing tears of joy to well up in her eyes. "Isn't this portion too generous? 5 servings of sweet potato skin and so many meat skewers. My goodness." The skewers she usually hesitated to order were now plentiful before her, and Zhao Yaqian was giddy with unexpected joy. Tang Song inserted a straw into the milk tea and handed it to her, grinning. "I'm still on a diet. You're the main consumer here, so indulge yourself." "Then I want tea whole back." Zhao Yaqian licked her lips, grabbed a skewer of sweet potato skin, took a bite, and her eyes immediately squinted into crescent shapes. "It's so delicious." In the quiet lounge, they dined and chatted as if on a journey. Besides skincare, they occasionally discussed mutual friends. Tang Song learned that this beauty therapist's housemate was her distant cousin, reportedly connected through her mother's side. This cousin, after finishing a diploma in Yincheng, worked in a small company as an operations staff member, earning a modest salary with plenty of work, often required to work overtime on weekends. And she was considering changing jobs for a more relaxed position. Zhao Yaqian felt a bit envious of her cousin, as many office jobs required a diploma, and with only a high school education, her job options were quite limited. In the enclosed environment, the beauty therapist's lovely face, her moist and plump lips, and her alluring waistline held Tang Song's gaze captive, making his heart race uncontrollably. "I'm so full. I can't eat anymore." Zhao Yaqian stood up, rubbing her round belly, a satisfied expression on her face. "Songge, I'll brush my teeth first, then we can start the treatment. I'm worried the smell might bother you." Tang Song clenched his fist, pretending to be nonchalant as he leaned closer, inhaling deeply. "It smells nice. I don't mind." Zhao Yaqian froze for a moment, her cheeks flushing as she averted her gaze. It's just the smell of the skewers. I should go freshen up. Please give me 2 minutes." With that, she turned and hurried away. The facial treatment this time was more meticulous than before, taking longer for each step. While applying the moisturizing mask, Zhao Yaqian even treated him to a 10-minute neck and head massage. Her gentle and skilled touch was soothing, making Tang Song feel drowsy with comfort. By the time the treatment concluded, it was already 8:30 p.m., and the rain continued to fall outside. "I just picked up the car, and I'm feeling restless, itching to take a drive. Please indulge me." Meeting Tang Song's earnest gaze, Zhao Yaqian bit her lower lip and nodded gently. "Thank you, Songge. I'll get ready right away." It was reminiscent of the morning when he had sent her a red envelope under the pretext of borrowing her rainbow umbrella. The Wuling Hongguang rolled over the wet pavement, sending up fine mist as it headed towards Tianqua Garden. Inside the car, Zhao Yeqian was somewhat silent, seemingly deep in thought. Tang Song did not disturb her, instead. He opened the music player while waiting for the traffic light. The bright guitar prelude resonated. In this world, many things cannot be brought with you at birth or taken with you in death. The only things you can take are yourself and your temperament. You once possessed the most beautiful love. Gazing through the front windshield, the lights of passing cars flickered through the rain, adding a misty beauty to the city. The two sat quietly, listening to the music as they traversed the layers of rain, cruising through the night streets of Yancheng. We've arrived. Tang Song parked the car outside Building 6, Unit 2. It's fine. After all, we're good friends, and you've helped me a lot, Qian. Zhao Yeqian looked up into Tang Song's eyes and asked, Song Ge, we will always be good friends, right? Tang Song hesitated for a moment before nodding. Of course. She grabbed her bag and umbrella, stepping out of the car, but after a few paces, she ran back to lean against the driver's window. As Tang Song lowered the window, Zhao Yeqian earnestly said, Once I get my paycheck, I'll fill up your car with 95-octane gas. Then I'll treat you to a steak buffet at Wanda Plaza. I saw a beautiful watch the other day. I'll get it for you then. With that, she slipped into the building, her familiar voice echoing as the hallway lights flickered on. Chapter 43, Meiting Discount Clothing Store. April 22nd, 2023, Saturday, cloudy. With hands clasped behind his back and shoulders relaxed, Tang Song entered a fully open state, biting his lower lip with his upper teeth, eyes fixed on the ceiling, feeling a distinct stretch in his neck muscles. After holding the position for 20 seconds and making intermittent adjustments to correct his posture 5 times, he paused to sense the changes within himself. The notification chime from his phone rang out. Glancing at his phone, a smile broke across his face. The final piece of the corresponding outfit for dressing for the cool night has finally arrived. Draped in a windbreaker, he made his way to the community's Sanyao station to collect his accumulated 4 packages. Soon, the packages were opened one by one. An apricot-colored knitted cardigan, a white shirt, gray-black casual pants, and a pair of white shoes. Aside from shoes, the other 3 garments were in 2 different sizes. After all, it's challenging to ensure a perfect fit when shopping online without trying the clothes on. After trying everything on, he finally managed to put together a combination that fit well. Slipping on the white shoes felt remarkably invigorating, filling him with warmth. Tang Song did a brief stretch, feeling lighter and more energetic. This must be the manifestation of Physical Constitution 2, Agility 1, with added cold resistance effects in the real world. The system interface unfolded before him as he checked his information. Current outfit compatibility, 90, all effects activated, 90, Physical Constitution, 608, 5918, Stamina, 56, Agility, 509, 5009, Insight, 76. Indeed, despite his efforts to match the style, cut, and color, there were still discrepancies. Unless he could acquire skills in drawing and self-learn fashion design, seeking out tailors or factories for custom fitting, achieving a perfect 100 restoration would be quite difficult. As for the accompanying effect of the outfit, YSW Liing, one can only wait for the evening to experience it outdoors, standing before the full-length mirror. Ting S couldn't help but nod in approval. It must be said that this ensemble suits him remarkably well, enhancing his appearance by several notches. When filming the posture correction video, this attire could serve as a refined representation of his silhouette, amplifying the contrast effectively. After indulging in self-admiration for a while, he snapped a photo to share with his mother. Glancing at the time, Ting Essing noted that it was exactly 10 o'clock. Grabbing his car keys, he set off to meet his future partner. BOYN Center is a mid-range commercial complex, housing hotels, office buildings, and retail spaces. Its geographical location is quite advantageous, situated in the city center with convenient transportation. The MIT Inc. discount clothing store is located within the ground floor of this commercial complex. Ting S. navigated to the underground parking lot, parked his car, and surveyed his surroundings. He immediately spotted the imposing YNX building, not far off. Exiting the parking lot, he strolled along the clean stone pathway, gradually catching sight of the clothing store's facade. The MIT Inc. discount clothing store featured a sleek and modern sign, illuminated by a translucent white light. with exquisite green plants and decorations adorning the entrance. The entryway was not particularly spacious, suggesting a modest area. Upon entering the store, Tang Song was captivated. The overall color palette was dominated by soft off-white hues, with gentle and bright lighting. The store's display layout exuded a vibrant ambience, with racks made of a combination of metal and glass, stylish and tactile. The only discordant element was the array of red promotional stickers. Buy one, get one free. 20 off, 50 off, welcome. Special prices store-wide, and assistance with outfit recommendations. Mr. Tang, is that you? The voice was clear and melodious. AOM, clad in black pencil pants and a white sweater, her hair tied in a ponytail cascading beside her, appeared both alluring and professional, though her face bore signs of fatigue. Good morning, Tang Song greeted her with a smile and a wave. They exchanged a few pleasantries. Tang, with an expectant gaze, inquired, how's that Wuling Hongwang driving for you? It's very smooth, rest assured, Boss Go. I bought it solely for commuting, not for heavy loads, and I wash it regularly. Thank you. Tang bent slightly, adding, to be honest, I have quite an attachment to it. I purchased it during my senior year, and it accompanied me through my entrepreneurial journey. Taking a deep breath, she shyly smiled, but let us not dwell on that. The men's clothing is on the second floor. Shall I take you to have a look? With no other customers in the store, Tang Song felt no need for formality. The staircase was somewhat narrow, but it was evident that Tang had put thought into it, with various soft cushions, handrails, and protective measures well in place. I apologize. The merchandise on the second floor hasn't been organized yet and is a bit messy. What type of clothing are you looking for? I can select items for you directly, Tang said with a bashful smile. Tang Song surveyed the area. Although it was not as clear-cut as downstairs, it was reasonably tidy. It seemed that this boss was indeed a serious individual. Tang Song found himself adopting the perspective of an investor, keen to assess this future partner. Please assemble a seasonal outfit for me. You are the expert and will certainly make better selections than I could. Tang scrutinized him for a moment before responding. Your outfit today is quite splendid. With May just around the corner, let me choose a summer ensemble for you. Your physique is quite balanced. A standard size will suffice. Please wait a moment. With that, she turned and walked into the rack area. She seemed to remember the location of each clothing style with precision, her objective clear. Within 2 minutes, she returned with 2 garments in hand. This solid-colored 3/4 sleeve shirt, paired with these light gray casual pants, is perfect for commuting and complements your physique well. There's a small fitting room over there where you could try it on. If it doesn't meet your satisfaction, I can find something else. Thank you, Tang Song said with a smile, accepting the items. In the fitting room, he changed and stepped out to admire himself in the mirror. The fit was just right. The deep blue 3/4 sleeve shirt, adorned with irregular white stripes, was breathable and stylish, paired with the slightly subdued casual pants. He appeared both composed and fashionable. For a moment, Tang Song's gaze toward her reflected increased satisfaction. Such a capable partner, rich in experience, adept at fashion, and yet strikingly beautiful, was simply perfect. This ensemble is quite nice. How much does it cost? I'll charge you 300 yuan, Tang explained. These are authentic brand clothes. Although they are clearance stock, the quality is excellent. We sell them at this price during our live streams. Having completed the payment, Tang Song remarked in surprise, you're also engaged in live streaming e-commerce? Tang hesitated for a moment, her expression becoming awkward. My main business was e-commerce before. This store also serves as a live streaming venue, but then some issues arose. That's wonderful. Noticing her curious gaze, and quickly added, Boss how about we sit down and chat? I am very interested in live streaming e-commerce, and would like to learn more about it from you. Sure, perhaps due to a favorable impression of him. Tang did not refuse. They made their way to the first floor, sitting face-to-face on a bench in a corner. Tang's legs were together, slightly inclined to the right. Her curves accentuated by the pencil pants were strikingly perfect, exuding both sensuality and beauty. Tang gathered his wandering gaze, choosing his words carefully. Would it be convenient for you to briefly share your previous entrepreneurial experience? There's nothing to hide. I'll be leaving soon anyway. Tang Ing chuckled self-deprecatingly, her gaze sweeping across the modest store, and began to narrate her story in a calm tone. During her university years, GOMNGT, Ing earned a substantial sum through her work as a Tao-Ke, even establishing an independent product recommendation website. The role of a Tao-Ke involved promoting products for e-commerce platforms and earning commissions. Since 2020, the live streaming commerce sector has experienced an explosive boom with its interactivity, demonstrative quality, and convenience transforming consumer shopping habits. Her Tao-Ke business suffered immensely, with promotional revenues dwindling. After meticulous research and learning, she chose to adapt to the changing tide and ventured into this popular field. She purchased a Wuling Hongguang for transporting goods, rented this store, and partnered with 2 classmates to start business. She held an 80 equity stake, while the other 2 held 10 each. They relied on their physical store as a foundation, expanding their business through online channels. As the live streaming commerce craze took off, business flourished. However, disagreements and conflicts soon emerged. The 2 partners felt they were receiving too little in return for their efforts and demanded a reallocation of equity, proposing an equal split of 33 each. This was clearly unacceptable to GOMNGT Ing. Since the store's operation, she had contributed most of the funding, sourced the inventory, and designed the live streaming style and dialogue. Consequently, the 3 partners parted ways. The 2 partners invoked the individual partnership operating agreement to withdraw their shares, taking a portion of the cash flow. One partner responsible for live streaming used the store's certified account to publish a piece inciting followers to cyberbully her as the owner, leading to complaints, a wave of returns, and ultimately the store being banned from the platform. The other partner, in charge of fan maintenance, quickly transitioned her small account to a verified one. The 2 of them started anew with the same business, completely draining her resources. The online platform suffered catastrophic damage. Cash flow ceased, foot traffic dwindled, and inventory piled up unsold, plunging her into a quagmire. Of course, what hurt her the most was the betrayal of 2 friends. Throughout their conversation, a customer or 2 occasionally entered the store. By the time GOMNGT Ing finished recounting her entrepreneurial journey, it was nearly noon. Ing remained silent throughout, his gaze toward GOMNGT Ing tinged with sympathy. Originally, the intention was to assist a friend struggling with employment to achieve prosperity. Thus, the terms outlined in the individual business partnership agreement were exceedingly lenient, endowing them with the capability to turn against me at any moment. It is no wonder that she previously scrutinized the used car sales contract so meticulously. Do you feel that I am rather foolish in certain aspects? Gao Mingting self-deprecatingly shook her head. The 3 of us were college roommates, close enough to share a bed. Yet, I still underestimated the greed inherent in human nature and overestimated my own personal charm. Tang Song moistened his parched lips and stated, "One can only say you are too kind-hearted." Gao Mingting rose, retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the cashier, and handed it to him, saying, "If you venture into entrepreneurship, you must be diligent with the agreements, preferably consulting a professional lawyer. It is not about taking advantage, but ensuring that others lack the courage to betray." Tang Song grasped the water she offered, stood up, and met her gaze sincerely, stating, "Miss Gao, I have indeed prepared a business plan, and I am here to invite you to become my partner." Gao Mingting was taken aback, incredulity written across her face. Me? A partner? They had only met twice, hardly enough to be considered acquaintances. How had it escalated to a partnership in business? Tang Song took a substantial gulp of water and explained, "I possess a wealth of comprehensive information regarding clothing supply chains, enabling me to swiftly locate the lowest prices for the same quality, but I lack practical experience and require your assistance." After a moment of contemplation, Gao Mingting shook her head with a wry smile and said, "To be honest, I am currently in considerable debt, overwhelmed daily, and I lack the inclination to start anew. It is far too daunting. My initial investment would need to be 1 million. Tang Song extended a finger, his expression earnest as he replied, "I have an independent office of 200 square meters under my name, located in Yunshi Building. In order to recruit this valuable talent, he laid out his greatest advantages." Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance. Drempting. A young man in his 20s burst through the door, dressed in a shirt and slacks, his appearance quite sunny. A name tag hung around his neck, emblazoned with IGR Real Estate Agency. Gao Mingting turned to him, puzzled. and asked, "What is the matter, Yongming?" Li Yongming, panting heavily, replied, "I just received news that the leaders of the property company are dining at Juhuid, and the head of the business development department is also present today." Upon hearing this, Gao Mingting instantly perked up, urgency in her voice as she said, "Wait for me. I'll be there shortly." She bit her lip and explained to Tang Song, "Mr. Tang, I am currently entangled in trouble. Perhaps we can discuss the business venture later." At that moment, she had no interest in discerning the truth of Tang Song's words, only wishing to navigate her current predicament and settle her debts. Moreover, starting a business is no trivial matter. Partners, suppliers, funding, market trends, and myriad influencing factors are at stake. Even if she were to try again, the likelihood of failure remained significant. Tang Song perceived her feelings, understanding that this matter could not be rushed. Li Yongming, observing Tang Song's eloquence, could not help but inquire, "Who are you?" "Tang Song," he replied, nodding at Li Yongming while maintaining his focus on Gao Mingting. Li Yongming frowned and insisted, "Let us go, Dremting. We need to attend to the important matters." Yet, the young man spoke of registered companies, partnership ventures, and actual capital, which was evidently aimed at Gao Mingting. Coupled with Tang Song's commendable height and appearance, Li Yongming felt alarm bells ringing in his mind. Gao Mingting and Tang Song exchanged glances, and she nodded, saying, "All right, Mr. Tang, let us communicate through WeChat. I truly have urgent matters to attend to and need to close the shop for now. Do you need assistance?" Tang Song inquired, showing genuine concern for his prospective partner. Noticing Tang Song's persistent engagement with Gao Mingting, Li Yongming could no longer contain himself and retorted, "We are here to negotiate the termination of the lease. Do you really think you can help?" "Yongming, please speak respectfully," Gao Mingting interjected, furrowing her brow. "I apologize, Mr. Tang. My friend can be somewhat brusque. When I rented this shop, I signed an agreement with the property company stipulating that if I terminate the lease early, I must compensate for the remaining months of rent, and the security deposit will be forfeited. Given my current situation, I simply want to request a discussion with the leaders of the property company and see if we can find an alternative solution or at least ease the terms." "Understood." Tang Song nodded. He had heard of such practices, as many shopping centers impose similar restrictions to prevent tenants from abandoning their leases during peak rental seasons. Gao Mingting glanced at the time and said, "Mr. Tang, let us leave it at that for now. We need to take a taxi." Tang Song offered, "How about I drive you there? May that Wuling bring you good fortune." Upon hearing Wuling, Gao Mingting's expression softened significantly, and she nodded appreciatively. "All right, thank you, Mr. Tang." She then pulled out a beautifully packaged belt from her drawer and handed it to him, saying, "This is a gift from a previous promotion. Consider it a fare." "Thank you." Tang Song smiled as he accepted it. Li Yongming opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained, as he had yet to buy his own car. Chapter 45. General Huang Dremting, "Let us sit in the back. It's too sunny in the front." "It's fine, I applied sunscreen." "Very well then." Gao Mingting opened the door to the passenger seat and settled in. It had been over a week since she had seen this car, and she felt a strange longing for it. Observing the pristine interior and the wooden-themed decals, a gentle joy sparkled in her eyes as she touched this and that. Her gaze towards Tang Song also softened considerably. As the vehicle started, the familiar sound of the engine resonated, and Gao Mingting leaned back in her seat, a subtle smile forming on her face. The Juhuit Hotel was not far from the Baoyan Center, and within 10 minutes, they arrived. "Thank you, Mr. Tang. Goodbye." Gao Mingting inhaled deeply, her expression tense as she looked towards the restaurant. The impending lease termination loomed over her, with 4 months' rent and the security deposit totaling nearly 60,000 yuan, a burden far too heavy for her current circumstances. Tang Song pondered for a moment and pointed towards the restaurant, saying, "It's just lunchtime, and I have my meal here at Juhuit. You can come find me after your discussion. We can talk about the business partnership while we eat. If you have any concerns, feel free to voice them in person." With such an invitation, Gao Mingting felt compelled to agree, nodding all right. Li Yongming, standing nearby, felt his expression sink, yet he was merely an ordinary friend of Gao Mingting and had no grounds to intervene, leaving him in a state of anxious frustration. At noon on Saturday, the restaurant was bustling with patrons. As they entered the establishment adorned with traditional Chinese decor, they immediately spotted a queue of people waiting. Gao Mingting bid him farewell and quickly followed Li Yongming upstairs. "This Tang Song is deliberately approaching you. His talk of entrepreneurship and dining is merely a ruse. After we settle our business, we can leave immediately. I know a great Hunan restaurant nearby that I've been wanting to take you to. Li Yongming complained incessantly on their way to the private room. Gao Mingting furrowed her brow, entirely disinterested in his grievances. Li Yongming wasn't a bad person, but his temperament was lacking, too petty. This was why, despite both being graduates in marketing management, some of their classmates thrived in large corporations while he had been repeatedly laid off, ultimately relegated to the lowest tier of real estate agency work. Gao Mingting had often gently advised him, but to no avail. We've arrived. This is the place. They stood outside a private room named Yueying. Li Yongming nervously rubbed his hands and whispered, Drimting, don't worry. Our company has always been a strategic partner with Yinshi Property. I know several of their supervisors and can communicate with them. This statement was less about comforting Gao Mingting and more about self-encouragement. He was a relatively new intermediary, having only joined the company for a little over 6 months, merely acquainted with the property leaders during contract signings. Gao Mingting clenched her handbag, feeling a weight in her heart. Li Yongming adjusted his hairstyle, leaning forward to listen for sound from within. He gently knocked on the door. The sound was perhaps too soft, yielding no response. He knocked again, a bit harder this time. Gao Mingting, feeling increasingly anxious due to his actions, raised her eyebrows and extended her slender fingers to knock firmly, subsequently opening the door just a crack. Li Yongming was startled and instinctively stepped aside, quickly straightening up and leaning closer to the door, nervously greeting, Good afternoon, leaders. I am Li from AIGR Real Estate, Tingyan Branch. Oh, Li from AIGR Real Estate. Hello. What can I do for you? A tall, slender man near the door turned around, a faint look of curiosity on his face. Li Yongming immediately recognized him as Wang Dongrui from the Yunshi Property Engineering Department. Opposite him sat a dignified, middle-aged man in a casual suit, exuding an impressive aura. When the man's gaze swept over, Li Yongming felt as if he were in the presence of a high-ranking executive. Cautiously, he leaned further in and said, Supervisor Wang, I would like to discuss something with you, if that's all right. Today is not convenient. We have important clients, Supervisor Wang replied dismissively, shaking his head. Li Yongming's face flushed, caught in a dilemma of wanting to speak yet fearing to offend, particularly since these were their clients. With the goddess standing just behind him, he found himself at a loss. Gao Mingting, unable to bear the weight any longer, pushed the door open and stepped into the room. With a warm and sincere smile, she said, Hello, Supervisor Wang. I am a tenant from Baoyun Center. Due to some business issues, I would like to terminate my lease early and discuss the contract and deposit with your esteemed company. Wang's brow furrowed, visibly displeased as he replied, I only handle the engineering department. You should contact our company's or legal department for this matter. Gao Mingting glanced inside the room, but did not see Supervisor Sun from the. Biting her lip, she inquired, I previously contacted your staff, but the terms they provided were rather harsh. I truly. At that moment, the middle-aged man in the casual suit suddenly interjected, Old Wang, don't be so serious. This isn't your office. You're scaring the young lady. Wang was taken aback, but then smiled. What you said makes sense, Huang Zong. Huang Zong turned his gaze towards the graceful and alluring Gao Mingting and said, Hello, I'm also a tenant at Baoyun Center. Supervisor Sun from the stepped out to meet a friend and will be back soon. Why don't you both sit down and wait for a bit? This is Huang Yongming, the owner of Yunli Hotel, Wang introduced. Thank you for your kindness, Huang Zong. Gao Mingting took a deep breath and sat down in an available seat, her chest rising and falling noticeably. Yunli Hotel occupied 3 entire floors within the Baoyun Center, known as one of the premier star-rated hotels in Yanqing. Huang Zong was indeed a significant figure, a true heavyweight. As a real estate agent in the area, Li Yongming understood the implications of being in the presence of such a hotel owner. Cautiously, he took a seat beside them, feeling tense and afraid to make sound. Huang Yongming, intrigued by Gao Mingting's youthful beauty, asked, You seem quite young. What business are you in? With a standard smile, Gao Mingting replied, I run a clothing store. A small venture, nothing compared to what you manage, Huang Zong. Clothing quite good. Speaking of which, I hold shares in Huashong Fashion, so we are somewhat connected. Huashong Fashion? Gao Mingting clasped her hands together, realizing it was the leading name in Yanqing's clothing industry, well known throughout. Li Yongming, bowing his head, shrank into the background, occasionally managing a nervous chuckle. Chapter 46. Fu Guanyuing unexpectedly. They seem to have a connection, meeting in the same city. A voice broke into his thoughts. Good afternoon, Tang Song. What a surprise to see you here. Tang Song looked up in astonishment at the plump man before him. Standing uncertainly, "You are?" "Yes, I am Sun Jiajia from Yunqi Properties." Sun Jiajia beamed, his chubby face displaying a friendly demeanor. "Hello, Supervisor Sunday. Last time at Yunqi Building, Manager Ma brought several people, and many names escaped me." Sun Jiajia clapped a hand on the shoulder of a refined man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and introduced, "Tang Song. This is He Zhonglei, the sales director from Huiguang Decoration. Your office renovation was done by Huiguang." "Hello, Tang Song." Although He Zhonglei did not know the young man's identity, he recognized from Sun Jiajia's attitude that he was not someone of little importance. Tang Song politely shook his hand. "Hello, Director He." "Tang Song, are you waiting for someone?" Tang Song raised a number tag he held, smiling. "It's crowded during lunchtime. I'm just in line." Sun Jiajia's eyes lit up. "Shall we go together?" "We're here mainly to discuss a hotel renovation with a client." Tang Song shook his head. "No need. I have other friends coming later." "Then next time." Sun Jiajia pulled out a card from his pocket and handed it to him. "This is a platinum card for Ju Huida Restaurant. Our company has a business partnership with them. They have reserved private rooms upstairs." Sun Jiajia waved his hands. No, Tang Song, you're joking. It's just a card. I have plenty more. Please take it and use it." After speaking, he approached the front desk and casually chatted with the lobby manager. "Tang Song, everything is arranged. There are still private rooms on the third floor. I will take Director He over first and come back to toast you later." "Thank you. If not for Supervisor Sun today, I would have had to wait much longer." "You're too kind. Just call me Old Sunday. Here's my personal business card. Feel free to contact me anytime." As the three conversed, they ascended the stairs and parted at the corridor. Tang Song was led by a server to a private room named Fu Guang. The decor was classical and grand, with an independent restroom and lounge, exuding luxury. As he watched the others disappear from view, He Zhonglei quietly asked, "Old Sun, who is this Tang Song?" Sun Jiajia pointed upwards. "A client personally arranged by our parent company, Yunqi Group, who carved out a section of office space for him. What do you think?" "I see." He Zhonglei was momentarily taken aback. Only someone with power or wealth could warrant such treatment. A few speculations formed in his mind, and he regretted not offering his business card earlier. "Let's handle Huang Zong's matters first. This is a significant deal." Sun Jiajia patted his shoulder, smiling broadly as he pushed open the room door, exclaiming, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Huang Zong." "Haha, I brought Director He from Huiguang Decoration. Feel free to discuss any requests you have. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the price." Immediately, he noticed a pair of unfamiliar faces in the room, standing and hesitating to speak. Sun Jiajia raised an eyebrow, but ignored them, guiding He Zhonglei to Huang Yangming's side. The three exchanged warm pleasantries. Huang Yangming pointed to Gao Mengting and casually remarked, "Old Sun, this Miss Gao has some urgent matters to discuss with you. Why don't you have a chat?" Gao Mengting promptly spoke up, "Supervisor Sun, I'm a tenant in the Baoyan Center complex. Due to operational issues, I need to terminate my lease, but the previous contract states that I must pay the remaining rent and forfeit the entire deposit. Indeed, the Baoyan Center boasts office buildings, commercial spaces, and hotels, all situated in an exceptionally prime location, which imposes relatively stringent lease agreements. In light of Huang Yangming's reputation, Sun Jiajia maintained a commendable demeanor. Sun Jiajia, somewhat at a loss, remarked, "Miss Gao, this is company policy." Huang Yangming took a sip of baijiu and chuckled lightly. "Old Sun, this Miss Gao is a friend of mine." Gao Mingting's heart skipped a beat, sensing a shift in the situation. At that opportune moment, Supervisor Wang from the engineering department interjected, "If you choose to vacate, there is no need to restore the shop to its original state. Minor damages to the walls and floors are inconsequential. I will ensure everything is in order during the inspection." Upon hearing the words of the two leaders, Gao Mingting exhaled in relief. While it wasn't the most favorable outcome, it provided a necessary cushion. After a moment's contemplation, she cautiously inquired, "Supervisor Sun, when will be a suitable time for me to visit the property management office next week?" Not wanting to leave room for unexpected developments, she aimed to set a definitive time. "Next Wednesday, after 10 a.m., Sun Jiajia provided a specific time. Gao Mingting pulled out her phone to set an alarm. Expressing her gratitude, "I sincerely appreciate the understanding from both leaders and the assistance from President Huang. We shall not disturb your important discussions any further." Huang Yangming casually gestured towards the phone on the table. "Miss Gao, your abilities and demeanor are quite commendable. I admire young individuals like you. Let us connect on WeChat. We can chat when time allows." Thank you for your recognition, President Huang, Gao Mengting replied, her expression betraying no signs of unease as she smiled and added him as a friend. Exiting the private room, Li Yongming let out a sigh, momentarily at a loss for words, awkwardly gazing at the ceiling. He realized he had not been particularly helpful today, feeling somewhat superfluous. Gao Mengting glanced at her phone and asked, Tang Song happens to be in the Fuguang room on the 3rd floor. Would you like to join me? Li Yongming immediately responded, Mengting, this Tang Song seems quite unreliable. Since the matter has been resolved, why don't we leave directly? Gao Mengting frowned. Since I've already made a commitment to someone, I cannot breach the agreement. If you're unwilling to go, then so be it. I'll go. Li Yongming quickly nodded, exclaiming, Let us go, Mengting. I will take you there. Gao Mengting cast a final glance at the entrance of the Moon Shadow Room, firmly grasped her phone, and stepped towards Fuguang. Chapter 47. President Tang, please continue your pretense. Knocking on the door, please enter. The door to the private room was gently pushed open. Gao Mengting entered gracefully, saying, Mr. Tang, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Miss Gao, please take a seat, Tang Song replied, rising. I just arrived not long ago. The dishes have yet to be fully served. Thank you, Gao Mengting said with a smile as she sat down. Li Yongming surveyed the environment of the private room, exclaiming, For a mere lunch, you are truly extravagant. The minimum consumption for a room at Juhuid is 200 yuan, and Tang Song was clearly aiming to impress Gao Mengting. Unfortunately for him, he was unaware that his goddess preferred a more understated demeanor and disdained such ostentation. During her university years, many wealthy suitors have been dismissed for similar reasons. Tang Song disregarded the ostentatious display and handed over the menu, saying, I have ordered several signature dishes. Please let me know if there is anything else you would like. Gao Mengting took the menu, gave it a brief glance, and smiled. This is more than enough. We won't be able to finish all this. How the rent negotiations go? Quite smoothly, I hope. At least we can postpone it for a few months until I clear out the stock in my warehouse, she replied, placing her bag on the chair beside her, leaning back as her gaze drifted to the ornate chandelier above. That's good to hear. The most challenging phase has passed. Since their first encounter, he had sensed her tension and fatigue. Seeing her finally relax brought him joy as well. Li Yongming observed the light-hearted exchange between the two, raising an eyebrow. Unable to contain himself, he interjected. The property management leaders happened to be entertaining a major client today. With such a prominent figure present, it was possible to resolve Mengting's matter. He raised his voice slightly when mentioning the distinguished guest. Yunli Hotel, you hear that, Yongming? Li Yongming was eager to continue speaking, but was interrupted by Gao Mengting's serious tone. Noting her gaze, he forced a smile, hastily explaining, I merely wanted to broaden Tang Song's horizons. Gao Mengting pursed her full lips, feeling a sense of disappointment towards her old classmate. He had been like this in college, and 3 years post-graduation, his psychological resilience and personal capabilities seemed scarcely improved. The key issue was his unwillingness to heed advice. Just then, a waiter entered, carrying a tray of dishes, completing the meal. Tang Song gestured towards Gao Mengting, saying, Let us eat while we chat. All right, to be honest. I am quite hungry. I haven't eaten much since last night. I hear the spicy beef tripe here is exceptional. You should try it. The texture is delightful, tender and springy, truly delicious. The two engaged in light conversation, and the atmosphere gradually became pleasant and harmonious. Gao Mengting stood and picked up the teapot, proactively pouring a cup of tea for Tang Song. Sitting nearby, Li Yongming was taken aback, his expression darkening. After a moment, Gao Mengting pondered and asked, Mr. Tang, what prompted you to venture into the clothing e-commerce business? Feel free to share your thoughts. Even if we cannot collaborate, I can offer some advisory insights. She was not one to overlook good opportunities and possessed a discerning eye. Tang Song's decisive car purchase and his gesture of supporting her business by bringing them to Juhuid and booking a private room with so many signature dishes spoke volumes about his sincerity, patience, and confidence. Now that a weight had been lifted from her heart, she was willing to listen to his entrepreneurial ideas. Whether they would come to fruition was another matter, but at least the attitude should be correct. Tang Song carefully articulated his thoughts. The company I currently work for is engaged in clothing channel trade, which is the primary reason I chose this industry. Oh, may I inquire which company it is? Jinxiu Commercial. Gao Mengting was taken aback. Isn't that the leading player in clothing trade in Yinchuan? I have previously interacted with your company's agents. Tang Song nodded gently, providing an overview of his advantages in supplier and sourcing data. Gao Mingting, who had been listening intently, felt her interest piqued. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Initially, I sourced my goods from platforms like 1688, IMI, and Duo, contacting one after another, testing and comparing each item. It was quite a challenge to establish channel, due to the inability to obtain competitive prices for genuine products. I mainly dealt with clearance stock." After discussing the supply chain, Gao Mingting adjusted her mindset. It was clear that Tang Song had put in significant effort. He was not merely jesting. When Tang Song mentioned the 1 million yuan again, referring to the Yunxi building office and extending a collaboration invitation, Gao Mingting had yet to respond when Li Yongming could no longer contain himself. With a light chuckle, he eagerly inquired, "May I ask, on which floor is your Yunxi building office located? What are the specific numbers?" "The 30th floor, with office areas 3001 and 3002, totaling 200 square meters. Li Yongming excitedly slapped the table, grinning broadly. "My friend, could you perhaps familiarize yourself with the facts before boasting? Just now you mentioned you prepared 1 million in funds, which I could overlook with a chuckle. However, the 30th floor of Yunxi building is reserved for the real estate company and is never available for lease. Don't try to argue. I'm a real estate agent with Ijia Real Estate and currently handle the leasing business for Yunxi building, so I know it very well." "I never said it was a rental." Tang Song frowned and replied to Gao Mingting, "The office is under my own ownership. There is no pressure of rent." Gao Mingting was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Li Yongming raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Goodness, this is becoming increasingly absurd. You might as well claim that the entire Yunxi building belongs to you, or, to be even more extravagant, say you're the president of Yunxi Real Estate. I must address you as Mr. Tang." "Please, Mr. Tang, continue." The private room fell silent in an instant, the air thick with a subtle awkwardness. Gao Mingting bit her lip, contemplating whether to say something. She was well aware of Yunxi Dasha and Baoyan Center, both projects developed by Yunxi Real Estate, with the same management team overseeing the properties. The ownership rights that were rarely sold externally. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. A somewhat familiar voice called from the entrance, "Mr. Tang, are you available now?" Chapter 48. It's yours alone. The door to the private room was gently pushed open. The plump Sun Jiajia and the slender Wang Dongrui entered. They soon spotted two familiar faces. Wang Dongrui's expression turned to one of shock. Sun Jiajia instinctively blinked, glancing at Tang Song, then at the stunningly beautiful Gao Mingting, as if he had to do something. Sweat beads formed on his forehead. Just moments ago, he and Wang had helped Huang Yongming garner favor with Miss Gao in the private room. This was utterly ridiculous. He felt as if he had been caught in the crossfire. He swallowed hard and said with forced enthusiasm, "Mr. Tang, I never expected that the friend you were waiting for would be Miss Gao. What a coincidence." Upon hearing this, a spark of realization ignited in Tang Song's mind. Gao Mingting had come today to discuss the lease termination with the property manager of Baoyan Center. At that time, Li Yongming had also mentioned the investment and development department. Though he had never considered this angle, it seemed Baoyan Center was also under the management of Yunxi Properties. In a flash, his thoughts raced. It appeared that a collaborative venture was firmly on the horizon. He glanced at the dazed Li Yongming and Gao Mingting, smiling as he said, "Indeed, what a coincidence." Both were seasoned individuals well acquainted with the intricacies of society and quickly regained their composure. Sun Jieja promptly raised his glass, nervously stating, "Mr. Tang, I toast to you. Thank you for your support of our work. I raise a glass to you as well." Wang Dongrui followed suit. With that, both of them downed their drinks in one go. Tang Song then lifted his teacup and took a sip. Seated, Li Yongming felt a surge of heat rush through him. His face flushed, biting his lip hard. Sharp pain coursed through him. "I merely jested about Mr. Tang, and you truly took it seriously? This is downright absurd. Could they be hired actors?" His eyes widened as he looked at the two. They were indeed the leaders of Yunxi Properties. For a moment his mind buzzed, and the luxurious wooden chair beneath him felt as if it were on fire. Sun Jiajia exhaled, casting a somewhat anxious glance at Gao Mingting. "Miss Gao, I hope you can forgive any previous shortcomings." No, Supervisor Sun has already been quite helpful to me." Regaining her composure, Gao Mingting immediately stood up, gazing at the property leaders, her eyes still reflecting disbelief. Sun Jiajia's eyes flickered, and he spoke earnestly. "Mr. Tang, we were unaware that Miss Gao was your friend. Regarding the lease termination, everything is negotiable, and we guarantee your satisfaction. Miss Gao, we will refund your deposit in full, and you will not need to pay the remaining rent on the contract. I will arrange this immediately. Gao Mengting was momentarily taken aback by such a swift concession regarding her lease termination, especially considering the clear respect shown towards Tang Song. Even Huang, the manager of Yunli Hotel, had not displayed such a humble demeanor in their presence. The implications of this were unmistakable. She discreetly glanced at Tang Song and softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, Supervisor Sunday. It's no trouble at all. Miss Gao, should you encounter any issues in the future, please do not hesitate to reach out to us. Tang Song politely suggested. Would you two care to join us for a meal? Sun Jiajia quickly waved his hand. No, we don't want to impose. We have other matters to discuss, primarily coming to toast to you, Mr. Tang, and we shall take our leave. We will arrange for the next time. Certainly. When you have time, I will make arrangements. Farewell. Farewell. With a soft click, the door to the private room was slowly closed. Tang Song felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had been straining to maintain his composure in front of the two property supervisors, causing his face to stiffen. He looked at the still-standing Gao Mengting and said with a smile, Boss Gao, I trust you no longer doubt my words? Gao Mengting blinked, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she swiftly approached him. Raising her elegant hand, she said, Mr. Tang, let me formally introduce myself. I am Gao Mengting, from Wushan, Yanshan Province, a graduate of the 2020 Marketing Management Program at Yanqing University. You can call me Mengting. I sincerely appreciate your recognition, and I believe our upcoming collaboration will be exceedingly pleasant. Our enterprise will undoubtedly shine brightly in the industry, and I shall not disappoint you. Tang Song was momentarily taken aback, extending his hand to shake hers. The delicate warmth of her touch sent a shiver through him. Their eyes met, and he felt a slight tremor in his heart. He sensed that Gao Mengting bore a striking resemblance to Xie Shuyu, a business elite who had earned over 100,000 during her university years, starting from scratch to launch her own store and e-commerce venture. She radiated a unique charm and confidence. Previously, she had been betrayed by two friends and faced pressure from all sides, leaving her in a state of oppression. Now, this confident and spirited demeanor might well be the true Gao Mengting. As they released their hands, Gao Mengting remarked, Mr. Tang, regarding the establishment of our company, business planning, and future prospects, I have many ideas. Let us discuss while we eat. The opportunity lay before them, and as an entrepreneur who had struggled in society for many years, she understood the essence of making the right choices more than anyone else. At this moment, she felt a strong premonition that she would experience a different kind of scenery. Tang Song observed the radiant Gao Mengting, nodding with a smile. Certainly. Seated across from them, Li Yongming clasped his hands tightly, his complexion alternating between pale and flushed. Anxious and apprehensive, it felt as though 1,000 horses were galloping through his mind. Gao Mengting turned her attention to her fidgeting old classmate and said, Yongming, aren't you supposed to take a client to view properties soon? Yes, I'm supposed to show properties. I almost forgot. Li Yongming hurriedly pulled out his phone to check the time. It was almost time. I must take my leave. Goodbye. With that, he dashed out of the private room, not even pausing to close the door. Gao Mengting sighed and stood up to close the door, apologizing. Mr. Tang, please excuse him. His personality is indeed not very likable, but he is not a bad person. Moreover, the matters we are about to discuss are quite significant, and his presence is not particularly convenient. Tang Song understood her implication and smiled warmly. I am not as petty as you think, nor do I take his provocations to heart. Gao Mengting chuckled lightly. In truth, I underestimated your character, Mr. Tang. No need to keep calling me Mr. Tang. We are of similar age. Just call me by my name. That won't do. Gao Mengting shook her head, her expression earnest. Once our company is established and I receive my shares, then I shall call you Lao Tang or Xiao Tang. For now, you must remain Mr. Tang. Upon saying this, she burst into laughter. The two exchanged playful banter, and the atmosphere grew lively, leading them into the heart of the matter. Tang Song quietly observed her, his mind momentarily drifting. The scene of recruiting elite characters in a game seemed eerily similar to the moment before him. He wondered how they appear in reality. Suddenly, a light curtain unfurled before him. On April 22nd, 2023, you successfully recruited your first exceptional talent. Her demonstrated integrity, sense of responsibility, confidence, communication skills. and execution capabilities have left you immensely satisfied. You believe she embodies the entrepreneurial partner who aligns with your values, and together, you will strive to realize your personal dreams and aspirations. You have completed a hidden task. This endeavor is meant for you alone. You have obtained a special item, a project feasibility report. Chapter 49. Songmei Apparel in the Serene Private Room. Gao Mingting continued to speak animatedly. Tang Song closed the system interface and listened attentively. In recent days, he had been acquiring relevant knowledge online, yet lacked the clarity and precision that Gao Mingting provided. Soon, he gained a comprehensive understanding of his startup, as his previously chaotic thoughts gradually fell into order. After finishing lunch, he stepped out of Juhuid and stood once more before the Wuling Hongguang. Gao Mingting's gaze reflected deep affection and gratitude as she could not help but reach out to caress the car's side mirror. This vehicle has truly been my fortunate star. It accompanied me on my ventures right after graduation and brought me solace when my life fell into turmoil. Tang Song patted the car's body and remarked, "Perhaps this is fate." "Thank you, Tang Song," Gao Mingting replied, turning to face him, her hands clasped behind her back. The cool breeze tousled her bangs and high ponytail, and her beautiful face radiated joy. In that moment, Gao Mingting showcased the vitality and grace befitting her age. After a brief silence, Tang Song suggested, "Partner, shall we inspect the office for the company?" "Absolutely," Gao Mingting responded eagerly. "Will you drive?" "Of course," Tang Song said, retrieving the car keys from his pocket and tossing them to her. She caught them effortlessly, her lips curving into a bright smile. "Let us go." The lights flickered as the car unlocked. Leaning back in the passenger seat, Tang Song inhaled the light fragrance, opened the system interface, and reviewed the item information. Project Feasibility Report. This document consolidates the comprehensive information regarding the project you wish to implement, including planning and positioning, and can automatically conduct a thorough feasibility analysis. Generating a project feasibility report that provides ample basis for decision-makers, along with planning and data analysis to ensure the project's viability. Note: the more detailed the information you provide, the more accurate the generated feasibility report will be. Upon reading the description, Tang Song felt a surge of reassurance. For an entrepreneur like him, this was nothing short of a divine tool. With a reliable partner, a quality supply chain, sufficient initial funding, an office without rent, and a feasibility report provided by the system, failure seemed an impossibility. After parking the car in the underground garage of Yinshi Building, the two took the elevator directly to the 30th floor. Upon pushing open the bright glass doors, Gao Mingting stepped onto the soft, silent carpet and began to explore the office. Her hands brushed against desks, walls, potted plants, and sofas as Tang Song quietly followed without making introductions. Finally, she stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows in the office area, gazing down at the miniature cityscape below. The rolling dark clouds cast a shadow over the sky, yet they did not dampen her radiant spirits. Taking a deep breath, Gao Mingting remarked, "This is even better than I imagined. The DCOR is of exceptionally high quality. Though the space isn't vast, this is Yunshi Building, the most prestigious office building in Yincheng, which I once envisioned for my future." Previously, her plan for Mating Apparel was to swiftly transition into a limited company, rent an office, and strive to expand both the team and business scale, hoping one day to secure a position within Yincheng's core commercial district. After discussing their dreams for a while, they reclined on the macaron-colored cloud sofa in the corner. Gao Mingting stretched her long legs, her hands resting on her abdomen, sharing amusing anecdotes from her entrepreneurial journey. The fabric of her attire accentuated her alluring curves. Tang Song turned his face slightly, admiring her beauty in secret. Suddenly, Gao Mingting turned to face him, locking eyes with curiosity. "By the way, what will our company be called?" Tang Song paused before responding, "It hasn't been finalized yet. How about we call it Songmei?" The character for Song means to praise, and Mei means beautiful. Songmei? Song, Mei, Gao Mingting repeated softly, her gaze shifting away. "That's quite fitting, celebrating beauty, aligning perfectly with our focus on women's apparel." Although she spoke these words, her heart raced slightly. Surely, Song refers to Tang Song, and Mei cannot possibly refer to Mating, can it? Is this an insinuation about the two of them? Then it's settled. Songmei Apparel Trading Company, Limited. Tang Song reclined further back, resting against the sofa, staring at the empty ceiling as if envisioning the silhouette of Secretary Jean. As the first enterprise established in the real world, he hoped for some connection to the game. With a smile, he thought of Song Mei, wishing that the unknown Ms. Jean could sense his intentions, ideally triggering some rewards. Suddenly, his phone rang. Gao Mingting quickly stood up and rummaged through her bag for her phone. It was an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a familiar voice resonated in her ear. Mingting, this is Hui Wan. How have you been? Gao Mingting clenched her hand tightly, abruptly hanging up the call, her brow furrowing in frustration. Tang Song approached her, inquiring what happened. Nothing, just a call from my former partner. The phone rang again. Gao Mingting bit her lip, but ultimately answered. Speak directly. My time is precious. There was a moment of silence on the other end before the voice continued. Mingting, I know things have been tough for you lately. I called to offer my assistance. Assist me? Gao Mingting scoffed, incredulous. Shen Huiwan, do you have the audacity to say that? Consider how much I have helped you over the years. How have you treated me? Gao Mingting exhaled sharply. Dream on. With that, she hung up again, her eyes still flashing with anger. Currently, her most pressing issue was the backlog of inventory. Although the garments were of excellent quality and the brand was respectable, she lacked suitable channels to manage them. They were all too aware of this, which is why they sought to exploit her situation and acquire her stock at a low price. Standing beside her, Tang Song caught snippets of the conversation. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, how many garments do you have left in the store and warehouse combined? Over 4,000 pieces across various price ranges, totaling over 300,000 yuan. I've already contacted previous suppliers for assistance. The last time I sold a car was to raise funds to clear the supply chain. Let's hold off on that for now. Once the company is registered, your inventory will come in handy, and we will have ample time to explore other supply channels. Upon hearing this, Gao Mingting immediately grasped his intent. But the acquisition should only be valued at 160,000 yuan. The remaining garments can be priced at 100,000 yuan, which would serve as my personal investment in the partnership. This way, I can comfortably claim my equity. You need not worry about the company registration. I will begin preparing the materials and contacting intermediaries tomorrow. We will definitely have it sorted by next Wednesday. Very well. Tang Song did not hesitate, extending his hand once more to a fruitful partnership, Mingting, to a fruitful partnership, Tang Song. Chapter 50, Vehicle Acquisition on April 24th, 2023, Monday, overcast, 813. At 6 a.m., Tang Song was awakened by his excellent biological clock. He changed into sportswear, drank a glass of warm water, used the restroom, smiled, and began his daily fasting aerobic exercises. After breakfast and a brief rest, he engaged in half an hour of posture training. Tang Song packed his belongings and took a taxi to Yinqing Bauta BMW 4S dealership. Due to the considerable distance and the heavy traffic during peak hours, it took nearly half an hour to reach the destination. Upon entering the sensor-operated glass doors, a warm and enthusiastic saleswoman approached me immediately, greeting, "Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Is Yu Chiona from the sales department available? I have an appointment with her." The saleswoman called out in a particular direction. "Nana, your client has arrived." Standing at the counter, Yu Chiona hurried over. In her 20s, she had striking features, short hair, and was dressed in a chic black women's suit, exuding vitality. Tang Song retrieved his ID from his pocket and handed it over. "Hello, I'm here to pick up my car." Yu Chiona glanced at the ID, her heart racing, and her expression brightened instantly. "Mr. Tang, please wait in the lounge for a moment. I will arrange the car pickup process for you right away." "Thank you." Tang Song settled onto a large sofa in the corner, his eyes sweeping over the spacious and luxurious showroom filled with gleaming BMWs. In his mind, he envisioned the appearance of his own 330 Yao Yi, eagerly anticipating its reveal. After about 10 minutes, Yu Chuna approached briskly, leaning closer. "Mr. Tang, your beloved vehicle has arrived in the pickup area. Let me take you there." "All right, thank you." The brightly lit pickup area was adorned with various flowers, balloons, and decorations, where a car shrouded in a black dust cover lay quietly. The smooth, natural lines of the car's body gradually became visible, showcasing a unique beauty. "Yu Chiona smile, Mr. Tang. Would you like to unveil the dust cover yourself? I can take a photo for you." "Sure. Thank you for your efforts." Tang Song nodded. After all, it was his first experience with a car pickup ceremony, and it felt quite novel. Grasping the soft dust cover, he pulled it back with a gentle tug, revealing the sleek, lustrous black car body. Positioned under the lights, the BMW 330 exuded a deep sheen reminiscent of obsidian, embodying both stability and elegance. The wide front grille harmonized with the sharp headlights, creating a striking visual impact. The black paint accentuated the car's contours, making it appear fluid and exquisitely crafted. Tang Song took a deep breath, feeling his heartbeat quicken. This was a standard wheelbase 330, boasting 245 horsepower and rear-wheel drive. The carbon black exterior paired with a volcanic red interior was simply stunning. With 360-degree panoramic imaging, 16 Harman Kardon speakers, a heads-up display, and blue eyebrow headlights. The optional features were nearly maxed out, including 19-inch smoked alloy wheels, a driving assistance system, a winter package, and a comfort package. While listening to the saleswoman's introduction, Tang Song inspected the car thoroughly inside and out. Once satisfied, he promptly signed the acceptance form. Suddenly, a clear voice called from behind, "I apologize for being late, Mr. Tang." Sales Director Zhao Wenyu approached with a stern yet friendly demeanor. Upon hearing the title, Tang Song realized this was the individual who had facilitated the transfer of the car from afar. Zhao wore a warm smile and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, Mr. Tang. I am Zhao Wenyu, the sales director of Yinxing Baoda Automotive Sales and Service Company. Thank you for your trust in our dealership. If any service falls short, please forgive us." "Hello, Director Zhao." They exchanged a brief handshake and engaged in light conversation. Zhao Wenyu proceeded to provide further details about the vehicle, concluding, "To ensure you receive your beloved car promptly, we specifically contacted the headquarters to transfer a vehicle matching your selected specifications and colors from Rongqing. I hope you find it satisfactory." "Thank you, I'm very satisfied. You are too kind. We have internal channels to expedite license plates and insurance, which can be settled before noon. If you're not in a hurry, feel free to enjoy the amenities on the second floor, which includes billiards, a screening room, massage chairs, coffee, and snacks." Tang Song glanced at the time and smiled. "All right." Zhao Wenyu, displaying a keen sense of timing, left after making a good impression. On the second floor's lounge, Tang Song was pleasantly surprised to discover a large bookshelf displaying numerous literary works and fashion magazines. After browsing for a while, he selected The Old Man and the Sea, settled into a massage chair, and began to read earnestly while sipping the coffee offered by the saleswoman. After some time, his phone rang, interrupting his reading. He set the book down and checked the caller ID. It was a local landline number. He answered the call. A sweet voice greeted him. "Hello, Tang Song. This is Tian Jing from the Human Resources Department. Is this a convenient time to talk?" Tang Song raised an eyebrow. "Yes, it is." In the office, Tian Jing nervously shook her leg, contemplating how to broach the subject. This was her first time engaging in such an unsavory task since her promotion to compensation supervisor, creating an internal conflict within her. After a moment of hesitation, she opened WeChat and entered a group chat titled The Beauty of ACG. They were currently discussing clothing styles. She messaged, "Help. Please, Qingqing and Yunyue, I need assistance. Something has gone awry." "Qingqing, what's wrong, Xiao Jing? Is someone bullying you at work?" "CC, could it be workplace bullying? I'm trembling in fear as a student." "Tianjing, I'm responsible for the company's compensation management, and the head of the technical department approached me regarding a regular employee. He wants to negotiate a 10 salary cut to retain them. Otherwise, they will be let go. I feel this is despicable, but I cannot articulate it. What should I do?" "Yinyue, haha, isn't that a classic case of a heartless leader?" "Xiaojing, are you really going to assist in this wrongdoing?" "Tianjing, but this is my job. The HR director approved it. Similar situations will likely find their way to me in the future. I'm quite distressed. What can I say to soften the blow?" "Yinyue, perhaps you could wear a maid outfit when you talk to him. It might heal his wounded soul." "CC, I have a high-slit one, Xiaojing. Do you want it? 99 with free shipping." Tianjing felt her face flush with embarrassment. She angrily typed, "Enough. You all are being ridiculous. I'm discussing serious matters. Qingqing, aren't you managing dozens of people at your company? Please, offer me some guidance." "Qingqing, you could start by expressing your admiration for his character and abilities, complimenting his strengths, and engaging him in a friendly conversation to help him relax. Eventually, you can subtly reveal your true intentions. With your acknowledgement, I believe he will feel much more comfortable." Tianjing read the message twice, finally feeling a surge of confidence. She picked up the phone on her desk and dialed. Chapter 51. Xiao Jing strives to become stronger. On the other end, After a brief pause, Tianjing's voice returned. Song, you have been with our company for 5 months now, correct? On November 7th, the day of the winter solstice, she had a meal of dumplings in the capital with her white moonlight. Subsequently, she traveled to Shuncheng, spending 10 days seeking employment, securing housing, and establishing her footing in Yinxing. Every company that paid salaries on time and offered full benefits was deserving of admiration. You remember so clearly, Tianjing remarked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Over these 5 months, I have always had a very favorable impression of you, diligent and earnest, with outstanding work capabilities. You are an exceptionally excellent young man. Tang Song was momentarily taken aback. Her words sounded somewhat peculiar, almost like a confession. What a joke, Tianjing. The goddess of the company, a quintessential beauty, could never harbor feelings for someone as inconspicuous as him within the organization. He bit his lip and replied, Thank you for your affirmation, Supervisor Tian. You don't need to be so formal. Just call me Xiao Jing. I have observed your attendance records, and you have never been late or left early. Occasionally, you even work late into the night. I heard from Mingli Jia that you are the quintessential full-stack engineer, proficient in both front-end and back-end technologies. Having previously worked at a prominent internet company in the capital, I hold great admiration for a technical virtuoso like you. Tianjing speaks at a moderate pace, occasionally stumbling over her words, yet her voice is sweet and endearing as she continuously praises your merits, creating a most pleasant atmosphere. Tang Song reclines in the massage chair, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he listens quietly. Your rapid success in weight loss is truly commendable. I would greatly appreciate it if you could share your experiences with me when you have a chance. Let's exchange WeChat contacts later and engage in further discussions. That sounds great. Sensing Tang Song's good mood, Tianjing continues. Additionally, I have some work-related matters to discuss with you. Oh, what is it? Tang Song sits up straighter, anticipating the main topic, and he has an inkling of what is to come. However, this compensation supervisor certainly has a unique approach, starting with a barrage of self-praise. What an intriguing tactic. The matter at hand concerns your salary. I'm unsure if Director Chun has discussed it with you. Tang Song interjects, he has. A month ago, after my project went live successfully, Director Chun promised me a 10 salary increase, and I've been awaiting the HR notification. It seems that has finally come to fruition. Thank you, Xiao Jing. On the other end, Tianjing appears momentarily stunned, stumbling over her words, unable to articulate a response. Xiao Jing, are you all right? After taking several deep breaths, she musters the courage to say, Indeed, there will be a salary adjustment, but it will be a reduction of 10. I must say, I believe this has nothing to do with your abilities, as you are exceptionally talented. However, the company operates as a whole, and the leaders may have their own considerations. I am equally distressed. After a brief silence, Tang Song replies, Understood. If you can accept it, I will come by tomorrow to sign the salary adjustment contract. No need. I do not accept it. Please proceed with the layoff process. I will handle it myself. What? Tianjing is taken aback and responds, All right then. Since you have not been employed for more than 6 months, we can only offer you 5 months of compensation. Just write the end of the month as your departure date, and the remaining days can be considered as a transition period. Your attendance will be disregarded, and you will be counted as having perfect attendance. You can go directly to interviews if needed. Thank you. No need to thank me. It's the least I can do. Tianjing hesitates, wanting to say more. Since she mentioned the 10 reduction, Tang Song's tone has remained remarkably calm, seemingly devoid of emotion. However, this unusual demeanor fills Tianjing with a strong intuition that he is utterly despondent. She is aware of Tang Song's background. A typical young man from a small town with average family circumstances. His reputation within the company is quite good, and he works diligently. She cannot fathom why Director Chun would undermine him, but it is her professional duty, and she cannot evade it. A heavy sense of guilt weighs upon her. Biting her lip, recalling the advice from her friends, Tianjing continues, Once you finalize your departure, I would like to treat you to a meal. I hold you in high regard and hope you do not lose heart. May you find a new job soon. Good luck. Upon hearing her invitation for a meal, Tang Song's spirits are instantly lifted, and he responds enthusiastically, Sure. Thank you, Xiao Jing. I hold you in high esteem as well. I had already planned to resign, and now I can not only secure 5-month salary, but also dine with a goddess-like colleague. Hearing Tang Song's cheerful tone, Tianjing finally feels relieved, responding sweetly. Let's leave it at that for now. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. Goodbye. Goodbye. After hanging up, Tang Song immediately opens the company group chat, searches for Tianjing's profile, and sends a WeChat friend request. With a naturally blessed physique, fair skin, a sweet appearance, a charming personality, and coming from a wealthy family, he, like many of his male colleagues, genuinely admires Xiao Jing. Ding! The friend request is accepted. With a snap of his fingers, Tang Song rises from a massage chair and gazes out the floor-to-ceiling windows at the line of cars. Now that he has acquired a BMW 330 and his entrepreneurial endeavors are on the right track, he feels a surge of confidence. After accepting Tang Song's friend request and notifying the technical and HR directors about the situation, Tianjing breathes a sigh of relief. Although she was reluctantly placed in the role of compensation supervisor by her father, she remains determined to be a competent leader. Entering the vibrant WeChat group, Tianjing quickly types, "Ching, you are amazing. I followed your advice, and he has accepted the reality of the layoff. He seems quite content in the end. Hee. As soon as the message is sent, it attracts the attention of several group members. CC, as expected from our Group S leader, Ching. When I graduate and cannot find a job, I will come to you. Nayo, I also want Ching to take care of me. Bai Jigu, you're like a flower in the sunlight. Ching, oh dear, sighs, the enthusiasm of the juniors is a bit overwhelming for me. Xiao Jing, keep up the good work. One day, you will become part of a large corporation. Xiao Jing is striving to grow stronger. After chatting the group for a while, Tianjing feels greatly encouraged and believes she has learned a lot. She joined this group while in college. And over the years, many members have come and gone, while new ones have joined. Typically, they discuss various topics related to the two-dimensional world, such as anime and gaming. Each member assumes a role, the authenticity of which remains uncertain. For instance, Yinyu claims to be a seasoned game planner, having joined the group to understand the thoughts of younger generations and gather inspiration. Xiao Jing currently portrays a newcomer in the workforce. While Ching is a partner at a law firm, young and accomplished, managing numerous intern and assistant lawyers. She also has a boyfriend who is the president of a domestic conglomerate. Initially, everyone was skeptical, but as she began to share increasingly detailed accounts, including case hearings and intricate tales of love and workplace struggles, she gradually earned the group's recognition. Even if she's not a top lawyer, she is undoubtedly a business elite. Chapter 52, Radiant Impact, the Male God S Hand Cream. At 11:20, sales representative Yu Qiuna jogs over to inform him that he can collect his car. Outside the dealership, the sleek black BMW 330 gleams under the sunlight, adorned with a blue sky and white clouds. Accompanied by several sales representatives, Tang Song approaches the vehicle. The license plate number is surprisingly favorable, featuring simple digits, ending with 2 8s. Yu Qiuna hands him a thick envelope, her expression bright with a smile. Mr. Tang, all the documents such as the vehicle registration, contract, and insurance are in here, along with 2 keys. Please take good care of them. Tang Song accepts the envelope, his gaze fixed on his new car, his fingers gently tracing the surface of the key. Mr. Tang, Yu Qiuna hastens to the rear of the car and gestures toward the trunk. Our General Zhao has arranged for some gifts for you, and we hope you'll like them. Please thank General Zhao for me. Tang Song smiles as he opens the trunk, his eyes lighting up at the sight. Stuffed inside are a teddy bear, an umbrella, a thermos, a carry-on suitcase, a black and white bear keychain, a water bottle, and a model car. So many items that they occupy a significant portion of the trunk, seemingly everything that could be included. Grasping the cool door handle, he settles into the driver's seat. The genuine leather sports seat offers exceptional support and comfort, its texture delicate and soft. The interior craftsmanship is remarkably refined, and the volcano red color scheme is gentle and elegant, not garish, exuding a sense of luxury and comfort. Adjusting the seat and steering wheel position, he depresses the brake and presses the ignition button. The deep rumble of the engine resonates. The floating dual-screen display lights up simultaneously, and the 12.3-inch digital instrument panel appears vibrant and dazzling. Sales representative Yu Qiuna beams with enthusiasm. Mr. Tang, I wish you a pleasant driving experience. May the vast blue sky and white clouds bless your aspirations, and may your journey ahead be smooth sailing. Goodbye. Tang Song waves cheerfully as he closes the window, slightly awkwardly manipulating the electronic gear shifter. The BMW 330 slowly commenced its journey, gliding out of the dealership and merging onto the main road. The vehicle roared to life as it ascended the third ring road, where the traffic had notably diminished. Tang Song pressed the accelerator firmly, reveling in the allure of driving and control. After mastering the manual transmission of the Wuling Hongwang, his driving skills had significantly improved. And coupled with the BMW's exceptional mechanical quality and handling, it felt as though the car was an extension of himself. Vehicles whizzed past him, and a satisfied and exhilarated smile spread across Tang Song's face as he cracked open the window to savor the exhilarating rush of wind. His little 3 was undeniably impressive. Of course, the nearby Wuling was quite spirited as well. Upon returning home, Tang Song took a brief respite before opening his computer to organize his entrepreneurial project. With Gao Mengting's assistance, he had formulated a clear plan in his mind. Now, he needed to meticulously detail it and utilize system tools to produce a comprehensive feasibility report. During this time, he also engaged in occasional exercise or spent moments on the balcony, admiring the scenery outside while reading his 7th literary work, To Kill a Mockingbird. He felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and satisfaction in life. Before retiring for the night, Tang Song accessed the system interface to review his personal information. Player, Tang Song, 35 foot. Character, Jinxiu Trade Development Engineer. Height, 182 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Constitution, 59. Endurance, 57. Agility, 51. Insight, 76. Asset status. Balance, 430. 000 yuan. Investment, 1,000,000 yuan. Company, none. Property, 200 square meters. Office in Yunxi. Building vehicle, BMW 330. Having officially reached a height of 182 centimeters, he could finally hold his head high in front of his beautician friend. Endurance and agility had both increased by 1 point, and his vehicle had transformed into a BMW. Consequently, his overall charm value had also risen by 1 point, bringing him closer to the coveted 40-point charm rating. He checked the details of his title, The Popular Me. Current cash reward, 100 yuan. Total, 100 yuan. Due to his lack of updates in notes and videos over the past 2 days, the growth in followers had slowed considerably. However, the accumulated cash remained quite substantial. One could say it was a genuine cash cow. With this in mind, Tang Song felt an urge to act. Once he perfected his posture correction, the stark contrast should lead to a remarkable breakthrough. On April 25, 2023, Tuesday, the skies were overcast. Just after rising, Tang Song noticed an unread message on his phone. The message had been sent at 11 o'clock the previous night, but he had already been asleep at that hour. Setting the phone down, he stood by the window, watching the sky brighten gradually, a faint smile gracing his lips. A notification chimed, indicating that 400 yuan had been credited today. Immediately after, a crisp system notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, player! The aura effect has activated. You have triggered an additional critical hit reward. Ding! You have obtained a special item, hand cream of a male god. Taken aback by the consecutive system notifications, Tang Song's eyes sparkled with surprise. The one-chance critical hit had actually been triggered. Swiftly, he opened the system interface, accessing his inventory to examine the item details. Hand cream of a male god. After use, it effectively enhances the aesthetic appeal of the hands, rendering the skin smooth and delicate, devoid of roughness, while optimizing the muscle contours and nails, resulting in an overall hand shape that is more elongated and graceful. Note: as a male god, your hand muscles are strong and elastic, capable of executing various intricate movements, with fingers that are agile and coordinated, greatly favored by women. Impressive. Yet another item capable of altering body parts. Although Tang Song's hands were not unsightly, they were hardly remarkable, merely adequate, with proportions and lines that were average. The primary issue lay in the dryness, roughness, and dullness of his skin, occasionally accompanied by peeling or cracks. He had initiated hand care alongside his skincare regimen, but the results were not especially noticeable, requiring gradual nurturing. Now, with the system item in hand, he could achieve results in one swift motion, saving him a considerable amount of time and effort. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, he selected Hand Cream of a Male God and clicked to use it immediately. Instantly, a cool sensation enveloped his hands as a milky, viscous liquid coated them thoroughly. Before long, his hands began to warm up, becoming increasingly heated. Tang Song focused intently on his hands, sitting on the bed with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, awaiting the moment of transformation. Approximately half an hour later, the milky liquid gradually faded, eventually vanishing entirely. Raising his hands to the light, he scrutinized them closely, his eyes revealing a sense of wonder. Moving his fingers, he could distinctly feel them becoming more agile, powerful, and coordinated. These were undoubtedly hands that would make any hand enthusiast envious. Chapter 53. A sense of relaxation. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythmic sound of the mechanical keyboard echoed as lines of text appeared on the screen. Typing speed, 135 words per minute. Tang Song exhaled deeply, his eyes sparkling with excitement. His typing speed had been a point of deliberate practice, yet his previous record with full pinyin was only 106 words per minute. As he strove for improvement, it became increasingly challenging. Often, his mind would issue commands that his fingers could not keep pace with, and pushing faster would lead to mistakes. The changes brought about by hand cream of a male god exceeded his expectations. His dexterity, coordination, and precision had reached an exceptionally high level, rivaling that of professional surgeons. With such remarkable hands, learning an instrument, painting, manipulating a pen, or threading a needle would yield impressive results with half the effort. After admiring his hands for a while, Tang Song meticulously trimmed his nails, feeling satisfied before commencing his fitness routine, focused on fat reduction and posture correction. He gathered his belongings, donned his empty backpack, and grabbed the knife-edge-style key to his BMW, jogging downstairs. In the parking space, the jet-black BMW 330 commanded attention. The pristine windows reflected the white clouds and azure sky, harmonizing beautifully with the emblem. Grasping the smooth door handle, the lights flickered as the vehicle unlocked. Settling into the driver's seat, the engine roared to life. His fair, elongated hands grasped the black steering wheel, complemented by the dark-toned interior. From his vantage point, the striking contrast created an intense visual impact. Tang Song couldn't help but marvel once more at the sheer handsomeness of it all. If only the skin on his face were as flawless as his hands, he would undeniably be an exceptional handsome figure. Then, an idea struck him. If he were to film a video, the visual appeal and dissemination effect would undoubtedly surpass that of his previous transformation. After reviewing the footage several times and adjusting angles, he recorded again. This time, the contrast was even more pronounced, enhancing the visual experience, but there still seemed to be something missing. Eureka! Tang Song snapped his fingers decisively. He opened his phone, searched for music, and ultimately selected a popular track from Fast and Furious. Connecting via Bluetooth to the car system, he hit play. Adjusting the angle, he began recording. The 16 high-quality Harman Kardon speakers erupted with dynamic music. Tang Song's left hand gripped the three-spoke steering wheel, his fingers dancing along to the rhythm of the music. After stopping the recording and pausing the music, he played back the video. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, cascading over one of his hands, accentuating its pristine sheen. Perfect. Tang Song exhaled softly. At present, his physique could only be described as balanced. His hair and skin were not particularly impressive, with the only noteworthy feature being his hands, combined with the pristine interior of the new BMW 330 Night Edition. The visual appeal was exceptional, an absolute tool for attracting followers. Just as he prepared to upload the video to Xiaohongshu, Tang Song paused once more. On this platform, through the advice and transformation process, he has amassed 1,074 followers, embodying the quintessential character of a nurturing blogger. His original intention was to enhance his charm under the scrutiny of netizens. A sudden shift towards ostentatious displays of wealth and bravado would contradict his initial purpose. Moreover, Xiaohongshu and Douyin are entirely distinct platforms. Xiaohongshu places greater emphasis on content engagement and word-of-mouth dissemination, making it exceedingly challenging to gain followers. Thus, he has received a rather mediocre response on Douyin, where he has only accumulated 110 followers to date. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Song has resolved to operate the two platforms separately. Xiaohongshu will focus on self-improvement and communication with netizens, while Douyin will showcase his achievements and attract followers. Subsequently, Tang Song uploaded a brief 20-second video to Douyin with the description, "The joy of driving while listening to music," and topics such as one-handed steering wheel, BMW 330, comic hands, boys' dreams, and first-person perspective. He then deleted the 3 previous transformation videos. Having completed these tasks, Tang Song pressed the brake, shifted gears, and drove towards the exit. Uncertain if it was merely a psychological effect, he felt the gaze of numerous passers-by upon him. Upon re-entering the 20th floor of Lin Jin Building, the familiar hallway, the recognizable company entrance, the well-known flooring, the customary clock-in machine, and the familiar reception area, Tang Song felt an entirely different mindset. As if he were observing from a third-party perspective, no longer merely a member of the company. "Good morning, Yuing." Tang Song greeted the receptionist with a bright smile as he clocked in. This marked the first time he had taken the initiative to greet her, and his expression was particularly cheerful, leaving her somewhat taken aback. As she watched his departing figure, Yuing blinked, realizing that she had never noticed before how handsome this male colleague from the technical department was, standing at a height of over 1.8 meters with a well-proportioned physique. Handsome features and a straight posture, he was elegantly dressed in a knitted cardigan paired with a white shirt. Even compared to Du Xiaokai, he was not lacking. What was even more striking was the relaxed aura he exuded, embodying the essence of a charming young man. Du Yuing took out her phone, contemplating whether she should take the initiative to add him on WeChat. As a petite beauty, it was important to maintain a sense of modesty. "Good morning, Brother Zhang." "Morning." "Old Zhao." "Morning." Along the way, Tang Song proactively greeted every colleague he encountered. "Song, good here, colleague Zhao." You tossed him a bag of crab roe broad beans. Expressing concern, "I know you're on that fat-reducing diet again for breakfast, so I brought you this to satisfy your cravings." Tang Song took a handful of the broad beans, opened the package, and popped one into his mouth. It was satisfyingly crunchy and rich in flavor. He smiled at Zhao Yu, saying, "Very nice." Seeing Tang Song's warm smile and his long, fair hands, Zhao Yu's gaze momentarily lost focus, her heart racing slightly. It turned out that Songa looked pretty good after losing weight. His attire, hairstyle, and demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. With a prominent nose, thin yet well-defined lips, large eyes, and perfectly shaped eyebrows, he was particularly captivating. Especially those hands, they were exquisite. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she reached for an orange from her desk and gently placed it on Tang Song's table. Stealing glances at his hands, she said, "Song-ge, this jelly orange is delicious. You should try it." "Thank you, beautiful," Tang Song replied, casually retrieving a thick, dark beef sausage from his drawer and offering it to her. "Try this. It contains 27 protein and is low in calories, salt, and sugar. It tastes quite good." Although Zhao Yu's behavior of fishing for favors was somewhat irksome, it was not overly excessive. At least she had never asked him for gifts or red envelopes, only requesting minor assistance with tasks. As he was about to leave the company, he had no intention of quarreling with a young girl over trivial matters. Chapter 54. Xiao Jing. Something feels off as the start of the workday approached. More and more colleagues arrived. They engaged in their usual discussions about various news, gossip, and amusing anecdotes. "Have you seen Slam Dunk, which premiered a few days ago? If not, hurry and go. It's truly remarkable." "Coach, I want to play basketball." "Stop with the memes. It's genuinely fantastic. It brought tears to my eyes, especially in the last few seconds." Nearby, Wang Chaoyang patted his shoulder excitedly, saying, "Tang Song, how about we form a group to catch a screening? That was our youth." Tang Song winked at him, thinking that such activities were best reserved for inviting girls. "Not a big guy like him. Cut it out, as if you have a girl to invite," Wang Chaoyang retorted. "That's not certain," Tang Song chuckled, opening WeChat and clicking on Zhao Yaqin's chat box. He left a message, "Teacher Zhao, with the May Day holiday approaching, would you like to catch a movie together?" Tang Song set his phone down and logged into the company's internal system to fill out his resignation application form, clicking Submit. The process involved company executives such as Human Resources Specialist Lu Hui, Director Chun Yuntong, Human Resources Director Su Lin, and Executive Vice President Jiang Weiguo. Given the presence of high-level company leaders in the process, it likely wouldn't be resolved quickly. He then diligently began organizing handover documents. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, an alert popped up in his corporate email. "Reminder, your resignation application submitted on April 25, 2023 has been approved." A few minutes later, his phone vibrated. "Tianjing, Song, your resignation application has been approved. I've printed it out for you. Please come by to sign it." He stood up and walked toward the HR office. "Knock, knock, knock. Please enter." Pushing open the frosted glass door, Tang Song directed his bright, piercing gaze at Tianjing. She was impeccably dressed today, with long black hair, a snug round-neck top, and white wide-leg trousers, exuding a clean and refreshing vibe. Both innocent and alluring. Tianjing scrutinized Tang Song, and upon noticing his lack of distress, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She picked up a document and placed it on the table, speaking softly, "Just sign here. There are a total of 6 documents. By the way, I've informed Hui Hui about your attendance, and this month will count as full attendance." Lu Hui Hui, sitting nearby, chimed in, "Our supervisor Tian is truly beautiful and kind. She reminded me about your matters several times." Tianjing tapped the table, playfully warning, "Hui Hui, speak properly, or I'll deduct your salary." "I won't dare anymore. I'm off to brew a cup of coffee. You two take your time." Tianjing pulled out a black signature pen from the pen holder and handed it to Tang Song with a sweet smile, saying, "Use this." "Thank you," Tang Song replied as he took it. Their fingers brushed against each other. Tianjing's gaze inadvertently flickered to his hand, her eyes widening in surprise. What extraordinary beauty those hands possessed. It was simply irresistible. With a slight exertion, the delicate fingertips swayed gracefully. The sound of the pen gliding across the paper echoed softly. Tianjing instinctively shifted her legs, a blush creeping onto her face as she felt something was off. "Is this sufficient?" Tang Song gently inquired after finishing all the agreements. Tang Song paused, wondering if there was another step in the process. Tianjing stood up, a hint of nervousness in her demeanor, saying, "You can write here." "All right." Tang Song did not refuse. Writing those 100+ characters was no easy task. Sitting on the soft, warm cushion, a subtle fruity scent wafted into his nostrils. He could faintly detect hints of pear and apple. The fragrance was remarkably sophisticated, exuding a refreshing aura that was delightful. Taking a deep breath, Tang Song straightened the paper and diligently wrote, "I have terminated the labor relationship with Yinxing Jinxiu Trading Company, Limited, hereinafter referred to as the company." Meanwhile, Tianjing took out her phone, opened the camera, and pressed the shutter button aimed at Tang Song's hands. The click sounded particularly clear in the quiet office. Tang Song raised his head in astonishment. Tianjing, startled, snapped several more shots in quick succession. "Is it really that serious? Do you need to take photos for documentation?" "Haha, well, you know this is my first time doing this. I'm afraid of making mistakes." Tianjing's face was flushed and warm, her gaze darting around nervously. Tang Song quietly completed the remaining documents without dwelling on the matter. As he received the resignation certificate and compensation agreement handed over by Tianjing, he was about to depart when Du Shaokai strode in with a cheerful demeanor. "Oh hot, Lao Song, have you wrapped everything up?" "Quite efficient." After winking at him with a sense of pride, he placed an exquisitely packaged takeout on Tianjing's desk. "Tianju Guan, your afternoon tea has arrived. Do give it a try. It's fresh fruit from Bai Guiyuan, all your favorites." "Thank you," Tianjing replied absently, her gaze wandering restlessly, occasionally glancing at Tang Song's hands resting at his sides. Observing Du Shaokai's enthusiastic demeanor, Tang Song raised an eyebrow and leaned closer to Tianjing. "By the way, Xiaojing, the May Day holiday is approaching. Don't forget our dinner plans." Tang Song nodded in approval, appreciating that this company goddess was reliable and sincere. Without indulging in empty promises, before leaving, he patted Du Shaokai on the shoulder and said, "Take care, bye. Du Shaokai's liebstweetst." "Xiaojing, why do you want to have dinner with him?" "It was prearranged. I can't back out now," Tianjing replied dismissively, her eyes fixed on the computer screen, yet her focus appeared scattered. "How can such perfect hands exist? I wish I could touch them, or be pinched by them." Du Shaokai opened his mouth, eager to say something, but upon seeing Tianjing's expression, he hesitated. Once Du Shaokai left, Tianjing quickly opened the chat group for her beloved anime community. "CC, I don't believe it. Quickly show the proof." "Tagu, calm down. I think Xiaojing is just inexperienced. She hasn't seen truly beautiful hands. A senior of mine has the hands of a model. Every time I see him, I want to use them." "Nine Z, Xiaojing. Do you have a picture? I want to see." Licking her dry lips, Tianjing opened a photo, cropping the hand section, and shared it in the group. She commented, "Original camera, no filters." As soon as the photo was sent, the group erupted in excitement. "I'm already snuggled under the covers. What magnificent hands. I want to see them in person, touch them, lick them, and rub against them. Xiaojing, please introduce me." Tianjing's face flushed as she engaged in a flirtatious conversation with her friends. Unable to resist, She opened her album again, admiring the photo she had taken, when a sudden urge to use the restroom struck her. Chapter 55. The warmth and coldness of human relationships at 3 p.m. Sunlight streamed through the glass curtain wall from the west. Many colleagues rushed to grab a steaming cup of coffee, indulging in their usual distractions. The entire office area felt serene and warm. Suddenly, a new message popped up in the technical department's workgroup. Director Chun Yunting, back-end developer Tang Song has officially resigned from the company today. We appreciate the efforts he has made over the past few months. Initially, only a few people noticed the message. Soon, the entire technical office buzzed with chatter. Tang Song is leaving. Have you secured a new position? Is the company undergoing financing? And are they targeting our department? Are there going to be layoffs? Don't scare me. My wife just lost her job. Tang Song's resignation came as a shock, seemingly without any prior indication. It instantly ignited chatter on an otherwise ordinary Tuesday afternoon. Some expressed concern for his situation, while others feared repercussions for themselves. And, of course, there were those who relished the drama. Just then, the balding director Chun Yunting emerged from his office. Everyone immediately fell silent, eyes glued to their computer screens. Director Chun's gaze swept towards Tang Song as he spoke in a neutral tone. Zhao Yang, please coordinate with Tang Song for the handover. After the May Day holiday, a new colleague will join us, and you can transfer the project to him. Understood, Director Chun. Wang Zhao Yang quickly responded. Chun Yunting nodded lightly and turned to leave. Instantly, colleagues exchanged looks, sensing something amiss. Although Director Chun hadn't uttered any harsh words, his demeanor suggested that Tang Song had offended him. In typical circumstances, when a colleague resigns, Director Chun would usually organize a farewell gathering, perhaps for drinks or dinner. But this time, his demeanor was unusually indifferent, merely outlining the resignation handover. For a moment, the entire office fell silent, no one daring to discuss the matter further. Dings echoed through the departmental group chat as another message arrived. Director Chun Yunting, everyone, focus on your work and refrain from unnecessary speculation. The company is currently in a period of rapid development and has begun restructuring major departments. The technical support department will announce specific plans after the May Day holiday. This presents a great opportunity for everyone, so let us work hard. Developer Du Xiaokai, acknowledged. Let us keep it up. Frontend Zhao Yu, acknowledged. Let us go. Frontend Hu Mingli, acknowledged. This served as a reassurance that there would be no layoffs, prompting many to breathe a sigh of relief. Jin Xiaoshangmao is a large company with decent benefits. Many had worked there for several years, having settled into their comfort zones, and were understandably anxious about potential layoffs. After glancing at the messages in the group, Tang Song promptly exited the chat. He then left all other work groups as well. Colleagues with whom he had good relations occasionally inquired about his resignation. Tang Song refrained from elaborating on the conflict with Du Xiaokai, merely mentioning the issues of pay cuts and layoffs in passing. As the day neared its end, Lu Huihui approached. Tang Song returned the company's access card, laptop, mouse, and other office supplies, signing the confirmation. The resignation process was complete. He opened his backpack, packing in his personal items, a water bottle, tissues, snacks, and a charger. Staring at his empty desk, he felt an inexplicable sense of loss, though more so a firm determination for the future. Xiao Song, let us find a place to gather. Guopeng patted his shoulder, expressing a sense of nostalgia. I'll truly miss you. You're great at what you do. If you leave, who will help me monitor the servers when I take leave? Tang Song smiled at Guogu and stood up. Comrades, I appreciate all your support. I'd like to treat everyone to a meal at Lanting Teppanyaki. If you wish to join, please sign up now. Hu Mingli quickly interjected. Are you leaving or hitting the jackpot? A 299 yuan buffet is quite extravagant. I think we should just go to the nearby Northeast restaurant for some hot pot stew. That would be lively. Guopeng added, don't overextend yourself. You just bought a car, and now you're resigning. What will you do? Tang Song shook his head with a smile. After resigning, chances to meet will diminish. Treating everyone is only right. Don't worry, I can manage this. I'm feeling unwell today, so I want to be able to make it, a colleague suddenly piped up. I have plans with my wife to take the kids shopping, so I can't go either. I'm currently on a diet, so you all enjoy yourselves, another added. Others followed suit, offering various excuses to decline the dinner invitation. Zhao Yu hesitated for a moment before apologetically saying, Songgu, I have a few matters to handle. If I can finish by 7 p.m., I'll join you. But it seems unlikely. Enjoy yourselves and take plenty of pictures to share in the group. I'd love to live vicariously through you. Her impression of Tang Song had just shifted. She had initially considered deepening their connection, only to discover he was leaving and had offended Director Chun. Although it felt regrettable, she knew she had made the right choice. Tang Song surveyed the room and noticed that most colleagues were avoiding eye contact. He could guess the reason. Farewell gatherings for the technical department had always been organized by Chun Yunting. His lack of initiative this time clearly indicated his displeasure with Tang Song. If this incident drew Chun Yunting's attention, it could jeopardize the precious opportunity ahead. Ultimately, everyone is merely colleagues, and with T.Ing having already resigned, they are reluctant to take any risks. The warmth of human relations is, after all, quite superficial. T.Ing pursed his lips and smiled nonchalantly, saying it's all right. Those with matters to attend to can continue with their tasks. And for those who are leaving, let us prepare to depart. Gu Ping promptly shut his laptop, stood up, and declared, "Let us go. I've been wanting to dine at LNT Ing TB in buffet for ages, and today I can finally indulge." Among the 16 members of the technical support department, only these two remained, leading to a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Next to them, Ing scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he stood up to assist T.Ing with his lumbar support. T.Ing, allow me to see you off and help you carry some things. He and T.Ing had joined the company together, sharing a similar age and a close relationship. Now that T.Ing was leaving and Woon T attend the farewell dinner, Ing felt a pang of regret for not being able to send him off properly. HMNGL patted Hou's shoulder and asked, "Shall you? Aren't you going to see him off? He has helped you quite a bit, after all." After glancing at HMNGL, then at T.Ing, they waited for the elevator. HMNGL remarked, "You've changed remarkably over the past month. Truly a transformation, a definite handsome figure." She nudged Hou with her shoulder and winked, saying, "By the way, T.Ing began to diligently lose weight due to your prior encouragement. Doesn't that give you a sense of achievement?" Zhou paused, recalling the words she had spoken on the night following their team-building event on April 1st. "Gu, you're truly outstanding, exceptionally capable, with handsome features and good height, but your weight is a bit excessive. Hurry and lose weight to build muscle. The young ladies in our company will surely be eager to pursue you." It seemed he genuinely began his journey of transformation from that day, altering his wardrobe and hairstyle. Now he had slimmed down, and his complexion had improved. In terms of appearance, he was indeed striking. The only drawback was his less fortunate background, currently compounded by unemployment. She smiled, saying, "I feel an immense sense of accomplishment. With Gu's excellence at your new company, those young ladies will undoubtedly vie for your attention. Best of luck in finding a partner soon." Gu Ping chimed in, "With your abilities, finding a job will be effortless. Perhaps your next position will be a leadership role." They all exchanged kind words, seemingly wishing to comfort T.Ing. After some light-hearted banter, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Due to the peak commuting hour, they waited for several elevators before finally squeezing in. After stopping and going for a while, they finally arrived at parking lot 2. Exiting the elevator, they were greeted by a striking Audi A5 in a pastel pink hue. The two-door coupe, with its sleek and dynamic body, looked exceptionally stunning. Gu Ping couldn't help but exclaim, "Manager T.Ing truly possesses great capability. A 400,000 yuan A5, plus such an excellent parking spot. Is that Manager T.Ing.'s car? It's beautiful. I heard she lives in New Jersey Hu T.Ing community, in a spacious flat." Ing said, his eyes reflecting deep envy and admiration. Having become a payroll manager at such a young age, and being a standard example of a wealthy and beautiful woman, he thought, if he could win her affection, it would save him 20 years of hard work. Zhou gritted her teeth, feeling a pang of jealousy. It's just that she was fortunate in her birth. We cannot compare. The group followed T.Ing. through the parking garage. Both Gu Ping and Ing were car enthusiasts, occasionally nodding and commenting on various vehicles. "That Cadillac A5 belongs to our CEO, and he claims the steering wheel is always misaligned, leading him right into the spa. The Mercedes looks quite elegant. That BMW is impressive too. The pure black color is striking. It must be a new model, the paint is so shiny. A man's life cannot bypass a 3 Series. When I get rich, I'll definitely buy one. Noticing the ethnicity stop. Hot Emma the goosely inquit. Where's your car parked? We haven't seen it yet. She had seen photos of Ing's distinctive vehicle in the group chat, which should be quite conspicuous in the New Jersey Inn Building S garage. However, it was nowhere in sight. Gu looked around, but also did not spot the familiar Wuling van. Ing smiled and pointed to the sleek black BMW in front of them, saying, "It's this one, just picked it up. By the way, MNGL, you're its first passenger." HMNGL blinked and replied, "What an honor. If you're capable, let me truly sit inside." Gu chuckled, teasing, "Wow. Sing, I didn't realize you were a hidden rich kid. You're not planning to take over the family business with this resignation, are you?" Zhou gazed hopefully at the glossy black BMW, exclaiming, "This car is stunning. It seems different from the usual 3 Series. Ouying, being a car aficionado, explained, looking at the body kit and wheels, "It should be the 330 Sport Night Edition. With the optional extras, it costs just over 400,000 yuan, comparable to Manager T and SA5, but much pricier than a standard BMW 3 Series." Upon hearing this, Thou's eyes sparkled even brighter, unable to resist reaching out to touch the emblem on the hood. Imagining herself stepping out of such a car, she thought if she could possess one, she would undoubtedly overshadow Ing in the company. With this thought, she became resolute in her determination that in her pursuit of a partner, she must never settle. Sing took the lumbar support from Ouying, approached the car, and said, "Indeed, it's the 330 Sport. Acquired at an internal discount, costing less than 400,000. As he spoke, he placed his hand on the rear door handle. The vehicle unlocked with a click, and the lights blinked. He opened the door and stuffed his backpack and lumbar support inside. With a firm push, he closed the door and waved to HMNGL, asking, "MNGL, will you sit in the back seat or the front?" HMNGL opened her mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wait, Sing, are you serious?" Ouying gulped heavily, incredulously saying, "No way. Is this really your car?" Gulpin Moitabu. Recall that he had accompanied Ing to order that Wuling van. How had it suddenly transformed into a BMW 330? Ing patted the car roof and laughed. "Absolutely. I just picked it up yesterday. It's a carbon black with volcano red interior. Doesn't it look fantastic?" Young men in their 20s often have a penchant for showing off. Although Ing had intended to flaunt before his former colleagues, he felt a thrill seeing their shocked and envious expressions. "Let us head out. I had a low-calorie meal for lunch, and I'm famished now. Let us treat ourselves to this buffet as a cheat meal." HMNGL took a deep breath and opened the front passenger door, climbing in. "Gundens, xiao et nove. You've truly kept this under wraps." Gu rubbed his hands together, excitedly stating, "I'm not taking my own car today. I'm hitching a ride in your BMW." He then squeezed into the back seat, exploring the car with curiosity. Zhou stared blankly at the vehicle, then at Sing, her gaze somewhat dazed. The black car, low and poised, resembled an elegant beast in the dim garage. Its smooth lines outlined a stylish and dynamic exterior, the high-quality paint reflecting arcs of light. Meanwhile, Sing stood beside the car, tall and composed, exuding an air of relaxation and ambience. She had always thought he was merely pretending to be strong to mask the sorrow of being laid off. But it turned out he genuinely had confidence. Ingu, a 400,000 yuan BMW, a hidden, affluent gentleman. Connecting these 3 keywords sent Zhou's heart racing. The roar of the engine erupted, bright lights instantly illuminating the space, snapping Zhou back to reality. She quickly stepped aside. The sound of tires screeching against the ground filled the air as Ing rolled down the window, waving goodbye to his old colleagues. His long, smooth fingers appeared particularly pale in the dimly lit garage, emanating an unusual beauty. Zhou felt as though her heart had skipped several beats. She took a few steps forward, opened her mouth as if to say something, but the car had already disappeared around the corner. Chapter 57. Introducing a matchmaking candidate at LNT Ing TB and Buffet. This establishment is an exquisite 3-story, standalone club-style restaurant, boasting a beautiful environment with transparent kitchens and restrooms. Once comfortably seated in the private room, Hu Mingli took out her phone to capture the moment and share it on her social media. Tang Song received the tablet from the waiter and selected 3 sets of the 399 yuan premium buffet package, which included delicacies such as golden foie gras, lobster, grilled durian, abalone, wagyu beef, gourmet fruits, and unlimited drinks, allowing for a feast for all. Guo Peng opened his mouth, initially intending to suggest that the 299 yuan package would suffice. But upon recalling Tang Song's BMW 330, he wisely chose to remain silent. The trio deliberated for a while, ordering a variety of dishes they each desired. While waiting for the food to arrive, Guo Peng couldn't help but express his disdain, remarking, "CEO, Chun is truly shameless, stealing your credit and pushing you out." Tang Song replied, "I can roughly guess his intentions. He likely aims to leverage this opportunity for a promotion." Du Xiaokai's uncle is General Manager Li, who oversees the channel business, and he wants to garner more support. If they parachute in someone new, CEO Chen will undoubtedly be devastated. Hu Mingli teased, "It's indeed possible. Since they invested in our company, they won't miss the chance to place their personnel. I'm just hoping for someone with good character to firmly suppress old Chun." Mingli's comments sparked a bit of excitement in Guo Peng, who was curious to witness CEO Chen's expression during such an event. Soon, the freshly prepared dishes began to arrive, filling the air with an enticing aroma that stirred appetites. The melt-in-your-mouth foie gras was silky and delicate, while the fragrant wagyu beef was juicy and succulent. In the lively private room, the mingling scents of food blended with laughter and chatter. After indulging in the feast, Guo Peng, patting his round belly, asked Xiao Song, "What are your plans after leaving your job?" "Entrepreneurship," Tang Song replied, wiping his hands and smiling. "I've already found a reliable partner, and we're in the preparatory stages. Being my own boss means I won't have to endure unnecessary stress. If my family conditions allow and I have ideas, it's a good choice." Guo Peng, filled with reflection, continued, "In the early stages, it's essential to be cautious and not invest too much, especially given the current economic climate." Over the years, he had encountered many individuals and knew several friends burdened by debt from their entrepreneurial ventures, prompting him to offer some unsolicited advice. "Thank you for your wise words, Brother Guo," Hu Mingli interjected, putting down her phone with a smile. "I never realized before that Tang Song is actually the most outstanding guy in the company. Honestly, I regret not pursuing you more actively back then." Guo Peng teased, "It's too late now. Regretting won't help. Why not consider me your potential investment?" "Huh, Mingli, you're 27 this year, right? Your family must be quite anxious," he added. "Oh, Brother Guo, are you trying to hurt each other?" Tang Song listened to their playful banter, occasionally chiming in with a laugh. At 8:30 p.m., the trio exited the restaurant. Guo Peng shook his phone and said, "The car I ordered is arriving soon. There is no need for you to drop me off. You two are on the same route. And it's unnecessary to delay for me." "All right, Brother Guo, drive safely, and let us know when you get home," they replied. After giving Tang Song's shoulder a hearty pat, Guo Peng remarked, "Remember to invite me for drinks sometime. Now that you're no longer employed, we're still in the same city. It's not far." Tang Song nodded, expressing gratitude for Guo Peng's support over the past few months and promising to keep in touch. "Let us stay in contact. Oh, my car has arrived. Goodbye, Xiao Song." "Bye, Mingli." Guo Peng waved and jogged towards the curb, boarding a new energy vehicle with its hazard lights flashing. "Let us go." Hu Mingli yawned and stepped off the stairs. Having rained a few days prior, the temperature remained low. She tightened her short jacket and turned around. Just as she was about to say something witty, she froze in place. Tang Song, with one hand in his pocket, strolled towards her, greeted by the cool April breeze. The orange glow of the street lights illuminated half of his figure, highlighting his handsome and well-defined features, while his beige knitted cardigan swayed gently. He possessed an ethereal charm, reminiscent of the calm and tranquil night. Triggered by the ambience, Hu Mingli stood mesmerized, her mind buzzing. Unbelievable. It was just weight loss and skincare. How could there be such a transformation? She acknowledged Tang Song's good looks, but previously his skin had not been great, and his features lacked distinctiveness, falling short of being a true heartthrob. Yet at this moment, his unique aura was undeniably captivating, leaving her momentarily speechless. "What is wrong, Mingli Jia?" Tang Song waved his right hand in front of her. After scrutinizing him for a moment, Hu Mingli exclaimed, "Tang Song, you look incredibly handsome in that outfit against the wind. I'm honestly swooning. If I weren't aware of my own self-worth, I might even consider pursuing you." While she had teased him at the dinner table, she now genuinely felt this way. However, She was self-aware enough to recognize that her figure paled in comparison to Zhao Yu's, and someone like Tang Song, a tall, wealthy, and handsome man, would likely not be interested in her. Flattered by her compliment, Tang Song's cheeks flushed slightly as he shyly admitted, "I must acknowledge that." Unable to contain her laughter, Hu Mingli suddenly proposed, "Come on, stand by the car, and let me take a picture of you." Mingli, yeah. You're not planning to use my photo for something nefarious, are you? Get out of here. Am I that desperate? Hu Mingli playfully shoved him, rolling her eyes. It's for a good cause. I'll tell you later. Tang Song chuckled and positioned himself in front of his BMW. Click. It's too dark. Move a bit to the right. Perfect. This spot works. Click. Now this one's good. Come on, look up for another shot. After some time, Hu Mingli finally felt satisfied. Once inside the car, Tang Song curiously asked, Mingli Jia, what exactly do you intend to do with my photos? Hu Mingli blinked and countered. Tang Song, I remember you've always been single, right? He could not deny this. During the summer after high school graduation, he had grown quite close to Bai Yueguang. Though they never explicitly stated their feelings, the youthful, naive affection between them was undeniably real. There was even a time when he had drunkenly held her for over an hour, and she had not been angry. That blush-inducing first love experience remained vivid in his memory. Hu Mingli smiled and continued. So, my intention is to introduce you to someone since you are currently single. What do you think? Tang Song twitched his mouth in response, somewhat speechless. Aren't you working out lately? This friend of mine is also a fitness enthusiast and quite professional, too. She could definitely help you. Tang Song paused, carefully considering his words. Mingli Jia, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm currently focused on my career. So let us pass on that for now. Introducing friends in such matters could easily lead to discomfort for everyone involved. Moreover, he was not lacking in exceptional women around him at the moment. No worries. You can check out the photos first before deciding, Hu Mingli replied with a mysterious smile. Honestly, if I hadn't seen you looking so handsome today, I wouldn't dare to introduce you. My friend is somewhat of a visual snob. She is quite picky. Tang Song looked troubled and said, how about we wait until I settle down before discussing this? After all, I just left my job and haven't started my business yet. It wouldn't sound right. Hu Mingli remained silent as she focused on her phone. Suddenly, a notification vibrated Tang Song's phone. Ding. Hu Mingli smiled and said, I've sent you the photos on WeChat. Take a look and see if you like this one before we discuss anything further. All right, Tang Song nodded, picking up his phone to open the WeChat message and view the image. The photo depicted a woman in a light gray bodycon dress, with long hair cascading down her shoulders, exuding a mature and glamorous aura. She possessed a generous bust, a slender waist, and a curvaceous figure, resembling a classic hourglass silhouette. Overall, she appeared voluptuous and enticing. Tang Song inhaled sharply. While her face was somewhat acceptable, her figure was exaggerated, reminiscent of illustrations from Korean comics. Hu Mingli softly inquired, what do you think, Tang Song? Have you considered it? I must tell you, she has a well-defined waist. With a swift motion, Tang Song opened the car door slightly, his gaze sharp and intent as he replied, Sister Mingli, shall we take another photo? I feel my previous pose was somewhat lacking. Chuckling, she responded, I believe the last one was quite splendid. Your demeanor truly stands out. As Hu Mingli scrolled through her phone's album, she added, let me clarify. I am merely introducing you. I cannot guarantee success as her standards are quite high. That's perfectly fine. I merely wish to meet a few more friends and exchange fitness insights with her. The engine of the car roared to life as Tang Song navigated towards Hu Mingli's residence. Sister Mingli, could you share a bit about the woman in question? Her name is Wen Ruan. She is a former colleague from my previous company, and we shared a 2-year cohabitation, which has forged a close bond. Currently, she works as a marketing planner in a media company. Her character and capabilities are beyond reproach, and as you can see, her physique and appearance are commendable. The only drawback is her age. She is 29 this year, and her parents are quite eager for her to marry. Tang Song replied softly, at 29, she is still in her prime, a period when a woman exudes her most captivating allure. Her standards are elevated, which is why she has remained single. She has diverse interests, enjoys running, rock climbing, road cycling, music, and travel. Her personality is quite open. She speaks her mind without any pretentiousness. Since we began sharing a living space, we have rarely quarreled. She is always straightforward. The black BMW 330 exited the parking lot, merging into the flow of traffic. From a distance, the The bright lights appeared as a golden thread. In the quiet of the vehicle, the two engaged in casual conversation. Tang Song gradually formed a distinct image of Wen in his mind, acquiring a sense of the type of person she was. Minutes later, the car arrived at the destination. "Goodbye," she said with a smile before departing. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Tang Song organized his belongings from work and took a hot shower. He picked up his phone and noticed there were no notifications from friends. The words of Zhao Yeqian echoed in his mind. "We will always be good friends, right?" He was no fool and clearly understood the implications behind her statement. Biting his lip, Tang Song chose not to press further. He retrieved To Kill a Mockingbird from the bookshelf, leaning against the headboard as he continued reading. Often, relationships are reciprocal. Kindness towards another requires a personal boundary. Blindly seeking to please and give does not necessarily foster a closer bond. Interpersonal relationships, particularly those between men and women, were still an uncharted territory for him, necessitating continual learning and exploration. This was why he had chosen The Weakness of Human Nature as the 8th book on his reading list. At 10 p.m., Tang Song set his book aside. Leaning against the headboard, he opened Douyin, eager to see the impact of the video he had posted that morning. He was greeted by a striking 99 unread messages. His heart raced as he quickly accessed his personal center. Fans, 525. In just one day, he had gained 420 followers from a single video. With the title of The Popular Me, he had netted a staggering 420,000 yuan. How astonishing. He opened the video to find 1,074 likes and 321 comments. For a new account without any promotion, such figures were already impressive. He perused the comments, most praising the aesthetics of his hands and a fair number discussing the car's interior. After a while, he felt invigorated. Indeed, his strategy of separate operation was vindicated. His phone buzzed with a new notification. A friend request from Wen appeared, her avatar featuring a bicycle. Tang Song quickly accepted it, entering the chat interface. He hesitated on what to say. His phone buzzed again. "Wen, I've accepted your friend request. We can start chatting now." Tang Song's brow twitched. Well, this is quite the setup. When it came to flirting, he was truly not adept and found it challenging to express himself. After some contemplation, he mustered the courage to say, "Hello, I am Tang Song, a former colleague of Mingli." "Wen. Hello, I am Wen, a former colleague of Mingli." Seeing her message, Tang Song couldn't help but smile, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, confirming that this sister had a pleasant character. The friendship felt natural, and the conversation was unlikely to be awkward. Wen, yawning, "Wen, it's time for bed. Staying up too late isn't good for the phone." The exchange was uneventful, yet left a favorable impression. Tang Song clicked on her profile picture to view her moments, which only displayed content from the past 3 days. Chapter 59. Ready for takeoff on April 26, 2023, Wednesday, transitioning from sunny to partly cloudy at 11:20 a.m. after diligently completing his skincare routine. Tang Song stood in the bathroom, scrutinizing his face. With the enhancement of male god aura, too, his dark circles had vanished, and the puffiness around his eyes had significantly reduced. The scars from acne were now faint, easily concealed with a layer of moisturizer. The closed comedones on his chin had nearly disappeared with the assistance of Zhao Yeqian. His skin tone had improved, though it remained slightly dull. Overall, among the boys he knew, his skin was relatively good. Coupled with his appealing facial features, well-proportioned physique, and height of 182 centimeters, he had essentially returned to the level of attractiveness he had in his sophomore year. Tang Song took a genuine selfie and shared it with Zhao Yeqian, commenting, "I feel my skin is in excellent condition now. Qian, do you think there's anything that needs adjustment?" Zhao Yeqian, "Tremendous progress. Keep it up. I believe the main issue now is enlarged pores. Resolving this could elevate your skin's appearance even more." Tang Song, "What should I do to address this?" Zhao Yeqian, "Regular cleaning and exfoliating to open the pores for better absorption of moisture and nutrients. I've already incorporated this into your care routine, so no need to worry." Zhao Yeqian, "For you, it's essential to be vigilant about sun protection and to use pore-reducing skincare products. I will search for suitable products for your skin type and share them with you later." Tang Song, "All right, thank you." Zhao Yeqian, "No need to be polite. Songge, just reach out if you need anything." Smiley face. After a considerable time, Zhao Yeqian finally sent a photo. It appeared to be freshly taken, as she sat on a bus surrounded by several people. Sunlight streamed through the side window, illuminating her features. Her delicate features were striking, her hair cascading down, skin fair and radiant, and her collarbone exquisitely defined. She radiated warmth and charm. Although he could not see her signature wine-glass legs, Tang Song felt satisfied. His mood significantly lifted. This friend in the beauty industry treated him quite well, maintaining a forthright demeanor, except for her reluctance to advance their relationship further. After chatting with her for a while, Tang Song set his phone down and sat at his computer, continuing to organize his entrepreneurial project documents. The establishment of the company is imminent, and the project feasibility report is poised to fulfill its purpose. Lin Jean Building, Jean Show Business Company, Limited. Hu Mingli glanced at the vacant seat beside her and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Indeed, Zhao had taken the day off, likely due to the lingering effects of that photograph from last night, which probably kept her awake until dawn. As they were from the same department and lived nearby, their interactions were frequent, and she knew Zhao Yu quite well. It wouldn't be fair to label her as bad. She merely exhibited a hint of being a green tea type and somewhat self-serving. After nurturing the fish for so long, Tang Song stood out as the most impressive catch. Yet she had failed to reel him in. Alas, regretting now is futile when Ruan has already made her move. These two individuals, regardless of their personalities, appearances, capabilities, and physiques, are simply not on the same level. With this thought in mind, Hu Mingli opened WeChat and sent a message in her close friends group. Zhuang, how's your conversation with Tang Song going? Any progress? Wen, we just chatted about fitness last night to get acquainted. He seems nice. At least he didn't say anything inappropriate. Hu Mingli, he is indeed a good person. You should take the initiative to invite him out sometime. As an elder sister, you should be proactive. From my observations, he hasn't been in a relationship before. Zhang Ziki, Zhuang, wow. A 25-year-old innocent young man driving a BMW 330. With such outstanding charisma, he should perfectly align with your criteria for a partner. You must seize this opportunity. Ruan, let's just keep chatting for now, mainly to see if we resonate and discover shared interests. After exchanging a few more messages in the group, Hu Mingli's eyes darted around as she took a screenshot of the chat to share with Tang Song. She left a message. A promising start. Keep it up, Xiao Song. Put in some effort. I believe in you. A few minutes later, her phone buzzed. Tang Song. Mingli Jia. I ordered you some fresh fruit slices, a cup of cappuccino, and an 8-inch durian millefeuille cake. Remember to pick them up later. Hu Mingli couldn't help but laugh, internally giving Tang Song a thumbs up. This was more like it. Her kindness towards him was not in vain. Perhaps she could consider sharing some internal insights with him to expedite his progress. Her phone buzzed again. Tang Song, I just purchased a skincare set for you from JD, and it has been shipped directly to the company. Thank you, Mingli Jia, for introducing me to someone. Goodness, Hu Mingli exclaimed in surprise. Just as she sent the message, she suddenly noticed a sound, quickly putting her phone away and sitting up straight. The sound of rapid footsteps echoed from the front desk, gradually approaching the office area. Employees paused their work and turned to look in the direction of the noise. In the corridor, a group of more than 10 men and women dressed in formal attire were walking towards them. Among them were Chairman Ren Huining, President Feng Zhongping, and Vice President Li Zhonghua. The remaining faces were unfamiliar, their strides composed and demeanor upright, hair meticulously styled. They conversed in hushed tones as they gradually disappeared around the corner of the corridor, entering the company's large conference room. Soon after, suppressed murmurs filled the office area. These must be the representatives from the investment firm we brought in. They look quite serious. A notification was just sent out in the group. All meeting rooms are off limits today. What could it be about? Xiaokai, do you have any details on this? In the area where the technical support department was located, everyone's gaze turned to Du Xiaokai. Everyone was well aware of his connections within the company. Otherwise, given his flamboyant and showy personality, how could he navigate the company so comfortably? Du Xiaokai lowered his voice and said, Today, a shareholders meeting is being held to elect 2 new directors, both appointed by this investment firm. The company is about to undergo significant changes. Do you know which company it is? Du Xiaokai replied mysteriously. You'll find out after the May Day holiday. Just wait patiently. Our company is about to take off. Chapter 60. Roll Ascension at 8 p.m. Tang Song paused his work, stretching lazily. After spending a week intermittently, he finally compiled a detailed explanatory report. The document encompassed the company's positioning and goals, market expansion strategies, product selection, and service system, representing the comprehensive plans he and Gao Mengting had for the company's future. Next came the moment of witnessing a miracle. Tang Song gathered his hands, opened the system interface, and entered the warehouse. Selecting Project Feasibility Report, he activated it immediately. A blank sheet of paper materialized before him, surrounded by a soft blue glow that appeared almost ethereal. System prompt: please enter the details of the project to be implemented. This was his first time utilizing such a tool in the real world, and as he focused on the computer screen, he intended to input the information word by word with his mind. However, upon glancing at the first page of the document, lines of text began to materialize on the floating white paper. The direct scanning input was even more convenient than he had anticipated. Tang Song watched the screen, scrolling down with the mouse. In less than a minute, all the information had been entered. He clicked the confirmation button. The light flickered. Project Feasibility Report generation completed. Would you like to extract it immediately? He clicked to extract immediately. Subsequently, the white paper transformed into a beam of light and vanished from view. Tang Song felt a stir in his mind, sensing that something had been added to his thoughts. Just as this notion arose, a complete report vividly emerged in his memory. Truly, this was an entire set of developmental strategies for the company. Content creation for live streaming, brand building, financial planning, product selection strategies, team building, cost control. It even specified the number of personnel required for streamers, stage control, operations, and customer service, along with their job requirements. With this project feasibility report, the company would swiftly get on track, avoiding many detours. Excitedly pacing around the room, Tang Song changed into sportswear and began jogging around the community. When he could no longer continue, he gradually came to a stop. Sitting by the flower bed, he checked his phone. Average pace 6:11, total distance 5 kilometers. Time 52 minutes and 33 seconds. After the enhancement from the lung strengthening agent, his athletic capabilities had significantly improved, and as he adapted, his running performance became increasingly impressive. After some thought, Tang Song took a screenshot of his running track to share with Wan, the fitness enthusiast. Leaving a message: I've noticed my body fat percentage is decreasing a bit slowly lately. Do you have any good suggestions? According to Hu Mingli, Wan was an avid runner capable of completing a half marathon. It was hard to imagine that someone with her physique could possess such endurance. She truly had a remarkable talent. Ding dong, Wan. If you're aiming for higher efficiency and fat loss, in addition to running and jumping rope for cardio, you can incorporate 1 or 2 sessions of anaerobic exercise each week. Wan. It's best to do it at the gym with professional equipment. You can lose fat while also shaping your body. Tang Song replied, thank you for the advice. I do like to ask, if I want to complete a half marathon, what should be my pace for 5 kilometers? Wan. If you want to finish within 2 hours, a pace of 5:30 should suffice. Tang Song wiped the sweat rolling down his face, leaned forward with his elbows resting on his knees, feeling the cool evening breeze as he engaged in a conversation about running and music with Wan. April 26, 2023, Thursday, sunny at 11 a.m., Yunshi Building. Tang Song parked his car and jogged into the elevator area. While waiting for the elevator, his hands alternated between relaxed and tense. His gaze fixed on the floor numbers on the screen. He stepped briskly into the elevator. After a series of stops, he finally reached the 30th floor. Swiping his card to enter the company, he passed the front desk and immediately spotted Gao Mengting, who was intently working on her laptop at her desk. Noticing Tang Song's entrance, Gao Mengting quickly stood up. In apparent celebration of this extraordinary day, her attire was exceptionally refined, with a low-saturation makeup adorning her face. Her features appeared even more delicate and graceful. She donned a white traditional Chinese-style blouse, paired with a form-fitting skirt, complemented by black stockings and beige high heels. Standing in the spacious, well-lit office, she exuded an air of elegance, perfectly embodying the ambience. As she flashed him a radiant smile, her right hand lifted high and waved playfully at him. For a brief moment, Tang Song's gaze wandered, captivated by her ensemble, demeanor, and the surrounding setting, which reminded him of the virtual character Jean Mishu from a game he played. Shaking his head to dispel the distraction, Tang Song extended his right hand and took a few brisk steps forward. The crisp sound of their palms meeting echoed in the room. As he opened each document, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. Songmei Apparel Trade Company Limited was established with a registered capital of 1 million RMB. Tang Song held a 75 stake, while Gao Mengting possessed 25, simultaneously serving as the legal representative. The company was registered yesterday, and the tax registration was completed this morning, enabling external transfers in 3 days. Well done, Mengting, Tang Song praised her, faster than I had anticipated. To be honest, I have contemplated starting a company since my university days, and now it has finally come to fruition. It is quite a fulfilling achievement. This is merely the first step of a long journey, and countless challenges await us. Let us persevere. Gao Mengting leaned against the solid wood desk, her demeanor cheerful as she regarded him. I will fulfill my promise first. Tang Song opened the bank contract to locate the company's public account. At China Merchants Bank, he transferred the system-provided investment of 1 million, adding a note indicating it as the actual investment. After completing these tasks, Tang Song remarked, "The promised 1 million has been deposited into the public account." Subsequently, the office decoration, equipment procurement, personnel recruitment, and the 160,000 yuan I promised you will be covered by the company account. He paused momentarily before adding, "Let's do our best, partner." "Indeed," Gao Mengting replied, pursing her lips as she moved to the south-facing, floor-to-ceiling window. Taking a deep breath, Tang Song stood beside her, their eyes drawn to the scenic cityscape outside. The system's holographic interface unfolded once more. On April 26, 2023, after prolonged preparation, planning, and effort, you have established your first enterprise, transforming your ideals and vision into reality. Meanwhile, you will encounter more challenges and opportunities. As you begin to think from the perspective of a manager, experiencing an unprecedented sensation filled with excitement and trepidation. You have completed the planned task. Your character has leveled up. Jinshou Business Development Engineer, President of Songmei Apparel. The new role is now effective, with the special effect leader attached. Leader. When making personnel decisions for Songmei Apparel Trade Company, Limited, you will possess heightened intuition and insight, along with a strong sense of risk awareness, enabling you to identify and assess potential risks associated with employees and interviewees. Chapter 61. A subtle contest among women. In a warm and tranquil office, the two individuals standing before the floor-to-ceiling window fell into a mutual silence, each savoring the joy and aspirations within their hearts. After a considerable time, Tang Song spoke. "What's next?" "Indeed, the atmosphere is different now that the company has been established," Gao Mengting remarked, crossing her arms and tilting her head to regard him. "What are the next steps?" "The first priority is to swiftly recruit the necessary personnel: finance, human resources, hosts, operations, planning, and customer service." Gao Mengting pondered briefly and replied, "Our initial business is quite simple. We can hire part-time accountants for finance. I can manage hosts, operations, and human resources on my own, which will significantly reduce expenses." Having navigated her own challenges, she had long anticipated this moment, but Tang Song was embarking on his first entrepreneurial venture. She wished to minimize costs to prevent him from losing motivation due to financial losses. Tang Song replied earnestly, "You need not worry about the finances. Since we have established the company, we must operate more formally. After all, one person's energy is limited, and I hope the company can quickly find its footing." Gao Mengting bit her lower lip lightly and nodded, "I understand. Based on our previous discussions regarding the entrepreneurial plan, I have compiled a detailed development strategy, which I will send to you shortly for your review." "Sounds good, President Tang." Upon hearing this title again, Tang Song's lips curved into a broad smile. His spirits elevated beyond measure. This is the advantage of being a boss. One can set the strategic direction and development plans according to personal desires. He had experienced a similar feeling while playing the game Male God Growth Plan. In fact, to smoothly advance the plot in the game, he had researched various topics related to management, finance, economics, and marketing, yet he knew it was far from sufficient. It was merely theoretical. Now, participating in the establishment, planning, and development of a real company was quite intriguing. Moreover, working alongside such a talented and beautiful partner made the experience even more delightful. Contemplating this, Tang Song recalled Jean Mishu once more. In the game, she had accompanied him throughout his entrepreneurial journey, embodying not just a secretary, but more like a partner. In reality, however, that role was now filled by Gao Mengting. Tang Song turned to meet her gaze and smiled. "Our company will exceed your expectations in the future, and you will not regret your decision." "I believe so," Gao Mengting replied, her gaze shifting away, her lips pressed together as she stared out the window. The first time she had encountered him was at the Mingjun Auto Repair Factory. In her memory, he was an unremarkable young man with an average demeanor, someone she had encountered many times before. Yet at this moment, Tang Song appeared entirely transformed. Not only had he become more handsome and poised, but he also radiated an inexplicable charm. This charm was familiar to her, as she had once possessed it, the confidence that overflowed. Such a man, even in disarray, exudes a unique aura that is palpable upon making eye contact. Gao Mingting had never been one to prioritize looks. She valued a man's depth and capability. The current Tang Song, however, struck her as irresistibly charismatic. With a snap of his fingers, Tang Song cheerfully announced, "It's almost mealtime. Let us go, partner. I'll treat you to a grand feast. Then I must treat you to a meal in return." With the burdens of the past lifted and the company newly established, Gao Ming felt elated. She opened her tote bag, stowed the company documents inside, closed her laptop, and followed Tang Song out of the office. While waiting for the elevator, they discussed their dining destination. Having worked in the area for 3 years, Gao Mingting was well acquainted with the local eateries. On such a momentous occasion, she chose a highly rated upscale restaurant without hesitation. As they stepped into the spacious, radiant elevator and pressed the second-floor button, they leaned against the silver wall, quietly discussing recruitment matters. The elevator came to a steady stop on the 19th floor, and the doors opened slowly, releasing a refreshing, aquatic fragrance reminiscent of ocean breezes and post-rain air. Tang Song instinctively raised his head, his nostrils flaring as he caught a familiar silhouette. Clad in a deep gray women's suit and black stilettos, her long, fair legs were exposed, and she carried a blue identification badge. It was the young woman named Xiao Shui he had encountered at Shenwei Pavilion. What made her memorable was the stark contrast she had previously presented, claiming to have a friend with a Porsche and another with a Benz, only to arrive in a Corolla. Unexpectedly, they crossed paths again at Yunxi Building. It seemed she also worked here, a delightful coincidence indeed. Tang Song glanced into the corridor through the open elevator doors. Yin Cheng Rongxin Chuanya, Tuzi, Yuxian Gongxi seemed to occupy an entire floor of the office building, indicating a considerable scale. As he stepped into the elevator, he noticed the sparse presence of people, while Xiao Shui directly positioned herself in front of a mirror. Unconcerned, she swayed side to side, retrieving her phone from her pocket to take several selfies. Noticing Tang Song's gaze, Gao Mingting also turned her attention to Xiao Shui. With her large eyes, prominent nose, straight brows, and pointed chin, complemented by her fair complexion, she stood slightly taller than Xiao Shui at approximately 173 centimeters. The high-heeled skirt suit accentuated her tall and alluring figure, embodying the essence of an urban elite. Gao Mingting instinctively straightened her posture, having put considerable thought into her appearance for the day. Although her beauty radiated a soft elegance, it diverged from the more ostentatious aesthetic of the internet celebrity look, lacking the same bold presence. Xiao Shui seemed to sense something, lowering her phone and resting her left hand on her right arm, revealing a gleaming platinum watch on her wrist. The elevator came to a gentle stop on the first floor. With a smile, Xiao Shui cast a glance at Gao Mingting, slightly raised her chin, and stepped out with a measured gait. Her graceful form and swaying hips immediately captured the attention of several men. Gao Mingting felt a twinge of defeat as she noticed Tang Song still fixated on Xiao Shui's departing figure. She glanced down at her own shapely legs, clad in stockings, pondering whether they measured up. "Let us go, Mingting," she called. The sound of the car door clicking shut followed. Gao Mingting slid into the passenger seat as Tang Song, turning his head with a smile, remarked, "I thought you would be a bit surprised. It seems I failed at impressing you, haha." She shot him a sidelong glance, then smiled brightly. "I am indeed surprised. Given your status, I expected at least a Bentley, not just a 3 Series. Tang Song's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. Gao Mingting blinked and adjusted her seat, fastening her seatbelt and stretching her legs. Her legs, encased in black stockings, intertwined, subtly revealing the delicate sheen of her skin. The smooth curves of her legs hinted at vitality and health, prompting Tang Song's gaze to linger. "Shall we depart, Tang Song?" Gao Mingting smiled, placing her large tote bag on her lap to obstruct his view. Chapter 62. The beginning of dreams, creating an account, registering a Douyin shop, and submitting for review. Discussing the decoration and planning of a live streaming room. selecting office equipment and supplies, including computers and accessories, printers, water dispensers, refrigerators, microwaves, live streaming equipment, and consumables. All these items must be prepared before the employee's onboarding. Given the company's modest size and the limited number of staff in the early stages, they budgeted a total of 90,000 yuan. Gao Ming-ting suggested purchasing second-hand items, but Tang Song promptly dismissed the idea. Since the corporate account would only be able to make external payments in 3 days, they decided to finalize their selections online for now and place the order in a couple of days with the remittance identification code for corporate payment. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Tang Song reclined on the cloud sofa in the corner, admiring the serious profile of Gao Ming-ting as she worked. "It must be time to clock out," he suggested. "Just give me 10 more minutes," she replied. The reception wall of the company is crucial as it represents the brand's image. I just contacted a junior from my university to help design it. "Do you have any specific requirements for Song May apparel?" "Requirements?" Tang Song pondered, stroking his chin. "As long as it looks simple and attractive. Perhaps we should consider hiring a professional design firm?" Gao Ming-ting swiveled her ergonomic chair to face him, smiling. "My junior has a remarkable talent for art and design. She has helped me with packaging before, and her work is just as good as any professional designer. What more? She will be more invested in it. Let us give her a chance. If it doesn't meet your standards, we can look elsewhere." "All right, Gao Zong, I trust your judgment." Tang Song waved his hand in agreement. Gao Ming-ting's smile widened, her high heels gently lifting. After a while, she closed her laptop and stood up, her excitement palpable. "Let us go. Work is over. Since graduating, I've always been hands-on with my entrepreneurial ventures, so I've never experienced the novelty of leaving work at a set time." After a quick tidy-up, they headed toward the exit. When they reached the reception area, Gao Ming-ting abruptly halted, exclaiming, "Wait a moment. I almost forgot the important matter." "What important matter?" Tang Song inquired, intrigued. Gao Ming-ting pulled out her phone, snapping a few pictures of the office area before beckoning to him. "Let us take a commemorative photo to mark the establishment of our company." "Indeed, we should capture this moment." Tang Song nodded, positioning himself to her left. Behind them stood the reception desk. Though it appeared empty, it exuded a modern and elegant ambience. Gao Ming-ting raised her phone, framing the shot. Hesitating for a moment, she wrapped her left arm around Tang Song's right arm, tilting her head slightly to the left. Tang Song stiffened momentarily before regaining his composure, taken aback by the warmth of her touch and the faint fragrance she emanated. With her high heels, her head reached just above his nose. "Say cheese." Click. Their first photo together was captured, both smiling radiantly. Tang Song, years from now, when Song May Apparel successfully goes public and we ring the bell at the exchange, we will look back at this photo as the beginning of our dreams. By then, we will not just be a small live streaming company. We will have our own office building, a clothing brand, a design firm, and a production factory. Our branches will span across Huaxia, establishing us as a leading national fashion brand. We will even launch our luxury brand, enlisting the most prominent celebrities as ambassadors and sponsoring various shows and concerts. She articulated her beautiful visions for the future, her voice soft yet resolute. She had never lacked the courage or faith to ascend, and now that opportunity lay before her, her thirst for success was palpable. Tang Song took a deep breath, feeling inspired by her words. This moment was not far off. If Gao Ming-ting was merely dreaming, he was genuinely anticipating its arrival. With a system at his disposal, vast assets waiting to be inherited, and a pool of carefully nurtured elite talents, he would achieve the 3 great goals of a man's life. Gao Ming-ting resided in the Zhuxi community of the Qiaoxi district, conveniently close to the Mingjun Auto Repair Factory. After parking the car downstairs, she inquired, "Would you like to come up for dinner? I often cook, and my culinary skills are quite decent." "That would be delightful," Tang Song responded without hesitation. "Huh, I thought you might be more polite," Gao Ming-ting teased. As Tang Song turned off the engine and unbuckled his seatbelt, she continued, "Mekamu Town has been around for quite some time. In my earliest memories, it was a quaint, sleepy old town. I adored Harper Lee's To Kill a Mockingbird during my college years, having read it 3 times. I enjoyed that book as well. How fortuitous it is that we can share our thoughts on it tonight." Under the dim light, Gao Ming-ting's face flushed slightly. She murmured in agreement and opened the car door, stepping out. They took the elevator to the 12th floor. With a clap of his hands, Tang Song activated the voice-controlled lights. Gao Ming-ting fumbled slightly as she retrieved her keys from her tote bag, unlocking the door and illuminating the living room. The shoe cabinet at the entrance was adorned with various pairs of shoes in different styles and colors. There were even 2 pairs of slippers, both women's and in small sizes. No need to change shoes. You can come right in, Gao Mengting said, her expression somewhat awkward. All right, Tang Song replied with a smile, stepping inside. The apartment featured 2 bedrooms and a living room, with a decent-sized living area. The decor was quite simplistic, characterized by white walls, white floor tiles, and furniture that exuded a quintessential IKEA style. In the corner of the south-facing balcony, there stands an exquisitely designed solid wood bookshelf, filled to the brim with books. Kale is fine. Gao Mengting retrieves a can of red cola from the refrigerator and hands it to Tang Song. Unfortunately, due to the limited variety of ingredients at home, you cannot order in today. I will take care of it. Do you need any assistance? Tang Song accepts the cola, opens it, and takes a sip. No, I can manage on my own. You should rest on the sofa for a while. By the way, my mother sent over some steamed buns, filled with pork and radish, slightly spicy. Would you like to try some? I have a fondness for pork and radish buns. So today is indeed a treat. All right, then I want tea steamed rice. I will stir-fry a couple of vegetable dishes to accompany the meat buns, and it will be ready in no time. As she speaks, Gao Mingding ties on an apron and begins to bustle about in the kitchen. Tang Song strides over to the bookshelf, casually pulls out a few books, and notices the evident signs of previous reading. It is clear that Gao Mingding genuinely enjoys reading, and this habit has been cultivated over a long period. He finds among them the next book he intends to read, Rinxing Daruodian. Settling onto the gray fabric sofa, he cradles the book and begins to read. The sound of the range hood hums to life. The sizzling of vegetables meeting hot oil fills the air. The clattering of spatula against the iron pan creates a rhythmic symphony. A subtle aroma of vegetables gradually wafts through the space. Tang Song's nose twitches, detecting the fragrance of Zihongshi Chao Jiden. Through the kitchen door, he catches a glimpse of his partner's undulating silhouette and her legs elegantly encased in stockings. The red apron cinches her slender waist, accentuating a graceful curve leading to her pert backside. Tang Song gently closes the book, quietly savoring this enchanting scene. Chapter 63. In fact, you are quite handsome. The meal will be ready shortly. Remember to wash your hands first. The restroom is around that corner. All right. The space is approximately 40 to 50 square meters, impeccably tidy. Various shelves line the walls, neatly arranged with an array of toiletries, skincare products, and bath towels. It is evident that Gao Mengting is a meticulous and cleanliness-loving individual. Just then, she arrives with a steaming plate of large buns. The range hood is somewhat dated, so the house may have a bit of a cooking odor. Please do not mind it. It smells wonderful. I don't mind at all. Gao Mengting smiles as she gently sets down the plate, pulls back the curtains on the balcony, and opens the windows wide. A refreshing evening breeze sweeps in, instantly invigorating the air. On the simple solid wood dining table, 3 dishes are laid out: Zihongshi Chao Jiden, Xianggu Yukai, and Pai Huanghua. Under the warm lighting, the scene is cozy and inviting. Come on, Tang Song, try my cooking and see if it's delicious. You've worked hard. It looks incredibly appetizing. Accepting the chopsticks Gao Mengting offers, Tang Song samples each dish in succession. The eggs enveloped in tomato sauce are perfectly balanced in sweetness and saltiness, tender and delightful. The rich aroma of shiitake mushrooms melds beautifully with the fresh taste of bok choy, creating a layered flavor experience. The cucumber is crisp, juicy, and refreshingly tangy. Though these are merely ordinary home-cooked dishes, they bring an extraordinary sense of comfort. Tang Song gives a thumbs up and sincerely praises, absolutely delicious. Gao Mengting, slightly embarrassed, replies, I don't know many dishes. These 3 are my specialties, and they are quite simple to prepare. Do try the buns. My mother is an excellent cook. Ha! Ha! Tang Song exclaims as he bites into one, his eyes lighting up instantly, exclaiming, so fragrant. The spiciness is just right. Mengting, I think I want to stay at your place forever. We are partners. Are you trying to make me your maid? Gao Mengting's cheeks flush slightly, and she instinctively averts her gaze. There are still 8 buns in the fridge. I will pack some for you to take home later. Taking them all isn't necessary. Just 4 will suffice. At that moment, a sudden sound of strumming guitar drifts in from outside the balcony, accompanied by a captivating voice. You are the essence of life. The rice and salt, the warm porridge of the morning. You understand the changing seasons and the beauty of enduring companionship. Your eyes are a kaleidoscope of colors. Gao Mengting's eyes brighten, and she gestures towards the wall behind her, saying, "It's the neighbor next door singing, since the balcony is so close. I often enjoy free live performances. His singing is quite good, and he plays the guitar well. Unfortunately, his talent seems rather ordinary, never quite reaching the next level. He is a resident singer at a bar and is also an internet celebrity, quite impressive." As the melodious song continues, the two enjoy their meal while engaging in conversation, transitioning from discussing cooking to To Kill a Mockingbird, and then onto the fashion industry. Throughout, Gao Mengting's phone lights up intermittently with new messages. After finishing dinner and tidying up the kitchen, Gao Mengting heads to the restroom to brush her teeth and prepares a fruit platter for Tang Song. They lounge on the fabric sofa in the living room, chatting casually. Suddenly, the sound of a WeChat call ringtone rings out. Gao Mengting hesitates for a moment, but decides to answer. "Hello, Ruo. I'm doing well. Thank you for your concern. I'm much better now. How have you been? Congratulations. That's wonderful. It seems I shall have to address you as supervisorly from now on. All right, if I visit Modu, I will definitely come see you. Just don't mind if I mooch a meal." After hanging up, Gao Mengting exhales deeply and rubs her brow. Tang Song inquires with concern, "Are you all right?" Leaning against the armrest of the sofa, Gao Mengting gazes at the ceiling and reflects. Mom once said that much of the concern we receive is merely a means of probing how miserable our lives truly are. This statement resonates with my current situation. Those female classmates who rarely contacted me after graduation are now reaching out to inquire about my circumstances. At this point, she shakes her head in self-deprecation. Perhaps I was too ostentatious in the past, drawing too much attention and making them uncomfortable. That can only mean you are exceptional, which is precisely why I chose you as my partner. Tang Song shifts his position closer to her, looking earnestly into her beautiful face. Gao Mengting smiles gently, saying, "Thank you for your recognition, Tang Song. I will not let you down." Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupts them. Gao Mengting quickly stands up and raises her voice. "Who is it?" "Miss Gao, it's me. I'm returning the book." A somewhat familiar voice calls from outside. "Just a moment." Gao Mengting glances through the peephole and slowly opens the door. Standing outside is a handsome young man in his early 20s, with medium-length hair and dressed in all black, exuding a unique personality. "Thank you for the book. I've finished reading the first volume of Gone with the Wind and found it very impactful." The young man hands over a blue-black book and softly inquires, "Besides returning the book, I would like to borrow the second volume as well, if that is all right." "Sure." Just a moment. Gao Mengting takes the book and walks toward the bookshelf. The young man's gaze follows her form, and he soon spots Tang Song seated on the sofa. Their eyes meet, and he instinctively furrows his brow. As Gao Mengting retrieves the book, she quickly returns to the door. "Here you go. Your singing just now was quite good." "Thank you," the young man replies, gesturing towards the interior, curiously asking, "Did you have a friend over today?" Gao Mengting beams with a radiant smile. "Yes, a good friend." "All right then, bye." "Goodbye." After closing the door, Gao Mengting casually explains, "That's the neighbor who was singing on the balcony just now, Lu Wenning. He hasn't moved in long." What a handsome young man. Tang Song feels an instinctive notion that Lu Wenning is likely fond of his partner. After all, he originally intended to use the pretext of borrowing books to visit more often. However, this is entirely natural. Gao Mengting's appearance, figure, and demeanor are all exceptionally remarkable. Such a girl undoubtedly has no shortage of admirers in life. Gao Mengting purses her full lips and adds, "In fact, you are quite handsome as well." Was momentarily taken aback and earnestly remarked, "I truly enjoy engaging with discerning individuals like you." Gao Mengting stifled a chuckle, settled onto the armrest of the sofa near the balcony, her long legs gently swaying in the cool evening breeze as they delved into discussions about literature. While did not possess extensive knowledge in this area, he primarily listened and observed. Chapter 64. Shaojing, Private Marseille. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after a session of fat-burning exercises and a refreshing shower, comfortably reclined on his bed, the system's holographic display gradually unfolded as he checked his personal information. Player, 37 foot, role, CEO of Songmei Apparel, height, 182 centimeters, weight, 80 kilograms, physique, 59, stamina, 57, agility, 51, insight, 76, financial status, balance, 380,000 yuan. Company, Songmei Apparel, Property, 200 square meters office in Yunchi building. Vehicle, BMW 330. With the formal establishment of the company, his character's status elevated, and his charisma rating soared to 37. Reflecting on this achievement brought him a tinge of excitement. Glancing at his modest balance, chuckled, reassuring himself that it would soon increase. He examined the details of his title, the popular me. Current cash reward, 112, 600 yuan. Total, 214, 600 yuan. He clicked to withdraw. A notification chimed. China Merchants Bank. Your account ending in 6800 received 11, 260,000 yuan on April 27th at 21:51. Balance, 15,060,000 yuan. The disposable balance had surpassed 100,000 yuan for the first time, marking a farewell to a frugal lifestyle. Staring at the lengthy numerals in his bank account, felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. He retrieved a promotional pamphlet filled with numbers and recited its contents to himself for nearly half an hour. The newly opened Jingxin Garden Community, situated along the southern ring of the county, featured a separation of pedestrians and vehicles, with hospitals nearby and being within a reputable school district. The unit price was 5,000 yuan, with a 100 square meter two-bedroom costing a down payment of 150,000 yuan. Due to its high cost-performance ratio, sales were booming, and it was rumored that only a few units remained. Vividly recalled the longing and disappointment in his mother's eyes. At that time, the family had just repaid their debts and could not afford such an expense. With a deep sigh, found himself unable to sleep, propping his pillow against the headboard. He picked up his phone. Opening Douyin, he entered his personal center, noting his follower count, 1037, nearly matching his following on Zaihongshu, albeit the growth had slowed. It was time to prepare for new video shoots. As his primary source of cash flow, it was imperative to give it due attention. Lying in bed, pondered for a moment, searching Douyin for topics related to hands and driving, studying the techniques and content of popular viral videos. After considerable selection, he finally determined his filming theme, a first-person perspective driving video, with one hand on the steering wheel while turning, complemented by dazzling urban nightscapes. This would significantly enhance the visual appeal of the video and serve as an extension of his previous content. Once the concept was solidified, opened a shopping app to procure filming equipment, a car sunroof mount, and a professional sports camera. His current smartphone sufficed for daytime shoots. Yet capturing night scenes with stability necessitated a specialized camera. After jotting down his filming ideas in a memo, casually opened his social media to catch up on his friends' recent activities. To his surprise, the first post served as a speed bump. 1-1. Recent life snippets below were several photos depicting the gym, cycling, work, and gatherings. One could not deny Wen Ruan's remarkable talent. Her gluteus maximus was quite impressive, and her lines were exquisite. Even in conservative gym attire, she exuded allure, surpassing many fitness influencers he followed. He saved the images to his album and casually liked the post. Continuing to scroll down, he encountered Zhao Yaqian. Today's takeout, the vendor generously included an extra braised egg. How delightful! Authentic beef, flat noodles. His friend in beauty therapy remained easily pleased. Smiled, commenting, just a little taste of happiness. Lu Kai, new outdoor barbecue opening. Share this post and gather 50 likes to enjoy a 20 discount. Free drinks included. Seeking likes. Seeking likes. Below were promotional images showcasing a camping-themed environment. Servers in Hanfu, abundant greenery, and an artistic backdrop, all accompanied by mouth-watering barbecue. It indeed appeared splendid. After liking his university classmate's post, was reminded of his beauty therapist friend, who often expressed her craving for barbecue and steak after payday. He shared the restaurant's promotional image with Zhao Yaqian, inquiring, "The May Day holiday is approaching. Shall I treat you to barbecue?" After scrolling through social media for a while, his phone buzzed. Zhao Yaqian, "Brother Song has helped me so much. I feel bad to let you treat me again. This Sunday marks the end of the month, and our boss promised to pay our salaries. Once I receive mine, can I treat you instead?" Shortly after, his phone vibrated again. Tianjing, "I've finally cleared up company matters. The May Day holiday is just around the corner. Any restaurants you wish to visit? Choose any in Yinqing. It's my treat." Sunglasses, raised an eyebrow. This company goddess was indeed trustworthy, even proactively extending an invitation. Tianjing, great. How about the day after tomorrow at 7 p.m.? At that moment, A cheerful system notification rang in his ears. Ding! You have triggered the challenge task, First Date Experience. Please proceed to the task center for details. Yanjing Huading Community, Building 1. On a fluffy pink circular bed, Tianjing lay in her nightgown, her fair legs playfully kicking about beneath the covers. Ding dong. Then see you the day after tomorrow. Looking forward to it. Tianjing chuckled softly, opening the animated group chat. She commented, done. I managed to arrange a date with the man who possesses godlike hands. Await my photo updates. After sending the message, she tossed her phone aside. Tianjing retrieved a book on palmistry from beneath her pillow. Her phone vibrated intermittently, the group chat buzzing with excitement. She tilted her head, seemingly struck by an idea. Stealthily, she slipped off the bed. The door clicked shut, locked. Adjusting the room's lighting to a warm, nighttime hue, she picked up her phone, opened her gallery, and located previously taken photos in the office. The screen's glow illuminated her fair face, rosy and utterly adorable. Tianjing bit her luscious lip, whispering, Private Marseille, I'm sorry. Chapter 65. Lingling's WeChat, after responding to Tianjing's message, quickly accessed the system interface to review the task, First Date Experience details. Task content. As a prosperous individual in the early stages of your company, you have received an invitation for a date from an attractive woman, filling you with anticipation and joy. As a gentleman, you should pay attention to your attire, speech, and demeanor, exuding confidence and charm, listening to her thoughts, and providing ample care and respect. The challenge in this date is to ensure your date has a delightful experience. Task reward. Date gift pack 1. Satisfaction. 0-100 note. The higher the peak satisfaction of your date during the outing, the more substantial the rewards in the gift pack. Following restraint and persistence, he had finally triggered a challenge task once more. Unlike other tasks, challenge tasks resembled a test for players, where better performances yielded greater rewards. The only regret was that the date partner was not Zhao Yaqian. Regarding Tianjing, the former compensation supervisor of the company, his understanding is rather limited, and their interactions have been scarce. Furthermore, as a quintessential by Fu Mei, she is neither in need of wealth nor flattery, making it quite challenging to provide her with an exceptional dating experience. In contrast, engaging with Zhao Yaqian would be significantly simpler, as Tang Song possesses absolute confidence in achieving her complete satisfaction. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Song felt a surge of inspiration. How could he have forgotten his dear cyber strategists? It was time for them to make their entrance. Coincidentally, it was also the moment to update his notes. He planned to upload his transformative results tomorrow and seek their invaluable opinions. Dating the goddess of the former company was indeed an excellent hook, capable of attracting traffic and increasing follower engagement, an endeavor that promised multifaceted rewards. With determination, Tang Song clenched his fists. He turned off the lights, lay down, tucked himself in, and drifted into slumber. On April 28, 2023, a Friday, under a cloudy sky, he completed a 50-minute posture correction session and earnestly began his skincare routine and hairstyling. After rummaging through his wardrobe, he ultimately selected a casual outfit, a gray knit top paired with black athletic pants. This was the same attire he had worn on the first day of his transformation on April 2nd. With nearly a month of changes behind him, he decided to capture a comprehensive comparison. He secured his phone on a stand, set a timer for automatic photography, and positioned himself in the same spot. Taking a deep breath, he stood tall, relaxed his body, and focused forward. Click! An unedited photo emerged in his album. Tang Song examined the image and nodded in satisfaction. Having lost 20 pounds, the outfit appeared somewhat loose on him, yet his well-proportioned physique was still evident. Without a mask, his handsome features, increasingly defined jawline, and slender neck were clearly visible. Although his skin was average, he bore no dark circles, blemishes, or puffy eyes. In the eyes of the original camera, he could indeed be considered a handsome young man. With a touch-up, he could even venture into the realm of internet stardom. Reflecting on the embarrassment of hastily deleting photos just a month prior, Tang Song felt a wave of emotion. Now, he no longer needed a mask. A casual snap revealed a fresh and vibrant young man. To better solicit advice from his cyber strategists, he refrained from retaking the photo with a mask, as he felt confident in his current appearance. He opened the image taken on April 2nd, merging it with the new one, separated by a light blue lightning bolt for contrast. The before and after comparison was striking and intense, and he had a strong premonition that this post would surely go viral. He also compiled recent workout and correction photos. Opening Zaya Hongshu, he noted his follower count was uniquely at 1111. Due to a lack of recent updates, his follower growth had been remarkably slow, and the number of comments and likes had significantly dwindled. Just as he was about to create a new note, several unread private messages caught his eye, and the familiar avatars piqued his interest. Yao Ling. Hey, why haven't you updated recently, handsome? You haven't given up, have you? I'm still waiting for your transformation to shine. Yao Ling. I made a bet with my roommate. If you give up midway, I owe her a month's worth of Luosafen. Yao Ling. Don't lose heart. If you're facing challenges, let us connect on WeChat, and I can offer some encouragement. My WeChat ID is 01. She had sent these 3 messages intermittently from the night before. As Tang Song had not logged in much, he had missed them. It was evident she was eager, even sharing her WeChat information. Tang Song chuckled, opened WeChat, added a friend, and searched for her account. Her nickname was Ling Ling, and her profile picture featured a playful selfie with a plush toy. He sent a friend request and left a note. Hello, Yao Ling. I am a Zaya Hongshu blogger, April. Returning to Zaya Hongshu, Tang Song continued to create his note. He uploaded the various images he had prepared, placing the transformation comparison photo at the forefront. Title: Day 26 of Transformation. Seeking advice for a date with a Bai Fu Mei. Moreover, he had a date with the goddess of the company the following evening. As a standard by Fu Mei, the pressure felt immense. He aimed to present himself splendidly and hoped to provide her with an enjoyable experience. He asked the community for suggestions on how to proceed. Topics included transformation, advice, dating, and the goddess. He clicked publish. Seated at his computer, he swiftly transcribed the project feasibility report provided by the system at a typing speed of 135 words per minute, sending it to Gao Mingting's email. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 9 o'clock, time to head to work. The advantage of being your own boss is the freedom from strict clocking in. After gathering his belongings, Tang Song hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to take the keys to his Wuling Hongguang. Gao Mingting's warehouse was relatively remote, and once the company commenced operations, he would frequently need to transport clothing to Yunxi Building. This vehicle could be parked at the company for his partner's use. In the future, when the company expanded, he could purchase a dedicated small delivery truck. Hurry up, don't apply lipstick, we'll be late. It was also due to her insistence on binge-watching dramas that he had stayed up late. Ling Ling, have some conscience. I went to bed at midnight while you stayed up until 2 a.m. Can you blame me? All right, let us go. Shu Min, I'm ready. After changing shoes, grabbing her bag and helmet, the two hurried downstairs. Rushing to the parking area, Yao Ling quickly retrieved the key to her electric scooter and started the engine. Li Shumin promptly jumped on a back seat, wrapping her arms around Yao Ling's waist and giving her legs a squeeze. Let us go. It's the last working day of the month, and I don't want to lose my perfect attendance. Don't worry, we have 18 minutes. We'll make it. Yao Ling pushed her helmet visor up, twisted the throttle, and the black and white electric scooter surged forward. She leaned slightly, embodying a knight charging into battle. Chapter 66. An embrace in the evening breeze due to the morning rush hour. The roads were slightly congested. After securing the electric scooter downstairs at the company, she glanced at the time. Only 3 minutes left. Shumin, we're going to be late. Run, Yao Ling shouted, sprinting ahead. Dressed in a floral dress and high heels, Li Shumin's face turned pale. Wait for me. Swiping her access card, they entered the crowded elevator lobby, where throngs of people filled the space outside each elevator door. Having been constructed over a decade ago, the Shun Yuan building lacked distinctions between high and low zones, resulting in lengthy waits during peak hours. Checking the time, only 2 minutes remained. Come on, hurry up, Yao Ling urged, stamping her feet in frustration. A ding announced an elevator's arrival in the corner. Yao Ling quickly followed the crowd, but still failed to board. My shining 200 yuan for perfect attendance. Is it just going to slip away? Another ding echoed as another elevator arrived. Yao Ling pressed her bag against her chest, gritting her teeth, and squeezed inside. As the doors slowly closed, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Checking the time, just 1 minute left. Hurry. After a series of stops, they finally reached the 8th floor. Desperate, she felt the urge to use the restroom. Although the clock on her phone still read 9 o'clock, Yao Ling knew her time was running short. Bursting through the company doors, she pressed her finger firmly on the fingerprint recognition area. Beep. Check-in successful. Glancing at the clock, it read 9:01. Yao Ling anxiously rubbed her hands, feeling a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Had she clocked in at exactly 9 o'clock or just past it? Though the difference was slight. It held a value of 200 yuan. With a soft thud, several sheets of paper landed on the desk in front of her. Designer Liang Jiani furrowed her brow and said, Yao Lingling, have I not mentioned the material for the chest pocket flap? The cuffs should have a 5 centimeters elastic band. Yao Lingling quickly rose to her feet, softly explaining, Sister Liang, the latest version you provided did not specify, so I assumed it was consistent with the previous one. Can't you simply ask if you're unsure? Liang Jiani gritted her teeth and sternly commanded, redraw the version for me, including the flat layout, technical specifications, and detailed fabric and accessory descriptions. Ensure that such basic issues do not arise again with the next pattern. Understood, Sister Liang. As she watched the designer depart, Yao Lingling's expression immediately drooped. What is this? Whenever there's an issue, I, the assistant, am the one who gets blamed. Clearly, it was the pattern maker's result that you found unsatisfactory. She tidied up the items on her desk and made her way to the restroom. Pulling out her phone, she indulged in a moment of paid respite. A new friend request? Tang Song? Yao Lingling murmured, clicking to check. Goodness, see you. You've finally shown your face. She accepted the request and messaged. Hey there, make sure to update your notes soon. I'm eagerly awaiting your transformation. Ding dong. Tang Song. Thank you for your support. My Zia Hongshu has been updated. Feel free to provide suggestions. Yao Lingling's eyes brightened as she swiftly opened Zia Hongshu and located CU from her follow list. Indeed, there was an update. Her wallet was safe. Upon viewing the before and after comparison images of the transformation, Yao Lingling blinked. Is this the reveal? It seems rather impressive. Previously, she had discussed in the comment section with others that he likely felt a bit shy about showing his face, hence the mask. Clicking to see more details, she enlarged the image. The transformation was astonishing. On the left, that guy. On the right, this handsome brother. Besides the enhancement of his facial features, he possessed a well-proportioned and upright figure, exuding vitality. Especially when he smiled, he appeared quite charming. Although not yet a top-tier heartthrob, he certainly could attract attention in real life. Seeing the fruits of her nurturing game, Yao Lingling's face lit up with joy. After admiring for a while, she began to read the main text. Company goddess? Wealthy beauty? A date? Let me count, this is the third one, right? How amusing. I thought you were a naive admirer, but you're actually a wolf in sheep's clothing. She clicked into the comments section. Moonlit whispers. See you. You are gradually becoming an unattainable figure in my eyes. Next stop, paradise. Your looks exceeded my expectations by a long shot. This is the most successful transformation I've personally supervised, and also the one with the highest execution. Blank bubble. Exactly what I wanted. After nurturing this electronic pet for so long, I've finally succeeded. What bliss! All the comments praised his transformation and attractiveness, with very few offering critiques. Yao Lingling shifted her position and adjusted her seating. She typed a comment. The transformation is remarkably successful. If you wish to perform even better on your date, consider a simple makeup routine. Here are the steps. First step, Yunchi Building, 30th floor, Songmei Apparel. Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Tang Song asked in surprise. Gao Mingting opened her mouth, glanced at her notebook, then looked back at Tang Song. Taking a deep breath, Gao Mingting regarded him with admiration, acknowledging that if they followed this plan step by step, they would soon establish themselves and grow stronger. President Tang, I admit I underestimated you. Tang Song's face flushed slightly, responding, as long as you think it's fine. Throughout the day, the two organized the recruitment information for their initial team and posted it on various major job platforms. They also began selecting the first batch of product for sale from Gao Mengting's inventory list. At 7 p.m., the two took the elevator to the second parking level. Tang Song withdrew the keys to his Wuling Hongguang from his pocket and waved them. Thank you. Gao Mengting instinctively reached out to catch them. After getting into the car and fastening her seatbelt, she hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right, I want to be coy with you then. Let us go. The car exited the underground parking and merged into the congested city traffic. Tang Song comfortably leaned back in his seat, quietly admiring his partner at the wheel. Her outfit today bore a resemblance to Xiao Shui's from yesterday. A tailored women's suit, a white blouse underneath, and a gray pencil skirt. She appeared elegant and competent. Absolutely stunning. Noticing his gaze, Gao Mingting felt somewhat uneasy and instinctively straightened her posture. While waiting at a traffic light, she opened the car's music player. The night before the May Day holiday in Yincheng was particularly congested. It took over half an hour of stop and go to reach their destination. Gao Mengting surveyed the community's surroundings against the evening breeze. It was not quite as upscale as she had imagined. Standing beside her, Tang Song invited. "Would you like to come up for a bit?" Tang Song joked. "How about a hug too, for added sincerity?" The evening breeze tousled her hair as Gao Mengting bit her lip, beaming, "Sure, partner." Upon saying this, she stepped forward and gently embraced him. Tang Song shivered, feeling the warmth and softness, catching a faint scent of body wash mixed with shampoo. Chapter 67. Keep going. To my esthetician friend. He had just acted a bit clumsy and should have taken the opportunity to suggest giving her a hug. It must be said that Gao Mengting's character is truly delightful, open, and natural, making her an exceptionally easy friend to get along with. Soon after, Tang Song thought of his esthetician friend, Zhao Yeqian. He opened the system interface to check the item betting agreement. Remaining time, 9 days on April 8th. He obtained this item, which gave him the courage to befriend Zhao Yeqian. In the blink of an eye, 21 days had passed. They had transitioned from strangers to friends, chatting, skincare, dining, and traveling together. Zhao Yeqian was straightforward and somewhat innocent, never scheming, and treated him quite well. Even without romantic intentions, Tang Song cherished this friendship. Unfortunately, she had never expressed any romantic interest in him. Tang Song recalled Zhao Yeqian's words from their last conversation. "We will always be good friends, right?" He was not naive and understood the underlying implication of that statement. Taking a deep breath, Tang Song got into his BMW 330 and set off for Yinxing Plaza. This time, he planned to have a facial treatment and discuss things with the esthetician. If she truly had no romantic inclinations, he would simply terminate the betting agreement and withdraw the funds. With the title of Popular Me, the allure of the 300,000 from the betting agreement had diminished. Moreover, without the constraints of this item, their relationship could become simpler. After parking outside Yinxing Plaza, Tang Song joined the bustling crowd and arrived at the familiar handmade fried skewer shop. He ordered some skewers that Zhao Yeqian loved and bought 2 cups of fruit tea. Looking up at the dark storefront and sign, he frowned. The Yitzi Beauty Salon usually closed after 9 p.m., and even if they were closed, the sign would remain lit. It was only 8 p.m. now. Tang Song's heart raced. Could it be that they had closed down? He picked up his phone and sent Zhao Yeqian a voice call invitation. After a brief wait, the call was finally answered. "Hello, Songgo, I'm here." Although she tried to conceal it, her voice was somewhat shaky, indicating she had likely been crying recently. As he suspected, Tang Song pursed his lips and softly asked, "Qian, are you all right?" There was a pause on the other end, followed by Zhao Yeqian's sobs. "Songgo, Yitzi Beauty is closed down, and your membership card cannot be refunded. I'm so sorry." Promptly offered comfort, saying, "Do not cry, do not cry. It is merely a minor setback. You can easily find another beauty salon to continue your work. My membership card is of no consequence. All I wish is for you to keep guiding me." The sound of sniffling came through the receiver as Zhao Yeqian choked back tears for a considerable time before speaking. "Before the closure, the boss only paid me a month's salary, and I am still owed 2 months. Just this afternoon, all the equipment from the salon was taken away. I managed to grab only a box of skincare products and a few small devices." Tang Song gently reassured her, "You need not apologize. This is not your fault. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at that unscrupulous boss of yours." Upon mentioning the heartless employer who had withheld her wages, Zhao Yeqian's complaints poured forth without restraint. She forgot her tears and began to vent to Tang Song about the unfair treatment she had endured during her 6 months of work, vehemently denouncing her employer. Tang Song stood outside the Yitzi Beauty and Hair Salon, observing the bustling crowd while occasionally chiming in to comfort her. After more than 10 minutes, Zhao Yeqian let out a long sigh, seemingly having regained her composure. "Songgo, I'm all right now. Thank you for your understanding and for listening to my grievances for so long. My cousin is working overtime today, and it's been quite distressing to bear it alone. Speaking with you has lightened my burden. Please feel free to call me whenever you face difficulties." As Tang Song turned towards the exit, holding his skewers, the cool evening breeze enveloped him. "I just didn't want to interrupt your work. After all, you're quite busy. I didn't want to burden you with my negativity," she said. "It's perfectly fine," Zhao Yeqian replied softly. "I still don't know what to do next. Tomorrow marks the start of the May Day holiday, and I plan to prepare thoroughly over the next few days to secure a position at a larger beauty salon that offers social insurance." Tang Song took a deep breath and encouraged her. "The journey may be long, but life has its own timing. Keep striving, my beauty therapist friend. If you truly cannot find work, you may come to me. I will support you. Zhao Yaqian chuckled. I'm not so easy to support. Skincare products, cosmetics, rent, clothing. I spend several thousand each month. Only a few thousand? That seems rather modest, Tang Song replied, amused. According to my cousin, supporting me is more arduous than covering a mortgage. The two continued their conversation as Tang Song gradually arrived at the center of Yinxing Square. Surrounded by throngs of people, many were live streaming on their phones, and numerous couples were embracing, kissing, and holding hands. Tang Song paused and, with a lighthearted tone, asked Zhao Yaqian, "Do you have feelings for me? I mean the romantic kind." Came the startled exclamation from the receiver, followed by a long silence and the sound of her uneven breathing. Clearly, she was taken aback by his unexpected directness. Tang Song gazed up at the vast cerulean sky, reminiscent of luxurious blue satin, and smiled at the radiant moon. Since the arrival of the game system, his life had undergone a complete transformation, and he had experienced much. Growth is never a grand spectacle. Rather, it is a process of refinement and self-renewal following experiences. At this moment, he could confidently express his thoughts, a testament to how much he had changed in just a month. On the phone, only the sound of breathing lingered. "Are you still there?" he inquired. "I am," came her soft and hesitant reply, accompanied by the sound of her tongue licking her lips and her teeth. "Songgu, you have waited quite a while." She still did not articulate her thoughts. Feeling the weight of her hesitation, he concluded, "All right, I believe I understand your answer." With a smile, Tang Song continued walking, saying, "I merely wish to confirm. You must be quite tired today, so rest well. Goodbye." "Goodbye," she replied as he hung up. Tang Song glanced at the skewers and milk tea in hand, snapping a photo to share with Zhao Yaqian. Upon entering his vehicle and savoring a juicy skewer, he noted it was slightly cool, but still delicious. Leaning back in his seat, he finished a few skewers and wiped his hands clean with a napkin. Just as he started the engine, a crisp notification sound from the system rang in his ears. Ding! Betting agreement. Condition 3 has been met. The current betting amount has expanded to 300,000 yuan. Tang Song blinked, feeling somewhat bewildered. The requirements for gaining Zhao Yaqian's affection were indeed stringent, strictly necessitating the kind of feelings shared between romantic partners. There could be no pretense. Yet, why had she fallen silent just now? After some internal deliberation, he decided to abandon his futile musings. This was, after all, a positive development. It confirmed that the nature of their relationship was evolving. Thinking of Zhao Yaqian's long legs, he felt a surge of pleasure and opened his music player. Listening to the melodic tunes, he initiated a withdrawal request. Ding! A text notification chimed in. 30 million in betting funds has been successfully credited. Chapter 68. Commencing the side quest upon returning to Qingxin Jiyuan community. He retrieved the JD package he had purchased the previous day. Unpacking it, he inspected its contents. The black phone holder was well-crafted and stable, while the sports camera was compact and exquisite, offering high playability. After familiarizing himself with its functions, he followed an online tutorial to set the parameters for night photography. The results were indeed significantly better than those from his phone, with clear and stable images. However, the roads were currently too congested, necessitating a wait until later for a more picturesque shoot. Charging the sports camera, Tang Song settled onto the sofa and opened Zaihongshu, immediately noticing an eye-catching 99 unread messages. Upon checking the details of the notes, he found a readership nearing 20,000, with 900 likes and 400 comments. As expected, his latest note had gone viral. The striking contrast in the main image, coupled with trending topics such as goddess and wealthy beauty, yielded remarkably effective results. Sitting at his desk, Tang Song organized the dating suggestions from netizens into 4 categories: gifts, conversation techniques, makeup, and hairstyles. According to online users, makeup itself is a means of personal expression and self-enhancement. Both men and women can utilize it to accentuate their virtues and minimize their shortcomings. Currently, he still bore several skin imperfections and could easily consider applying a light makeup to elevate his appearance. Moreover, with his weight returning to normal, his facial structure had undergone significant changes, and as his hair grew naturally, the previous American-style crew cut seemed somewhat unsuitable. It was indeed time for a new look. However, he was a complete novice when it came to makeup, and he had previously encountered difficulties with hairstyling. After reviewing the comments section, Tang Song opened WeChat and messaged his newly added friend Lingling. Hello, miss. I saw your comment, and it was very professional and detailed. But there are some aspects I do not quite understand. Could you provide online guidance tomorrow? Lingling was a small influencer with over 1,000 followers, occasionally sharing makeup and fashion tutorials that appeared quite professional, making her a reliable source for consultation. After sending the message, Tang Song immersed himself in studying the conversation techniques sent by the strategists. His phone buzzed with a notification. Xiaoyu, Songgu, the holiday starts tomorrow. I discovered an amazing hidden gem restaurant, and their stir-fried pork is exceptional. ISNT, this your favorite dish? Would you like to join me for a visit? Tempting, Xiaoyu. Cute selfie with a face bomb. Xiaoyu. Looming restaurant, gazing at the excessively beautified photo. Tang Song couldn't help but chuckle, feeling somewhat speechless. It's not as though I've never seen a real person. Was such editing necessary? Xiaoyu. I heard from Mingli that you're starting a business. How impressive. Keep it up. Xiaoyu. Also, I have encountered a few minor issues at work recently and would like to consult with you, Songgu. Noticing her desire to continue the conversation, he sent a message that immediately triggered a moment of silence. After a while, his phone buzzed again. Tang Song, thank you very much. Is your friend, Minmin, available? I would like her advice regarding a new hairstyle. In the Xingqian Huayuan community, Building 8, Room 501. Yao Lingling and Li Shumin sat glumly as they scrolled through a drama. Zhang Jiahong chuckled, remarking, it's merely the loss of a perfect attendance award. Strive harder next month. Li Shumin shot a discontented glance at Yao Lingling, lamenting, I put in 29 days of effort, only to be dragged down on the final day. I will undoubtedly suffer from insomnia tonight. Yao Lingling recoiled slightly, retorting, one could only say it was a stroke of bad luck. Had we navigated the traffic lights more smoothly, we would not have been late. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. The two engaged in playful banter on the sofa. Suddenly, a notification chimed on their phones. It was from a transformation blogger on Xiao Hong Shu, requesting assistance with makeup tips. He revealed his face in a post today. He is quite the handsome young man, Yao Lingling noted. Zhang Jiahong exclaimed in surprise. You've even added each other on WeChat? Are you two planning to meet in person? Li Shumin playfully patted her behind, teasing, I just wonder about his stamina. Can he keep up with you? You pervert. Yao Lingling's face flushed. Watch less inappropriate Japanese films. I have Mandarin ones. How about I sneak in your bed tonight, and we can watch together for you to gain some experience? I don't need that, Yao Lingling replied, tapping her forehead. This young man wants to change his hairstyle. Let me create a group chat for suggestions. She promptly added Tang Song and two other roommates. Notifications chimed on their phones simultaneously. Tang Song, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Zhang Jiahong retorted, I don't have that much free time. I still need to prepare for the civil service exam. Li Shumin shook her head, stating, I'm not in a good mood and won't bother. Lingling, you handle it. Ding. Tang Song, red packet, wow. A red packet, exclaimed Zhang Lingling, swiftly clicking to claim it, her eyes widening in disbelief. Is this real? It's so large. Zhang Jiahong and Li Shumin rushed over, exclaiming in unison, that's enormous. They quickly grabbed their phones to open their red packets, cheers resonating throughout the living room. This charming young man has excellent character. I'm now a fan. Who wouldn't want to help? Lingling, don't exaggerate. I'm a devoted fan of CU. Li Shumin declared with righteous indignation. I'll find a suitable hairstyle for him. My CU must look handsome. At 10 p.m., within a car, a refined and elegant male figure gripped the steering wheel, surrounded by a dark-toned interior, with a dazzling dashboard and multimedia display. Outside, the city's high-rise buildings sparkled under the neon lights, creating a mesmerizing contrast. While the overall aesthetic was pleasing, the color scheme could use some refinement. Post-production editing would enhance it. Lacking experience in this area, he decided to forego a sleepless night of research. The importance of sleep prevailed. After a brief wash, he turned off the lights and settled into bed. Opening the system panel, he felt a surge of security. Balance, 44,740,000 yuan. His heart fluttered as he entered the system warehouse to inspect his items. Simulation Dungeon Generation Card. Upon use, it activates a realistic narrative dungeon, allowing players to enter in a dreamlike state, randomly assigned roles to explore the storyline. Upon completing the dungeon, a comprehensive evaluation based on performance will yield rewards. The higher the score, the more generous the rewards. In the male god growth plan, The dungeon's difficulty increases with a rise in charm value. With a balance of 440,000, it should suffice for early dungeons. Passing should not be an issue. With excitement and anticipation glimmering in his eyes, Tang Song felt it was time to embark on his first simulation dungeon. Tonight. Chapter 69. Experiencing the narrative. Reaping rewards. Tang Song adjusted his sleeping position and tucked himself in. Selecting the simulation dungeon generation card, he activated it immediately. A radiant system interface shimmered, revealing a grand concert scene. The lights dazzled, and glow sticks formed a galaxy. Fireworks exploded in the sky, vibrant and dreamlike. Following this, lines of text appeared. Dreams are expressions and explorations of the depths of the human soul. In dreams, you can escape the confines of reality, traverse time and space, and encounter fantastical sights never before seen. You will enter a realm of free and magical imagination, filled with boundless possibilities and creativity. Players are encouraged to unleash their full potential. April 28th, 2023, 22:34, you have activated the first narrative dungeon. Loading storyline. Assigning roles. Welcome to the narrative dungeon, tomorrow's superstar. Commencing shortly, the shimmering light curtain dissipated like starlight, and a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Tang Song's body relaxed swiftly, and his breathing became steady and deep. I was born into an ordinary working-class family. While we were not affluent, my family enjoyed good health and harmony. In the 3rd grade of elementary school, a charming little girl transferred to my class, fortuitously seated beside me. She was exceptionally bright, mastering whatever the teacher taught, consistently scoring perfect marks on exams, and was also talented in drawing, playing the piano, and dancing. She loved reading and would occasionally share fascinating stories with me. Unbeknownst to us, we became close friends. Upon entering junior high, we attended different schools, forming new social circles, and our contact dwindled to occasional encounters at the library, stationery store, or on the street. In high school, we reunited as classmates, although not in the same class. We often chatted on the playground, in stairwells, or under trees. She remained outstanding, consistently ranking among the top 3 in the school, while I was merely above average. She enjoyed listening to music while solving math problems, and I used my saved pocket money to buy a guitar and began teaching myself. To my surprise, I discovered a remarkable musical talent. I played the guitar well and sang beautifully. In college, we parted ways again, this time separated by over 350 kilometers. I joined a music club and was introduced to various musical instruments. I began composing my own songs, recording videos of my performances, and sharing them with her. An entertainment company approached me, recognizing my musical talent and good looks, and offered to sign me as a singer. I agreed, fueled by my love for music and the desire to prove myself to become a star. After professional training and guidance, my musical skills improved dramatically. She gifted me an expensive guitar, encouraging me to persevere. However, the impending first round of competition seemed daunting, and I feared elimination. Narrative task. Maintain persona and successfully pass the first elimination round. Evaluation criteria. Stage performance ability, personal charm display, role compatibility. Tang Song slowly opened his eyes, rubbing his face. It felt as though he had lived another person's life, a fleeting experience yet vividly immersive, devoid of any sense of incongruity. Passionate about music, possessing exceptional talent, and a remarkable voice, he was proficient in various instruments. Particularly, his guitar skills were impressive enough to form a band. He could be considered a formidable contender, which explained his ability to stand out in the Huaxia competition. However, in the first round of the elimination, he faced a contestant who performed well, garnering votes from the audience and judges. As a province of Huaxia, while everyone spoke Mandarin, the local dialect of Japanese remained popular. This contestant was a local of Sakura Province, adept at singing Japanese songs. Ding! The dungeon shop has opened. Purchased items and skill books can only be used within this dungeon. Here it comes. The equipment for the dungeon is finally available. Although the opponent is strong, I am formidable in my own right. In my dreams, I shall not be bullied. Opening the system interface, he entered the newly unveiled dungeon shop, examining the details of the items one by one. Hit Japanese Song 1. Upon use, acquire the lyrics and arrangement of a trending Japanese song, priced at 100,000 yuan. Japanese skill book. Upon usage, one can effortlessly master the phonetic rules, vocabulary, and grammar of the Japanese language, as well as its pronunciation and intonation. achieving fluency in listening, speaking, reading, and writing at a professional translation level, priced at 200,000 yuan. Recovery Potion 10. Upon usage, it swiftly restores one's vitality to its optimal state, aiding in better competition performance, priced at 300,000 yuan. Tang Song did not continue to browse, for he currently possessed only 440,000 yuan in savings. Ding! You have acquired popular Japanese songs. Ding! You have obtained Japanese skill book. The 300,000 yuan wager he had just proposed promptly vanished, causing him a slight pang of regret. However, there was no alternative. To successfully navigate the dungeon, suitable equipment was imperative. Entering the system warehouse, he selected the Japanese skill book and used it immediately. After a brief moment of contemplation, a plethora of phrases, pronunciations, and grammatical structures surged into his mind, allowing him to fluently converse in Japanese. Alas, this skill was merely temporary, applicable only within the confines of this dungeon. Otherwise, he could indulge in watching anime and dramas without subtitles, savoring the experience of consuming raw content directly. After a moment of reflection, he selected popular Japanese songs and utilized it without delay. In an instant, the complete score and arrangement appeared vividly in his mind. Drawing upon the musical talent bestowed upon him by dreams, he swiftly comprehended the song. Picking up his guitar, he effortlessly strummed and sang a few lines with remarkable fluidity. Gently placing the guitar down, Tang Song stepped to the window, gazing out to appreciate the scenery of Osaka streets. Towering skyscrapers, rail transit, vibrant advertisements, fashionable young women, and an abundance of elements from the two-dimensional world were all present. Though this dream realm and the reality bore numerous distinctions, they also shared many commonalities. While he yearned to experience the unique culture of this foreign land and engage in conversation with charming Sakura girls, he ultimately decided against it, considering his current persona. Adjusting his mindset, he focused on refining his songs, vocal training, learning stage presence, and participating in competitions. As the results of the competition were announced, the scene before Tang Song suddenly froze. The dark brown guitar, the dazzling stage, the bright spotlight, the audience's cheers, applause, and shouts filled the air. The system's light screen unfolded. Dungeon cleared. Evaluation in progress. Comprehensive evaluation. Excellent. You have received a tribute reward. Insight 1. You have obtained language reward. Basic Japanese. You have acquired skill reward. Guitar performance. Chapter 70. Dungeon cleared. Yincheng. Tian Ji Barbecue Restaurant. Tang Song patted his flushed cheeks and exhaled a breath laced with the scent of alcohol. Turning on the tap, he splashed his face with refreshing cold water. He took out his phone to check the time. 22:02. This all-day departmental team-building event was finally drawing to a close. Returning to the private room, he feigned quick integration into his colleagues' discussions. With a harmless smile on his face, Tang's song chimed in occasionally. The atmosphere was lively and harmonious. Director Chun Yunting raised his glass, his face aglow, and uttered a few platitudes, sketching out a grand vision, thus perfectly concluding today's team-building event. Stepping out of the barbecue restaurant, a cool evening breeze greeted him as colleagues exchanged farewells. See you Monday, goodbye. Remember to say something in the group when you get home. Be careful on the road, Director Chung, goodbye. Together, Tang Song, we are heading the same way. In the back seat of a black Nissan Tina, two female colleagues were engaged in an animated conversation. Tang Song leaned against the passenger seat, half closing his eyes, his expression void of emotion. Having worked at Jinxia Shangmo for over 4 months, all his energy had been devoted to the development of the company's new version of the supply chain management system. He had single-handedly undertaken multiple roles, from requirements analysis and system architecture to functionality development and code deployment. Following the system's launch, work efficiency had significantly improved, effectively reducing procurement costs, garnering high praise from the company's leadership. This filled the new employee, Tang Song, with a sense of accomplishment as he envisioned the promised promotion and raise from his superiors. However, reality dealt him a heavy blow. The success of the system ultimately became credited to Director Chun, with accolades and promotions announced, and rumors of stock options as incentives. The project's maintenance responsibilities were handed over to Du Xiaokai, a colleague with connections. Tang Song was reassigned to the development of a new project, continuing to contribute to the company. A series of unfair treatments left him deeply pained, igniting thoughts of resignation. Perhaps sensing his feelings during today's team building, Director Chun privately assured him that he would apply for a 10 salary increase next month, encouraging him to work diligently, assuring him he would not be neglected in the future. After much internal conflict, Tang Song ultimately accepted. Just over a month after his official employment, he rented an apartment near the company, purchased an electric bike, and became well acquainted with his colleagues. Leaving now would incur a high sunk cost. Moreover, given the current economic climate, Jingxia Shangmo was his most ideal choice. While lost in thought, Zhao Yu in the back seat suddenly tapped his shoulder. Songge, you seem a bit down today. Did you perhaps experience a heartbreak? Tang Song concealed his emotions, replying self-deprecatingly. First, I need to have a partner. Zhao Yu stifled a laugh. Songge, you are quite remarkable. You possess outstanding abilities, a handsome visage, and a tall stature. But you might want to shed a few pounds. Lose weight and gain muscle, and the young ladies in our company will surely flock to you. Tang Song rubbed his belly, which harbored excess fat, and replied helplessly, I will try my best. You can do it, Zhao Yu encouraged, making a cute gesture with her fist. Nearby, Hu Mingli winked and teased. Xiao Yu, with such a promising candidate like Tang Song, aren't you even make your move? Sister Mingli, I suspect you're testing me. You would have feelings for Songge, would you? Ha! How about we compete fairly? In that case, I must concede. After all, you are Xiongde. The two slightly inebriated female colleagues playfully nudged each other. Yet none took it seriously. Tang Song was indeed a good person, enthusiastic, sincere, and ambitious, with undeniable work capabilities. He had previously worked at a large internet company in the capital, recognized as the best back-end technician in their department. However, his family background was somewhat lacking. He was an ordinary rural youth, with homeownership in Yincheng being a distant dream. His appearance also lacked distinction. He dressed casually, his hairstyle was unkempt, and he carried some extra weight. As a colleague and friend, he was undoubtedly fine, but as for deeper development, best to avoid that. In the Qingxin Jiyuan community, Tang Song casually tossed his backpack aside and collapsed onto his bed. The effects of alcohol began to wash over him, and feelings of fatigue, disappointment, and helplessness enveloped him. After a while, he turned to his side, opened WeChat, and sent a message in the departmental group. I'm home. He then clicked on the lucky red envelope sent by Director Chun, receiving 320 yuan, and sent a thank you boss sticker. Opening his moments, he mindlessly scrolled through the screen. He felt like an outsider, silently browsing the familiar yet foreign updates of his friends. Some shared daily life, some showcased their partners. Some enjoyed tranquility, while others strived for success. It seemed that everyone, except him, was living happily. Unbeknownst to him, a familiar photo caught his eye. Deng Yaji, accidentally stumbled upon my high school graduation photo. Old classmates, how have you been? His scrolling finger involuntarily paused. Tang Song quickly spotted himself in the image, his gaze momentarily lost in thought. Back then, he was on the cusp of entering university, brimming with youth, optimism, and surrounded by a white moonlight. Feeling that life was full of hope. And now at 25, single, overweight, without a car or a house, and his work and life in disarray. He casually liked the post and set his phone down, moving to his computer desk, putting on his headphones, and preparing to play some games to unwind. In the years since graduation, he had come to terms with reality and allowed life to smoothen his edges. To put it more eloquently, he had matured. He continues to cherish what he loves without compulsion, thus bidding farewell to the capital, leaving behind the memory of his white moonlight. His aversions remain, yet he has learned to tolerate them, leading him to integrate into a group and accept unfairness. The game titled Nanshan Chengjiang Jihua unexpectedly appeared on Tang Song's computer during his senior year. Perhaps it was inadvertently downloaded while browsing study materials. The large, white icon caught his critical eye, prompting him to explore further. Little did he know, this impulsive curiosity would lead to 3 years of gameplay, a significant factor contributing to his weight gain. This game, centered around simulation and management, revolves around nurturing male deities. With its exquisite art style, top-tier sound effects, impeccable settings, and uniquely engaging gameplay, all without monetary expenditure. The game's narrative is grounded in the realities of the world. Elements such as maps, events, financial markets, corporations, policies, and the environment align seamlessly with real life. Most notably, the game's timeline commences in 2016. Now in 2020, armed with a search engine, Tang Song wields the foresight of a prophet within the game. He is aware of stock and futures trends, upcoming industrial booms, which companies will emerge as unicorns, in which films, songs, and artists will rise to prominence in the future. Moreover, each character within the game possesses their own storyline, allowing players to witness their growth, lives, and emotional journeys. The immersive experience is overwhelmingly powerful. Within the confines of the game, Tang Song fulfills his dreams of becoming a male deity, indulging in the pleasures of wealth, surrounded by beauty, and perched atop the pinnacle of power. However, the game remains just that, a game. In reality, he is merely a struggling worker, devoid of a house, a car, or a girlfriend, leading a chaotic existence and enduring silence in his job. Tang Song shook his head, dispelling his wandering thoughts. He entered the game, checking unread notifications, collecting task rewards, and purchasing new items. His mouse hovered momentarily as his gaze fell upon the game's timeline. April 1st, 2023. The current online time reads 11:50 p.m. on April 1st, 2023. Due to differing time flows, the game and reality are on the brink of convergence. As a game set against the backdrop of the real world, Tang Song is intrigued by how the subsequent narrative will unfold. He licked his dry lips, casually picked up a bottle of soda, and summoned his beloved assistant to report on work. Sipping the soda, while admiring the screen's depiction of alluring legs and curves, all his worries melted away, and his mood brightened instantly. Though everything in the game is fictitious, the joy it brings him is undeniably real. The date within the game shifted. April 2nd, 2023. Subsequently, the screen began to automatically play a beautifully crafted game animation, reflecting on the entirety of his gaming journey. The visuals gradually quieted, with only the sound of footsteps approaching. The player, Tang Song, walked into view from beyond the frame. Clad in a sharp suit, he exuded elegance, his confident strides unwavering. He stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of a skyscraper, gazing down at the breathtaking city lights, radiating an indescribable charm. The camera panned from above, ultimately focusing on his silhouette. A striking line of text appeared in the center of the screen. The story seems to have concluded here. You awaken from a long dream, embracing the real world once more. Congratulations, player. What? Could it be that I've completed the game? Is this truly the end? Tang Song was taken aback, leaning forward, furiously clicking the mouse and pounding the keyboard. The game screen remained unchanged. A chill coursed through him. He had invested profound emotions into this game. The realistic backdrop and unique sense of immersion made him feel as if he was genuinely cultivating elites, developing enterprises, amassing wealth, and enhancing himself. Yet now, the riveting narrative within the game had abruptly ceased, severing his connection with vibrant characters. A wave of profound loss and disconnection surged within him, causing his breaths to grow heavy. Suddenly, a crisp notification sound rang out. The game vanished from the computer screen, replaced by the desktop interface. For a fleeting moment, Tang Song's vision blurred. A sci-fi luminescence unfurled before him. Player confirmed. System resources loading 150,100. Completed April 29th, 2023, Saturday, sunny, 12:23 p.m. At 6 in the morning, Tang Song slowly opened his eyes, enveloped by a jarring sense of temporal dislocation. Both disoriented and lucid, both relieved and wistful. He sat up, a smile gracing his face. Accompanied by the pleasant chime of a text notification, he swiftly detached from the depths of a profound dream. Surveying his surroundings, everything appeared vivid and tangible, as if he had truly emerged from a dream. Certainly, the gains were quite substantial. Perhaps due to his first venture into a dungeon, the difficulty was remarkably low, yielding particularly generous rewards. Firstly, the most challenging foundational attribute, insight, increased by 1 point. Additionally, he acquired beginner-level Japanese and guitar performance skills. The beginner Japanese reward is roughly equivalent to level 4 in the Japanese language proficiency test, allowing for basic pronunciation, essential vocabulary, and simple grammar, enabling rudimentary conversation and reading. Far from the proficiency achieved in the dream. However, the guitar performance skill retained the level attained within the dungeon, absolute performance mastery. Tang Song reflected deeply, with memories from his dream of diligent practice and performances flooding back, as if he had truly experienced them. His skills were not mere arbitrary impositions, but the cherished fruits of talent, passion, and hard work. His long, fair fingers moved gracefully in the air, simulating the strumming of guitar strings, and the crisp sound of the guitar resonated in his mind. With the hand of a deity, his finger dexterity, precision, strength, and endurance surpassed even those of the characters in his dreams. For a moment, Tang Song felt a surge of impatience. He must buy a suitable guitar. After showering, he stood before the mirror, taking in his reflection. His abdomen had flattened completely, and with a slight flex, muscle definition became visible. The fat on his arms and thighs had significantly diminished, as if his entire body had rejuvenated. After diligently completing his skincare routine and dressing, Tang Song drove to the familiar barbershop where he found the renowned stylist Tony. He directly opened the photo sent by Min Min, presenting it to Tony, expressing his desire to try a short, choppy hairstyle, requesting that the sides not be too short, with the top at 6 to 7 centimeters and a slightly voluminous, tousled texture. Tony examined the photo closely, nodding in agreement. This hairstyle indeed suits you, but to achieve the best effect, we should add a bit of Morgan perm. Are you agreeable? Yes, go ahead. The sound of scissors and clippers filled the air. Nearly 2 hours later, Tony finished blow-drying his hair and styling it, grinning. Let us see how it turned out. I think it looks great. Tang Song opened his eyes and turned his head from side to side. The result exceeded his expectations. The irregularly choppy hair appeared effortlessly stylish. With the added Morgan perm, it boasted an upscale, voluminous texture, flowing beautifully with layers. Leaving the barbershop, Tang Song headed directly to Yinxing Plaza. He spent a considerable time browsing the beauty section on the first floor, purchasing all the cosmetics listed by Yao Yaoling. Unlike women who pursue meticulous makeup, men primarily need a good base, so the necessary items were few and quite common. Returning to Qingxin Jiyuan, Tang Song snapped a photo of the cosmetics and shared in the group chat, commenting, "Ling Ling, I have gathered all the gear. Let me know when you're free. I need your guidance via video." Tang Song, no hurry, take your time. 1 p.m. The sound of WeChat's video call notification echoed. Tang Song connected the video, positioning his phone on a stand to face him directly. Shortly after, the upper half of a girl's face appeared on the screen. Peering curiously, during their first video call, Yao Lingling seemed somewhat shy, far from the exuberance and boldness portrayed online. Tang Song waved at the front camera, greeting her with, "Good afternoon, Lingling." Before Yao Lingling could respond, another girl leaned in, pushing her aside. "Hello, April. I'm Min Min. Your new hairstyle really suits you. To be honest, you look even more handsome on video than in your pictures." Our Lingling is blushing. "Get out of here." Yao Lingling pushed her head away. Her slightly flushed face now visible on the screen. With a heart-shaped face, a high ponytail, and a fresh, clean appearance, her skin tone was even, and her features soft. While not exceptionally beautiful, she possessed a charm that was pleasing to behold. Yao Lingling blinked and smiled. "All right, handsome. Let's get down to business. We should start now." "Sure." Tang Song quickly arranged his cosmetics in front of him, placing the newly purchased makeup mirror beside his phone. The first step was to brighten his complexion. He squeezed a pump of foundation from the bottle. This lightweight, quick-drying formula was particularly suitable for men. He evenly applied it, gently patting it into his skin. Yes, just like that, lightly tapping on the areas. The second step was concealing. He compared the shades to find the one closest to his skin tone. "All right, we're done with the foundation. The contouring is a bit complex, so you won't be able to master it immediately, but this will do for now." Soon after, the other two girls joined in. Li Shumin, with sparkling eyes, exclaimed, "Wow, you look so different with makeup. You're so handsome. It's just that your base is good. You're already quite handsome." Tang Song turned to face the window, glancing at himself in the mirror. With light makeup, his skin appeared even and fair, and the small blemishes and blackheads on his face were no longer visible. It was as if he had applied some beauty enhancement effect, subtle yet remarkably effective. Paired with his newly styled short hair, he looked fresh and appealing. Surely, this would impress Tianjing, the affluent beauty, enhancing his appeal for their date. Tang Song gave a thumbs up to the camera, stating, "It's even better than I imagined. Thank you, beautiful Lingling, for your assistance." Yao Lingling cupped her chin with her hands, grinning, "No need to thank me. Watching your transformation is quite satisfying. Keep up the good work." After ending the video call, Tang Song casually sent a random red envelope in the group chat, commenting, "I feel a bit guilty interrupting your shopping spree. So here is a treat for some milk tea." "Min Min, thanks, boss." "Little Red Riding Hood, thanks, boss." "Lingling, thanks, boss." Min Min, with a sly smile, "Lingling, how come you only got $4? I'm 10 times that, hee hee." "Little Red Riding Hood, Lingling, I'm 14 times that. Lingling, I don't care. The handsome guy is treating us all to milk tea. So this $100 counts as our collective milk tea fund. As soon as the red envelope was sent, the group chat erupted with excitement. Tang Song chuckled at the playful banter among the three girls. After a moment's thought, he clicked on Lingling's profile and sent her a small red envelope separately. This netizen had been following him since his first post, offering many valuable suggestions along the way, and had taken the time today to guide him via video, deserving of special recognition. Chapter 71. The Watch at 4 p.m. in the Tianhua Huayuan community. Qianqian, why are you so lost in thought today? It's just being unemployed. Prepare well, and your new job will surely be better. Cheer up. He lighting patted her on the head. Zhao Yaqian let out a soft "oh" and flopped down on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. Come on, you have at least received a month's salary, right? You're practically a small wealthy lady with over 5,000 saved up. How about we go shopping and have a nice meal? I don't want to move. Zhao Yaqian rolled over, picking up her phone from the coffee table. Unintentionally, she opened Tang Song's chat window, staring vacantly at the photo of fried skewers and milk tea. It was evident that Tang Song had brought her favorite food to see her last night, only to discover the closure of Yazimi Eye Beauty. He then called to check on her and comfort her. While chatting, she recalled what Tang Song had previously said. Zhao Yaqian, do you have feelings for me? I mean, in a romantic way. That is a tough question. Well, I think I know the answer now. For some reason, each time she thought of that last sentence, her heart raced. It felt reminiscent of failing an exam, a mix of fear and anxiety, coupled with a fantasy of retaking the test. But if she could retake it, what would the right answer be? Zhao Yaqian tugged at her hair, her eyes drooping, lips pursed in a pout, looking quite aggrieved. After a moment, she abruptly stood up from the sofa, startling he lighting beside her. Tingzi, let us head to Liyuan Mall later. I need to take a shower first. He lighting smiled. Have you come to your senses? That's the spirit. I'll help you style your hair later. Zhao Yaqian exhaled, her mind drifting to the men's watch she had previously set her sights on. While shopping with friends, she had kept an eye on it. However, she had never purchased it due to lack of funds. Now, inexplicably, she felt a strong impulse to buy it as a gift for him. After applying her makeup and styling her hair, he lighting remarked, Qianqian, you Haven Tea bought clothes in 2 months. Your seasonal outfits are from last year. This trip to Liyuan Mall is perfect for you to pick out something new. The store we often visit has promotions for Labor Day with significant discounts. Clad in a fitted gray top, loose jeans, and black and white sneakers, she had a great figure. Even simple outfits looked sexy and beautiful on her. The two girls grabbed their bags and headed downstairs, exiting the community and walking along the tree-lined road. Liyuan Mall was less than a kilometer away, a 10-minute walk. He lighting noticed Zhao Yaqian's unusual demeanor and tried to cheer her up with amusing anecdotes from her workplace. Her distant cousin, usually carefree and somewhat brash, had never shown such gloominess, raising her concerns. As they merged into the bustling crowd at the mall, Zhao Yaqian had a clear destination in mind, heading straight for the southeast corner on the first floor. He lighting paused momentarily before quickly catching up. Entering the citizen watch counter, Zhao Yaqian gazed through the clear glass display, scanning the various watches. He lighting curiously asked, Qianqian, what made you think of buying a watch? It's for a gift. Zhao Yaqian bit her lip and directly asked the sales associate. Hello, I previously had my eye on a men's watch, but can't recall the model. It was located here with a date display, priced at 899 yuan, but I can't see it in the display. The sales associate smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, miss. That watch was on a special sale, with only 1 or 2 available, and it's already sold out. Zhao Yaqian's expression faltered, her eyes reddening as she whispered. How could it be sold out? Nearby, he lighting eyes flickered. Qianqian, you must be buying the watch for that programmer friend, right? Since it's out of stock, why not wait for the next promotion? I'll keep looking. Zhao Yaqian pursed her lips, leaning forward to continue her selection. After a deep breath, she pointed to one of the watches. I'd like to see this one. The sales associate retrieved it, handing it to her with enthusiasm. This is our best-selling model this year, a 40mm mechanical watch with a reinforced glass face, stainless steel case, and a calfskin strap, also featuring a date display. Priced at 1,099 yuan. It's a great fit. Li Ting quickly tugged at her arm and shot her glance. Zhao Yaqian examined the item thoroughly before trying on, taking a deep breath and declaring, This is the one. Please wrap in a gift box. Absolutely beautiful. Your taste is impeccable. Healy Ting opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking further. Beep, the payment of 1,099 yuan was completed. Zhao Yuqian felt an immediate sense of relaxation wash over her. A joyful smile illuminating her face as she lovingly admired the exquisite black gift bag in her hands. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a deep discomfort stirred within her if she did not engage in some activity. Yan Jinghua Ting, a spacious flat. As Tian Jing entered her home, laden with bags, her father Tian Chengyi, sitting in the living room, called out, "Jing, come here. I need to speak with you." Tian Jing approached with a spring in her step, playfully asking, "What is it, old Tian?" The new board of directors for Jin Xiushang, Mao, has been elected. The first board meeting will convene next Thursday, right after the May Day holiday. Upon hearing it was work-related, the smile on Tian Jing's face vanished instantly. "Dad, I've been busy for so long, and just when I finally get a break, you, as a shareholder, want to assign me more work. It's so frustrating." Tian Chengyi ignored his daughter's complaints, took a sip from his tea, and replied with a smile. "This meeting will comprehensively adjust the company's development strategy. And Jin Xiushang Mao will also undergo a personnel reshuffle as the compensation supervisor." Once he paused, Tian Jing promptly stood up and exclaimed, "Dad, I've noted everything you said. Bye." With that, she grabbed her shopping bag and dashed into her room. Bang! The door slammed shut, locked from the inside. Tian Jing tossed the shopping bag on her bed and pulled out a delicate watch box. After opening it and inspecting the contents, a satisfied smile graced her face. The Longines Fashion Series men's watch combined business and style elements, showcasing a minimalist design that was both elegant and refined, crafted entirely from stainless steel and water-resistant. Priced just over 10,000 yuan, it was not overly expensive. Initially, she had only intended to casually purchase a men's bracelet, hoping to suggest reading palms as an excuse to help him wear it. However, she could never find a suitable one, as his hands were so beautiful that anything less would be inadequate. Ultimately, she decided to go for something truly impressive. Next, she pulled a white dress from another shopping bag, a stunning new little dress from Burberry. Embracing the dress, she flopped onto her light pink circular bed, her mind drifting to the hands of the boy she was set to meet today. After a while, she rolled on the soft bed and stood barefoot on the rug beside it. The sound of clothes rustling filled the air. Her luminous, fair skin seemed to brighten the entire bedroom. She held the dress in front of her, twirling in front of the floor-length mirror multiple times, admiring how lovely it looked. Rising onto her toes, she hummed a tune as she walked into the bathroom to begin her bath, skincare, and makeup routine. Chapter 72. Not Good Enough. On the second floor of Li Yuan Shopping Mall, after purchasing her watch, Zhao Yuqian felt invigorated, even taking the initiative to link her arm with Healy Ting-S and pulling her into a store to look at clothes. "I'm going to try on this dress. It has the perfect size." Zhao Yuqian handed her bag and the watch bag to her and slipped into the fitting room with the garment. After a while, she emerged with a beaming smile. Standing in the bustling corridor, she swayed side to side in front of the mirror. With May just around the corner and temperatures rising, this dress was just right. "Tingzi, does it look good? Is the back fitting well?" Zhao Yuqian twirled in front of Healy Ting. Healy Ting nodded, saying, "It truly suits you. It makes you look fairer and slimmer." Zhao Yuqian happily nodded, taking her phone to snap a picture, thinking she looked stunning. Yet, for some reason, she felt a desire to share it with Song Ge. After wandering around a bit longer and helping Healy Ting select a piece of clothing, they headed to a milk tea shop on the first floor. Zhao Yuqian ordered a steaming cup of pearl milk tea, savoring it with delight. Healy Ting hesitated for a moment before quietly asking, Qian, tell me the truth, was your earlier unhappiness due to that Tang Song?" She was quite familiar with her cousin and had keenly sensed the underlying issue from her series of reactions. Zhao Yuqian's hand trembled as she lowered her head to continue sipping her milk tea. "No, I was just feeling a bit down. You're not acting right," Healy Ting said, her gaze piercing. "Even if you don't say it, I can guess. Qian, we're not just relatives, we're good friends. Is there anything you can't share with me?" "What do you mean?" Zhao Yuqian, with a furrowed brow, briefly recounted what had transpired the previous night. "So, it was a confession." Healy Ting's expression shifted to one of understanding. "You did the right thing by rejecting him. After all, you two are not suited for each other. But you've had plenty of boys confess to you growing up. Why are you reacting so strongly this time?" Zhao Yuqian averted her gaze, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Healy Ting gently tapped her forehead and said, You can't possibly have developed feelings for that programmer friend of yours, can you? What is it about him that captivates you? Zhao Yuqian took a hefty sip of her milk tea, cradling her face in her hands. After a lengthy silence, she stared blankly and replied, "Perhaps I have a bit of a crush. Whenever I'm with him, I always feel, I don't know how to describe it. Maybe it's a sense of security. When we travel, he plans everything perfectly and prepares many little surprises. When it rains, he worries about my commute, sending me red packets and offering to drive me. When I go for treatments, he brings my favorite fried snacks and milk tea. He often checks in on my work and life on WeChat. Plus, he has a unique, relaxed, and calm demeanor, seeming confident and goal-oriented about the future. Being around him, I often find myself influenced by his positivity." Hearing her words, Hilly Ting pinched her cheek gently and said, "Calm down. You just entered the workforce. You will encounter many excellent men in the future. Song is also quite remarkable, with exceptional work capabilities and extensive knowledge. He has successfully lost weight and his skin has improved significantly. I think he looks quite handsome." Zhao Yuqian hurriedly listed many of Tang Song's admirable qualities, seemingly eager to counter her friend's remarks. Hilly Ting took her phone and examined the recent photos Tang Song had sent. "Wow, he has changed quite a bit. He seems to have rejuvenated quite a lot. His current appearance is decent. That is partly my doing." Zhao Yuqian raised her eyebrows proudly. Hilly Ting shook her head and said, "That alone is not enough." Just as Zhao Yuqian was about to respond, her expression suddenly shifted, and she stood up abruptly. "What's wrong, Qian Qian?" Zhao Yuqian pressed her legs together awkwardly and replied, "I've got my period, and I didn't bring any sanitary pads." Hilly Ting quickly pulled out a small pack of tissues and handed them over, saying, "Use this for now." "Okay." Zhao Yuqian accepted the tissues and hurried toward the mall restroom. Thankfully, the warm drink she had earlier helped, if it were cold. Her stomach would be in turmoil these next few days. Just then, Hilly Ting's phone rang. After answering, she said, "Hello, Huigu. My friend and I are at the first floor of Mi Shui Bing Chang in the mall. All right, that is a bit of a hassle for you. We'll wait for you by the west gate. It's wider there, making parking easier." After hanging up, she remarked, "Oh?" Zhao Yuqian inquired curiously, "What is he like? How far along are you two?" Hilly Ting chuckled, "We've only known each other for a short time. How far can we go? It's just a regular colleague relationship. As for him, he has a car and a house in Yincheng, and he is quite handsome. A bit better than your programmer friend. Haha." Hearing this, Zhao Yuqian pouted in displeasure, sensing an underlying message in her cousin's words. As they exited through the south gate of the mall, the sky had gradually darkened. The cool evening breeze swept by, and Zhao Yuqian, just beginning her period, quickly shielded her abdomen with her bag. The two stood by the roadside, waiting not long before a white Accord rolled up and came to a gentle stop in front of them. Moments later, a young man in his mid-20s stepped out from the driver's seat. Dressed in a light-colored casual suit, he was quite handsome, standing around 175 centimeters tall. "Li Ting." A young man waved cheerfully, his attire today remarkably charming, instantly capturing your attention. As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily drifted toward Zhao Yuqian. Clad in a fitted top paired with jeans, her perfect waistline was accentuated, complemented by softly curled long hair and striking features, making her stand out even more than he lighting at her impressive height of 180 centimeters. He lighting smiled and said, "Allow me to introduce my close friend, Zhao Yuqian." "Thank you, Huigu, for going out of your way to drop by. It was merely a small effort." Li Xinghui replied with a smile, greeting, "Hello, Yuqian. I am Li Xinghui, Lighting's colleague." "Hello, Huigu." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the trio settled into the car. Zhao Yuqian quickly shook her head, stating, "I won't be going. I'm not feeling well." Blood was seeping slowly, and she feared it might become too embarrassing if it leaked. Noticing her hesitation in the rearview mirror, Li Xinghui continued, "I came all this way. You wouldn't refuse me, would you?" He Lighting pressed her lips together and said, "Then, thank you, Huigu. No need for such politeness," he chuckled. Chapter 73. A mind in turmoil at 6 p.m. Tang Song saved his work files and messaged Gao Mengting on WeChat. Then got up to change clothes. Today's rendezvous was at an outdoor venue, aptly titled Nightfall in the cool breeze, which would surely come in handy. With the enhancement of special effects, it would undoubtedly elevate Tianjing's satisfaction during the date. Standing before the mirror, he admired his outfit. The loose-fitting apricot cardigan paired with a slightly tailored white crew neck, complemented by dark gray casual pants, created a tall and slender appearance. After spritzing a hint of men's perfume, which exuded a refined woody scent, he gathered his belongings and took the small gift he had prepared, hurrying downstairs. Following the advisor's counsel, he opted against presenting anything overly extravagant on a first date, as it might convey desperation and lead to rejection. Instead, he chose a modest yet thoughtful gift, a pair of Gucci sunglasses. Priced at 2,000 yuan, it was not considered extravagant for the affluent Tianjin, combining both practicality and aesthetic appeal, making it ideal for a friendship gift. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, the sleek black BMW 330 navigated through towering buildings, gliding towards the destination under the magnificent hues of the sunset. The white Honda Accord came to a halt at Tianquo Garden. The two young women exited the vehicle. He lighting handed her shopping bag to Zhao Yaqian, who responded with a soft "oh" as she leisurely entered the building. He lighting smiled and slid into the passenger seat. Adjusting her position, it was said that the barbecue restaurant had a camping theme, featuring a 3-story standalone rooftop with a CAF and bar below, directly facing a park, creating a splendid atmosphere. I checked with Yuan Yuan and the others, and they said the beef brisket and cheese-baked sweet potatoes are exceptional. As they drove, Li Xinghui narrated details about the restaurant. Passing a bustling commercial district, he pointed toward a distant cluster of red high-rises, casually remarking, "My home is over there, in Shengdong Hua Fu community. Currently, I live with my parents. I enjoy listening to rock music, which drives them crazy. They're considering buying me a new apartment to kick me out." He lighting gaze at the breathtaking cityscape under the setting sun, enviously exclaiming, "That's wonderful. A decent apartment costs at least over $1 million. The Tianquo Garden, where she and her cousin resided, was a typical old community, with 6-story buildings lacking elevators. The structures were somewhat dilapidated, with poor greenery, facilities, and property management. Yet, even in such a neighborhood, an 80-square-meter 2-bedroom apartment would cost around $2 million, an amount they could never afford on their own. Li Xinghui glanced over He Lighting's curvaceous figure, smirking, "I would never buy a house in the suburbs, old and run down. If I were to buy, it would be in the city center, in a popular commercial area, with complete amenities, right next to the subway, supermarkets, and hospitals. Hui Ji's family is truly supportive. I can't help but envy you." "Why envy? You girls don't need to buy a house. Just find the right boyfriend." Approximately 20 minutes later, the vehicle slowly entered Chunyuan Road, where a standalone building adorned with illuminated decorations came into view. The orange-hued walls and translucent sign were strikingly beautiful. At this peak hour, parking spots were scarce along the roadside. After circling around without success, Li Xinghui parked at a paid parking lot a bit further away. "All right, it's only about 300 meters to the barbecue restaurant from here, just a short walk." The two exited the car and strolled westward along the sidewalk. The sun gradually dipped towards the horizon, elongating the shadows of everything around them. Approaching the entrance of Xianxiang restaurant, Li Xinghui pointed toward the parking space ahead, saying, "We've had a bit of bad luck. There were no spots just moments ago." "No worries. The temperature is pleasant now. A little walk is quite enjoyable." A black BMW zoomed past them, made a turn, and parked in the now available spot. Its sleek black exterior gleamed like an obsidian stone, reflecting a profound sheen in the orange glow of the sunset. As they reached the car, the door swung open, revealing a tall figure emerging, holding a vintage green gift box that had clear inscriptions on it. With a soft thud, the young man closed the door. His tousled hair and apricot cardigan swayed gently in the evening breeze. His profile, reminiscent of majestic peaks, featured a high-nosed bridge and well-defined lips. He Lighting's eyes sparkled with envy. Driving a BMW 330, presenting a Gucci gift, and possessing such height and good looks, it was difficult to fathom which fortunate girl held his attention. His handsome, even complexion, coupled with his statuesque frame, exuded an aura of freshness and charm. Yet, he appeared somewhat familiar. He Lighting's heart skipped a beat. She halted abruptly, turning to gaze intently at the young man. He secured his vehicle and approached, illuminated by the fading sunlight in a striking interplay of light and shadow. Li Xinghui furrowed his brow, subtly obstructing her line of sight. He Lighting inhaled deeply, glancing at the nearby BMW 330, then back at the figure passing by them, feeling her heart in disarray. Tang Song, although slightly different from the photos, was undoubtedly him. But hadn't Xian mentioned he drove a Wuling Hongguang and lived in a rental with a monthly salary of just a few thousand? Lighting, what is wrong? Li Xinshui, Unable to contain himself, urged, "Let us head upstairs quickly. It's getting dark, and we can still enjoy the sunset. Then we can have a warm drink and take a break." Ascending the wooden staircase adorned with light strips to the third floor, they reported their reservation number to the staff, and Tang Song was guided to his table. The restaurant was infused with camping elements, featuring fresh flowers, greenery, wooden dining tables, canvas chairs, and warm-colored lighting. Each seating area was topped with a canvas decorated with graffiti. On one side of the restaurant, there was a small stage with an industrial vibe, creating an artistic atmosphere. Tang Song casually snapped a photo to share with Tianjing, captioning it, "Xiao Jing, I've arrived." Setting his phone down, he felt an odd sensation, as if someone were secretly watching him. Scanning the surroundings, a familiar figure caught his eye, Lu Kai, his college classmate. 3 years had passed since they last met, and he had gained considerable weight, his hairline receding. Ironically, it was a social media post that had prompted him to come here. Today marked the first day of the holiday, making their encounter here quite fortuitous. Chapter 74. The expected girl their eyes met. Lu Kai widened his eyes, scrutinizing him closely, seemingly hesitant to recognize him. Tang Song chuckled softly, stepping closer to his table and giving his shoulder a hearty slap. "Long time no see, Kai Gu." "Wow, Tang Song, it's really you. I almost didn't recognize you when you walked in." El Kaiming abruptly rose from his seat, his face a mask of disbelief. "Did you just return from Korea?" Before graduation, Tang Song always presented a disheveled appearance, utterly at odds with his current fashionable demeanor. Goodness, this is not merely a slight improvement. It is a transformation. The two sat down across from each other and engaged in light conversation about their recent lives. During their university years, Tang Song was a prominent figure in their college, known for his diligence and excellence, often elusive due to his relentless schedule. Everyone believed he would undoubtedly pursue a postgraduate degree at a prestigious 985 university, embarking on an academic path. Indeed, he had registered for the entrance examination that year. However, to everyone's surprise, he ultimately did not sit for the exam and instead secured an internship at a major internet company in the capital. After a moment's hesitation, El Kai inquired, "Shall we share a table? I have an 80 discount coupon. It's quite suitable. Let us pass for today. I have a date with a girl." Tang Song quickly waved off the suggestion. He and Tianjing were not particularly close, and besides, rekindling old friendships could complicate the dating experience. "Oh, I see. So you're dating now. Is she beautiful?" Tang Song blinked. "Quite beautiful." El Kai chuckled, a hint of mischief in his voice. "What a coincidence. I also have a date with a girl, and she's rather lovely too. You know her? Haha. Oh, who are you meeting?" El Kai's face lit up with excitement. "Remember Zhang Xinrui, the stunning girl from the Electronic Information Engineering Department? We now work at the same company, and our relationship is quite nice." Standing at a modest height, slightly plump, with a charming appearance and a ponytail, she was someone Tang Song recognized well from their shared classes. Tang Song skeptically remarked, "I recall you were quite infatuated with her during university, often praising her looks." "Elgu, you didn't intentionally seek out her workplace, did you?" El Kai's face flushed. "It's not as sordid as you think. We have kept in touch since graduation." I understand. Seize the moment." El Kai nodded with a goofy smile, then suddenly sprang to his feet, waving excitedly. "She's here." Tang Song instinctively vacated his seat and turned to look. Clad in a blouse, a skirt, and high heels, her fully made-up face radiated maturity. Although she had lost a bit of weight, she still possessed a certain roundness. Soon, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed. "Sorry for the delay. There was traffic," Tianjing said sweetly. Tang Song smiled and greeted Zhang Xinrui. "Long time no see. Do you remember me?" She looked surprised. "You seem somewhat familiar. Are we alumni from the same university?" Given the boy's appearance, he should have been the talk of the girls' dormitory during university. It was odd she couldn't recall him. El Kai chimed in, This is Tang Song, the top student in our major, the most reserved one." Zhang Xinrui paused, then suddenly recognized him. "Oh, it's you? What a change. Li Ting, are you feeling better?" "Yes, much better. I've added a few signature dishes. Let me know if there's anything else you'd like." He lighting took the menu and casually marked a vegetable dish. "This will do. My appetite isn't large, and ordering more would be wasteful." "All right." Li Xinghui handed the menu to the waiter and began discussing the restaurant's ambience with her. He lighting's gaze inadvertently drifted to Tang Song, who was engaged in conversation with a man. He appeared entirely different from her expectations. His demeanor was impressive, and his attire and looks were quite appealing. She couldn't help but wonder if the BMW was his. If so, he would undoubtedly be considered a high-quality gentleman. As this thought crossed her mind, she snapped a photo, hesitating momentarily before deciding not to send it to Zhao Yaqian. Her friend was already feeling down. Learning about Tang Song dining with another girl would surely upset her. She was curious about the girl's appearance. Just then, she noticed a girl approaching Tang Song, engaging him in conversation. Lighting's heart raced as she scrutinized the girl up and down, only to breathe a sigh of relief. The girl was not tall, barely exceeding 1.6 meters, even in high heels, slightly plump, and while her looks were decent, they paled in comparison to her cousin S. It seemed Tang Song had been compelled to lower his standards due to Qianqian's indecision. She snapped another photo, her eyes sparkling. If Tang Song truly behaved as he did today, there was potential for them. A notification pinged on her phone. "All right, hurry along." Kai nudged him playfully. "I'm genuinely curious about what that girl looks like, haha." "Oh, I see." Zhang Xinrui nodded gently. "Come on, Xinrui. It's your turn to order. It's getting dark, and there will be a music performance later. We can enjoy barbecued meat while listening to music and taking in the scenery." Kai handed over the menu, his gaze shifting toward the entrance. He was genuinely intrigued about the alluring figure that could prompt the usually reticent Tang Song to become so animated. The time was perfect for a rush of patrons, with stylishly dressed young women passing by, a feast for the eyes. Moments later, a flash of white light caught his attention. Kai's heart skipped a beat. His gaze mesmerized. The white dress shimmered like a shooting star, the exposed skin radiating a healthy, cool whiteness. As dusk descended, the restaurant's light fixtures illuminated the rooftop in warm tones, making the girl stand out even more. Coupled with her sweet features, smooth bangs, slender neck, and long, straight legs, she resembled a character from an anime. Simply breathtaking. Kai couldn't help but exclaim internally, "She is stunning." The outfit exuded luxury, complemented by an elegant handbag. A quintessential beauty, the ideal type for any man. He watched as the exquisite girl approached Tang Song, greeting him sweetly. Kai's heart raced, his eyes widening in astonishment. On the terrace, Tianjing's arrival resembled a radiant moon descending into a dark lake, effortlessly drawing attention. "I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I searched for a parking spot for quite a while," Tianjing said with a sweet smile as she settled into the camping chair opposite him. Her legs elegantly crossed to one side. Unlike her demeanor at work, she appeared more vibrant and expressive in this setting. Adorned in a glamorous dress, a beautiful shawl, and sparkling jewelry, she radiated an air of elegance and affluence. Especially in the dim light, her presence was even more captivating. "It really is difficult to find parking here," Tang Song remarked, biting his lip as he genuinely complimented her. "I must say, you look absolutely stunning today. That dress suits you perfectly. I just bought this dress, and I adore it," Tianjing replied, gently swaying her fair figure before fixing her gaze on Tang Song with curiosity. "It's been a few days since we last met. How come you seem to have become more handsome?" Tang Song instinctively touched his face, laughing. "With a beauty like you, I felt a bit pressured, so put on some light makeup." "Thank you for the compliment. Hearing you say that makes me feel appreciated," Tianjing said, playfully flipping her long hair over her shoulder. Tang Song's heart raced. Her fresh and sweet face, delicate arms, exquisite collarbone, and a figure that was undeniably alluring. No wonder former colleagues referred to her as a natural beauty. A physique like hers would certainly be comfortable to embrace. After a brief exchange, Tang Song picked up the menu and pen, offering them to her to choose what she desired. Tianjing's eyes sparkled as she sweetly suggested, "I just got my nails done. How about I make some suggestions, and you can choose?" "Sounds good." As soon as she finished speaking, Tianjing stood up and gracefully walked over to his side. A gentle fragrance of fruit wafted into the air as Tang Song took a deep breath, gripping his pen and remarking, "The beef brisket here is quite excellent. Can you partake?" "Certainly. And let us also have that large shrimp." "Oh, and add a portion of beef flank," Tianjing casually interjected, her gaze precisely directed at his hand. Watching his fingers sway rhythmically, she could not help but clench her legs tightly, her cheeks flushed. "Isn't this a bit excessive?" Tang Song pondered, gazing at the densely packed order, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. "This isn't just ordering, it's reciting a menu." Tianjing playfully stuck out her pink tongue, whispering, "Then perhaps I'll add a few more items. Let us skip the baked corn and the honey butter bread." The two of them dawdled for several minutes until they finally finalized their order. "Here is a small gift for you. See if you like it." Tianjing was momentarily taken aback, as it was quite a coincidence. Accepting the gift box with a radiant smile, she exclaimed, "Thank you. I didn't know you had a surprise prepared. How thoughtful of you." Unwrapping the gift revealed a stunning pair of Gucci sunglasses. They were remarkably light. The temples adorned with the iconic Gucci logo, embodying a simple yet fashionable design, brimming with personality. Tianjing donned the sunglasses and snapped several selfies with her phone, declaring, "I absolutely adore them. Coincidentally, I have a small gift for you as well." As she spoke, she retrieved a black box from her bag and handed it to him with both hands. Tang Song, taken aback by the unexpected gift, was astonished that he too had received such an expensive item. This was certainly not what the online chatter had suggested. The box was square, exuding a premium feel, with a familiar logo and a string of English letters that he momentarily could not identify. "Go on, open it," Tianjing urged, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Gently lifting the lid, Tang Song was greeted by a sleek, elegant silver watch. The white matte dial paired with polished silver hands, crafted entirely from high-quality stainless steel, exuded an extraordinary feel. At that moment, he recalled the name Longines. His landlord and university classmate, Liu Ziming, owned one and frequently showcased it on social media. As a renowned Swiss watchmaker, their pieces usually started at over 10,000 yuan. Tang Song felt slightly dazed by the sudden, generous gift from Tianjing, a wealthy and beautiful woman. They were not particularly close, having only shared a professional relationship prior. He had exerted such effort solely for the system task titled First Date Experience. What could her intentions be? Could it be that she has taken a liking to me? Experiencing such treatment for the first time, Tang Song felt his heart race. "Isn't it lovely? This is from Longin's fashion collection. I have one too." Tianjing playfully winked at him. Tang Song licked his dry lips and quietly replied, "Tianjing, is this not a bit extravagant?" "Not at all. It's not expensive for me. Besides, you gifted me the Gucci sunglasses, so we're merely exchanging gifts," she explained, rising to sit beside him, her eagerness palpable. "This is a fold-over clasp. Let me help you put on." "All right." Tang Song obediently placed his left hand on the table. Though unsure of the reasons behind the sudden intimacy, he found it to be rather pleasant. Tianjing grasped his fingers, gently pulling him closer. Her soft, delicate fingertips brushed against his palm, feigning surprise as she exclaimed, "Oh, Song, your palm has a unique pattern. It resembles something I read in a book. I must examine it closely." Subsequently, as if uncovering a great secret, she intertwined her fingers with his, cradling his hand before her and inspecting it with sparkling eyes. Tang Song shivered slightly. Apart from his first love, this was his inaugural experience holding hands with a girl. The sensation was smooth and delicate, akin to the gentle warmth of early spring sunlight. Taking a deep breath, Tang Song began to move his fingers as well. This surely could not be deemed inappropriate, given that she initiated it. Li Ting stared blankly in Tang Song's direction, her mind a haze. Initially relieved that his date was less appealing than Qian Qian, she was taken aback by the striking appearance of the girl beside him. Both her figure and looks were outstanding, and her attire spoke volumes of sophistication. Having discreetly taken a photo for reference, she discovered that the purse casually placed on the table was a Chanel, priced over 25,000 yuan. The dress was a new Burberry model from this year, worn by several celebrities and immensely popular online, retailing at over 30,000 yuan. While she could not identify the shawl, its quality clearly suggested it was anything but inexpensive, accompanied by a matching set of necklace, earrings, and hair accessories. The entire ensemble was worth at least 100,000 yuan. Moreover, the girl appeared to be well cared for, exuding elegance, fashion, and a refreshing innocence, truly the ideal type for any ordinary man. In comparison, Qian Qian, an unemployed beautician with no university education, seemed utterly devoid of competition, likely to be overshadowed entirely. Witnessing the exchange of gifts, especially the exquisite watch from the affluent beauty, Li Ting felt a wave of confusion wash over her. The citizen watch that Qian Qian had purchased with great effort was unlikely to compare. Chapter 76, Shallow Eyelids. Kai go. I placed the order. Zhang Xianrui gently called out to him. "Oh, right, okay," Lu Kai replied, his expression rigid. Swallowing hard, he felt as if he had just consumed an entire lemon, too sour. After handing the menu to the waiter, Zhang Xianrui turned to glimpse the girl Tang Song was with, seemingly curious about her appearance. She soon found herself entranced, her expression betraying an unnatural surprise. That girl is stunning. They make quite the pair. Indeed, Lu Kai nodded vigorously, realizing that Tang Song had hidden depths, quietly securing such an impressive girlfriend. Reflecting on his earlier boastful tone when mentioning Zhang Xianrui, he felt a blush creep to his cheeks. During their university days, their department had a surplus of boys, rendering any girl with a hint of beauty a standout. Among them, Zhang Xianrui was considered quite remarkable. Yet, she paled in comparison to the fair-skinned beauty before him. Nevertheless, Lu Kai was self-aware. He had no aspirations towards such a girl, merely feeling a twinge of envy. In contrast, the charming girl seated across from him, whom he had secretly adored during their university years, felt more attainable. Just then, the waiter brought their meals to the table. Lu Kai placed several slices of beef on the grill, enthusiastically urging, "Come on, let us dig in. I'll handle the grilling. You just enjoy. I find barbecuing quite fun. Let us do it together." Zhang Xianrui smiled, taking the tongs and eagerly participating. "Hold on, I need to snap a photo," Tianjing declared with a serious expression as she pulled out her phone. "Yes, both hands in view, be natural, and relax your fingers." Click, click. The three primary lines are universal to everyone, and yours are particularly unique. Additionally, the surrounding intricate lines carry certain pathological significance, hinting at potential health issues. Like this star pattern. "Xiao Jing, you certainly know a lot. Let me see your palm, and I'll compare." "Sure." Tang Song seized her hand, gliding his fingers along her skin, tracing the patterns of her palm and gently holding her slender, delicate fingers. The sensation was delightful, accompanied by a unique fragrance that made him want to savor it. Tianjing quivered slightly, a rosy hue blooming on her cheeks. Being held by her crush was undeniably exhilarating. Plates of ingredients were being served on the side table. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped past 7:30 p.m., and the sun had completely vanished below the horizon, casting the surroundings into darkness. The aroma of barbecue delicacies filled the entire terrace. The two conspiratorial souls finally ceased their palmistry investigation. As they grilled and chatted, Tianjing, having taken enough pictures and touched hands, was in high spirits, even offering to help him find a job, promising that the salary would be comparable to that at Jinxiu Trading. As a scion of a wealthy family, she boasts a circle of friends who are employed in family enterprises, thus resolving her employment concerns is hardly a challenge. Upon learning of his entrepreneurial aspirations, Tianjing raised her drink and toasted him, encouragingly proclaiming, "Wishing you swift success. Keep it up." "Thank you," she added. The cheesy baked sweet potato was splendid, the savory richness of the cheese harmonizing perfectly with the natural sweetness of the sweet potato. The beef brisket here is remarkably fresh, requiring only a brief grilling time. It is just right, crispy on the outside yet tender within, a delightful texture to savor. Throughout the meal, Tang Song exhibited a gentlemanly demeanor, proactively assisting with the grilling and pouring drinks. Having done his homework, he was well acquainted with the restaurant's signature dishes. The luminous moon gradually illuminated the starry sky, enhancing the allure of the night. The smile on Tianjing's face never waned. Unbeknownst to them, their relationship had grown significantly closer, evolving into true friendship. On the edge of the rooftop stage, a few individuals had mysteriously taken the stage. The surrounding diners immediately began to buzz with excitement. A musical performance was about to commence. It seemed to be the resident singer from the bar downstairs. Live music, I adore it. Quickly, I must capture this moment on my phone to share with my friends. On stage, the dashing restaurant manager raised the microphone and boisterously announced, "Good evening, everyone. Thank you for visiting Xinxiang. Tonight, we have our dear friend Carl performing for you, a free-spirited Sagittarius skilled in pop and folk music. Our Douyin live stream is also broadcasting the performance, so feel free to request songs." With his passionate introduction, the music erupted forth. A singer clad in a leather jacket and jeans stepped onto the stage, clutching a guitar. Tianjing, intrigued, gazed toward the stage and remarked, "The dining industry is becoming increasingly competitive. Without distinctive features, it is truly difficult to stand out. Even an outdoor barbecue has found a resident singer. However, this is quite enjoyable, being able to listen to music while dining." "Indeed, it is quite competitive," Tang Song nodded. Although his gaze fixated on the guitar in the leather-clad man's hands, a yearning stirring within him. Emerging from the dream realm, he retained all his experiences, insights, and skills related to the guitar, a true virtuoso. Now, gazing at the guitar not far away, he felt a stirring desire. The singer Carl, having fine-tuned the equipment, gently strummed the guitar strings, the melodious notes resonating through the speakers. He lowered his head slightly, his voice deep as he declared, "This song, 'You're the April Day of the Mortal World,' is dedicated to everyone. I hope that in this April, you can gather with those you cherish." As his words faded, a soft and melodious prelude began. "Crossing mountains and rivers to embrace you. No matter the tempest, we shall be together. Hearing the most beautiful memories about you. All your news." The melody of this song was lively and smooth, with beautifully crafted lyrics that were simple yet highly singable. Below the stage, many patrons raised their phones, some even softly humming along. Tianjing smiled and snapped a few photos, commenting, "It sounds wonderful, and the guitar playing is exceptional." Afterward, she joined in, singing a couple of lines, her voice fresh and melodious, truly delightful. Tang Song placed a piece of meat on her plate and inquired, "Your singing is delightful as well. You must really enjoy music, right?" "Indeed, our department often goes karaoke for team building. Du Shaokai from your department occasionally joins us. To be honest, he is rather bold. Using our department's team-building funds, haha." Tang Song nodded gently, a thought forming in his mind. The task clearly indicated that the higher the satisfaction of the date partner during the outing, the richer the rewards would be. In a date, the partner satisfaction is fundamentally gauged by the level of surprise experienced. Given his current appearance, wealth, and depth, he did not seem extraordinary in Tianjing's eyes. Contemplating this, Tang Song's gaze toward Xiao Jing grew fervent. "O fair heiress, your perception is still too shallow. You have yet to witness a true guitar maestro." Chapter 77. Short Paper. Long Affection. On stage, singer Carl had already performed several songs, ranging from pop to folk, all presenting a soothing atmosphere that perfectly suited the surroundings. On an April night in Yinqing, surrounded by the warmth of a barbecue, the two transitioned from discussing music to chatting about comics, eventually delving into the Japanese language. Upon hearing a few simple phrases of Japanese from Tang Song, Tianjing's eyes lit up, and she followed suit with a few lines from Japanese anime. She had taken an elective Japanese course in college out of interest, but had not applied herself, resulting in a rather poor proficiency. Noticing her enthusiasm, Tang Song continued the conversation along this thread. Their Japanese was not particularly good, yet the exchange proved to be quite entertaining, filled with laughter. As the music gradually subsided, the handsome manager re-emerged, microphone in hand, declaring, "We all know that true talent often lies hidden among the masses. Among our patrons tonight, there must be some hidden gems. We have prepared a little game for everyone. We invite you to sing here in the restaurant, accompanied by our musician Carl. The table that performs the best will have their entire bill waived tonight." As his words concluded, a wave of applause and cheers erupted. "All right, our staff will now roam the restaurant with the microphone. Anyone wishing to participate can simply reach out and grab the mic. We welcome everyone to join in." The game commenced. Soon, two staff members along with Carl entered the dining area with the microphone. "I'll go. Over here. This way. Look this way." The majority of the diners were young couples, and in this relaxed and vibrant atmosphere, they were quite bold. Before long, a round-faced girl snatched the microphone, and after a brief exchange with Carl, the clear sound of the guitar resonated. She winked at her boyfriend across the table and sang, "I have a dream like a rainbow after the rain, exchanging all my tears for a smile." Clearly, the first to seize the mic possessed considerable talent. Her voice was lovely, and her breath control was steady, truly a karaoke star. As her song concluded, applause erupted from the audience. Following her, several other young people eagerly grabbed the mic, most only singing the climactic parts of songs, yet they thoroughly ignited the atmosphere. Laughter, singing, and the sounds of cameras clicking filled the air. Observing the approaching restaurant staff, Tang Song's keen eyes darted to the guitar in Carl's grasp. Initially, he had planned to borrow the guitar during a pause in the performance, but now it seemed he could avoid that hassle. He turned to the bright-eyed Tianjing and suggested, "Xiao Jing, would you like to participate as well? Since you are hosting today, winning a free meal in this manner could be quite amusing. Plus, with your beauty and sweet voice, I believe the odds are in your favor." Tianjing bit her lip and smiled brightly. "Sure." With that, She stood up and tiptoed to wave at the staff. Over here. Handsome, look this way. She was not particularly focused on the free meal. She simply found the idea of participating in a singing game in such an atmosphere to be delightful. Winning the competition would only add to the fun. Dressed in a white party dress, the sweet and charming Tianjing became the center of attention in the restaurant as her voice rang out. A multitude of gazes turned toward her, and some even seized the opportunity to point their cameras in her direction. The staff's eyes lit up. Their intention was to enhance user engagement through this competition and promote the restaurant. With such an exquisite beauty participating, the level of discussion and reach would soar. They quickly approached her table, eagerly handing her the microphone without needing to compete for it. Carl, with his guitar slung over his back, wore an expression of excitement. He had noticed this girl while she was on stage earlier, and now that he was closer, her beauty was even more striking. Especially with the aura of a well-bred heiress about her. She was precisely his type. With a confident smile gracing the corners of his lips, KR gently strummed his guitar and inquired, "Miss, which song would you like to sing? As long as it isn't too obscure, I can accompany you." T. Nujizi Ing bit her lip, pondering for a moment before replying, "How about a simple one? H2 in queuing ching? Is that all right?" "Of course." KR tossed his hair lightly, eagerly anticipating the performance of a lady. Just then, TNGS Ing interjected, "Hello, I would like to accompany my friend with the guitar. If that's acceptable?" The host momentarily paused, then nodded enthusiastically, "Absolutely, you are most welcome." T. New Jersey Ing blinked her sparkling eyes in surprise. S. Ing. "You can play guitar too? Shall we collaborate and win this competition?" TNGS Ing playfully tapped his fingers at her. "That would be wonderful." T. New Jersey Ing instinctively glanced at TNGS Ing's handsome hands, her legs gently brushing beneath her skirt. Such beautiful hands that could play the guitar must be nimble and strong. Surely? The smile on KR's face gradually faded. Following the host's cue, he handed his guitar over, scrutinizing TNGS Ing with a discerning gaze. Accepting the guitar from KR, TNGS Ing lowered his head and gently caressed the strings. A wave of genuine joy and familiarity washing over him. The 41-inch electric acoustic guitar, connected directly to the amplifier, produced a loud and clear sound, perfectly suited for the performance setting. A gentle breeze stirred on the terrace, causing the canvas atop the dining table to sway lightly. TNGS Ing settled into a chair, resting the guitar on his lap, the headstock facing forward and the body forming a 45-degree angle with his body. His left hand pressed the strings while his right hand hovered over the sound hole. The movements appeared effortless, confident, and relaxed, exuding a certain charisma. The performances in his dreamlike world had instilled in him a fearless spirit, allowing him to ignore the gazes of those around him and focus intently on the guitar. Meanwhile, the April evening breeze tousled his tousled hair and the hem of his clothing. As the special effects triggered, under the warm yellow lights, TNGS Ing, holding the guitar, emanated a cool tranquility, a touch of melancholy, and a unique artistic aura enveloped the space. The previously raucous diners fell silent, all eyes drawn to the outstanding figure of TNGS Ing. "I am ready." TNGS Ing nodded at T. New Jersey Ing, his tone calm and serene. T. New Jersey Ing nodded gently and stepped in front of TNGS Ing, seemingly eager to watch him play. The brightly lit city skyline, the flawless moonlight, and the deep, sparkling starry sky all served as his backdrop. The clear and crisp notes flowed from his fingertips, the seamless and precise chords infused with deep emotion. T. New Jersey Ing's heartbeat quickened, her grip on the microphone tightening. Holding the guitar felt as exhilarating as wielding a transformation device like Ultraman. TNGS Ing gently inclined his head towards T. New Jersey Ing. Moments later, a fresh and sweet female voice resonated through the speakers. "You accompany me into the summer of cicadas, transcending the city's clamor." Having never experienced a passionate romance herself, she relied solely on imagination and empathy. Meanwhile, TNGS Ing, possessing the guitar-playing skills from his dream, effortlessly merged technique and emotion, employing a finger-picking style to create a fluid musicality that fully conveyed the song's depth and helplessness. As the focal point of the crowd, T. New Jersey Ing listened to the gentle and heartfelt guitar sound, her own voice gradually imbued with emotion. "I truly miss you in every rainy season." Good music possesses a remarkable capacity to move hearts, especially in an intimate live performance setting. The diners gradually quieted, focusing on the song. Many shifted their attention from the dazzling T New Jersey Ing to TNGS Ing, who sat on the stool. In that moment, he resembled a stream flowing through the mountains, cool and pure, exuding an aura of restraint. Their eyes met, and a slight quiver appeared in T New Jersey Ing's voice. The fair complexion of her skin flushed a clear red, illuminating her face and neck. Noticing her reaction, TNGS Ing offered a warm smile. After all, this date was tied to a system task, and his primary aim was to bring joy to T New Jersey Ing. He then stood up from his chair, inching closer to her. Breathing in her fragrant scent and gazing into her sparkling eyes, he softly began to hum along. You accompany me into the summer of cicadas, transcending the city's clamor, your eyes like pomegranate blossoms. T New Jersey Ing instantly relaxed, a broad smile spreading across her face as she sang and gently swayed her body. The breeze lifted her delicate bangs, and her radiant, snow-white face outshone the moon of the night. The clear guitar notes, accompanied by the rhythmic strumming of the wooden guitar, created a unique cadence. TNGS Ing spontaneously introduced a rhythmical element entirely different from the original composition, instantly refreshing the entire song. As the guitar notes flowed like a clear spring, the song came to an end. Applause and cheers erupted on the terrace. Enjoying barbecues, the evening breeze, the stunning scenery, and such remarkable music made the experience truly worthwhile. Many began to share posts on social media platforms. The host took the microphone and announced loudly, "Indeed, our patrons are hidden talents." The performances by these two beautiful individuals were nothing short of spectacular. It is an honor for our Xiing restaurant. Now, let the games continue, and we invite everyone to join the challenge. TNGS Ing handed the guitar back to KR, expressing his gratitude as he gradually detached from the emotional performance. He smiled at T New Jersey Ing across from him. It was a delightful collaboration. You sang beautifully. It was all you're doing. T New Jersey Ing playfully stuck out her tongue at him, realizing he was a hidden gem, an extraordinary guitarist capable of debuting on the spot. Only a guitarist can't do it alone. How about we form a duo and release an album? Sounds great. Let's call it Sweet Sugar. Agreed. At the dining table, HLT Ing's dazed expression slowly returned to normal, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Although she could not play the guitar, KR's expressions and reactions had clearly indicated his exceptional skill. Driving a BMW, tall and handsome, with remarkable guitar prowess and an outstanding presence. He was undoubtedly an exceptional young man, the most charming she had encountered. She had once earnestly advised her to steer clear of TNGS Ing, presenting logical arguments to minimize their interactions. Yet after last night, Ching Ki In had turned down TNGS Ing, and now he had such a beautiful and wealthy companion. It was all too late. LX and Gu observed the lively crowd around him and suggested, "LT Ing, I remember you sing quite well. Why not join in and have some fun?" After saying this, HLT Ing picked up her bag and stood up. "All right, be careful on your way home and let me know when you arrive." LX and Gu did not insist further. Having known each other for only a short time, they maintained an ordinary colleague relationship. Her firm rejection left him unable to persuade her to stay. After another 10 minutes, the restaurant's games concluded, and the handsome manager took the stage once more. He invited everyone to leave comments and vote in the live streaming room on Douyin. Without a doubt, T New Jersey Ing emerged victorious, successfully receiving a complimentary meal card to use at checkout. The two raised their glasses in a small celebration. Once they had nearly finished eating, T New Jersey Ing sat beside TNGS Ing again, requesting him to teach her some guitar techniques. After all, she had been a music lover since childhood and had studied guitar for a few days, but lacked a skilled teacher to guide her. They negotiated wheeling seats, personally guiding her by mimicking the movements with her hands. T New Jersey Ing's face grew warmer as she watched his hands and softly said, "I noticed how cool your strumming and plucking looked earlier. Could you show me a few times?" After speaking, she slightly turned her body, presenting her hands. "Of course, no problem." Tang Song gently clasped her hands from behind, his lips lightly pressed together. Her flowing long hair, slender shoulders, delicate waist, and slight back evoked an overwhelming sense of joy within him. He held a profound impression of Tianjing, the goddess of the company. Every Friday afternoon tea, she was the most captivating sight in the activity area, adorned in exquisite attire, distributing cake with a knife, her words sweet and charming, endearing her to many male colleagues. Yet, she maintained a sense of propriety in her social interactions, always keeping a respectful distance from her male counterparts. Even Du Xiaokai, who showered her with attention daily, found it difficult to approach her. Back then, Tang Song could only admire her from afar, sharing casual remarks in group chats, never contemplating any deeper connection. Yet now, as they shared such intimate contact, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Tianjing appeared remarkably compliant, seemingly oblivious to his rapid breath and racing heartbeat, mirroring his movements with playful gestures. Chapter 79. The wrong direction. As the clock approached 9 p.m., their dinner neared its conclusion. After tidying up, Tang Song stood and gestured towards a direction where two of his university classmates were situated, indicating he would greet them before departing. Tianjing picked up her handbag and a Gucci gift bag, cheerfully suggesting, "Let's go together." Upon reaching the table, before Tang Song could speak, Kai stood up, giving him a thumbs up with an excited expression, exclaiming, "Hey, I never knew you could play the guitar. Impressive, you look quite the star." He then slyly glanced at the obediently standing Tianjing, winking at Tang Song. Tang Song smiled and introduced, "This is my friend Tianjing, Xiao Jing. Meet my university classmates, Kai and Zhang Xinrui." The three exchanged greetings and engaged in light banter. Tang Song waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Kai Xinrui, let out first. Let us gather some time." Tianjing followed suit, waving goodbye, "Kai Xinrui, bye." As they watched the two handsome figures depart, Kai couldn't hide his envy. He stroked his double chin and glanced at Zhang Xinrui, resolving to prioritize fitness and weight loss, change his hairstyle, and improve his fashion sense. He thought, if not for a girlfriend like Tianjing, at least he should win over the girl he secretly admired in college. Exiting the Xinjiang restaurant, the two walked along the sidewalk, a gentle breeze brushing against them. "Hey Song, I'll be honest with you. My impression of you was quite faint before," Tianjing playfully remarked. "I only remembered seeing you busy during the Friday tea activities. It wasn't tea until President Chun had to reprimand you that I looked up your information." "I know," Tang Song nodded lightly. "Not upset, are you?" "Not at all. I have been deeply engrossed in project development and rarely interacted with female colleagues, especially not with the goddess of the company." Hearing this, Tianjing felt pleased. "Well, it's true. After all, I am the face of Jinxia Shamo." She gestured to her chin, playfully acknowledging the compliment. "Haha, that is widely recognized. The girls in our office often discuss the male colleagues, sometimes saying quite harsh things. Did they say anything about me?" Their conversation flowed effortlessly as they shared tidbits from work, creating a delightful atmosphere. After leisurely walking for over 10 minutes, Tang Song suddenly halted, his face a picture of surprise. "By the way, Xiao Jing, where did you park your car? Why haven't we arrived yet?" "Oh, where's my car?" Tianjing feigned a puzzled expression, struggling to recall. "I think it's in some direction, or we could check the car's location. I came in my mom's car. I don't have my own. What should we do?" "Then we'll have to walk and press the car key as we go." Seeing Tang Song's bewildered expression, Tianjing couldn't help but laugh softly. Their eyes met, and she quickly adopted a demure demeanor. "I'm sorry, I just remembered. The car is parked on the other side of Xinjiang restaurant. It seems we've gone the wrong way. No wonder I haven't seen it." With her hands clasped around her bag, she turned to him with an apologetic look. "Song, you want tea? Hold it against me, will you?" In the office, she was the sweet and kind female colleague, a diligent and responsible compensation supervisor. On dates, she transformed into a glamorous and affluent beauty, gifting an expensive watch and engaging in palmistry discussions. Now, she suddenly became a little actress, leaving Tang Song wondering what her true self was like. "Thank you. You're so kind." Tianjing smiled sweetly. "Then let us go." As they turned to head back, Tianjing suddenly halted, leaning against the car with a furrowed brow. "We seem to have walked quite a distance. I'm wearing heels today, and my ankles hurt terribly. Could you help me massage them?" Of course. Although he guessed she was putting on an act, Tang Song still knelt down, obliged to assist. Under her guidance, he helped her remove her shoe, revealing her fair, delicate left foot. Her petite toes were neatly aligned, her skin smooth and radiant, the overall silhouette elegant, with a subtle sheen. Even without being a foot enthusiast, Tang Song had to admit her feet were beautiful. "Is this the spot?" Yes, that's it hurts." Taking a deep breath, Tang Song gently massaged her heel with both hands. Tianjing quickly covered her mouth, but still let out a soft moan. "E me fine." Apply a little more pressure. As he felt the warmth of his hands kneading her foot, Tianjing's eyes began to glisten. She secretly took out her phone, muted it, and began documenting the moment. The male god's hands are massaging my feet. If I share this in the group, won't those infatuated girls be envious? After a while, Tang Song expanded his massage to her calves, even applying pressure to her Achilles tendon. Tianjing felt a warmth spreading through her body, a quiver of excitement coursing through her. She quickly exclaimed, "Okay, that's enough." Initially, she was merely interested in his hands, wanting to feel that connection. However, after today's series of events, she found herself intrigued by him as a whole. If he continued this way, things might escalate beyond her control. Tang Song kneaded her calves one last time before reluctantly helping her back into her heels. Feeling better? Tianjing bit her moist lips and nodded gently. Much better. Thank you, Song. Tang Song gazed at her and suddenly asked, "May I ask you a question? Why do you always call me Song?" Their first interaction had occurred during a salary adjustment call, where she had addressed him in such an overly familiar manner. Ah, that question. Tianjing paused, her eyes sparkling. "It's because I know you so well. Before the call, I specifically pulled up your employment form to look at it. Your English name is..." I have a habit of addressing colleagues by their English names when discussing work with those I'm not very familiar with. "Ah, I see." As they passed the entrance of Xinxiang restaurant once more, a Porsche Cayenne gleamed in a nearby parking spot. Tianjing held her bag tightly, looking up at him with sparkling eyes, the soft glow of the streetlight illuminating her like twinkling stars. "Drive carefully on the road." Tang Song hesitated for a moment before opening his arms to embrace her. He was no oblivious protagonist from an anime. He could sense the affection Xiao Jing had for him. A brief embrace upon parting would surely not be unwelcome. Indeed, she was a sight to behold. Her form supple and slender, her presence enveloped in an elegant fragrance, making the embrace incredibly pleasant. Tianjing blushed. "Be careful on the road, goodbye." Chapter 80. The Beautician Friend's new pose in the Tianhua Huayuan community. A slightly aged security door creaked open. He lighting, with a bag slung over her shoulder and shopping bags in hand, stepped inside. After placing her belongings down, she gently pushed open the door to the secondary bedroom. Noticing the light was still on, she realized her cousin, Chanqian, had yet to retire for the night. "Chanqian," she called softly as she entered. In the small room, scarcely 10 square meters, Zhao Yaqian was clad in a recently purchased dress, leaning over the desk, lost in thought while gazing at a citizen wristwatch. Upon seeing he lighting, Zhao Yaqian quickly straightened up, hastily stowing the watch into her makeup bag. He lighting's heart skipped a beat as she bit her lip. It was evident that comparisons between people were futile. The girl who was out on a date with Tang Song that night was adorned in a Burberry gown worth over 30,000 yuan and casually gifted a watch worth over 10,000. In contrast, Chanqian could only afford a discounted dress costing a couple of hundred yuan, and even gifting a watch worth 1,000 yuan required considerable hesitation. Noticing her silence, Zhao Yaqian wore a look of grievance and asked, "Did you bring me something delicious? I made myself an egg soup for dinner, but I still feel hungry. I bought you some snacks. They're on the coffee table. Help yourself," he lighting replied. Zhao Yaqian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she dashed into the living room in her slippers. A moment later, a chorus of exclamations erupted. "Oh my goodness! Calcium milk, red dates stuffed with walnuts, dried mango, candied fruits, and dried tofu." He lighting took a deep breath and stepped out of the bedroom. "They're all yours. Feel free to indulge." With a cheer, Zhao Yaqian rushed back, hugging he lighting tightly and showering her with kisses. "Sister, I love you. When I make a lot of money in the future, I'll treat you to a meal at a 5-star hotel." He lighting wiped the remnants of food and saliva from her face, chuckling. "You've said that dozens of times." Zhao Yaqian, with her usual thick skin among family, replied, "It only shows how sincere I am. Don't let the calcium milk get cold. Remember to heat it up." I know, Zhao Yaqian said, warming the milk with hot water. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and smiled. "Tingzi, I have good news to share with you." "What good news?" "Remember Sister Li, who brought me in before? The one who left without notice?" "Yes, the one who asked you to understand her situation." Zhao Yaqian, munching on dry tofu, exclaimed excitedly. She went to a professional beauty salon that only serves female clients. They just happened to be short-staffed, and with the business booming during the May Day holiday, the manager agreed to let me try it out for 2 weeks. If I perform well, there's a chance I can stay. He lighting was momentarily taken aback. then affectionately ruffled her hair, encouraging her, "That's indeed a wonderful opportunity. Go for it." Yes, they use high-end skincare products. The salary is quite good, with meal and communication allowances, and after 3 months of formal employment, they provide 5 insurances. Zhao Yaqian leaned back on the sofa, daydreaming. If I can secure a permanent position, I'll have a local medical insurance card, and my monthly earnings will be significantly more than at Yitzi. I told you, you're bound to find a better job. They sat on the sofa, with Zhao Yaqian munching on snacks while sharing her aspirations for the future. Her goals were simple and not too distant. First, to pay off her debts, then treat herself to many beautiful clothes and cosmetics, and finally invite friends for meals and gifts. However, when mentioning Tang Song, her voice unconsciously lowered. Since what happened last night, he hasn't contacted me. He didn't chat with me about skincare this morning, and didn't send me any selfies. Tingzi, do you think it's impossible for us to return to how we once were? This concern had weighed heavily on her heart for quite some time. She longed to mend her relationship with Tang Song, but felt at a loss as to how, which was also the reason she insisted on buying the watch that afternoon. Delighting bit her lip, her voice dry as she replied, "Qian, I think Tang Song is quite a good person. It might be possible to develop things further with him. Why don't you chat with him more on WeChat and gauge his current feelings towards you?" Zhao Yaqian looked at her cousin, slightly bewildered, not fully grasping her intent. She had previously convinced herself that being with him would only lead to his detriment, and that better prospects awaited her. How had her perspective shifted so suddenly? The living room fell silent. He lighting inserted a straw into the warmed calcium milk, took a large sip, and then handed it to Zhao Yaqian, softly saying, "Since you care about him so much and don't wish to lose him as a friend, perhaps you should first restore your relationship to its former state. I may have been too one-sided in my opinions before. After all, I haven't interacted with him directly. You should get to know him better before making any decisions." She still dared not reveal the photos of Tang Song on the date. If Qian were to see that elegant, affluent girl, she would likely be devastated. After all, it was she who initially rejected Tang Song, and it was challenging to muster the courage to approach him again. Zhao Yaqian took a sip of the milk and instinctively asked, "What should I do? Since he hasn't reached out to you, why not take the initiative to message him? For instance, is there something you would like to share with him?" Zhao Yaqian blurted out, "I have a new dress that's beautiful. I want him to see it. Then send him a photo. This would be a good way to ease the tension between you two." Oh. Zhao Yaqian nodded, setting down her snacks and striding into the bedroom. After a quick touch-up on her makeup and fixing her hair, she emerged holding her phone. "Tingzi, help me take a picture." He lighting took the phone, adjusted the angle and exposure, and captured a stunning full-body shot of her. In terms of figure and looks, she was not at all inferior to that affluent beauty. It was merely a matter of style. Perhaps many boys would even prefer Qian's long legs. After a moment's thought, he lighting continued, "You look gorgeous. Qian, sit on the sofa, and I'll take another shot." "Sure, just be natural. Why are you covering your legs?" Zhao Yaqian blushed, saying, "Hey now, I'm just sharing my outfit. Besides, I'm not wearing any leggings. If I pull it up anymore, I'll expose myself. Just lower your hand, lift the skirt a bit, extend your legs, and I'll adjust the angle. This will work? Okay, take a look at how it turned out." "Oh dear, you've made it look too suggestive. My rear is nearly exposed. Why don't you shoot your own exposed parts for me? I would mind if you sent a shot of my legs to Tang Song." Shameless. As the Porsche Cayenne slowly drove away, Zhao Yaqian sent a message. "I just bought a new dress today and wanted to see if it looks good on me." Zhao Yaqian, standing full body, Zhao Yaqian, sofa leg exposure, Tang Song gasped, "Beautician friend, what are you doing?" The first picture was acceptable, but the second was quite excessive. "Who taught you to take photos like this?" Her smooth and voluptuous thighs displayed distinct muscle lines, while her calves were long and slender, almost evenly proportioned, an archetypal hourglass leg. Having known Zhao Yaqian for so long, Tang Song was experiencing a comprehensive understanding of her for the first time. After a brief wait, his phone buzzed again. Zhao Yaqian. Reclining on the bed, Tang Song felt a surge of excitement. Could this be the new pose unlocked after developing feelings? Chapter 81. A birthday gift for Secretary Jean in the Yanjing Hua Ting community, after sending Tang Song a message to confirm her safe arrival home. Tianjing promptly opened the two-dimensional beauty chat group. She selected several photos taken today and shared them in the group. There were close-ups of her hands, a photo of her holding Tang Song's hand, and another of him squatting down to massage her feet. All the images only capture their hands. Xiao Jing. Hee hee. As soon as the message was sent, chaos erupted in the group. CC, how dare you? How dare you? How could you succeed? Nai you, using those hands to knead your feet? Xiao Jing, you're too much. Ling Ziyu. Xiao Jing, I have 36. Would you like to try with handsome guy hands? Bai Jigu. Xiao Jing, I have noticed that your hands and feet are exceedingly beautiful. Why not share an address so the three of us can play together? The conversation quickly spiraled into absurdity. Many infatuated individuals began to cast their eyes upon Xiao Jing, and the chat became increasingly ludicrous. Initially, Xiao Jing merely wished to showcase a bit, her face growing ever redder. She had intended to use this date as an opportunity to gently touch his hand and capture a few photos for admiration. However, when he strummed the guitar, the situation spiraled out of control. Tianjing stared at her feet for a while, a surge of warmth rising from below, and she tightly pressed her legs together. "Demia," she exclaimed, swiftly covering her head with a blanket. Soon after, her lovely white dress was tossed aside. Tang Song reclined on the sofa, intending to continue perusing photos sent by his beautician friend when a crisp system notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, player. The challenge task, First Date Experience, has been completed. Following this, a faint light screen appeared. Reward settlement in progress. During this date, your performance was outstanding. Your date. Tianjing felt both mentally and physically delighted. Satisfaction level, 95-100. You have received a dating gift pack. Tang Song promptly sat upright, his eyes gleaming with joy. A satisfaction level of 95 far exceeded his expectations. Even within the game, he seldom achieved such scores in tasks related to satisfaction. Xiao Jing was truly remarkable. The corresponding gift pack was bound to be equally impressive. Entering the system warehouse, a shimmering golden gift pack lay quietly within. Tang Song first washed his hands in the restroom, selected the dating gift pack, and opened it without delay. You have received a tribute reward, Stamina 2. You have received a real-life item, Dream Gift Box X1. You have received a special item, Godlike Oral Spray. Upon examining the item details, he discovered that the Godlike Oral Spray effectively improved oral hygiene, enhancing aesthetics, eliminating tartar and stains, and inhibiting harmful bacteria growth, ensuring the health of teeth and gums. Note, as a godlike figure, your breath is fresh and pleasant, and your oral cavity is clean and attractive. Kissing or flirting with the opposite sex will yield greater satisfaction, evoking admiration for your extraordinary oral capabilities. The Dream Gift Box X1 contained a custom high-end luxury gift set featuring various gifts from different brands, including an Hermès exquisite dating handkerchief, a watch. Note, due to the high value of the goods, please provide shipping information. Delivery will be handled by a professional security company. After reviewing the task rewards, Tang Song excitedly clenched his fist. A dating gift pack had yielded 3 grand prizes, and a 95 satisfaction score was indeed impressive. The stamina attribute was crucial for physical performance, particularly for men. The godlike oral spray and a previous hand cream appear to belong to the same series, both capable of directly enhancing one's physical attributes, making them exceptionally precious. Due to past irregular dietary and lifestyle habits, his oral health had suffered, plagued by issues such as tartar, thick tongue coating, minor dental stains, and halitosis. Now, with the use of this item, he could achieve a perfect oral condition in one fell swoop. As for the Dream Gift Box, he was unfamiliar with its value, having little knowledge of luxury goods. He retrieved his phone and searched for the gifts contained within the Dream Gift Box. After a few minutes, he excitedly licked his lips. The 9 items included in the gift box had a total value exceeding 1 million. There were silk scarves, handbags, watches, perfumes, and necklaces, essentially constituting a complete set of gifts, all top-tier luxury items. Truly, the rewards from the dating gift pack were remarkable. If presented as gifts during a date, the recipient would likely be utterly captivated. After some contemplation, Tang Song decided to have the box shipped to his address. It would be more prudent to distribute the gifts later based on circumstances. After all, the value of the gift box was substantial, and there were currently no suitable recipients. He selected the gift box and proceeded to use it, filling in his shipping details. When choosing the delivery date, he paused momentarily, realizing that May was just around the corner, and Jean Michu's birthday fell on May 20th. In the game, he received annual notifications to select birthday gifts for her. Being the closest character to him in the game, he had always given practical gifts, such as outfits, shares, industries, and funds. However, he had never presented her with luxury items that women typically adore. Now that the game had become reality, she was a living person with her own stories, emotions, thoughts, and preferences. Perhaps she would appreciate such gifts? He wondered if the system would permit him to gift items to characters in the game in this manner. Taking a deep breath, Tang Song filled in the headquarters address for the company controlling the Smile, the fixed phone number, and Jean Michu's real name, selecting the delivery date. After clicking confirm, he received the message. Information confirmed, the gift box will be delivered to Jean Michu on May 20th, 2023. Indeed, it was feasible. The system was quite reliable. If its stated delivery was assured, then it would undoubtedly succeed. Tang Song stood up in excitement, pacing around the room, exhilarated by his first interaction with a character from a game. After some time, his emotions gradually calmed. After a brief rinsing, he opened the system warehouse, selected the godlike oral spray, and used it immediately. Soon, a refreshing mist spread throughout his mouth, sweet and cool, providing immense comfort. Before long, the cooling sensation intensified, paralyzing half his face, rendering his mouth completely immobile. Tang Song sat quietly on the sofa, waiting patiently. Approximately half an hour later, the coolness began to fade, and he regained control of his lower face. Tang Song exhaled a cool breath and stood before the mirror, opening his mouth. His lips were moist and glossy, his tongue vibrant and supple, with thin, white coating evenly distributed. His teeth were straight and white, sparkling with a healthy sheen. His gums exhibited a healthy pink hue, firm in texture, the edges tightly adhering to his teeth, forming a perfect gum line. With rosy lips and white teeth, his smile was truly charming. Chapter 82. Company on April 30th, 2023, under clear skies at 13:25, the notification of a bank deposit chimed on his phone. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. As Tang Song gazed at his smiling reflection in the mirror, he felt extraordinarily handsome. The corners of his mouth lifted symmetrically, revealing a set of 8 pristine, aligned teeth, with a crescent-shaped lip line and subtly visible, pink and firm gums, significantly enhancing his attractiveness. Then, Tang Song raised his eyebrows, turning his head from side to side in the mirror. Perhaps it was an illusion, but he felt that his facial structure had undergone slight changes. With a more defined jawline, he snapped a side profile photo and rigorously compared it to a previous selfie. Indeed, although the change was subtle, the effect was evident. The oral spray surpassed his expectations in its effectiveness. However, the contours of his face still lacked definition, and his jawline was not sufficiently clear and smooth. This was a result of prolonged poor posture, leading to the loosening of facial muscles and accumulation of fat due to slouching and forward-leaning neck position. The jawline, connecting the chin and side of the face, is a key element in shaping facial contours. A clear, smooth jawline can enhance the dimensionality of the face and improve side profile aesthetics, thereby elevating overall attractiveness. Currently, he was engaged in posture correction exercises that aimed to improve his jawline. His original plan was to complete this transformation within 2 months, but now, under the influence of the system's items, he had achieved it ahead of schedule, which was a delightful surprise. After admiring himself for a while, he opened the system interface to check his personal information. Upon opening the system interface, personal information is displayed. Player, Tang Song, 39 foot, role, President of Songmei Apparel, height, 182 centimeters, weight, 80 kilograms, physique, 60, endurance, 59, agility, 53, insight, 77, asset status, balance, 14. 55 million yuan, company, Songmei Apparel, property, 200 square meters office space in Yunxi Building, vehicle, BMW 330. In the game man Shin growth plan, a charm value of 30 is merely the player's initial score. Thus, the rewards unlocked will inevitably be modest, akin to just having emerged from the novice village. However, upon reaching a score of 40, he would be regarded as a seasoned player, and the corresponding rewards would undoubtedly surpass those previously obtained, possibly even unlocking new system privileges. Tang Song is filled with anticipation. At 9 o'clock in the morning, after parking the car at Yunxi Building 2, Tang Song first made his way to the lobby on the first floor to purchase 2 cups of Luckin coffee, before leisurely ascending to the 30th floor. As he walked through the open company doors, he was greeted by two property cleaning staff diligently attending to their duties. Bypassing the reception desk, he soon spotted Gao Mengting, who was engrossed in her work. Still seated at her desk by the window, her fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. Approaching her, Tang Song greeted, "Good morning, Mengting." Upon hearing his voice, Gao Mengting quickly raised her head, responding, "Good morning, President Tang. Would you like a warm mocha?" Tang Song placed the coffee he held beside her, flashing a charming smile. Gao Mengting's expression momentarily froze, but she quickly regained her composure, saying, "Thank you. I won't stand on ceremony with a wealthy person like you." Taking a gentle sip of her coffee, she pondered to herself how she had never noticed before how handsome he looked when he smiled. Tang Song shifted his chair closer to her and inquired, "How is the resume screening going?" They lacked established connections in this regard, necessitating a fresh recruitment process. Gao Mengting cradled her coffee in front of her, softly replying, "Due to the company's short establishment time and our status as a startup, among those we have communicated with, very few meet the criteria. I have scheduled interviews with a few candidates for the HR and finance positions for the day after tomorrow." "Sounds good. We will interview together then and expedite the team formation," he affirmed. His current role as president of Songmei Apparel came with the special effect leader, which would prove invaluable in personnel decisions, ensuring the hired employees met the company standards. As the company was newly established, the initial team members were crucial and must be selected with utmost care. Gao Mengting nodded gently and continued, "Today, our public account can begin external transfers. We should purchase office supplies right away. Otherwise, candidates may think we are a scam." "Yes, let's proceed with the orders we previously selected." "All right." Gao Mengting turned her laptop toward him, smiling as she added, "Also, the design draft for the company have been completed. President Tang, please take a look and let me know your thoughts." "So soon?" Tang Song leaned forward, his gaze fixed on the images displayed on the screen. The background was a vibrant lemon yellow, with the logo prominently showcasing the black initials of Songmei. The two letters were artfully curved and combined, complemented by subtle line drawings, resembling a simplistic sketch of clothing. The letter elements enhanced brand recognition while embodying industry characteristics. Overall, it appeared striking, minimalist, and easily identifiable. Tang Song's eyes lit up. It surpassed his expectations significantly, revealing the dedication invested in it. The elegant curves represent the grace of apparel, while the vivid colors embody our vibrant spirit. Moreover, it possesses scalability, adaptable to various media and sizes, such as printed materials, billboards, social media avatars, and even future clothing labels. Seated beside Tang Song, Gao Mengting earnestly explained the concept and significance behind the design, her tone brimming with confidence and vigor. Tang Song turned slightly, sipping his coffee as he quietly observed his articulate partner, sensing an undeniable charm radiating from her. Once she paused, Tang Song affirmatively stated, "This is it. I am extremely satisfied. Please contact the decoration company at once and initiate the wall construction. Your classmate is truly talented. I would love to recruit her." She indeed was a remarkable talent, having graduated in June and secured a tripartite agreement with a leading design firm in Yanqing. Once their company flourished, they could entice her to join as a designer. They proceeded to purchase 910,000 yuan worth of office equipment through corporate online banking, borrowed some petty cash, paid 500 yuan in design fees, contacted the decoration company and the legal firm before embarking on the process of acquiring the inventory of Tingmei clothing. As a legitimate enterprise, every transaction from the public account required proper documentation. Since they currently lacked a finance officer, they had to manage it themselves. Fortunately, Gao Mengting possessed some financial knowledge, and after consulting with classmates majoring in accounting over the past few days, the process flowed relatively smoothly. Chapter 83. Coincidence after a busy day. As the clock struck 6 p.m., Tang Song rose, stretching languidly, and remarked, "Thank you for your hard work, Accountant Gao. How about I treat you to a sumptuous dinner?" Gao Mengting winked at him, saying, "I'm sorry, but I have an appointment today. Let us defer this meal. I'll remember it for another time." "Oh, is it a male or female?" Gao Mengting hesitated, diverting her gaze awkwardly. "It's my classmate. She has put a lot of effort into it, producing 6 versions in 3 days. This one, 500 yuan design fee, is quite a bargain for me, so I thought I would treat her to a meal as compensation." Given her design level, she would start at 5,000 yuan in a design company. Moreover, she will also handle various modifications and maintenance for different sizes and formats. So 500 yuan is indeed a super friendly price. Tang Song flashed her a charming smile. Don't forget to request an invoice. Expenses related to the company can be reimbursed. President Tang is so generous. Gao Mingting covered her mouth and chuckled. Just then, Gao Mingting's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, Tang Song noticed the caller was labeled as Chiu Chiu. Hello, Chiu Chiu. I'll be off work soon. You can head over now. Yes, bye. As the sun gradually descended in the west, the black BMW 330 cruised along the orange-hued streets, exiting the South Second Ring Road. After a few turns, lush locust trees lined both sides of the road, evoking a sense of familiarity. The street was adorned with a myriad of shops, colorful signs, and various food stalls, bookstores, and accessory stores. The throngs of people passing by were mostly young men and women, radiating vitality. They walked in groups, chatting and joking, exuding youthful exuberance. This was the commercial street outside Yincheng University of Science and Technology, a place where he had spent 4 years of his life. On his way home today, he felt an inexplicable urge to revisit this place and savor the familiar delicacies. After parking the car, Tang Song stood by the roadside, surveying the scene before him, and then stepped forward. Fried chicken, grilled cold noodles, stinky tofu, candied hawthorn. Before he knew it, Tang Song found himself carrying several bags. Finally, he entered a restaurant renowned for its authentic beef flat noodles, a place he frequented during his university days. 3 years had passed, yet it remained unchanged. Regardless of whether he could finish it, he ordered a large bowl of wide noodles, adding tofu skin, braised meat, meatballs, and an egg. Finding a seat by the window, he indulged in the delicious meal while observing the bustling university students. As the sky outside gradually darkened, the streetlights flickered to life, casting a warm yellow hue over the world outside. Tang Song paused mid-bite, inexplicably struck by a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of a scene from years past. In his memory, there had been a similar moment, but that was long ago. In the lively street, Li Shumin pouted, saying, I still want to eat snail noodles. What should I do? Zhang Jiahong retorted, You've eaten it for 2 consecutive days. Even your farts smell like it now. You're talking nonsense, as if your farts don't smell. The two exchanged playful banter. Li Shumin gently shook Yao Lingling's arm and said, Lingling, why don't you decide what we should have for dinner tonight? I'm absolutely famished. Yao Lingling's gaze swept across a row of shops by the roadside, and she pointed to one, exclaiming, Let us have bamian. It's hearty, and they offer extra toppings. All right then, let us hurry. I want to add an egg and some meatballs. Look at your modesty. I want extra meat. The three of them laughed as they entered the restaurant. After engaging in a warm chat with the owner at the counter, they placed their orders. Given that it was a holiday evening, there were no available tables, so they had to share with others. Li Shumin scanned the room and whispered, There's a handsome guy over there, sitting alone. The 3 of us can join him. From their vantage point, they could only see his profile, but his figure, attire, and outline clearly indicated that he was quite the attractive young man. If there's a handsome guy to admire while dining, that only enhances the experience. The 3 girls exchanged smiles and made their way over. In such small eateries, it was common to share tables, so there was no concern about intruding. Li Shumin and Zhang Jiahong promptly sat down across from the boy, stealing glances at his face. Yao Lingling, with a bold demeanor, patted the boy on the shoulder and said, Excuse me, handsome, I need to squeeze in beside you. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Tang Song, who was savoring his noodles, looked up in surprise. The 4 of them froze for a moment. After a brief silence, Yao Lingling exclaimed, See you, what a coincidence. Li Shumin and Zhang Jiahong exchanged dumbfounded glances. The online influencer they had been following had suddenly appeared before them, creating an uncanny sense of reality. They had just video chatted the day before, which felt extraordinarily serendipitous. Isn't this fate? In such a large Yancheng, we happened to meet in this little restaurant, Tang Song remarked as he shifted to a seat inside, gesturing for Lingling to sit down. Yao Lingling quickly took her seat. Tang Song greeted them with a smile, saying, Lingling, Shumin, and Xiaohong, good evening. As his smile lit up his face, the 3 girls were momentarily taken aback, their eyes wide with wonder and admiration as they appraised him. Tang Song felt a bit uncomfortable under their gaze and wondered why they were looking at him so intently. Yao Lingling suppressed the urge to pinch his cheek and said, See you, You're even more handsome in person than online. Indeed, this transformation is the most successful I've ever seen. Li Shumin and Zhang Jiahong eagerly agreed, nodding vigorously. During their video chat, they had already sensed his charm, but seeing him in person exceeded all expectations, especially his lips, rosy and white-toothed. His smile radiated warmth and allure. Tang Song's cheeks flushed slightly as he chuckled. Please don't keep calling me by my online name. Just call me by my real name, Tang Song. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Yao Lingling. And I am Li Shumin. The four exchanged a few casual words, effectively reintroducing themselves. Tang Song placed a variety of snacks he had purchased on the table, grinning. Perfect. I bought too much and can't finish it, so now we don't have to worry. The sight of the delectable array of snacks made the three girls swallow in unison. Is this appropriate? No worries, we are all friends. And I genuinely can't finish it, Tang Song assured them. You should know, I'm your devoted fan, so I won't hold back. Li Shumin licked her lips and eagerly grabbed a crispy chicken leg, biting into it with satisfaction. This is from that fried chicken place at the street corner. Isn't it? Absolutely delicious. The stinky tofu is also delightful. The bamiyan arrived shortly, and the four of them chatted while enjoying their meal. The three girls, possessing lively personalities, engaged in a spirited discussion about him and the food, leaving Tang Song struggling to interject. After a while, Yao Lingling explained, we are all students from Yincheng KG University, having just graduated last year. Since we are familiar with the area around the school, we rented a place in the neighboring Xingchen Huayuan community and often dine here because it's affordable and generous in portions. Tang Song paused for a moment, then smiled broadly. So you're juniors. I graduated in 2020. When you enrolled, I was likely just starting my third year. Perhaps we crossed paths in school. Chapter 84. Today is not May 20th. The shared identity of alumni, coupled with this remarkable coincidence, made their dinner exceptionally harmonious. They reminisced about the school cafeteria, the crystal-clear artificial lake, the blooming cherry blossom trees, and the exorbitantly priced supermarket, seamlessly transitioning from online acquaintances to real-life friends. After finishing their meal, the four of them strolled over to Yincheng KG University. They wandered aimlessly through the familiar campus, brushing past groups of students. Yao Lingling and her friends shared grievances about the challenges they faced in their jobs. They had majored in fashion design, starting as design assistants after graduation, and their work environment was far from the glamorous image they had envisioned. Daily tasks involved various materials, patterns, and meticulous work, with low pay and often bearing the brunt of blame. Zhang Jiahong had already resigned and was preparing for civil service exams, while Yao Lingling and Li Shumin were enduring their positions, dreaming of becoming official designers soon. As they stood at the bustling school gate, about to part ways, Yao Lingling suddenly leaned in and gently pressed her fingers against his cheek, feeling satisfied as she said, "Senior, please don't mind. I followed you online for so long, and now that I see you in person, I've always wanted to have a little pinch." "No problem. I wouldn't mind if you even gave me a kiss," Tang Song joked, smiling. Though their time together was short, he could sense that Yao Lingling had a delightful personality and a playful spirit. Yao Lingling stuck out her tongue, teasing, "You're so charming." Standing beside her, Zhang Jiahong and Li Shumin exchanged knowing glances, nodding in agreement, and simultaneously gave Yao Lingling a gentle push forward. A faint fragrance enveloped them as the two girls collided with her. Tang Song instinctively steadied her arm to prevent her from falling. "Now that feels real, doesn't it?" The two girls laughed and ran off, while Yao Lingling, her ears flushed, pressed her hand against his chest, not even bothering to say goodbye before turning to chase after them, exclaiming, "You all wait for me. No one is getting away easy tonight." Watching Yao Lingling disappear from sight, Tang Song chuckled and shook his head. He had noticed that she was somewhat less endowed compared to Gao Mingting and Xiao Jing. Returning to Qingxin Jian, Tang Song quickly washed up, leaned back on the sofa, and opened the system interface to check the details of his title, The Popular Me. Current cash reward, 146,600 yuan, total, 361,200 yuan. In just 3 days, he had accumulated 466,000 yuan. Primarily due to the first-person perspective videos he posted on Douyin. He clicked to withdraw the funds, and his balance instantly soared to 2,920,000 yuan, a truly exhilarating sensation. Opening Douyin, he noticed he had 103 followers. Over a day had passed since his last video was released, garnering 4,000 likes and 800 comments, resulting in an increase of over 100 followers. He then opened Xiaohongshu and found 509 followers. Although his previous post had gained some traction, it had only added fewer than 400 followers, which paled in comparison to Douyin's traffic. This made him even more grateful for his strategy of managing the two platforms separately. Moving forward, he would focus on creating viral videos for Douyin while using Xiaohongshu for interaction with fans and self-improvement. After tallying his earnings, Tang Song decided to shop and spent 7,000 yuan on a guitar. He had a rough idea for his next video. Aside from showcasing his hands and car, occasionally displaying his talents could also be a splendid choice to attract a wider audience. Just then, his phone rang urgently. Tang Song picked up his mobile phone and noticed it was a call from Xie Shuyu. He answered the call. "Hello, Shuyu Jia." Soon, a melodious voice echoed from the other end. "Xiao Song, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. It's no trouble. Is there an issue with the mini program? You mentioned signing a contract at the company during our last meal together, but I haven't thought about it lately due to a series of pressing matters." "No, it's just that I've been too busy and forgot about it." "That's good to hear. Are you free on the morning of May 3rd? I'll be at the office. And if it's convenient for you, please come by. Besides signing the contract, there are a few other things I wish to discuss with you." Tang Song pondered for a moment and replied, "All right, I'll come by at 10 o'clock. Xie Shuyu chuckled from the other end. "Great. And you can pick up last month part-time salary. From now on, your salary will be issued on the 5th of every month." "All right. Thank you, Shuyu Jia." "No problem. Rest early. Goodbye." "Goodbye." After hanging up, Tang Song's mind was once again filled with the image of Xie Shuyu. This graceful and formidable woman had left a profound impression on him and remained a significant figure in his heart. During their last meeting, he had intended to alter her perception of him and bolster his confidence. However, due to Wang Yunping and Weixiao Holdings, his performance had still fallen short. Now, with personal growth, his mindset had undergone considerable transformation. The previous feelings of inferiority had dissipated, and he felt more anticipation than anxiety at the thought of their upcoming meeting. Tang Song exhaled deeply. He moved a stool to the balcony, opened all the windows, and savored the cool night breeze. Today marked the last day of April. This month had ushered in a monumental change in his life, which was also the reason he had changed his online name to Siyue. In the brightly lit living room of the capital, a serene atmosphere prevailed, punctuated only by the occasional rustle of pages turning. The sound of polished shoes striking the wooden floor resonated. Secretary Jean leaned against the sofa, quietly listening, her gaze fixed on the book in her hands. She wore a loose shirt and shorts, her thick brown hair casually pinned back with a clip. Her exquisitely beautiful face bore no makeup, and her bare legs were elegantly crossed, exuding a graceful demeanor, ethereal as clouds and mist. Assistant Lin couldn't help but steal glances at her. Even as a woman herself, she often marveled at Secretary Jin's beauty. After reporting the itinerary, Assistant Lin was about to leave when her footsteps halted. She softly said, "There's one more thing. The procurement order for the luxury gift box you mentioned before has been updated, since you've been on leave for the past couple of days. I didn't notify you." "Oh." Secretary Jean lifted her head for the first time, her gaze turning toward Assistant Lin. "Who is it for?" "The delivery address is the group headquarters, and the recipient is your name. It is requested that Shangtang Security deliver it on May 20th. Secretary Jin's lips parted slightly, her expression momentarily blank. Witnessing this unexpected reaction, Assistant Lin was taken aback. Having followed Secretary Jean for 2 years, it was the first time she had seen such an expression on her face. After a prolonged silence, Secretary Jean stood up, her tone laden with complexity. "Who told you to inform me of this? Today is April 30th, not May 20th. Chapter 85. Dressed in a dapper suit on May 1st, 2023, under a cloudy sky. At 1424, in Yunchi Building on the 30th floor of Songmei Apparel, the refrigerator was placed here, near the tea area, for the convenience of employees. Master, please double-check. The surveillance must ensure there are no blind spots, as the office area will have a considerable amount of stock. The printer should not be too close to the water dispenser." On this day, besides Tang Song and Gao Mengting, there were 7 or 8 staff members from the property management. Office supplies, computers, and appliances ordered online were being delivered one after another, creating a bustling atmosphere in the office. By 3 p.m., they had finally organized everything. The previously empty office had transformed into a lively space that looked quite impressive. Gao Mingting wore a joyful expression, pacing around the office and snapping photos. After a while, she seemed to settle down, reclining on the pink cloud sofa with her eyes half closed, a look of bliss on her face. This office now resembles my ideal vision. While at ISNT very large, it has everything one could wish for, warm and harmonious. I absolutely adore the tea area. The decor is stunning, and there's a large floor-to-ceiling window. It's perfect. It will only get better, Tang Song said, stretching lazily while gazing down at her. Today, his partner was dressed in a sporty style, a beige sun-protective jacket, fitted base layers, and jeans, her high ponytail accentuating her youthful beauty and vibrant allure. Sensing Tang Song's gaze, Gao Mingting instinctively crossed her arms. I'm dressed casually today because we're setting up the office. Don't worry, I'll definitely wear formal attire for tomorrow's interviews. Upon hearing this, Tang Song paused, suddenly realizing he didn't possess a single outfit suitable for formal occasions. He had purchased a cheap suit right after graduation, which he hardly wore and was now crammed in a box, wrinkled and neglected. Furthermore, after losing weight, it would undoubtedly no longer fit. With a crisp snap of his fingers, Tang Song said, Mingting, pack up your things and accompany me to the mall to help me choose a proper suit. I have complete faith in your fashion sense. Gao Mingting stretched her legs with enthusiasm, smiling. All right, I haven't shopped in a while. I'd love to go with you. With the company officially registered and the office set up, she felt much lighter. After gathering her belongings and grabbing her bag, she followed Tang Song outside. While waiting for the elevator, she suddenly covered her mouth and chuckled. I almost forgot to formally announce this. I haven't posted on WeChat yet. She then took out her phone and began to operate it. After a moment, Gao Mingting flashed a victory sign done. Once they entered the elevator, Tang Song casually opened WeChat to check the latest updates. Gao Mingting. Our company is in its initial stages. Songmei Apparel is widely welcoming talented individuals with experience in the live streaming industry to join us. We offer the best office environment and the most harmonious work atmosphere. The founding team is young and vibrant, with a registered capital of 1 million yuan. We have an independent office area on the 30th floor of Yunxi Building, with superior benefits. Feel free to consult me. Accompanied by 9 captivating images showcasing brand new laptops, monitors, professional live streaming equipment, a beautifully designed environment, and a stunning cityscape beyond the glass curtain wall. The post was visually appealing and exuded allure. Upon seeing this, Tang Song instantly grasped her intentions. Yunxi Building is situated in the heart of Yinxing, surrounded by bustling commercial activity. The largest establishment is Xing US City, a newly constructed super-large commercial complex, boasting a commercial area exceeding 100,000 square meters. After parking the car in the underground garage, the two took the escalator to the first floor. On this holiday afternoon, the mall was alive with the ebb and flow of people, with vendors promoting activities in the bustling lobby. Gao Mingting gently tapped Tang Song's arm and asked, What price range are you considering for the suit? I can recommend some brands. Having worked nearby for 3 years, she was quite familiar with Xing US City and had visited many men's clothing stores. The price doesn't matter, as long as it's not outrageous. I mainly want a comfortable and stylish suit. With nearly 300,000 yuan in savings, he spoke with a newfound confidence. Gao Mingting nodded, contemplating for a moment before pointing in a direction. Let us start by checking out Zegna. They have options in various price ranges, and I believe their styles would suit you well. All right, I trust your judgment. They entered the dark brown shop. Gao Mingting led him directly to the men's suit section, her gaze sweeping over the various garments. Occasionally, she would pick up a piece and hold it against him for comparison. Having been in the fashion industry for quite some time, she possessed a keen insight into dressing styles. Before long, she had selected an ensemble for him, a gray-brown suit, a classic white shirt, and black leather shoes. I believe this color scheme and style suit you best, and the fabric is pure wool, making it quite comfortable, she explained. The female sales assistant added, This is 100 Australian merino wool, with fibers between 15 and 18 microns. It not only boasts excellent fineness and luster, but also exceptional wrinkle resistance and durability. Let's give it a try, said Tang Song, a novice in this area, always inclined to heed advice. Receiving the garments, he turned and entered the fitting room. After meticulously dressing, he pushed open the fitting room door and stepped out. Standing before Gao Mingting, he turned from side to side and smiled, asking, How does it feel? Gao Mingting appraised him from head to toe, inhaling deeply before exclaiming, "Incredibly handsome." Thanks to the effects of the initial body shape optimization potion, Tang Song's physique was quite impressive, undoubtedly characterized by broad shoulders, a slim waist, and long legs. The dark suit paired with the white shirt gave him a neat and upright appearance, radiating a sense of calm elegance. Coupled with his charming smile, he exuded the aura of an elite gentleman. The nearby sales assistant sincerely praised, "Sir, this outfit complements your complexion and physique splendidly, and it carries a hint of casual charm, making it anything but stiff. It suits you perfectly." Tang Song examined himself closely in the mirror, moved a bit, and decisively declared, "This is the one." After completing the purchase, he spent 42,000 yuan, marking the most expensive clothing he had ever bought. Gao Mingting's eyes sparkled as she suggested, "Why not wear this outfit while we stroll around the mall? It will help you adapt to the suit and assess its comfort." Tang Song, donning the suit, looked both dashing and exuded an elite demeanor, which was exactly her type. Unable to resist a self-serving suggestion, she made her proposal. Tang Song raised an eyebrow, grinning, "Sounds good." Gao Mingting beamed widely, eagerly helping him remove the tags from the garments. Exiting the Zegna store, she quickly shook her head, insisting, "No, this is what I should do." "Then let's go for a walk," Tang Song said, waving to her as he headed toward the store. Having previously faced economic difficulties and being conservative in his spending habits, he had never set foot in such a luxury store, and his curiosity was piqued. After a moment's hesitation, Gao Mingting followed him inside. The store was spacious, elegantly decorated. As Tang Song scanned the surroundings, he spotted several familiar figures. Du Xiaokai, Lu Huihui, and the receptionist Du Yuing were engaged in animated conversation at the beauty counter. Du Yuing picked up a test strip and sniffed it, exclaiming, "This Cocoa Mademoiselle is delightful. No wonder it consistently ranks as a bestseller." Lu Huihui nodded in agreement, describing the scent as fresh, sensuous, and layered, not at all monotonous. "Du Yi, if you truly wish to gift Xiao Jing, this perfume will be quite fitting. Priced at 160 yuan for 50 milliliters, it is both affordable and sophisticated." Du Xiaokai stroked his chin thoughtfully before responding, "Let us settle on this for now, and pick out a cardholder next." Du Yuing looked on with envy, remarking, "Du Ge, you are quite generous. The total will easily surpass 5 or 6,000 yuan. Liu Yui Plifudi Nu Jed Du Xiaoke Esam, teasing. Xiao Jing certainly does not lack for luxury. If you were to gift me or Yueying, we might just submit to your charms." Though she had always acted friendly toward Tianjing, there was a hint of jealousy simmering beneath the surface. Most of the female colleagues in the company felt similarly. Du Xiaokai shrugged off the comment, stating, "Whether she lacks it or not is beside the point. Today marks Xiao Jing's first team-building event since her promotion to compensation supervisor, and I ought to make some gesture." Upon hearing the title compensation supervisor, Lu Huihui felt a pang of discomfort. She had diligently worked as an undergraduate in human resource management at Jingxia Shangmo for 2 years and was still merely an associate, while Tianjing breezed through to a supervisory position with ease. Where was the fairness in that? The trio followed the Chanel sales assistant to the bag section, where Du Xiaokai pointed to one particular style, asking, "Ladies, what do you think of this one? I've seen it trending online, highly recommended." Lu Huihui reached out to touch it, commenting with a hint of bitterness, "How could it not be good? A classic cardholder at 700 yuan. While black silver may not be as desirable as black gold, it's still a hot item." The sales assistant chimed in, "The black gold variant is currently out of stock, and you need to pay a premium to acquire it. However, this black silver option is more classic and versatile." Du Xiaokai nodded and, accompanied by the sales assistant, felt the cardholder, noticing its exquisite craftsmanship and soft texture. The iconic Chanel logo added a touch of sophistication. "It's indeed impressive. If my 2 advisors have no objections, I will proceed with the purchase," he declared with nonchalance, waving the bag in front of the 2 girls. Du Yuing bit her lip, enviously remarking, "I certainly have no objections to gift such an expensive item and then serenade us publicly. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to handle the pressure." Given that it was the May Day holiday and the company had been receiving good news, this team-building event was particularly grand. In addition to the Human Resources Administrative Department, colleagues from several other departments attended, totaling nearly 30 individuals. They had rented an entire villa for the party, complete with food, drink, entertainment, and even a few common musical instruments. Du Shaokai chuckled. Just wait for my performance tonight. I guarantee you will be amazed. If he could win over the daughter of a company shareholder, his investment would be negligible. Jingxia Shangmo was currently in high demand, poised for rapid ascension, and everyone wanted a piece of the pie. Soon, he imagined a multitude of competitors surrounding Tianjing, and the pressure weighed heavily on him. Eager to make a memorable impression during the May Day holiday, he thought about how to endear himself to her. This card holder, along with the Coco Mademoiselle perfume I just selected, should be beautifully packaged. Certainly, sir. Please follow me to the checkout, the sales assistant replied. Watching Du Shaokai leave with the sales assistant, Lu Huihui and Du Yueying felt a twinge of envy. Du Shaokai was handsome, affluent, and generous, making him quite popular among the female staff, but unfortunately, his heart was set on Tianjing. The two girls sighed and began to leisurely browse the opulent boutique. ISNT that the 22 that Supervisor Tian often carries? Du Yueying pointed to a striking bag prominently displayed, exclaiming, so beautiful, yet the price is a staggering 45,000 yuan. Lu Huihui glanced over, her expression complex as she remarked, not entirely the same. Hers is the special edition with gold thread, which is exceedingly difficult to acquire and significantly more expensive. Just as they were quietly discussing, a fair and slender hand suddenly reached for the 22. The combination of elements created a unique aesthetic that was truly captivating. The two girls found it hard to look away. Tang Song gently caressed the soft leather, glancing at the price tag, not surprised. After all, given that she had casually gifted him a 10,000 yuan Longines, it was evident that Xiao Jing was indeed a wealthy heiress. Gao Mengding tugged his arm, shaking her head firmly. Tang Song, this is truly too extravagant. If you genuinely wish to gift me something, a lipstick or perfume in the hundreds would suffice. I would consider it an employee benefit. Locking eyes with her, Tang Song pointed to another option. How about this one? Gao Mengding turned to look, spotting the Chanel fortune bag, priced at 2,900 yuan. Chanel bags are notoriously pricey, with even the most affordable starting at over 10,000. While she had strolled through this area numerous times, she had never been able to justify spending such a hefty sum, especially considering how hard it was to earn money. As she was about to shake her head in refusal, two astonished female voices suddenly emerged from beside her. Tang Song? Songge. Gao Mengting turned her head and saw two girls walking toward them, their faces filled with surprise. Both were in their early 20s, adorned in beautiful short skirts and wearing full makeup. Although they were not exceptionally attractive, they exuded a vibrant youthfulness. Tang Song waved at his two colleagues with a smile, saying, "What a coincidence, Hui Weiing." He had always been rather reserved at the company and was not particularly familiar with them. Moreover, with Du Shaokai present, he refrained from initiating a greeting. Indeed, what a coincidence, Lu Huihui responded instinctively, brushing her hair aside as her gaze fixated on Tang Song's face. The sound of her heart, racing, filled her ears. It had only been a week since they last met, yet he seemed to have become significantly more handsome. Tall and upright, with striking features, his smile revealed slightly raised corners and perfectly white teeth, radiating an irresistible charm. He exuded a composed demeanor, complemented by a well-fitted high-end suit, resembling the quintessential elite male protagonist from a workplace drama. The two girls were momentarily dumbfounded. How had Tang Song transformed into such an outstanding figure after leaving his job? Songge, good afternoon. I didn't expect to run into you here, Du Yueying said, stepping forward, her eyes shimmering with excitement. She regretted not having added him on WeChat during their time at the company, missing the opportunity to engage with such a remarkable male colleague. Tang Song smiled and replied, I work at Yunxi building nearby. I came here to buy a few things during my break. I see. Du Yueying's cheeks flushed slightly. It seems you're doing quite well, Tang Song. This isn't just leaving your job. It's a complete resurgence. Lu Huihui mused while discreetly appraising the suit he wore. Although she didn't recognize the brand, the quality of the fabric and cut was undoubtedly high-end, even surpassing what some company leaders wore. Chapter 87. The Roommate from School. Gao Mengding listened quietly to their casual conversation, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward the two girls. Just then, Du Shaokai, having completed his purchase, approached with an excited look at the Chanel gift bag in his hands. As he drew closer, he noticed a man standing opposite the two girls. His familiar profile caused Du Shaokai to pause for a moment before striding over. Hui Wei, I've got my things. He greeted the two female colleagues before casting a complex glance at Tang Song, instinctively standing a bit straighter. Du Xiaokai was originally considered an attractive young man, but standing before Tang Song, he felt overshadowed, his presence diminished. Not only was he shorter by a significant margin, but even his aura and looks were firmly eclipsed. Realizing this, Du Xiaokai's eyes twitched, and he took a step back. Tang Song glanced at him, and then chose to ignore him. He was well aware of the circumstances surrounding his dismissal and knew Du Xiaokai was behind it. Du Xiaokai feigned nonchalance, saying, "Oh, isn't this the fired Lao Song? Not bad. Looking quite sharp now. I heard from Guo Peng that you're starting your own business. Is this your way of rebranding?" Upon hearing the term entrepreneurship, Du Yueying blurted out, "Song Gu, are you really starting your own business now?" Tang Song did not respond to Du Xiaokai but nodded to the two girls, saying, "Well, I'm just getting started." Lu Huihui and Du Yueying's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. As the most high-end office building in Yinxing, Yunxi Building housed mainly large domestic companies. Even local businesses were quite formidable. The fact that Tang Song could afford an office there right at the outset of his entrepreneurial journey, combined with his current attire and demeanor, naturally led them to a whirlwind of imagination. Du Yueying took the initiative, saying then, "Song Gu, I wish you success. Who knows? If I'm ever laid off, I might come work at your company as a receptionist." Du Xiaokai chuckled. "Yueying, you're quite amusing. You want to work for Lao Song? Given his mess, I doubt he can even support himself." Du Yueying's expression momentarily faltered as she was about to respond. Just then, a melodious female voice came from behind Tang Song. "Excuse me, miss, our company is indeed looking for a receptionist. Would you consider switching jobs?" Gao Mingting stood beside Tang Song, wearing a subtle smile as she scrutinized Du Yueying from head to toe, seemingly weighing her options. Du Xiaokai's eyes brightened at the sudden appearance of the girl, captivated by her alluring figure and gentle beauty. She was undoubtedly a stunning woman. He then noticed her arm closely linked to Tang Song's, feeling a wave of discomfort. He couldn't believe that Tang Song, whom he had deemed foolish, was now presenting himself so well alongside such a beautiful girl. It was absurd. Du Yueying felt a twinge of unease under Gao Mingting's gaze. Despite her friendly demeanor, her woman's intuition warned her that the girl was asserting her presence. She bit her lip and softly replied, "I'm not considering it at the moment. My current job is quite stable, and I've even rented an apartment nearby." She had only intended to draw closer to Tang Song and perhaps add him on WeChat, never genuinely contemplating a job switch. Jingxia Shangmo had garnered significant attention from investors, and she was clear about her priorities. "All right, perhaps we can discuss it another time." Gao Mingting nodded, pulling Tang Song's arm. "This bag is beautiful. I've always wanted one. Since Tang Zong has offered, I'll shamelessly accept it." "Thank you." Tang Song smiled and turned to the male sales associate, saying, "Hello, we'll take this bag. Please wrap it up." The male sales associate's face instantly brightened with enthusiasm as he bent down to assist. "Certainly, please follow me." Tang Song nodded to his former female colleagues, saying, "You two carry on shopping. Goodbye." Lu Huihui and Du Yueying were still in a daze, unable to wave goodbye before Tang Song had already turned away. He settled onto a sofa in the lounge area with the beautiful girl. Shortly after, two salespeople approached them. One began scanning items for checkout, while the other showcased the bag's interior and exterior, ensuring there were no defects. A bag worth 20,000 yuan was so easily gifted, their salaries were modest. They could only occasionally fantasize about such an expensive item. Watching Tang Song casually give it away left them feeling a mixture of confusion and regret. They had previously overlooked such a hidden wealthy and handsome figure in the company. Du Xiaokai's expression became increasingly awkward. From the moment he encountered Tang Song, he felt a sense of humiliation. Throughout the interaction, Tang Song disregarded his presence entirely, accompanied by such a stunning girl, casually purchasing a luxury bag worth 20,000 yuan. His appearance further overshadowed Du Xiaokai. This had soured the good mood he had maintained for days. To avoid affecting his performance in front of Tianjing later that evening, Du Xiaokai took a deep breath, striving to quell his insecurities. As he exited the Chanel store, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Tang Song took it out to find two new friend requests on WeChat from Lu Huihui and Du Yueying. He chuckled and accepted them without hesitation. Both female colleagues had previously maintained a somewhat aloof demeanor, only communicating with him through work-related messages on DingTalk. He hadn't anticipated them being so proactive in adding him as a friend. Gao Mengting gazed at the exquisite shopping bag in her hands, feeling the attention of many onlookers around her. While delighted, she also felt a twinge of apprehension. Most women adored such luxury items, and she was no exception. However, out of habit, she had always suppressed her desire for consumption and vanity. In a moment of impulse, she had accepted Tang Song's gift, unsure if he might misinterpret her acceptance. Tang Song paused for a moment before smiling and saying, "No need to feel obliged. If you want to thank me, perhaps a hug like last time would suffice." S complexion flushed instantly, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she awkwardly shifted the conversation, saying, "By the way, it seems you don't have a water cup at the office. Let us stop by that store. I'll gift you one." All right. The two meandered through the bustling Xingyue city for over an hour. Did not solely indulge in her own preferences, but also accompanied to explore the digital products that piqued his interest. After finishing dinner and driving out of the shopping mall, the sky had darkened, and glanced at her bag before looking at it in the night. Taking a deep breath, she smiled and said, "My roommate just moved in with me, and the place is a mess, so I want to invite you up. Also, thank you for the gift. I really like it." With that, she feigned nonchalance, opened her arms, and embraced him briefly before swiftly turning and striding into the building. Chapter 88. The first interviewer, May 2nd, 2023, light rain, 12:24. The sound of the alarm clock echoed in the quiet little bedroom. Quickly sat up in bed, grasping his phone, his initially foggy mind instantly clearing. Isn't today a day off? Why did I set the alarm? His girlfriend, still half asleep, murmured a complaint before rolling over and dozing off again. Planted a gentle kiss on her face, quietly got out of bed, threw on a jacket, and carried his laptop into the living room. Outside, the rain pattered against the windows, casting a gloomy shadow over the dimly lit room, and a cold breeze sent shivers down his spine. He turned on the lights and shut the windows. Sitting at the dining table, he opened his laptop and began to review interview questions for finance and accounting. The rain ebbed and flowed, and the sky remained dark. "Wow, you startle me. What are you doing up so early?" His roommate, who had just emerged from the bathroom, inquired, smiled sheepishly, explaining, "I had some unfinished work, and since it's still asleep, I came out to get it done. In this day and age, it's tough to find any job. Good luck," his roommate muttered before disappearing back into the bathroom. At 7:30 a.m., prepared a pot of red date and millet porridge while continuing to study the interview questions. At 7:50 a.m., he closed his laptop. He retrieved 2 pieces of hand-grabbed pancakes from the fridge, spread eggs on them, and cooked them to perfection. After adding some fresh lettuce and rolling them up with ketchup, he entered the small bedroom and softly called to his still sleeping girlfriend, "It's time to wake up for breakfast." She opened her drowsy eyes, yawned, and in a sleepy tone replied, "Thank you, dear. I'll make you braised pork for lunch." "Haha, sounds great." On the clean dining table lay steaming porridge and pancakes. His girlfriend took a bite of the pancake and remarked, "Your company truly takes advantage of people. It's bad enough to work overtime, but now they expect you to brave the rain during a short holiday. There's no choice. It's a bit urgent. By the way, when will you bring up the salary increase with your boss?" Let us wait a bit longer. It doesn't seem like the right time." He and his girlfriend were university classmates, both working as finance and accounting professionals earning around 4,000. Unbeknownst to her, just a few days prior, he had been laid off and had been actively applying for jobs, although interview opportunities were scarce. The one benefit was the company's registered capital of 1 million. Decent salary and a workplace for him, who was currently unemployed and in dire need of steady income, it was a rare opportunity. After breakfast, his girlfriend began tidying the kitchen and cleaning, diligently brushed his teeth, changed into semi-formal attire, embraced his girlfriend to bid farewell, grabbed his bag, and took his umbrella as he hurried downstairs. Battling the wind and rain, he took a bus and then the subway, spending 40 minutes to finally arrive at. Surrounded by towering skyscrapers, the vibrant energy of the modern metropolis was vividly apparent. Shook off his wet umbrella and accepted the bag handed to him by the property staff. Entering the spacious and luxurious lobby, he couldn't help but marvel internally. No wonder this is the most prestigious office building in. It's magnificent. The office environment of his current company paled in comparison. After adjusting his hair and attire, he approached the attractive receptionist at the front desk and said, "Hello, I'm here for an interview. Could you assist me with the access control? 3001, Songmei Apparel." "All right, thank you." He took the bright, modern elevator straight to the 30th floor. As the elevator doors opened, heart raced, and he mentally prepared for his self-introduction, entering through the expansive glass doors. The young woman at the front desk quickly stood up, her tone gentle as she asked, "Hello, are you here for an interview?" He retrieved his resume from his backpack and handed it to her, nervously saying, "Yes, this is my resume. I apologize for arriving a bit early." Not wanting his girlfriend to know about his unemployment, he had left at the usual work time, arriving at 9:20 for a 10 a.m. appointment. The young woman glanced at the resume, smiled warmly upon seeing his name, and said, "Ah, it's Mr. We spoke on the phone earlier. The company currently does not have a front desk, so I'm filling in temporarily. Let us head to the conference room for our discussion." With that, she stepped out from behind the front desk. With her pristine, light makeup, voluminous brown hair, and stylish work attire, she embodied the perfect urban woman. Took a deep breath, slightly hesitant to meet her gaze. This was the vice president of Songmei Apparel. She was stunning, navigating past the sleek front desk and treading on the soft, silent carpet. Surveyed his surroundings. The entire office area was dominated by light colors, exuding brightness and modernity. The decor, furnishings, and appliances were all brand new, with potted flowers adorning the workspaces, sofas, and shelves. This was the finest office he had ever seen, comfortable, warm, and upscale. Working here would undoubtedly be a pleasure, making him yearn for the opportunity. If he could secure a position with a stable company and a salary of 5, it would be ideal. In the conference room, glanced around. The soft leather seats and a long wooden table were inviting. Directly opposite was a 70-inch television, and the elongated conference table had various data interfaces. Although not large, the room was tastefully decorated. A gentle knock sounded on the glass door, prompting to sit up straight. Soon, the vice president entered, accompanied by a tall, handsome man clad in a well-fitted suit, wearing a subtle smile. "This is our company's general manager. As this is a new venture, you are the first to interview with us, so we will both be present," introduced the man beside her and placed a glass of warm water in front of. "Thank you." They both took their seats across from him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, glanced at the documents in her hands and said, "Please start with a brief self-introduction." "My name is a graduate of University of Economics and Trade with a major in accounting, possessing 3.5 years of experience in finance and accounting," stated, placing his hands on the conference table and directing his gaze at both individuals, striving to present himself as sincere and composed. How should period expenses and cost expenses be distinguished? Period expenses refer to the costs incurred during the daily activities of the enterprise. What does the provision for impairment involve? The sound of questions and answers resonated within the conference room. Chapter 89. Ginkgo bookmark. The rain outside gradually ceased. "All right, we have no issues on our end. Mister, do you have any questions for us about the company?" Lifted a disposable cup to his lips, moistening his parched mouth before asking. "I would like to understand the business operations of your esteemed company." Nodded, recognizing the candidate's concerns. The company's business development plan was briefly introduced. It was added that Gao Zong had previously succeeded in this industry. "Our partnership in founding Songmei Fusher aims to assemble an exceptional team to expand and strengthen the business." Sun Yoguang then inquired about the company's financial matters, feeling reassured that this was a legitimate company with a detailed business plan, and the two young owners were approachable. He finally asked if the job listing mentioned 5 insurances and 1 fund along with weekends off. Finding a job with such benefits in Yinqing is quite challenging. Tang Song replied affirmatively, stating that as the company is in its early stages, once the HR specialist is in place, they would enhance the benefits, including meal allowances, communication allowances, performance bonuses, and year-end rewards. Sun Yoguang's eyes brightened significantly, expressing his satisfaction with the company and eagerness for the job opportunity, hoping for a prompt response. He was prepared for a long job search. However, to his surprise, Tang Song immediately said, "Please wait while we discuss." After that, he and Gao Mengting exited the meeting room. Sun Yoguang's heart raced. He had not anticipated such a swift decision. Was this a matter of life and death? A few minutes later, the glass door opened again, and the two company leaders re-entered. Gao Mengting looked at him and asked Yoguang, "I see you indicated a salary expectation of 55, correct?" Sun Yoguang's heart skipped a beat. The tone and conversation suggested he might have a chance. He quickly affirmed, "Yes, I have a very positive impression of our company, and if given the opportunity to join, we can discuss further." "That's not the intention," Gao Mengting smiled. "We will proceed with the salary, and I will send you the details shortly." Tang Song added, Welcome to join Songmei Fushi as our third employee. Sun Yiguang, suppressing his excitement, stood up and said, "Thank you. I'm truly grateful for the trust and recognition from the leaders." As he exited the company, the umbrella he held began to sway. The worries in his eyes vanished. In the elevator's mirror, his exhilaration was reflected. Upon leaving the Yunchi building, the rain had ceased. He took a photo of the towering office building. Checking the time, it was 10:20. He boarded the subway line 1 and alighted at a familiar station. While walking towards the bus stop, his phone buzzed with an email notification from Songmei Fushi. It was his job offer letter. Sun Yiguang immediately halted, clicking to view the attachment. "Dear Mr. Sun Yiguang, we are pleased to inform you that you have officially joined Songmei Fushi as our work partner." Sun Yiguang read the message several times before putting away his phone. He hailed a taxi on the roadside, heading to the market near his neighborhood. Upon entering his home and reaching the kitchen, he found his girlfriend slicing meat. Holding up several plastic bags with a broad smile, he exclaimed, "Warner, today we're having braised beef, and I also bought your favorite braised pig's trotters, one spicy flavor and another also spicy." His girlfriend's face lit up with surprise. Though she still expressed concern, "One pig's trotter is enough. It's so expensive. By the way, Warner, I have something significant to tell you," Sun Yiguang said mysteriously. "What is it?" At 5 p.m., after sending off the last interviewee, the two sat on the sofa discussing their experiences of the day. Originally, 6 candidates were scheduled, but only 4 showed up. Fortunately, the results were promising, with accounting and HR positions filled, starting next Monday. The company size had instantly doubled to 4 employees. In such a micro company, many roles can be interchangeable. For instance, the HR girl, with her height and appearance, can also serve as the receptionist. Next, they would recruit staff for live streaming operations, and with the HR specialist assistants, the process would be much quicker. Gao Mengting had already begun managing Songmei Fushi's official Douyin account, primarily posting outfit display videos to attract targeted followers in advance. Tang Song glanced at the comment section of the videos, which were filled with inquiries about the outfits. This infuriated him, as he had not even seen the outfits worn by his partners. Tang Song turned to observe Gao Mengting, whose fitted silk white shirt accentuated her graceful silhouette. Complemented by a gray pencil skirt and high-quality black stockings, her legs exuding captivating allure under the light. Noticing his lingering gaze, Gao Mengting felt uncomfortable and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Tang Song?" Tang Song blurted, "Jimei, take a look at the outfit." Gao Mengting's face flushed crimson, and she playfully shoved him. Tang Song fell back onto the soft cloud-like sofa, chuckling at her. Since she had plans to dine with her junior later, Gao Mengting left work early. Tang Song remained alone in the general manager's office, reclining with his feet on the solid wood desk, engrossed in cognitive awakening. As the outside sky darkened, accompanied by thunder, rain began to patter down. Around 8 p.m., after finishing the last page of Cognitive Awakening, Tang Song firmly closed the book and gazed out the window. Through the reflection of the glass curtain wall, he could clearly see his own shadow merging with the cascading rain outside. Ding! Congratulations, player. The branch task, Cognitive Awakening, has been completed. You have gained Insight 1. You have obtained a special item, Ginkgo bookmark. A light blue system interface appeared before him. Entering the inventory, he checked the item details. Ginkgo bookmark, crafted from fallen ginkgo leaves in autumn. Place in the book or material you are reading to effectively enhance memory by 30. Note: as a book lover, you, like this autumn leaf, despite being weathered by the passage of time, show no signs of decay in your elegance. Selecting Ginkgo bookmark, he used it immediately. Suddenly, he felt something new between his fingers. Lifting his hand, he discovered a beautiful, umbrella-shaped ginkgo leaf, entirely golden, wrapped in a thin, transparent material. It possessed excellent flexibility and texture, exuding a faint fragrance. Tang Song leaned closer to sniff it, the scent refreshing like the misty air of an autumn morning, mingled with a hint of gentle tea and floral notes, reminiscent of a woman's fragrance. Flipping to the other side, he saw 2 graceful calligraphic characters, Tang Song. Chapter 90, Jean Lele. At 9:50 p.m., Zhao Yeqian exited the doors of Isha Beauty Salon. The rain had completely stopped, and she hurried with her umbrella to the bus stop. After waiting a while, she finally boarded the bus. Sitting in a rear seat, she gazed out at the fleeting scenes, feeling drowsy. As a large beauty salon, Isha's working hours are divided into morning and evening shifts. The morning shift runs from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m., while the evening shift is from 12 p.m. to around 10 p.m. Being on probation, Zhao Yaqian was assigned to the evening shift, and with the ongoing holiday, there were many clients to attend to. After 2 days of work, her biggest impression was exhaustion, significantly more than at Easy Beauty. She opened WeChat and clicked on Tang Song's chat, revealing a photo from dinner where she had shared takeout with colleagues, costing 14 yuan for 1 meat and 2 vegetable dishes. She wondered if he was as busy as he claimed. She took a photograph outside the window and shared it with him, commenting, "Yinching at 10 p.m., I'm so sleepy." After a moment's reflection, she selected a few selfies from work and sent them as well. Ding dong, Tang Song. I was about to fall asleep, but suddenly I am wide awake. Thus, they began to exchange messages. By the time Zhao Yaqian arrived at her destination, it was already 10:30. Stifling a yawn, she spotted he lighting waiting by the roadside, clad in a thick hoodie, waving at her while riding an electric scooter. Zhao Yaqian hurried over and embraced her, exclaiming, "Tingzi, you are truly wonderful for coming out to fetch me at this late hour." "Yes," she replied. At this hour, the streets were nearly deserted, and it was indeed unsafe for a young and beautiful girl like Zhao Yaqian to walk alone. The electric scooter glided forward along the damp asphalt road. Zhao Yaqian held on her voice sweetly innocent as she said, "Tingzi, I feel I can adapt to the job at Isha. The supervisor's feedback has been quite positive. Once I secure a permanent position, I will treat you to a steak buffet. You've been promising that steak buffet for a century. Hee, I assure you it will happen. By the way, there's another matter. I want to find a moment to give him a watch. What do you think I should say when the time comes?" On May 3rd, 2023, Wednesday, under clear skies, Tang Song rose early, completed his training, and took a meticulous shower, followed by skincare and hairstyling. He sat on the balcony for a while, perusing the book Marketing Management recommended by Gao Mengting. When the time was right, he donned a Zegnus suit and navigated his way to the headquarters of Weiguang Coffee, Hawaiian Center, located in the Chang'an district of Yinqing. Boasts a prime location with convenient transportation, not far from Yinqi Building. It comprises 3 buildings, the exteriors presenting a gray-brown hue. One serves as an office building while another is a 6-story commercial complex. Tang Song drove into the paid underground parking lot and entered through the revolving door of the building. After registering at the front desk, he successfully took the elevator. An advertisement for a gym was playing repeatedly on the electronic screen. As he gazed at the words Rhythm Fitness, he felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. He retrieved his phone and opened the chat with Hu Mingli. Scrolling through their conversation, he recalled she had purchased an annual membership at Rhythm Fitness, Huaiyun Center Branch. Tang Song raised his eyebrows, realizing that was indeed the place. No wonder it felt familiar. Both Wenwan Fitness and the Weiguang Coffee office were located in Huaiyun Center. Contemplating, Tang Song messaged Hu Mingli, "Sister Mingli, is Wenwan's company located in Huaiyun Center?" Relying solely on daily aerobic exercise to lower body fat percentage had become increasingly challenging. It seemed a gym membership was in order. Moreover, having such a charming elder sister to assist him would undoubtedly enhance his motivation for fitness. Ding! The elevator stopped on the 15th floor. Exiting the elevator, he turned a corner in the hallway and quickly found the company's entrance. The wall was minimalist, adorned with orange lettering that read Yinqing Weiguang Coffee Company, Limited. The decor was modest but appeared clean, orderly, spacious, and bright. As Tang Song took a couple of steps inside, he noticed a female employee near the entrance. Engrossed in her phone, perhaps hearing his footsteps, she hurriedly tucked her phone away and looked up. Upon recognizing Tang Song, a faint blush crept onto her face as she stood and asked, "Hello, how may I assist you?" Tang Song replied softly, "Hello. I have an appointment with General Manager Xie at 10 o'clock. "Oh, may I have your name?" "Tang Song." The employee, a bit shy, said, "Please wait on the sofa here. I will inform General Manager Xie." After a brief moment, hurried footsteps echoed. The employee returned and said, "Mr. Tang, General Manager Xie is currently in a meeting. Allow me to take you to sign your part-time contract with Human Resources. No need for such formality. Just call me Tang Song. After all, we are colleagues now. I'm Guisiyu, a specialist in the marketing department. Let's go." As they walked down the corridor, Guisiyu occasionally stole glances at him. Unfortunately, as a part-timer, it would be difficult to see a handsome colleague every day. Soon, they stopped in front of an office. Guisiyu pushed the door open and announced, "Li Gu, Another person here to sign a part-time contract, responsible for our company's technical development, Tang Song. The HR specialist gestured for him to enter, saying, "All right, come in. Let me find a contract." The office was modest in size, about 13 or 14 square meters. Upon entering, Tang Song noticed two young women standing inside. Clad in simple attire, with light-colored backpacks, they appeared shy, heads down, resembling college students. "Tang Song, here is your contract and confidentiality agreement. Please take a seat and review them. We can discuss any questions afterward," the HR specialist said, handing over the documents. The nearest girl quickly reached out to receive them and passed them to him. "Thank you." Her voice was melodious, prompting Tang Song to glance at her a moment longer. She wore blue jeans and a loose long-sleeve shirt, layered with a white jacket. With an oval face and a natural look, her features were exquisite. Her beautiful eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, captivatingly pretty. "Jean Lele, present." The lovely girl promptly responded. "Next Monday, the store manager will arrange your schedules." Chapter 91, Investment Negotiation Meeting. "Thank you, Li Ge." Jean Lele and her companion politely bowed in gratitude, then opened the document folder to examine its contents. Badges, health certificates, student IDs, part-time contracts, and more were included. The two girls exchanged smiles, evidently in high spirits. "We shall take our leave now. Goodbye." Jean Lele also turned to bid Tang Song farewell. "Goodbye." He watched them depart. The HR specialist Li Ge smiled and said, "So you're Tang Song. General Manager Xie has mentioned you several times. I didn't expect you to be so handsome. No rush. Please take your time reviewing the contract. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I have no issues. Let's sign directly." The contract was a standard template, not lengthy, and he finished reading it in a few glances. The salary was 3,000 yuan per month, with no obligatory office hours, but he was required to resolve issues promptly. Payment for the previous month's part-time work will be disbursed on the 5th of each month. The confidentiality agreement was somewhat more complex, filled with various stipulations, primarily concerning client data, as the many programs he created were utilized by corporate clients, making the information critical. "All right, do you have your ID and bank card?" "Yes." "Great. Please sign and provide your fingerprint. I will make a copy." After about 7 or 8 minutes, everything was settled, and Tang Song received a paper document folder. Having added the HR suite chat, Li Ge cheerfully remarked, "General Manager Xie's office is at the far end. She is currently in a meeting with General Manager Zhang. You may wait in the adjacent lounge area. There is complimentary coffee and snacks." Expressing his thanks, Tang Song left the HR office and stepped into the lounge area. It was quite spacious and warmly decorated. Finding a seat, Tang Song curiously surveyed his surroundings. In addition to seating and dining tables, there was a bar facing the floor-to-ceiling windows, equipped with several high stools. Buzz, 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 his phone vibrated. He pulled it out to check. "Hu Mingli, yes. On the 15th floor of Huayin Center, Guangying Media. What is up? Are you planning a full-on attack? Want to send flowers?" Tang Song replied, "Not really. Just trying to gather more information." "Hu Mingli, go for it. Don't hesitate. You must seize the opportunity." After a brief exchange, Tang Song made his way to the bar, gazing through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the tall building opposite. He was currently on the 15th floor, facing the company where Wenwan worked. What a coincidence. It seemed fate was indeed on their side. Just as he marveled at this serendipity, an angry male voice echoed from the hallway. "I disagree. Your unilateral alteration of the CAF's operational model displays a lack of responsibility towards the other two shareholders. This decision increases the financial burden on the company, and my investment in Weiguang KF I was predicated on stability and consistent returns. If capital cannot be secured, so be it. The current situation is rather satisfactory. The company continues to generate profits annually, allowing for dividends without the need for unnecessary risks. Should this endeavor fail, who would bear the consequences?" Tang Song turned his gaze towards the source of the commotion emanating from the general manager's office. The door swung open with a thud, revealing a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, plump in stature, striding out with urgency. Following him, the tall and intelligent Shy emerged, calmly watching him depart. Upon noticing Tang Song, her expression momentarily faltered. "Sister Shy." Tang Song greeted her, offering a radiant smile. Encountering this poised and formidable woman again stirred only a subtle ripple of admiration within him, devoid of the previous insecurities and timidity, as he gazed appreciatively at her beauty. The sound of clicking heels approached, and Shy drew near. Xiao, Essing? It's been a month since we last met, and you've changed quite a bit. Ting Essing chuckled. I suppose so. My weight loss has been quite effective. Shy's eyes sparkled as she assessed him from head to toe, a look of astonishment crossing her face. While she had known of his weight loss during their last meeting, the results were indeed remarkable. He now possessed a tall, well-proportioned physique, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and a sharp suit that complemented his handsome features. He appeared remarkably distinguished. With a gentle nod, Shy smiled warmly. Let us head to the office to discuss further. She turned gracefully and walked ahead, her slender waist swaying slightly, exuding an irresistible charm. Upon entering the spacious and bright office, they took their seats in the meeting area. Shy poured him a cup of tea, and Ting expressed his gratitude before taking a sip. Sister Shy, is there something specific you wish to discuss? Certainly. Please send me the detailed product information and photos categorized accordingly. It can be directly added in the back end and will be displayed in the statistical data soon. When developing the mini program, Ting had considered this aspect. Beyond the coffee category, it also supported the expansion of various other categories. Shy continued for the past few years. Our company has strictly adhered to the business CAF model, offering ready-made coffee and light snacks. While we have a stable clientele, there are significant limitations. I plan to introduce some changes, adding more types of stores. Consequently, the mini program will need to differentiate displays based on the new positioning, which may be somewhat cumbersome. Following this, Shy retrieved a requirements document from her desk and meticulously elaborated on her ideas. Her communication skills were exceptional, and her thoughts were articulated clearly, enhanced by numerous mind maps she had drawn on the document. Ting quickly grasped her ideas and articulated his solutions and thoughts in response. After more than half an hour, Shy sat up straight, her penetrating gaze fixed upon him. As a woman who had weathered many storms, she often assessed individuals based on their spirit and vitality. From this interaction, it was evident that Ting had undergone a profound transformation, completely diverging from the image of the timid and reserved tech enthusiast she had previously known. Feeling slightly embarrassed under her scrutiny, Ting lowered his gaze, inadvertently fixating on her long, fair legs. Initially, he had not intended to focus on this, yet the impression he left today was undeniably favorable. Young and handsome with bright, expressive eyes and a composed, confident demeanor, he surpassed many workplace elites she had encountered. In this state, coupled with his identity as a technological expert, he undoubtedly added tremendous value to their company. As Ting admired Shy's graceful and radiant face, he was about to speak when a crisp system notification chimed in his ear. Ding! You have triggered the SideQuest investment conference. Please proceed to the task center for details. He did not immediately check the task details. I have never participated in such an investment conference before. I have always been quite interested. This time, I shall certainly tag along, thanks to you, Sister Shy. Chapter 92. Always beautiful. As the elevator doors slowly closed, Ting shut his eyes, leaning back. He recalled sitting at a CAF by the window, watching a BMW 7 Series come to a stop outside. In the sunlight, a woman clad in a black suit and skirt stepped out, exuding elegance and grace. Her strides were steady and confident, each step radiating charm. She then stood before him. Ting vividly remembered his exceedingly poor performance that day. Now, he had finally removed that thorn from his side. Shy's proactive invitation was undoubtedly a recognition of his personal allure. This sense of fulfillment intoxicated him. Perhaps this is what it means to grow and strive. He believed that his stage would expand, reaching greater heights. One day, he would be able to kiss the once unattainable female powerhouse from a vantage point of superiority, just as he had dreamed that night. He opened the system interface, entered the task center, and reviewed the newly triggered side quest. Task content. As someone embarking on the journey of establishing a business, it is essential to have a certain understanding of the investment and financing market. Participating in a formal investment conference will aid in expanding your network, enhancing self-confidence and communication skills, and cultivating market insight and risk awareness. Please participate in this investment conference as a staff member of Weiguang KFI. Task reward. Random gift package 1. Note: the better the player performs, the more generous the gift package rewards. This task posed no significant difficulty. merely varying in the size of the rewards. It served as a minor test for him. As he exited the office building, Tang Song paused momentarily before turning back towards the building. LDing Fitness was located on the third floor, accessible via a dedicated elevator. The facade was minimalist, featuring only a white sign with no other embellishments. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by the fresh air and a subtle fragrance. "Hello, sir. Are you here to work out?" The receptionist inquired, recognizing the unfamiliar face. A man of his attractiveness would not easily go unnoticed among their members. Tang Song nodded. "Yes, it's my first visit. I do like to see the gym environment and get a membership." "Certainly. Please hold on a moment while I contact a membership consultant," the receptionist said, promptly making a phone call. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed as a young woman in a smart suit emerged from the entrance. Upon seeing Tang Song standing there, her eyes lit up, and she greeted him enthusiastically. "Hello, handsome. I am LN, the membership consultant here. Let me show you around." LDing Fitness is a large chain gym with 3 locations in YNCHing. The equipment and decor are quite new, showcasing a contemporary dark gray minimalist style. The functional areas are well organized, including cardio, strength, yoga, dance, lounge, and shower rooms, operating 24 hours a day with over 100 professional fitness machines, a fresh air system, and intelligent lockers. As it was a holiday, the gym was bustling with activity and a vibrant fitness atmosphere, featuring many ladies in form-fitting attire. The only disappointment was not encountering WN Ruin, as that would have provided an opportunity for an impromptu encounter. After a thorough tour, Tang Song purchased a yearly membership for 2,000 yuan. The membership consultant also gifted him a small set of items: a water bottle, a towel, a jump rope, and a backpack. Returning to YNX building, he enjoyed a hot pot meal with GOM NGT. The two drove their WL Ing to a warehouse located just outside the North 3rd Ring Road. It appeared to be a renovated self-built structure, with iron roll-up doors for the windows and entrance. The warehouse, just over 100 square meters, had a monthly rent of only 1,000 yuan, with the contract expiring in October of this year. With a clang, Tang Song rolled up the door and stepped into the warehouse. Gao Mingding promptly switched on the light and handed him a wet wipe to clean his hands. The warehouse was rectangular, a bare shell, housing numerous white shelves, neatly arranged with wrapped garments. Here lay a uniform style of women's base layers, a sight that Gao Mingding was intimately familiar with, as she had personally arranged the space. Each area, each shelf, and each package bore a clear label. Following her introduction, Tang Song absorbed the details of the merchandise, and after reviewing the previously examined list, he quickly grasped the situation. "Mr. Tang, let's change into our work uniforms. They are both clean. Your attire is quite expensive, and it would be unfortunate if it were to get soiled or damaged," Gao Mingting suggested, retrieving 2 sets of blue work attire from a small cabinet, handing him the largest size. "All right," Tang Song responded as he accepted the clothing. Gao Mingting, dressed in fitted pants and a top, unabashedly sat on a stool before him to don the oversized work garments, once adorned with a baggy uniform and a cap, complemented by her refined and delicate features. She exuded a unique charm. Noticing Tang Song's gaze, she playfully remarked, "You big boy, just change behind the shelf. You shouldn't be shy." "Don't worry, I won't peek." "Of course, I'm not shy," Tang Song chuckled, beginning to remove his clothes right in front of her. In the vast, serene warehouse, with only the two of them present, an air of subtle intimacy hung in the atmosphere, prompting whimsical thoughts. "Such a rogue," Gao Mingting muttered under her breath, hastily retreating behind the shelves, disappearing from his view while silently feeling her heart race. Once both were attired appropriately, they commenced organizing the first batch of goods for their livestream. The plan was to transport some items to the Yunshi Building's office, which could also serve as props during the audition for the host team. After over a month of training, Tang Song's physique had notably improved. Securing the roll-up door, they climbed into the vehicle. The fully loaded Wuling Hongguang smoothly traversed the narrow path ahead. On either side were lush green shrubs, with distant skyscrapers faintly visible. Sunlight streamed through the car window, illuminating Gao Mingting's graceful profile. The weather was splendid, and having worked up a slight sweat earlier, she opened the window a crack. The brisk wind tousled her chestnut locks, shimmering under the sun. Tang Song felt a flutter in his heart and gradually pulled the car over to the side. Gao Mingting, who had been half closing her eyes, looked surprised and asked, "What's wrong, Mr. Tang?" Turning to face her, Tang Song sincerely replied, "It's nothing. I just find you particularly beautiful at this moment and wanted to take in the sight, lest I become distracted while driving." Gao Mingting's face flushed instantly, more radiant than the orange sunlight. Biting her plump, rosy lower lip, she feigned calmness. "Are you suggesting that I wasn't beautiful before?" Tang Song chuckled, gazing into her eyes. "You have always been beautiful. I thought so from the very first glance." Gao Mingting, adjusting her pencil pants, gazed forward and said, "Well then, take your time to admire." It was not just her appearance and physique, but also her demeanor and charm. In the past, he had even been too bashful to meet her gaze, let alone look at her openly as he did now. The loaded Wuling Hongguang remained parked for a few minutes on the suburban road before resuming its leisurely journey. Soft melodies drifted through the car's interior. After a brief respite, Gao Mingting tidied her bedroom and donned a youthful outfit, a white shirt paired with black casual pants and white sneakers. She secured her action camera in place, took her guitar, and sat down. Adjusting the camera angle to ensure it captured both her form and the guitar, she closed the door and activated the camera. Music hands, guitar attire, this video emanated a distinct vibe. Yet, Tang Song felt something was amiss. If left as is, it seemed to lack a significant differentiator from his previous videos. After pondering for a while, he decided to explore Douyin for inspiration. Soon, a video with over 1 million likes caught his attention. It aligned closely with his vision, though the performer employed fingerstyle playing and the environment was more thoughtfully arranged. Fingerstyle is a genre of solo guitar that incorporates various playing techniques. It involves using a wooden guitar to play multi-part compositions through tuning, fretting, percussive hits, and plucking, thus enhancing the guitar's expressiveness beyond a single melody line. In fact, Tang Song had utilized fingerstyle techniques while accompanying Xiao Jing, such as the rhythmic tapping on the resonance box. This approach enriched the sound, lending it depth and an impressive expressiveness. With clarity of thought, Tang Song excitedly rose to rearrange the setting. He placed a desk lamp on a shelf, adjusted its angle and color temperature, and turned off the ceiling light. Settling with his guitar, soft light cascaded upon him from the side. He opened the camera, made a few adjustments to the recording settings, and began to record. Tang Song relaxed, cradling the guitar, and started playing PNAI. After a minute of fingerstyle playing, he put away the guitar and previewed the footage. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, with a beam of cool white light illuminating the guitar and his white shirt. His fair, slender fingers glimmered as they danced across the dark guitar. Tang Song felt an exhilarating surge of anticipation. He had a strong premonition that this video would go viral. After posting it on Douyin, he reviewed it multiple times. Both the visual and auditory experiences were outstanding. He couldn't resist giving it a thumbs up himself. "Fantastic," he thought, envisioning the imminent surge in followers and the significant cash returns. With a burst of excitement, he picked up his guitar and began to sing within his room. "How do I express my love? My heart feels so heavy. If only I could possess you." His vocal quality was commendable, complemented by the exquisite guitar accompaniment, making his singing quite pleasing. After tiring from playing, he stowed the guitar in his bag. Pulling out his marketing management book from the bookshelf, he flipped to the section he had last read, where a golden ginkgo leaf was nestled within its pages. His enhanced memory was proving to be much more powerful than he had anticipated. His efficiency in absorbing knowledge had markedly improved, rivaling his high school days. A notification pinged on WeChat. "Zhao Yaqian, the last day of the holiday is about to end. The most exhausting time has finally passed. Zhao Yaqian." Selfie. Opening the photo, he saw her in uniform sitting on a small stool, chin resting on her knees. Her hair styled in a bun and covered with a hairnet, looking quite pitiful. Lately, his beauty therapist friend had been posting selfies rather frequently, though the daring nature of her photos had significantly diminished compared to her initial posts. Tang Song had long wished to offer constructive criticism on this matter, but had hesitated to voice it. Checking the time, he noted it was 21:20. The journey from Qingxin Juan to Isha Beauty Salon would take about 20 minutes. Reflecting on Zhao Yaqian's recent messages and her photos, Tang Song smiled and grabbed his keys. Hurrying downstairs, perhaps he should discuss with his beauty therapist friend the proper techniques for taking photos. Moreover, as he was in the clothing business now, he could gift her some black stockings, white stockings, and skirts to enhance her photo's aesthetic appeal. As night fell, the headlights of his black BMW 330 illuminated the road. The tires screeched against the pavement as he made smooth turns, accelerating under the starlit sky. Zhao Yeqian murmured, feeling a bit discontent. Qian Qian. A female voice suddenly called from outside. Zhao Yeqian quickly stood up and exited the beauty room, responding loudly, Sister Wei, I'm right here. Wei Zian beckoned her over, stating that the beauty salon had just experienced a leak and that the repairman had finished, leaving the floor and walls somewhat dirty. She instructed Zhao Yeqian to clean thoroughly, ensuring that even the dirt on the equipment was wiped away. Zhao Yeqian hesitated momentarily before hastily approaching to inspect the situation. She expressed her concern, saying, Sister Wei, this is quite a workload, and my shift ends soon. Perhaps I could do it tomorrow, or wait for the cleaning lady to arrive. Wei's brow furrowed, her tone turning stern. Then you shall stay late. Is your time so precious? Can't you contribute a little to the company? After saying this, she turned and walked away. Zhao Yeqian gritted her teeth, suppressing the urge to voice her frustration. As a temporary worker still in her probation period, she recognized that the senior beauty consultant, Wei, indeed had the authority to direct her tasks. Rolling up her sleeves, Zhao Yeqian retrieved cleaning supplies from the restroom and began her work. As she labored, she muttered curses at Wei in her mind, which surprisingly alleviated her mood. She scrubbed away mud and rust, wiping down walls and facilities. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. She pulled out to check, seeing a message from Tang Song. Is it almost 10? Are you done for the day? After responding, she exchanged a few words with He Lighting before continuing her task. As the night shift colleagues gradually departed, Zhao Yeqian noticed that she did not know many people, nor did anyone offer to assist her. By nearly 10:30, she had finally cleaned the beauty salon's mess. In the changing room, she removed her uniform and wiped the sweat from her forehead and neck with a towel before getting dressed. Yeqian, you're still here? A familiar colleague entered the changing room. Zhao Yeqian put on her sneakers and replied, Yes, I got held up with some work. Why are you here so late, Wei Wei? I had a client coming around 9, and it dragged on, Li Weiwei said while changing clothes. Wait for me. We'll leave together. Zhao Yeqian nodded quietly, sitting on a bench while opening her phone to text her cousin, almost off work. Chapter 94. Heartfelt stirring Yeqian. Have you been exhausted these past 3 days? I'm all right, just a bit concerned that I'm not performing well enough. Just then, her phone rang. Li Weiwei answered, her voice sweet. Hello, darling. Have you arrived? All right, I'm just about to head out. I'll wait for you by the roadside. Love you. After hanging up, Li Weiwei smiled. My boyfriend is here to pick me up. He worries about me being out so late alone. Sister Weiwei, your boyfriend is really sweet, Zhao Yeqian remarked enviously, her thoughts drifting to Tang Song. Remembering the times when it rained, and he would send her red envelopes to take a taxi, she felt a pang of nostalgia. He would bring her delicious treats after work and see her home. Although he had treated her well, his demeanor had noticeably cooled since she repeatedly declined his invitations. Counting carefully, she realized it had been 13 days since they last met. Li Weiwei, having finished packing her things, casually asked, By the way, Yeqian, where do you live? Over in Xiaoxi District, Xian Road, Tianqua Garden Community. Oh, that's unfortunate. I live in Yuhua District. Otherwise, my boyfriend could have dropped you off on the way. Li Weiwei shrugged. At this hour, there are hardly any buses. You should take a taxi for safety. She was someone who loved to sleep in, having been accustomed to an early bedtime and late rising, which made her current schedule somewhat torturous. As they chatted, they turned off all the lights in the beauty salon and locked the door, feeling a bit hungry due to a light dinner. Zhao Yeqian tightened her pink sun protection jacket against the evening breeze, which felt a bit chilly. Descending the steps, they walked along the stone path toward the roadside. In front of the entrance, a sleek black car with its hazard lights flashing caught Zhao Yeqian's eye, the glossy paint reflecting the streetlights in a warm orange hue. Weiwei, is that your boyfriend's car? Zhao Yeqian inquired, pointing. Li Weiwei glanced over and shook her head. No, my boyfriend drives a white Volkswagen. That a BMW. Oh, Zhao Yeqian nodded. As they approached the curb, Li Weiwei stood on tiptoe to glance down the road but still saw no sign of her boyfriend's car. As the clock neared 11 p.m., the streets grew sparse, and there were no taxis in sight. Zhao Yeqian rummaged through her bag to summon a ride online. Suddenly, the door of the BMW beside them opened, and a tall figure emerged, clad in a crisp white shirt, with handsome features and a tall stature. He stood out strikingly against the night backdrop. His face was adorned with a warm, charming smile as he waved a thermal bag in greeting. Waiting for you to finish is no easy task. The fried skewers I brought are getting cold. Zhao Yaqian blinked, glancing between Tang Song and a luxurious BMW. Biting her lip with a hint of pain, she realized this was no illusion. She fell into a state of daze, feeling somewhat at a loss as she stood there. Confused by how, in just over 10 days, Tang Song seemed so unfamiliar, she found herself unsure of how to react. Li Weiwei observed Zhao Yaqian's frozen demeanor and nearly misjudged the situation, thinking that this handsome man might be pursuing her. Standing before Zhao Yaqian, Tang Song looked at her calmly. The jeans clung tightly to his long legs, while the sun protection jacket accentuated her perfect curves. "Songge, why are you here all of a sudden?" Zhao Yaqian twisted her hands together nervously, stealing glances at his face before pointing at the BMW. "Did you get a new car?" Zhao Yaqian blankly accepted the fried skewers, inhaling the familiar aroma that reminded her of the handmade skewers from Yinxing Square Walking Street. Taking a hearty bite, she exclaimed, "So delicious." Suddenly, the night didn't feel so cold anymore. Yet, for reasons unknown, her heart raced rapidly. Beside them, Li Weiwei watched the scene in awe, swallowing her envy. Arriving at 10 p.m., Tang Song had prepared food and drinks in advance, waiting outside for over 40 minutes to surprise Zhao Yaqian. Meanwhile, her own boyfriend, whom she had asked to come, still hadn't arrived. The fact that this boy was tall, handsome, and drove a BMW made Li Weiwei feel as if she were being overshadowed. Just moments ago, she had pitted Zhao Yaqian for working late without anyone to pick her up, and now the tables had turned painfully on her. "Hello, you must be Qianqian's colleague. Let us eat together." Tang Song offered several skewers to her. Li Weiwei quickly accepted them, expressing her thanks. She couldn't help but marvel at how handsome Tang Song looked when he smiled, and his hands were equally attractive. Tang Song opened the passenger door and retrieved a cup of milk tea, handing it to Li Weiwei, who blushed slightly but accepted it gratefully, saying, "Thank you." A gentlemanly boy like him was simply irresistible. Zhao Yaqian was truly fortunate. Tang Song turned to Zhao Yaqian, who was still savoring her skewers, and said sincerely, "No need to be formal. Qianqian is quite innocent. I hope you could take care of her at the company." Li Weiwei nodded vigorously. "No problem. You can rest assured." No, my boyfriend will arrive shortly. You two can go ahead," Zhao Yaqian interjected. Hearing that someone was coming for her, Tang Song nodded and smiled at Zhao Yaqian. "It's quite late now. Let us eat in the car." Accepting the thermal bag from Tang Song, Zhao Yaqian waved to her colleague, "Sister Weiwei, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." After getting into the car, Zhao Yaqian surveyed the luxurious interior, which exuded elegance and opulence. As Tang Song settled in beside her, she stole glances at his profile. Their reunion after 13 days felt markedly different. "What are you staring at?" Tang Song teased. "The milk tea is in the glove compartment. Help yourself." Zhao Yaqian tightened her grip on the thermal bag, whispering, "Songge, thank you for coming to pick me up and waiting so long while bringing me delicious food." She is well aware of the daily routines of T-ing Sing, retiring to bed around 10 in the evening and rising promptly at 6 in the morning. Thus, her heart swells with both surprise and guilt. "Did you not mention yesterday that the bus was rather empty and it made you feel a bit apprehensive? To be honest, I was quite worried about you." Indeed, Zhao Yaqian's gaze fell, her head bowed in silence. T-ing Sing pressed his lips together and leaned towards the passenger seat, feeling the warmth of his presence. Zhao Yaqian quickly lifted her head, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. "Songge," she exclaimed, "you seem lost in thought. Let me help you with your seatbelt." T-ing Sing smiled at her, pulling the seatbelt into place. Perhaps due to his inexperience, he struggled several times before finally securing it. His hand inevitably brushed against her curvaceous hips, and even through the denim, the sensation was undeniably delightful. Zhao Yaqian's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she remained silent. Chapter 95. The May Breeze, My Kiss on the Roadside. Li Weiwei observed the young man in the car, tenderly fastening Zhao Yaqian's seatbelt, her heart brimming with envy. With the roar of the engine, the sleek black BMW 330 merged onto the main road, gradually fading from view. After waiting a moment longer, the sound of a car horn pierced the air. A white Volkswagen Sagittar came to a halt before her. The passenger window rolled down slowly, and her boyfriend leaned in, waving, "Princess, please get in." Li Weiwei yanked the car door open and slammed it shut with a resounding bang. "Watch it. You might break the door," her boyfriend chided, concern lacing his tone. Upon noticing the drink in her hand, he casually remarked, "Is that milk tea? Can I have a sip?" Li Weiwei's tampe flooded instantly. "Get lost. I told you at 9:40 that I would be working late today. Why are you only here now? Couldn't you have arrived a bit earlier? Hey, it's already 11. It wasn't easy for me to come here, you know? Is it really worth getting upset over a few minutes of tardiness?" Li Weiwei felt her chest tighten with anger. "Yes, it is late, and you didn't even think to bring me something to eat. All right, I won't bicker with you about that. I'll just be more mindful next time. Hand over your phone. I want to see if you've been at home playing games instead of picking me up. You can't just accuse me without any evidence." As their argument escalated, the car sped away. Outside, the wind whistled, while inside the vehicle, a serene silence enveloped them. Tang Song stole a glance at her flushed face and gently inquired, "Aren't you hungry?" "I am," Zhaoyaqian replied, licking her lips as she began to devour skewers. The workload had been substantial that evening, leaving her famished, and she had even snuck a few snacks meant for customers during her shift. "This is so delicious," she exclaimed, savoring the taste of the sausage and reaching into the glove compartment for her warm milk tea. With a decisive motion, she punctured the seal and took several hearty sips. Feeling revitalized, Tang Song chuckled at her enthusiasm. Every encounter with her, a friend from the beauty industry, revealed her candidness and innocence. "Song, is this really your new car? It must be quite expensive, right?" "Indeed, it isn't cheap. After taxes, it costs nearly 400,000 yuan, far more than a Wuling home yuan." "Wow, that's quite a sum." Zhaoyaqian gasped, curious about the source of his wealth, but too shy to ask, so she focused on her meal. The fragrant blend of sauce and spices wafted through the air, tempting Tang Song. "Qian, could you feed me a bite? I'm a bit hungry." Zhaoyaqian hesitated before asking, "Which one do you want?" "Just the one you have," he replied. "Oh, okay." She quickly brought the skewer to his mouth. Tang Song opened wide, and, as she gently pulled the stick away, he enjoyed the taste. Seeing him relish the food, Zhaoyaqian offered him another skewer. After a few bites, Tang Song revealed his true intention. "I'm a bit thirsty. Can I have a sip of your milk tea?" Glancing at the half-empty cup in her hand, Zhaoyaqian looked at him and obediently passed it over, feeling no reluctance. Tang Song took a gentle sip and remarked, "It's quite sweet." Zhaoyaqian took a bite of the sausage and another sip of the milk tea, confirming its sweetness. "I'm thirsty again. Here, drink more. There's still plenty of coconut bits left. I might finish it all. I should have bought the supersized one. Next time it's on me." Zhaoyaqian clutched her empty cup, her smile radiant. This intimate act of sharing food sent a flutter through her heart, leaving her feeling giddy. Outside, the city lights flickered in the night, stars twinkling above. Inside, the atmosphere was warm and cozy, enriched by their exchanges. After a lengthy conversation, perhaps fatigue finally set in. Zhaoyaqian leaned against the seat, resting her head, quietly gazing at Tang Song's profile, her thoughts drifting. In this early May night, Tang Song's sudden appearance felt like a warm and vivid presence. His smile radiated like a clear sky following a spring rain. The crisp white shirt he wore shone like a beam of light in her dim world. At 19, the beauty therapist began to realize this might be what it feels like to have a crush. The car gradually entered T and K Huyuan community, stopping outside Building 6, Unit 2. "We're home. Qian. Oh, that was quick." Zhaoyaqian straightened up, unbuckling her seatbelt and opening the door. The journey from work to home usually felt lengthy, but tonight it seemed to pass in an instant. In the somewhat aged community, the lights cast a soft glow. Zhaoyaqian, with her bag slung over her shoulder and a thermal bag in hand, gazed at the handsome young man before her, eager to say something yet unsure how to begin. Her mind raced with thoughts. Zhao Laosher's makeup today is so layered. Last time, Zhao Laosher's umbrella shielded me from the wind and rain. With the May Day holiday approaching, should we catch a movie together? Zhaoyaqian, do you have feelings for me? I mean romantically. Yes, Zhaoyaqian suddenly blurted, her voice louder than intended. Tang Song inquired, "What is the matter?" Her face flushed instantly, burning with embarrassment. Nothing. I was just rambling." Even she, with her boldness, recognized the impropriety of her words at that moment. After biting her lip, she seemed to recall something and eagerly said, "All right, Song, please wait for me downstairs. I need to grab something." Tang Song paused, nodded, and replied, "All right." Zhaoyaqian waved her hand and hurried into the building. Just 2 or 3 minutes later, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, a breathless Oyakian reappeared before him. She handed him a black gift box, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Here, as a gift for you, as I promised. Tell me if you like it. It was a meticulously chosen watch. A gesture intended to mend their relationship. Ting accepted it, untying the ribbon and opening the box to reveal a gentleman's wristwatch. The silver stainless steel case, paired with a black calf leather strap, exuded simplicity and elegance. Ting inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze on Zaoyakian. The night breeze tousled her slightly curled hair and fluttered her pink sun protection jacket. Her tall, alluring figure leaned slightly forward, her radiant face adorned with a mix of shyness and joy. Placing the watchbox on the hood, Ting stepped closer, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Ah! Zoyakian gasped in surprise, instinctively stepping back, only to find herself against his hand. Their eyes met, and she blinked in confusion. Songo, what are you doing? In response, he captured her lips in a fervent kiss. Ting embraced her soft, luscious mouth, savoring her fragrant scent, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. The night flowed silently, yet their hearts raced like a surging river. The system's light curtain unfolds before me, as lines of text leap into view.